My name is Lin Fan. I have lived in this azure world for over 10 years, but my soul belongs to Earth. In this world of endless oceans, your life is decided at 18 by the fleet spirit. You awaken. If you summon a powerful warship, you become a noble captain. If not, you remain a commoner forever. Today was my turn to face the awakening stone. I was nervous because a cruel noble named Wang Tung had already threatened me and my sister. He awakened a powerful C-rank battlecruiser and mocked my low birth, telling me I would be lucky to even serve as his. When I finally touched the stone, it didn't glow with the usual blue magic energy. Instead, a massive shadow rose from the sea. It was the Fujian, a Type 003 aircraft carrier from my home planet. It was a giant mountain of steel with a flat deck, far larger than any ship anyone had ever seen. For a moment, the crowd thought I had awakened a legendary S-rank fortress. However, the stone gave its final judgment, F-rank. Because my ship had no magic cannons or energy shields, the world saw it as a useless piece of scrap metal meant only to be a target. The crowd's wonder turned into cruel laughter. To humiliate me further, Wang Tung and the Academy leaders ordered a death sea trial. They wanted to send my ship into a dangerous arena to be destroyed by sea monsters as a public warning. I was forced onto the deck of my carrier, facing certain death without any way to defend myself, or so they thought. I stood on the cold deck of the Fujian, trapped inside the high walls of the arena. Thousands of people watched me on giant screens, waiting for sea monsters to tear me apart. I felt a crushing despair. In this world, warships need magic, ether, energy to survive, but my ship was just a mountain of steel with no magic at all. It was an F-class target ship, scrap metal. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my head. A system called Shenzhou Military Industry activated, recognizing me as the host of the Fujian. It gave me 100 energy points to start. I didn't waste a second. As the arena gates opened and hundreds of monster blade rushed toward me, I used my points to unlock 2 defense systems, the 1130 close-in guns and the Sea-Red Flag 10 missile launchers. The crowd laughed, thinking I was helpless because I had no magic shield. Then, the monsters fired their magic missiles at me. I gave the command to open fire. My new guns roared like thousands of electric saws. They didn't use magic, they used pure physics. Thousands of metal shells tore through the air, creating a wall of fire that destroyed every single magic missile before they could touch my hull. The entire academy went silent. No one had ever seen a ship defend itself without using ether energy. It was a miracle of technology that broke all their rules. Even though I had no magic, my defense was perfect. Wang Tung, the noble who hated me, tried to stay calm. He shouted that I was just an iron turtle who could only defend but never attack. He believed that since I didn't have a magic cannon, the monsters would eventually reach me and smash my ship. I heard his insults, but I didn't care. As they got closer, my guns tilted down. I unleashed a storm of metal directly at the monsters. In 10 seconds, the water was filled with the broken remains of the swarm. I wasn't just defending. I was an industrial machine of destruction. I had survived the first wave, and for the first time, the people watching me were beginning to feel afraid. I watched as a massive D-class, armored sea turtle, burst into the arena, its shell thick enough to ignore my current weapons. The crowd laughed, believing I was a defenseless iron turtle because I lacked magic cannons. Even my rapid-fire guns could only leave tiny scratches on the beast's armor. To the spectators and my enemy, Wang Tung, I looked like a dead man walking. As the giant monster charged at me, I stayed calm. I wasn't giving up. I was testing its defense and waiting for my system to finish a secret task. While the turtle got closer, my Pengu system was automatically collecting energy from the cores of the monsters I had already defeated. People watching the broadcast thought I had lost my mind, accusing me of picking up trash instead of fighting for my life. The turtle was only 10 meters away, its massive jaws opened to crush my command room when the system finally reached 30 energy points. This was my gamble. At the very last second, I unlocked a new technology, the Naval G-20 helicopter. A heavy vibration shook the air as a lift platform rose from the deck of the Fujian. A gray-black, iron bird, with spinning blades took to the sky. The crowd was shocked because this machine didn't use magic to fly. It defied all the rules of this world. The armored sea turtle froze in fear, confused by the strange buzzing sound. I had finally moved beyond simple defense. With my first flying unit in the air, I was ready to show them that a ship without magic could still be the most dangerous thing on the ocean. I watched from the command room as my Z-20 helicopter faced the giant sea turtle. The beast fired a water cannon at the Iron Bird, but my pilot easily dodged the blast with agility no magic ship could match. I ordered my system, Pengu, to find a weak point. It identified the turtle's eyes, the only spot not covered by thick armor. I launched 2 anti-tank missiles. Unlike the magic weapons of this world, mine were precision-guided. They curved through the air and struck the eyes perfectly, exploding inside the monster's head and leaving it thrashed and dying. The crowd was frozen in fear, but I couldn't celebrate. Suddenly, Pengu warned me that 3 C-class pirate ships from the Seven Seas Trade Alliance had forced their way into the arena. Their leader, Black Shark, wanted to steal my technology. He realized that my useless F-class ship actually held secrets worth more than any monster core. In the Academy Plaza, the leaders panicked and shut down the live broadcast. They wanted to hide the fact that pirates had invaded, turning the arena into a black prison where no one could see what happened next. My enemy, Wang Tong, was thrilled, believing the pirates would finally destroy me. Inside the arena, Black Shark mocked me, confident that his 3 warships could crush a single ship without a magic shield. He didn't realize that the darkness of the broadcast was actually a gift to me. I smiled, telling him that without an audience, I no longer had to hide my true power. Enraged, the pirates launched a massive volley of over 300 magic missiles. Black Shark claimed no ship below A-class could survive such a barrage. I stood my ground, ready to show these scavengers that the rules of their world did not apply to the Fujian. A barrage of this level, unless you're unbelievably lucky, will turn you into ashes. The pirate captain Black Shark's cruel laughter echoed through the arena. He was a battle-hardened veteran, not a sheltered academy student like Wang Tong. He knew very well that the arcane core of an E-class sea beast and the Magitech guidance core standard on a C-class warship were completely different things. An E-class core was like a sparkler. A C-class core was a cannon shell. A C-class arcane core was 3 times faster than an E-class one. Its ether energy compression rate was 10 times higher, and its explosive power increased exponentially. Even more importantly, these cores were locked by a C-class captain's ship spirit space, carrying enhanced guidance and anti-interference inscriptions. 300 of them, from 3 directions. A full saturation strike. In Black Shark's plan, any warship below Class A would have its ether shield shattered like glass under such an attack, and the ship itself would vaporize within a 1/10 of a second. He didn't even bother to watch the result. He was already thinking about how to salvage the shattered anti-air inscriptions from that F-class iron ship. As for that flying automaton, Z-20, let it stay in the air for now. I'll deal with it later, Black Shark added greedily. In the arena, inside the hovering Z-20, Seahawk 20, the voice of the digital pilot Flying Dragon 01 sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Commander, 342 Class C high-threat projectiles detected, approaching simultaneously from 3 sectors. Threat level, extreme. Recommendation, Flying Dragon 01. Lin Fan stood in the command room, staring coldly through the glass scarred by impacts from a D-class boss, watching the rain of death tearing through the sky. His voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. Maintain altitude. Stand by outside the divine forbidden zone. Flying Dragon 01, copy that. The Z-20 twisted sharply, climbed quickly, and pulled out of the CIWS defense zone. Lin Fan's eyes turned toward the blue-violet storm of death that was now almost within reach. 342 missiles. He didn't even bother giving any complex commands. Pengu, CIWS, HHQ, 10, full firepower. Command received. Close-in weapon system, CIWS, activated. Short-range air defense missile, HHQ, 10, activated. ZZZ. Then now, with 4 1130 CIWS guns firing at maximum speed, the sound was like a storm of thunder. A total firing rate of 40,000 rounds per minute, for guns times 10,000 rounds / min. On the 3 pirate ships, every pirate could hear only one sound, a sharp, soul-piercing zzz that filled the air. What? What is that sound? Captain, that defense array. It's active again. It's useless. Black Shark shouted angrily, covering his ears as the noise drove him mad. That's a C-class arcane core, not some E-class junk. His roar stopped in his throat. A metal storm. A wall of 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing shells formed not just a net of fire, but a solid absolute defense zone with a radius of 300 meters. Boom, 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 boom. The leading C-class arcane cores, moving at 3 times the speed of sound, slammed straight into the wall. They didn't even have a chance to explode. Before the CIWS barrage, there was no difference between a C-class magic core and an E-class ether remnant. Both were instantly vaporized by the sheer kinetic force. The first wave, 50 missiles, completely destroyed. I'm impossible. Black Shark's single eye widened in disbelief. Captain, there are still more than 200 left. They're trying to Manu. The pirate lookout never finished his sentence, as he witnessed a scene that shattered his spirit. The remaining 200 C-class arcane cores, guided by the ship's spirit space, began to show the intelligence of C-class weapons. They tried to avoid the metal storm. They curved through the air, attempting to attack from the Sousa's blind spots, above or from the sides. Huh, fool. Your magic array only fires straight ahead. It can't stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black Shark's wild laughter was cut off by an even denser wave of piercing sounds. From the carrier's island and stern, the 224-cell HHQ 10 C red flag 10 launchers finally revealed their true power as close-range air defense missiles. 48 C red flag 10 missiles ignited at once. They didn't launch one by one like before. They launched together, in a full saturation strike. If the CIWS was a wall, then the HHQ-10s were hunting dogs or surgical blades. The 200 C-class arcane cores trying to dodge were instantly met with their end. Look, a pirate shouted in despair over the comms. Those metal missiles. They're turning too. Oh no, they're even faster than our C-class cores. The 48 C red flag 10 missiles drew white trails of smoke across the sky, turning at sharper angles and faster speeds than the arcane cores, performing impossible maneuvers. They locked onto their targets, 1 to 1, 1 to 2, even 1 to 3. Boom, boom, boom. The sky bloomed with 300 blue-violet explosions, beautiful, yet deadly. When the last C red flag 10 missile destroyed the final C-class arcane core midair, the arena fell silent once more. ZZZ, the CIWS barrel still spun, releasing smoke and heat. On the sea, the F-class scrap target ship floated quietly, its hull completely unharmed. On the 3 pirate ships, just moments ago, the pirates were grinning wickedly, shouting greedily, and yelling clear the field. Now, they all stood frozen, as if trapped by a petrification spell. Captain Black Shark, Class C, remained at the bow, his arm raised mid-swing, completely still. Behind him, his first mate's mouth was open wide enough to fit a fist. Everything. The first mate stammered. Everything. Was intercepted? 342 Class C arcane cores. Not a single one got through. Gulp. Black Shark swallowed hard. His single eye, filled with terror and disbelief, was bloodshot. I'm impossible, he muttered hoarsely. Impossible. He spun around, grabbed the communication array, and roared into it. What's the ether reading? With such terrifying defense, such dense interception, where's the ether energy consumption? Where's the energy fluctuation? Even a Class A captain using a Class A shield would have their ether core drained instantly. So where is it? The communication array was silent for 2 seconds. Then the inscriber's trembling, almost tearful voice came through. See, Captain, the ether reading is 0. It didn't show even the slightest ether fluctuation from start to finish. 0. No ether fluctuation? Black Shark released the array, stumbling back 2 steps before crashing into the railing. At that moment, the worldview of this Class C pirate captain completely collapsed. No energy fluctuation, yet it unleashed a defense stronger than a Class A shield. What did that mean? It meant the opponent's technology was far beyond his understanding. They weren't using ether energy, they were rewriting the laws of physics. In his mind, there was only one thing that could do this: S-Class. Black Shark's lips trembled as he forced out a word he had only ever seen on the oldest nautical charts of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. An S-Class lost relic. It's an automatic defense array from an ancient civilization. S-Class. The moment that word was spoken, every pirate behind him gasped in shock. Their eyes changed instantly. If their earlier greed had been for a small C-Class piece of technology, then now, under the lure of the word S-Class, their emotions rose from fear to pure madness. An S-Class defense array. We're rich, Captain. If we can take it, forget B-Class warships. We could become regional governors of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. Take it. We have to take it. Black Shark's single eye turned blood red. Fear. In the face of an S-Class treasure, fear meant nothing. Forget it. I'm taking the risk. Black Shark suddenly stood up, raising his curved blade high, his expression wild. That F-Class pile of scrap only has an S-Class shell. It doesn't even have a main cannon. It's just a target. He pointed toward Carrier 003, his voice sharp with excitement. Its array can block arcane cores, missiles, but can it block ether beams, lasers? Can it stop kinetic cannons? Pass my order. Black Shark roared. Arcane cores are useless. Everyone, switch to the second plan. Ship 1, Ship 2, activate the large mist field. Cover this sea. I want them blind. Let's see how their array aims then. Flagship, Ship 3, charge the kinetic ether cannon to full C-Class power. When they can't see, blast them to pieces. S-Class, automatic defense array. The pirate captain, Black Shark, C-Class, had his single eye completely consumed by greed the moment he shouted those words. Fear. In the face of an S-Class temptation, fear was only the appetizer. He, Black Shark, had ruled the Seven Seas for 10 years, not through brute strength, but through the cunning and asymmetric tactics unique to the Seven Seas Trade Alliance. Forget it. I'm all in. Black Shark's face twisted with excitement. Instead of retreating from the divine forbidden zone, he roared even louder. This F-Class scrap metal only has an S-Class shell. It doesn't even have a main cannon. It's just a target. He had seen through the true nature of the CIWS. It could intercept arcane cores, missiles, but could it stop a kinetic main cannon? Pass down my orders. Black Shark raised his ether scimitar and shouted, Arcane cores are useless. Everyone, switch to the second plan. Ship 1, Ship 2, activate the large mist field. Ship 3, the flagship, charge the kinetic ether cannon to maximum C-Class power. Yes, Captain. At his command, the two C-Class pirate ships on his flanks opened their side armor plates. What appeared were not gun barrels, but rows of mist generators engraved with runes of chaos and concealment. A deep hum filled the air as thick gray mist, mixed with traces of ether, poured out wildly from the generators. This was no ordinary fog. It was one of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance's signature technologies, the arcane interference field. This mist not only blocked sight, but also completely disrupted and absorbed all magical and physical detection waves. It was the natural enemy of all guidance arrays and eagle eye inscriptions. Kid. Watching the two gray walls of mist closing in on the 003 carrier, Black Shark laughed triumphantly. Your S-Class array relies on detection, doesn't it? Once my mist reaches you, you'll be blind. Let's see how you stop me then. The sea around the arena was quickly swallowed by the spreading fog. At the same time, the flagship Black Shark and the other two warships aimed their massive kinetic ether cannons, each barrel thicker than a heavy armored sea turtle's head. The muzzles began to glow with a dangerous, blinding blue light. Main cannon charging. 30%. Mist formation. Estimated 40 seconds. The countdown to death had begun. Inside the hovering Z-20 helicopter, the calm voice of pilot Flying Dragon 01 sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Commander, a strong ether interference source detected. The enemy is releasing a concealment field. Also detecting 3 high-energy Class C main cannon reactions. They are charging. We are trapped. Recommendation, immediate breakout. The Z-20 has 6 AKD, 10 missiles left. We can try to destroy at least one mist generator. Flying Dragon 01's tactical suggestion was textbook perfect, the best possible move. Interrupt the enemy's chant. Any captain of the Azure Kingdom watching the live feed would have made the same choice. However, Lin Fan's eyes were not on the 3 pirate ships. He wasn't even looking at the 2 walls of deadly gray mist closing in. His heart sank to the bottom. He stared fixedly at the Pangu interface, his only hope. T2 technology tree, grayed out. Unlock requirement. 100 energy points. 100 energy points. The only source left was the dying D-class boss floating on the sea. In just a few seconds, Lin Fan made his decision. No, do not carry out the strike mission. His cold voice froze Flying Dragon 01's thoughts for a moment. Flying Dragon 01, Lin Fan said without emotion, ignore those 3 Class C warships. Commander? Your mission, Lin Fan said clearly, is to finish off the D-class boss and seize its core. Flying Dragon 01 fell silent. Confusion filled his mind. Abandon the path to survival and choose certain death? Commander, please confirm. We have less than 30 seconds left. Finishing off the D-class boss has no tactical value. Execute the order, Lin Fan interrupted. Flying Dragon 01, copy that. High above the arena, the Z-20's fierce nose turned sharply. It really ignored the 3 C-class pirate ships that were charging their main cannons and releasing mist. With a sudden J-shaped turn, it dipped its nose and dove straight toward the dying D-class boss on the sea. This scene left Captain Black Shark completely stunned. The cruel grin on his face froze. He had imagined countless reactions from Lin Fan, trying to escape in fear, attacking his mist ship in vain with the Iron Turtle, or even begging for mercy. But he had never imagined this. That this F-class pilot, under the double lock of a C-class main cannon and a mist field, would actually go for the final strike. He was looting the spoils. An insult. This is a blatant insult. Blood-filled Black Shark's single eye. An F-class Iron Turtle. A prey he was about to crush completely. Dared to ignore him. Dared to steal the kill right in front of him. Oh! Black Shark trembled with rage, slashing the ship's railing wildly with his ether blade. You fool! How dare you ignore me? The main cannon. He roared into the communication array. How much longer to charge? Him up. See, Captain. We need 20 more seconds. If we fire now, it'll explode. Useless. All of you. Black Shark glared viciously at the Z-20's dive. He knew. Lin Fan was using those 20 seconds of charging time to claim the D-class boss's core. Flying Dragon 01. Fire. Lin Fan's command came as the Z-20 reached 100 meters above the D-class Sea Turtle. Flying Dragon 01. Copy. AKD. 10 missiles. Launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more anti-tank missiles shot out. They no longer needed precise aim. Their target was the Sea Turtle's already shattered, bloodied neck. The D-class boss let out its final, unwilling cry. Boom. 2 missiles struck precisely at its central core. Explosion. This time, it was a complete decapitation. The massive body of the armored Sea Turtle stiffened, then stopped moving entirely. Its last trace of life was taken away mercilessly by the Z-20. The next second, a monster core, 100 times brighter than an E-class core and shining like a D-class sun, shot out from the turtle's body with a sharp sound. No! Captain Black Shark roared in despair. That was his prize. But Lin Fan's ship Spirit Space reacted faster than his voice. High-purity D-class monster core detected. Ship Spirit Space. Initiating automatic retrieval. Whoosh! The D-class core turned into a streak of light, ignoring the pirate's greedy eyes, and instantly merged into the hull of the 003 aircraft carrier. No, Black Shark's single eye lost its light. In Lin Fan's mind, the cold, heavenly voice of AI Pangu echoed. D-class core recovered. Energy points 100. Success. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. 100 energy points. That was his only chance to fight back. However, at the very moment he gained that power, the 2 walls of deathly gray mist arrived. It was as if the world had been muted. The fog domain completely swallowed the massive 80,000-ton body of the 003 aircraft carrier. Phylong 01. Lin Fan looked up sharply. Commander, For the first time, the calm voice of Z-20 pilot Phylong-01 carried fear. The fog. It's highly corrosive and strongly disruptive. My sensors. ZZ. I'm losing. ZZ. Signal. Lost. Phylong-01's communication was cut off. Before Lin Fan's eyes, the pale blue tech interface of Pangu flickered violently. The sharp, crazy, snowflake patterns instantly covered Lin Fan's entire field of vision. Warning. Warning. Pangu's AI voice became sharp and distorted. Detected. A-level, powerful ether interference field. H/PJ-11 close-in weapon system. Fire control radar. Lost lock. HHQ-10 air defense missile. Infrared/optical. Blinded. All targeting systems. Completely disabled. Our side has become blind. The arena. It was completely shrouded in fog. Ha 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 ha. From outside the fog, the crazed laughter of Captain Black Shark, who had survived the ordeal, echoed wildly. He's blind. He's blind. What's the use of an S-level turtle shell? Without targeting. He's just a F-level scrap metal. Black Shark suddenly turned around and looked at his main gunner. The C-level, kinetic ether cannon, was fully charged, its barrel glowing with a destructive, physical light. Captain, main cannon charged to 100%. Good, good, good. Black Shark raised his ether-bending sword, pointing at the silent, no longer crackling fog center. He can't hide. He can't defend anymore. Everyone, target the fog center. Fire. Warning. Detected. A-level, powerful ether interference field. All targeting systems. Completely disabled. Pangu's sharp, distorted alarm blared wildly in Lin Fan's mind. Before him, the pale blue technological interface was completely covered by blinding snowflake patterns. Zzz. He became blind. Ha 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 ha. From outside the fog, Captain Black Shark's wild laughter pierced through the interference, like a final warning from the Grim Reaper. He's blind. He's blind. What does an S-level turtle shell matter? No targeting. He's just a F-level scrap metal. Everyone. Black Shark raised his ether-bending sword, about to strike down heavily. Target the fog center. Start. Outside the arena, Wang Tung's smile had already reached its peak. On the high platform, the Academy Elder's eyes were cold, waiting for this heretical warship to be erased by order. However, in this moment of crisis, inside the command room, Lin Fan's expression showed no sign of panic. Although his back was soaked with cold sweat, his gaze remained frighteningly calm. He knew that the magical energy fog was the trump card of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, a powerful tool designed to counter enemy magic arrays. But Black Shark, no. Everyone in this world had misunderstood one thing. His 003 Fujin battleship was not a magical creation. It was a product of Earth's industry. The CIWS and HHQ-10 fire control radars were just small defense radars, prone to interference, which was normal. But the real eyes of the 003 aircraft carrier were the treasure tool that had never been activated. Lin Fan's gaze instantly locked onto the Pangu interface, where the still warm number was flashing. Energy points. 100 Pangu. Lin Fan's voice rang out in the command room, steady and unwavering, with a tone of decisive resolve. Pour all 100 energy points into the ship power system. Then his pupils burst with incredible brilliance. Channel all the energy from the ship power system into the phased array system. Now, command received. Energy points minus 100. Carrier's integrated power system, IEP. Activated. Boom. A deep, thunderous roar, as if awakening a steel beast weighing 80,000 tons, echoed from deep within the 003 carrier's hull. If earlier it was a novice lighting up the weapons, then these 100 points of D-class core energy were like igniting the main reactor of this giant ship. Massive, stable, and continuously flowing electric power surged instantly into the four massive, unremarkable gray panels of the island superstructure. T2 level, Shinjo 346B digital array active phased array radar. Energy injection complete. System activated. This was the true divine vision of a modern aircraft carrier. It was not the magic radar that sensed through ether waves in this world. It was a digital array composed of thousands of T/R modules. It is itself a moving electronic warfare fortress. Magic Energy Fog. In front of the active phased array electronic countermeasure mode, this primitive interference is simply laughable. Pengu, Lin Fan coldly stared at the snowflake before him. Maximum power. Give me. Clear skies. Command received. ASA activates high-energy scan. On the flagship of the Black Shark, the skull-bending sword, the runesmith responsible for maintaining the magic energy fog was enjoying the fruits of victory. Captain, main gun charging 95%. That fool is doomed. But in the next second, he suddenly felt a strange heartbeat, as if a hot, violent, incomprehensible energy was rising within his fog domain. No hallucination. The ether wave in his perception was very steady, but the heat and static sensations on the physical layer grew stronger. The magic circle, my magic circle, seems to be heating up. Before he could report this strange phenomenon to the Black Shark, Lin Fan's eyes, the blinding snowflake spot, suddenly froze. Then, like a sun erupting at the center of the world, with the aircraft carrier 003 as the center, an overwhelming torrent of data swept outward. On the screen, the gray interference fog, like thin ice meeting the blazing sun, was instantly purified completely. A clear, 360-degree, all-around divine perspective appeared. Within this divine view, the ugly outlines of 3 C-class pirate ships were rendered in the most glaring blood red. Their positions, speeds, even the ether cannons at their bows flickering with high-energy reactions. All exposed. Die. Outside the fog, the Black Shark's ether-curved blade finally swung down heavily. Fire. The main guns of the 3 warships simultaneously activated their firing formations. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw it. In his divine perspective, the 3 beams representing the death rays of the C-class main guns had already gathered at the muzzle. In half a second, they would fire. But what should he do? Z-20 was still inside the fog. The close-range gunfire control radar was still in the fog. He couldn't intercept. He suddenly pressed a button on the Pengu interface, activating the ship's Spirit Space public communication channel. Lock confirmed. 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. In the fog, 3 pirate ships' main gunners are ready to enjoy the thrill of firing. The sinister smile on Black Shark's face remains frozen. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice, as if from the depths of the underworld, echoes clearly in the ship's spirit space of all 3 pirate ships. All 3 of you. You've been charging for so long. Your ether cannons are aimed at the position 30 degrees below my port side, where the D-level boss's corpse is. Should I help you calibrate? Should I help you calibrate? This cold, emotionless voice, through the ship's spirit space's public channel, feels like a burning, poisonous needle piercing everyone's eardrums on the 3 pirate ships. Captain Black Shark's arm, which was raised with an ether-curved blade, about to strike, suddenly froze in midair. His fierce smile, his wild eyes, and his face flushed from charging the main cannon. All of it froze at this moment. Time seemed to stop. Captain, the main gunner of the flagship, whose finger was about to press the firing rune, hesitated less than a centimeter from the rune stone. He dared not move. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding loudly. Fire? Fire what? What is he saying? His single eye, wide with shock, almost bulging out of its socket. He stared fixedly at the fog's center, as if trying to see through the magic energy field that even an A-level target detection couldn't. Can he see me? How is that possible? Where's my magic fog? My A-level domain that can hide everything? Isn't he blind? No, impossible. Black Shark's voice trembled. He thought he was hearing things. Hallucination. This is a hallucination. He's tricking me. Fire. He was about to shout out that word. Fire, regardless of everything. But that devilish voice, once again, sounded cold and clear. 342 rounds. Lin Fan's voice was soft, but it hit Black Shark's heart like a heavy hammer. Just now, you fired a total of 342 C-grade guided arcane cores at me. Am I right? Boom. Black Shark felt a cold rush from his tailbone straight to his head. He knew the exact number. He wasn't bluffing. He was actually watching. From the beginning to the end, he was in that fog, watching himself jump around like a clown. I can block over 300 missiles, Lin Fan said with a tone that carried a hint of the very familiar mockery, just like when he had mocked Lin Fan before. You're now just a pathetic little cannon, not even worth giving a massage. Do you want to try it too? Massage? Massage. Those two words, like two poison daggers, stabbed deep into Black Shark's heart. He remembered, just a few minutes ago, how he had laughed wildly, using those words to insult that junk F-class scrap. And now, this word was returned to him exactly as it was. No, no, no. Black Shark's teeth started to tremble wildly. The color on his face drained away, turning ghostly pale. His mind, at this moment, was racing faster than ever before. He thought, first, the opponent's defense. S-class. That must be an S-class defensive magic array. Over 300 C-grade arcane core's saturation attack didn't even scratch the opponent's skin. And the opponent still had zero energy consumption. Zero energy consumption for an S-class defense. Second, the opponent's targeting. S-class. That's also definitely S-class. His magic fog is one of the top secrets of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, designed specifically to counter the standard radar arrays of the Azure Kingdom. But what did the opponent? What did the mage inscriptionist just do? That inscriptionist? Yes, the inscriptionist. Black Shark suddenly turned around and saw the mage inscriptionist responsible for the fog, lying on the ground like a dead dog, with cracks all over the magic array. He wasn't injured by shock. He was burned through his domain by the opponent's targeting array and suffered backlash. Using targeting, burned through an A-class fog? What kind of divine technology is this? Third, the opponent's attack. That strange flying magic puppet. It used two tiny missiles to precisely hit the eyes of a D-class heavy-armored turtle, breaking through its defenses. Level S defense. Level S targeting. And that strange Level S attack. Free Level S. Free Level S. All of them appearing on a Class F battleship? Black Shark's breath nearly stopped at this moment. He finally understood. He finally realized. Class F? Class F. With Class F. This is not a Class F target ship. It's a creature disguised as a Class F. A demon. A monster from the abyss, ancient and beyond understanding. He's not a rookie. He's not prey. He is the hunter. And he, himself, is the foolish prey who walked into the trap. He. Black Shark's single eye filled with fear. He's been playing me. He deliberately made me release the fog. He intentionally made me charge the main cannon. He just wants to see me, a fool, reveal all my cards. And then he'll tell me in a way I can't understand. Your cards are worthless. Yeah. A piercing scream, more like a beast cry than a human voice, suddenly burst from Black Shark's throat. His hand, holding the ether-curved blade, spasmed wildly in fear. Greed? Level S relic? At this moment, all of that was thrown out of his mind. All he wanted now was to survive. He didn't want to face this demon even for a second longer. Retreat. Black Shark suddenly turned around and roared into the communication array with his loudest voice ever. Stop charging. Stop. Space jump. Everyone. All personnel. Jump at all costs. Get out. Get out of this arena. He didn't even bother to give the order to dispel the fog. All he wanted now was to escape. Captain, jump. Jump. But the main cannon forcibly stopped. Who cares? Black Shark kicked away the main gun operator. If you want to die, I don't want to die either. Hurry. Buzz. 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 At this moment, 3 Class C pirate ships erupted with intense, highly unstable space waves. That was a forced interruption of the main cannon's charging, which caused energy chaos by pouring all the power into the space jump array. They didn't even have time to calibrate the coordinates. All they wanted was to escape. Swish. 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 3 beams of light flashed past. The 3 prideful, arrogant Level C7 Seas Alliance main ships suddenly disappeared in a state of panic, stumbling and scrambling away. As the 3 pirate ships hurriedly fled, the magical energy fog covering the entire arena lost its energy source. They looked like rootless floating plants, quickly and unwillingly fading away and dispersing. A few seconds later, the blinding sunlight over the arena shone again on the sea surface. The sea breeze blew once more. Lin Fan stood quietly in the command room, watching the now clear, God's eye view on the screen. The three glaring, blood-red, light spots had disappeared. His cold face showed no emotion. He slowly closed the public communication channel on the Pangu interface. Warning, signal from Dragonfly 01 Z20. Reconnected. Dragonfly 01 requests landing. Permission granted. Above the arena, the all-gray, Black Sea helicopter Z-20 emerged from the dissipating fog, hovering steadily in midair. Z-20 slowly descended, landing smoothly on the wide flight deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. Thud! The landing gear touched the deck, producing a deep, reassuring sound. The whirring of the propellers gradually stopped. The four 1130 close-in weapon systems on the island and the stern ceased rotating, their barrels returning to vertical. On the sea surface, the massive corpse of the D-level heavy armor turtle gently bobbed in the waves. Everything was calm and peaceful. It was as if the recent sea-level pirate invasion and the intense fog defense battle had never happened. Lin Fan exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of relief. It's over. In the arena, as the three sea-level pirate ships tore through space and fled in a panic, the fog created by the A-level magic energy array finally lost its energy supply. They were like burst balloons, quickly fading and dispersing. The blinding sunlight pierced through the thin fog, shining on the wide flight deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. Buzz, the dull rotor sound of the C-20 grew closer from afar. It emerged from the last wisps of gray mist, and the aircraft's body landed smoothly without a hint of shaking. Dragon 01 signal connected. Commander, should we return? Landing. Lin Fan stood in the command room and gave a calm order. The Z-20 helicopter landed precisely on the lift and slowly moved into the hangar. Around the island, the four 1130 close-in weapon systems, which had just intimidated the C-class fleet, stopped moving. Their barrels slowly lifted back to their original vertical position. On the sea surface, only the massive body of a D-class heavy-armored turtle remained, gently bobbing among the waves. It was as if the thrilling pirate invasion and the intense battle of magic energy and technology had only been a hallucination. Lin Fan glanced at the ether eye responsible for live streaming above the arena. He knew that this deadly sea trial was over. Meanwhile, at the Royal Naval Academy, Awakening Square, tens of thousands of students and instructors still stared fixedly at the dark ether screen. A silence fell. No, it was more terrifying than silence. It was a suppressed, gleeful murmuring. The signal was cut off, just as the fog closed in. I saw it. 3 ships. 3 main ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. That Lin Fan. He was trapped in the fog. He became blind. I think I just heard the pirate captain giving orders. Charging energy. Firing all main guns. 3 C-class main guns. Close-range bombing. TSK. That F-class target ship probably isn't even left with a piece of intact metal now. In the VIP seats, Wang Tung held a glass of crimson wine. He didn't drink, only enjoying this wonderful moment before victory. The fierce smile on his face was no longer hidden. The noble followers beside him were talking excitedly. Young Master Wang, you had the foresight. That F-class commoner doesn't deserve your help. Yeah, dying at the hands of pirates or the main ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. The Academy can't even find a reason to pursue it. What's this called? It's called divine punishment. Ha. Wang Tung shook his glass, his gaze fixed on the high platform. The elder who had a good relationship with the royal family sat upright, expressionless, but the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his current mood. A low-level commoner, daring to steal the spotlight from the young master during the awakening ceremony, should quietly die in the shadows like this. Signal. Look, the signal is back. A scream erupted from the crowd. Thousands of eyes immediately focused again. The dark ether screen flickered with bright snowflakes. Then, the picture was restored. Wang Teng's fierce smile instantly reached its peak. He was ready to enjoy the scene of the wreckage-filled, blood-stained sea surface. However, on the screen, there was no wreckage, no explosion. The sea was calm and peaceful. The ship they mocked as a useless ironclad, which they believed had vaporized, was quietly floating on the water. The hull was intact, undamaged. And that D-level heavy armored turtle, the indestructible boss, was floating nearby the aircraft carrier, its huge head completely gone, green blood staining the sea. As for the three main sea-level ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, which had launched a full barrage of main guns with a mighty show of power, they disappeared. Disappeared? No. Impossible. Where are the pirates? Where are those three sea-level warships? A noble student in the square let out a scream like he saw a ghost. The entire place fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. The breath of tens of thousands of people seemed to be cut off at once by an invisible hand. Their minds completely shut down. Everything they had expected did not happen. Instead, what they saw was a scene they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Did those three sea-level pirate ships escape? Or were they eaten by that F-level target ship? Any of these possibilities far exceeded their understanding. In the VIP seats, Wang Tung's high glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. What? What did he see? No, the pirates. My main cannon. My bombs. Wang Tung muttered to himself, unable to accept this reality. He suddenly stood up, wanting to shout and question. But when his gaze, through the ether screen, met the cold, calm eyes of Lin Fan in the arena command room, eyes that seemed to be watching a group of dead things, a deep chill instantly overwhelmed him. He remembered everything, from the ridicule during the awakening ceremony, to being thrown into the deadly sea trial, to being surrounded by pirates. This Lin Fan, this commoner, he well, from start to finish, showed no sign of panic. He is not prey. He is the one who treats the level D boss, three sea-level pirates, and even the entire academy as mere toys. A devil. Ah. Wang Tung let out a hoarse, wind-breaking roar from his throat. His legs went weak. His whole body could no longer support him. With a thud, he collapsed into his seat. His face was ashen. He was finished. He knew he had provoked someone he and his family could not afford to offend. On the high platform, the elder of the Wang family was not much better off. His body trembled slightly. His forehead was covered in fine cold sweat. His once imposing face was now pale as paper. Fear. Boundless fear. He was not like Wang Tung, that fool. He saw deeper. Wang Tung only wanted to kill. But he was the one who personally handed out the judgment. He was the one who pushed a divine figure into the arena. If the other side wanted revenge, he dared not think further. Silence. Just as the silence and fear in the square threatened to turn into chaos, a stern, powerful roar, like thunder, echoed throughout the square. It was the dean of the academy. An elderly man with white hair and a golden robe of the king faction had already stepped to the very center of the high platform, unnoticed. He didn't even look at the collapsed elder of the Wang family. His gaze, burning with intensity, was fixed on the massive steel battleship on the screen. In his eyes, there was no fear. There is only one kind. Extreme, obsessive. Fanaticism. Royal Spirit Academy. The dean's voice echoed through the magic array, reaching every corner. Sea Trial of Death concluded. He paused, then raised his voice. Student Lin Fan, assessed as F-grade ship body, defeated a D-grade heavy armor sea turtle alone in the D-grade arena, facing head-on, and forced back three main fleet ships of the C-grade Sea Merchant Alliance. Boom. The crowd exploded. It was really a retreat, truly done by him alone. The dean raised his hand, and the square instantly became quiet again. His gaze slowly swept over the platform, finally resting on the pale face of the Wang family elder. According to the joint judgment of the Academy's Academic Office, Tactical Institute, and His Majesty's Office, Student Lin Fan, originally judged as F-grade ship body. This was a serious mistake. This sentence hit like a loud slap, sharply striking the face of the Wang family elder and even Wang Tung. Wang Tung trembled, and with a puff, he suddenly coughed up blood. The dean paid no attention. He turned to face the screen showing Lin Fan, his eyes shining with unprecedented light. Lin Fan's awakened ship body surpasses all existing ship blueprints of the Blue Kingdom. Its level cannot be defined. The crowd was stunned. Cannot be defined. This might seem like an insignificant rating, similar to Stick Mother, but in fact, it was the highest evaluation in the Academy's 100-year history. I declare, the dean raised his hand high. From now on, Student Lin Fan is awarded the title of C-grade ace at the Royal Spirit Academy of the Blue Kingdom. enjoy all privileges of an ace student. His status is equal to that of a nobleman. A baron. As his words fell, the silence in the square froze for a split second before being shattered by a wave of passionate cheers. Oh my, C-grade ace, just awakened. And already a C-grade ace. He did it. That F-grade. No, that unclassifiable civilian. He soared to the top in one step. The civilian students, at this moment, were so excited they were crying tears of joy. Lin Fan became their god. In the arena, Lin Fan quietly listened to the cheers that echoed through the sky, as well as the dean's verdict. C-grade ace? Baron candidate. He didn't care. He had gained something more useful than the title. Pangu, return to base. Command received, beginning return. A dull, booming whistle echoed through the port. Lin Fan 003 Fujin battleship slowly moved away from the main shipping lane, pulled by two tugboats emitting black smoke. This world had widespread radio technology, internal combustion engines were common, and it was beginning to enter an electrical age, similar to Earth's 1960s. When the massive, sky-blocking hull of the 003 aircraft carrier finally docked securely at the largest, most important, A01 flagship berth, the entire port fell into a strange silence. Lin Fan stepped down the gangway. The moment he set foot on the dock, two groups of guards standing nearby snapped to attention. The leader of the guards, a middle-aged man with a beard and fierce eyes, saw the shiny new C-Class Ace badge on Lin Fan's chest. His fierce expression instantly turned into one of respect. He quickly snapped a military salute, standing at attention. Salute. 20 guards behind him raised their guns in unison. Lin Fan calmly returned the salute. He understood the importance of the C-Class Ace title. It was not just an honor from the Academy. It was a top-tier tactical award jointly recognized by the Navy, the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, and the Royal Council. It meant that, with a C-Class rank, he could fight B-Class enemies or even defeat D-Class bosses head-on. In the Blue Kingdom, every Ace title was automatically linked to the status of Lord. A C-Class Ace was equivalent to a Baron. Lin Fan was no longer an ordinary civilian at the mercy of others, but a recognized Baron, officially ennobled by the kingdom. Lin Fan, your lordship the Baron. A middle-aged official in Port Authority uniform hurried over, holding a tray with a very humble posture. I am the head of the Port Authority, acting on orders from the Director and the Navy Department to handle your ace registration. He respectfully handed over the tray. According to the treatment for a C-Class ace at the Royal Academy port, you will enjoy. First, all basic repairs and inspections of your ship will be free of charge. Second, naval fuel, freshwater, and routine supplies are to be replenished freely without limit. Third, each month you will receive a subsidy from the Kingdom Navy, totaling 100,000 Kingdom credit coins. Fourth, you will have permanent access to Warehouse Number 3 in Port Area A for storing your private trophies. Lin Fan's eyes scanned the tray. It held a set of brass keys for the warehouse, a black metal card, fuel supply card, and a piece of paper? No, it was a beautifully printed credit voucher, more like a check. The Kingdom credit coin, the official currency of this country. Lin Fan took the items and nodded. He turned around, his gaze passing over the soldiers saluting him. His eyes focused on their weapons. They carried standard submachine guns with wooden stocks, side-mounted magazines, and rough stamping work, reminding him of weapons from Earth's World War II era, cold with steel and gunpowder. Lin Fan understood. This world officially recognizes the ship spirit summoner, and he, Lin Fan, is a ship spirit summoner. He looked back at his indefinable Type 003 aircraft carrier, then at the soldiers' submachine guns. Finally, his gaze shifted to other berths in the port. There, docked were the ship spirits of Academy mentors and senior ace pilots. It was a scene full of chaos and magic. There was a battleship resembling a Gothic castle powered by magical energy wheels. A white jade battleship with a lion eagle figurehead, 3-layer sails, and rune-covered cannons along its sides. And fearless ship with enormous gun barrels, riveted all over, emitting dazzling ether magic light. Sails, steam, magic armor. And his own Type 003 Fujin aircraft carrier, with a straight deck, electromagnetic catapults, and an integrated island, so modern and sleek among these monsters. It looked like a sci-fi creation that had wandered into a fantasy scene. Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, the gap between civilian life and military power in this world is too wide. Civilian technology has already advanced into the 1960s electrical age. The Army's standard equipment is still at post-World War II levels. This shows that the world has the industrial base to develop modern thermal weapons. But why does the naval scene look so strange? He obviously knew the reason. Sea monsters. Because this world has dangerous deep-sea cracks, with sea monsters constantly emerging. And the rules of this world are very unfair. The guards' machine guns are fine for fighting pirates or keeping order. But if they aim at sea monsters, even the weakest E-class crab groups, the bullets hitting their shells are no different from water guns. Regular battleships' big guns are useless against sea monsters. Their tough skin, strong regeneration, and natural resistance make them hard to hurt. The only solution is the ship spirit. Only ship spirits that have awakened their ship spirit and are piloting their ship spirit warships, using ether energy-powered weapons, can deal special attack damage to sea monsters. This is the strict rule of this world. So, the technology here is all focused on developing ship spirits and ether energy. The best talents and resources are poured into these areas. But Lin Fan is different. He is an insulator who cannot use ether energy. His F-grade target ship cannot use ether energy either. Yet, he uses the purest scientific sword of physics, firing metal storms from CIWS, anti-tank missiles from Z-20, and electromagnetic piercing from ASA radar. He shatters the iron rules of this world. He is the only heretic in this world. Lin Fan pulls back his thoughts and walks past the guard salutes toward the student area of the academy. Along the way, every student he encounters, whether civilian or noble, upon seeing him, immediately freeze like mice seeing a cat. They stop suddenly, bow quickly, then hurriedly and awkwardly walk away. They dare not come within 5 meters of Lin Fan, as if he were a black hole that devours everything. The noble students who once mocked him look pale and wish they could hide in the cracks of the wall. This is the lingering fear from the Dead Sea Trial, live broadcast, the terror brought by the C-grade ace. Lin Fan keeps his gaze straight ahead, walking through the crowd toward the VIP corridor. At the end of the corridor, he sees Wang Tung. He is standing still, waiting for Lin Fan. Wang Tung has changed into a clean formal suit, but his face is still pale as paper. His followers are long gone. He stands alone, trembling slightly from humiliation and fear. His chest also bore a badge. Sea level. His awakened, ironclad war cruiser was classified as sea level, and he was awarded the title of Sea Level Ship Spirit Master. Before today, this was enough to make him stand out and feel proud. But now, his sea level, compared to Lin Fan's sea level ace, was like night and day. Wang Tung's bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lin Fan's back. He wanted to say harsh words, to roar. But when he remembered the steel giant that had emerged unscathed on the screen and forced back 3 sea-level pirates, all his resentment turned into uncontrollable fear. He couldn't say a word. Lin Fan's steps didn't pause for a moment. He didn't even turn his head to look at Wang Tung. He simply, calmly, walked past Wang Tung's side, ignoring. This was a deeper kind of insult than any humiliation. Wang Tung's teeth clenched and chattered, almost biting through. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan's figure grew farther away, disappearing into the dormitory area reserved for ace students. Lin Fan opened the door to his new dorm. It was no longer the common 8-person room. This was a luxurious suite over 300 square meters, located at the top of the main academy tower, even equipped with a dedicated Ethernet network and ship spirit space stabilizer. This was the privilege of an ace. Lin Fan drew the curtains, cutting off all outside noise. He sat on the sofa, and only then did the tense, cold expression on his face show a hint of exhaustion. He closed his eyes and called out mentally, "Pangu." AI Pangu reporting. A light blue technological interface appeared before Lin Fan. "Commander, you've worked hard. But before you rest, the pilot of Dragonfly number 01 has been waiting for you in the hangar for half an hour. He hasn't received your inspection. Lin Fan was stunned. Pilot? Dragonfly number 01, he asked in surprise. Isn't Z-20? Isn't that system controlled? Commander, AI Panga's computing power is used to execute your commands, coordinate the warship, and unlock the tech tree. I can't control both an aircraft carrier and an armed helicopter for high-intensity combat at the same time. According to the Shenzhou Military System Agreement, all unlocked vehicles are automatically equipped with a sufficient number of loyal, real pilots, drivers, or operators produced using artificial technology. These are your most loyal soldiers. Lin Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was not just unlocking a bunch of cold steel, he was unlocking an entire army. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I understand. Let them rest first. Let's review the situation. Event 1. Sea trial in the Dead Sea, settled. Objective, survive the sea trial. Performance, S, exceeded expectations. Results, 1. Independently defeated D-level boss, heavy armor turtle. 2. Repelled sea-level 7 seas merchant fleet, 3 ships. 3. Gained kingdom title, sea-level ace, semi-baron. Unlocked technologies, T0, close-range defense. 1130 closed defense gun, CIWS. T0, close-range air defense. Hainan Hongqi, 10. HHQ, 10. T1, naval aviation. Hainan Z, 20. Z, 20. T2, naval radar. Shenzhou active phased array radar. ASA, basic version. Current energy points. 0. Lin Fan looked at the summary of the results and nodded. The 100 energy points from the D-level boss core and the 30 points from the E-level crab swarm were all used up during the sea trial. Not a single point remained. However, he glanced at the fuel supply card provided by the Port Authority. Penghu, My 003 is a conventional powered aircraft carrier. I am at the Academy port. Can I get supplies? Yes, Commander. The 003 Fujian ship uses heavy oil. You can get ample heavy oil supplies and routine provisions at the Academy port. But your weapons and ammunition, such as the 30mm tungsten core shells for CIWS, the HHQ, 10 missiles, and the Z-20 anti-tank missiles, these cannot be produced in the blue world. They, along with a thorough overhaul of the ship, still require energy points managed by the system. Lin Fan understood. Logistics are the lifeblood of war. His logistics were split. Half in the blue world, fuel, half in the system, ammunition. Penghu, I need to strengthen my forces. Lin Fan's voice grew serious. The fundamental strength of an aircraft carrier comes from its carrier-based aircraft. List the unlock options for the T2 technology tree. Command received. T2 technology tree, carrier-based air fleet, now unlocked. 1. Carrier-based fighter jet J-15T, fighter Shark, modified, unlock cost. 500 energy points. Immediately granted. For J-15T fighters, including pilots. Subsequent purchase, 250 energy points per aircraft. Features. Heavy, subsonic cruise, can carry Eagle Strike anti-ship missiles. 2. Carrier-based early warning aircraft KJ-600, Sky Eye, unlock cost. 1,000 energy points. Immediately granted. 1 KJ-600 warning aircraft. With crew. Subsequent purchase, 2,000 energy points per aircraft. Features, airborne early warning, low-energy radar, command center. 3. Carrier-based electronic warfare aircraft J-15DT, Roaring Shark, unlock cost. 800 energy points. Features, powerful electronic jamming, suppresses enemy radar formations. 4. Carrier-based attack helicopter Z-20, no unlock needed. Already unlocked at T1. Direct purchase, 300 energy points per helicopter. Rows of technology trees make Lin Fan excited. The fighter Shark J-15T, Roaring Shark J-15DT, Sky IKJ, 600. These are his dream, carrier battle group. Penghu, what is the total aircraft capacity of the Fujian aircraft carrier? The Type 003 Fujian carrier's standard aircraft capacity is 50 to 60 aircraft. Since J-15T is a heavy fighter jet with large size, full complement will reduce total capacity. Lin Fan quickly calculated in his mind. His goal is clear. J-15T is his main attack force and must be included. KJ 600 is his force multiplier and also essential. Z. 20 is versatile and needs to be added as well. J. 15T, 500 points. KJ. 600, 1000 points. He needs at least 1,500 energy points. Pengu, list the energy acquisition exchange rate. Energy exchange rate. Standard, E-Class C Monster Core, complete 1 point of energy. D-Class C Monster Core, complete 5 points of energy. Level C C Monster Core, complete 10 to 50 points of energy, depending on quality. Level B C Monster Core, complete 50 to 200 points of energy, depending on quality. Level A C Monster Core, complete starts from 200 points of energy. Lin Fan looked at the exchange rates and took a deep breath. A level D core is only worth 5 points. The 100 points he got from the Death Sea trial. The Commander, a level D boss core, is a rare elite drop and comes with a first kill bonus. A standard level D core is worth 5 points. Penga's explanation made Lin Fan calm down completely. He needs 1,500 points of energy. Relying only on level DC monsters, he would have to hunt 300 of them. That's not realistic. He must go to the C-level C area, hunt C-level, and even B-level subtypes. The system prompts, Commander, your C-level ace title has unlocked the free navigation rights for the C-level C area. The C-level C area is a known zone, mostly filled with C-level C monsters, and occasionally B-level ones. At the same time, the Royal Navy announced a high-priority exploration expedition recruitment early this morning. A brand new, unknown, Black Iron Sea area has been discovered. The kingdom offers very generous policies, energy crystals, territories, titles, to attract all ship spirits of level C and above to explore. 2 documents appear before Lin Fan. One is the regular pass for the C-level C area. The other is a golden recruitment notice for the Black Iron Sea exploration expedition. Penga's prompt sounds at the right moment. Commander, the risks and rewards are both present. Sea-level C area is safe, but has low energy gain efficiency. The Black Iron Sea is unknown, but offers high rewards. However, the Ironblood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance fleets are already at the edge of that sea. Lin Fan gently taps the armrest of the sofa. Sea-level C area. Exploration expedition. Ironblood Empire. Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. He slowly closes his eyes, ending his thoughts. He stands up and opens the door. It seems he already has an idea of where to go next. But before that, Lin Fan's gaze shifts to the lower city living area of the academy. He still needs to meet someone. His sister, who works at the textile factory. Lin Fan stepped out of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy's port building, crossed the security line, and stood by the main road of the academy. This area is called Upper City, the heart of the academy metropolis. The wide, smooth asphalt road is lined with neatly trimmed trees. Citizens dressed in neat shirts and dresses walk calmly on the sidewalks. In the distance, a double-decker bus moves steadily through the intersection, following the traffic lights. Lin Fan's gaze fixed on a yellow car that had just stopped by the roadside. It was a Kingdom V8 taxi with a boxy body and shiny chrome bumper. This is the most common gasoline car in this world. In this world, the fields of daily life and civilian industry had already experienced a second industrial revolution. Power systems, internal combustion engines, radio communication, synthetic chemicals. Everything Lin Fan saw resembled the lively industrial society of the 1960s to 70s on Earth. This is a normal world moving toward the third industrial revolution. If only. If not for that deep sea covered by the Ether Rift and the Royal Academy that only admits ship spirit mages. Lin Fan opened the back door of the taxi and sat inside. The driver was a middle-aged man. He looked back and, upon seeing Lin Fan's expensive academy uniform, immediately became respectful. Sir, where to? Lower City Residential Area, Rainbow Textile Factory. Got it. The taxi smoothly started and merged into the traffic. Lin Fan leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. He was not resting. His mind replayed the scene before the Death Sea trial began. Lin Fan, you commoners from the lower city, your awakening depends on your bloodline. Pray you awaken a D rank. Otherwise, your sister working at the textile factory will probably spend her life in debt in the slums. Wang Tang's threats still echoed in his ears. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank beneath his closed eyelids. His sister, Lin Yu, was his only family and his only concern in this world. Before the awakening ceremony, he was just a top student among commoners, powerless against threats like Wang Tang, a duke's heir. But now, he lowered his head and looked at the badge on his chest. A level C ace, a Baron candidate, and most importantly, system. Times have changed. Today, his first task is to pick up Lin Yu. He wants his sister to leave that dirty textile factory and escape the threatening lower city. The taxi left the scenic upper city of Academy Hill and headed into the lower city residential area. The sky suddenly darkened. The wide roads turned into narrow alleys, and a strong smell of machine oil, coal ash, and cheap food filled the air. Tall chimneys kept spewing thick smoke into the sky. This is the true industrial heart of the Blue Kingdom, and where Lin Fan grew up. The taxi stopped in front of the rusty iron gate of the Blue Wave Textile Factory. "Sir, we've arrived. The fare is 30 credits. Lin Fan paid and got out of the car. The deafening sound of weaving machines could be heard clearly even through the wall. It was noon shift change. Groups of tired-looking women in blue work uniforms were pouring out through the side door. Lin Fan's eyes immediately locked onto one figure in the crowd. Xiaoyu, a thin girl with a pale face, suddenly looked up. She saw Lin Fan's figure, and her dull eyes instantly lit up with unbelievable joy. "Brother." The girl's voice was choked with tears. She pushed through the crowd and rushed over desperately. "Brother, you're okay. You really are okay." Lin Yu clung tightly to Lin Fan's arm, as if letting go would make him disappear. Tears burst forth instantly. I heard you were. Boo-hoo. I was so scared. I'm fine." Lin Fan's heart seemed to melt with this warmth. His cold eyes softened, and he gently patted his sister's back. "It's over now, Xiaoyu. Brother will take you away. Go." "Where to?" A sharp, impatient female voice came from nearby. Lin Fan paused slightly. He looked up. Behind Lin Yu, there was another girl standing. She was about 20, very beautiful, with fashionable wavy hair, wearing an expensive white dress that didn't quite fit the lower city. Her name is Wang Luyo. She is Lin Fan's girlfriend. At this moment, Wang Luyu was standing with her arms crossed, looking at Lin Fan with impatience. The moment her gaze met Lin Fan's, her expression was not one of relief after surviving a disaster or excitement from a long reunion. Instead, it was one of disgust. "Lin Fan." Wang Luyu's voice rose sharply as she walked over in high heels. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. "You're still alive?" Lin Yu was startled by her sharp voice and released Lin Fan, whispering, "Liu's sister, please. Don't do this. My brother." "Shut up, Xiaoyu." Wang Luyu impatiently interrupted her. She stared fiercely at Lin Fan, as if he were a monster crawling out of a trash heap. "I saw it with my own eyes at the Awakening Square." "Lin Fan, what level did you awaken?" "F level. A useless F-level target ship. Do you know how ridiculous you looked? You've become the biggest joke in the whole kingdom." Lin Fan's eyes turned cold again. He didn't say a word, just looked at her calmly. He looked at the girl he once thought he could spend his life with. To Wang Luyu, his silence seemed like acceptance or shame. This made her even more reckless. She crossed her arms and sneered. "I've heard everything. You, an F-level waste, were publicly thrown into the D-level Death Sea trial by the Wang family and the elders. I was right there in the VIP seats, watching you get thrown in. That was a D-level sea trial. Do you even know what that means?" She curled her lips, showing a hint of fear but mostly disdain on her face. When the elders announced the sea trial, the signal cut out immediately. Everyone said you were doomed, torn apart by sea monsters. I was so scared I left right away. I didn't want to see such a disgusting scene. Wang Liu looked up and down at Lin Fan as if trying to confirm whether he was real or just a hallucination. You actually didn't die? How did you do it? Did you run away? Or beg for mercy and get spared by pirates?" "Liu's sister." Lin Yu's face turned red with anger. "Don't talk about my brother like that. My brother. What's wrong with your brother?" Wang Liu looked at Lin Yu with disdain. "Xiaoyu, you should wake up. He's no longer the genius top of his class in theory lessons. He's now just an F level. A waste. Someone who can't even stay at the Fleet Spirit Academy. A trash. Are you still hoping he will give you a good life? Don't dream about it. Her words cut deep into Lin Yu's heart, like a knife. They also completely shattered the last bit of warmth in Lin Fan's heart. He finally saw clearly. This woman didn't care about her own life at all. She only cared whether she could bring her fame and wealth. When the live stream interrupted, message appeared. She had already unilaterally sentenced herself to death and eagerly distanced herself from him. It seemed she had expected Wang Liu to act this way. Lin Fan just gave a cold look at Wang Liu, then turned his gaze back to his sister. His voice became gentle again. Shall you go? Return to your dorm and pack all your things. Lin Yu was stunned, her big eyes full of confusion. Brother, pack my things. Where are we going? Lin Fan reached out and wiped away her tears, speaking carefully. We are moving. We will never come back to this place. Moving? Wang Liu heard these words and was first surprised. Then her contemptuous expression instantly turned into a mix of, I knew it, and a mocking, exaggerated laugh. Haha. Moving? Lin Fan, you really got expelled from the college. Are you going back to the slums and the sewer? You. She was about to say the long-held breakup she had been holding back. But just then, her words were interrupted by a loud, shrill horn. Ding ding. A black, extremely luxurious, iron-blood Duke car stopped arrogantly at the factory gate. The car was worth enough to buy the entire street. The door opened. A figure familiar to both Lin Fan and Wang Liu stepped out of the car. It was Wang Teng. His face was pale, his expression gloomy, but his C-grade fleet officer uniform still made him look superior. The moment Wang Liu saw Wang Teng, her expression changed again. The contempt and mockery she had for Lin Fan disappeared completely. Instead, there was a flattering, delicate, almost water-dripping coquettishness, as if she could squeeze water out of her. Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. As soon as she saw Wang Teng's luxurious, iron-blood Duke car, Wang Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. The disdain and impatience on her face toward Lin Fan disappeared in an instant. Instead, she showed a charming smile she had practiced countless times. She didn't even have time to look at Lin Fan again before rushing forward, like a dog seeing its owner, holding up her expensive white dress as she hurried to meet him. Young Master Wang, why are you here in person? Her voice was sweet and overly flattering, a stark contrast to her sharp, harsh tone just moments before. At the textile factory entrance, the women workers who had just finished their shifts were stunned. When had they ever seen Wang Liu from the lower district show such an expression? They looked again at the luxury car worth enough to buy their entire lifetime of wages, and at the young noble in a C-class uniform sitting inside. Everyone's eyes were filled with jealousy and envy. Wang Liu loved this feeling. This was the life she deserved. This was the height she, Wang Liu, should stand at. As for Lin Fan, an F-level waist, someone not even worth tying her shoelaces. The biggest blemish in her life that she needed to get rid of immediately. But Lin Fan, from start to finish, never looked back. It was as if he didn't hear the sharp honking or see the luxurious car. In his world, there seemed to be only his sister in front of him. Wang Teng's appearance and Wang Liu's performance didn't stir any emotion in him. He simply reached out calmly and wiped away the tears on Lin Yu's face with his knuckles. Little Yu, his voice was still so gentle, as if it could block out all the noise and dirt of the outside world. Don't cry. Go. Return to your dormitory and pack all your things. Lin Yu was still immersed in the joy of her brother's survival and her anger toward Wang Liu. She instinctively grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Brother, pack my things. Where are we going? Are we really moving? Yes, Lin Fan said clearly. I'm taking you somewhere better. We will never come back to this place. These two words, like two sharp needles, stabbed deeply into Wang Liu's ears. Her face, which was full of flattery and facing Wang Teng, suddenly stiffened. She slowly, very slowly, turned around. Did she hear something? Moving houses? At that moment, Wang Liu's mind was racing quickly. Lin Fan, an F-grade waste. He was thrown into the D-grade Deadly Sea trial. Although she didn't know how he escaped like a dog, the F-grade rating was universally accepted by the whole academy. F-grade meant expulsion at the Royal Spirit Ship Academy. He no longer qualified to stay in the civilian dorms of the academy. So, moving? Where would he go? As an orphan from the lower city, besides that rundown house full of rats in the slum, where else could he move? Where's a better place? Oh, dying in the sewer and going to heaven, right? Now I understand. The contempt and mockery that Wang Liu had barely suppressed on her face finally burst out like a volcano. She didn't even care about Wang Tung's gaze nearby. She suddenly turned around, stepped on her high heels, and walked back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, did I hear you right? You're moving? To a better place? Ha ha. She laughed exaggeratedly, as if she heard the funniest joke. You really got expelled from the academy. Are you going back to the sewer in the slum? Her voice was sharp and piercing, instantly attracting everyone's attention at the textile factory entrance. The female workers stopped and gathered around, pointing and whispering. They all knew Lin Fan, the genius from the lower city who was rare enough to get into the Royal Spirit Ship Academy after decades. The children of the lower city's parents called him the kid from another family. They also knew Wang Liu, the most beautiful factory girl in the lower city. Once, they were the envy of the lower city, a perfect golden couple. But now, expelled? Really? I always said, commoners are just commoners. How can they compare to noble young masters? F grade. Ah, such a pity for that face. Listening to the surrounding gossip, Wang Liu's vanity was satisfied like never before. That was exactly the effect she wanted. She wanted everyone to see this F-grade waste, to see his sister, crush him under your foot. Lin Fan, Wang Liu's voice turned cold. She looked down at him from above, like she was looking at an ant that had already been stepped on. I was planning to give you some face and talk to you privately, she said. But since you are so ungrateful and want to embarrass yourself here, she paused, then continued. I'll be direct. She took a deep breath and, with a tone that sounded like she had made a big decision and was giving a gift, announced from a high position, Lin Fan, let's break up. Lin Yu's face instantly turned very pale. Sister Liu, how can you? She stammered. How can I? Wang Liu interrupted sharply. She completely tore off her disguise, revealing her most fierce and genuine face. Xiao Yu, look clearly. He is an F grade. A waste. Trash. And I, Wang Liu, want to be someone important. Why should I stay with a waste and live in the sewer all my life? Lin Fan's eyes remained calm. He showed no anger, sadness, or desire to hold on. He just looked at her quietly, as if she were a stranger who had nothing to do with him, performing a silly solo act. This kind of indifference and calmness deeply hurt Wang Liu. That was what she hated most. In her story, after hearing break up, Lin Fan should have fallen apart, begged on his knees, cried and clung to her, begging her not to leave. But now, he was just looking at her like she was a dead person. Wang Liu was trembling with anger from being ignored. She suddenly raised her wrist and held it up to Lin Fan's face. On her fair wrist was an expensive bracelet that shimmered with a faint blue glow, made from pure ether crystal. Did you see that? Wang Liu almost shouted. Ether crystal, a specialty of the level AC area. Do you know how much this bracelet is worth? She asked proudly, as if she were a duchess. 100,000 credit coins. You, this F-grade loser, even if you aren't expelled, working at the college your whole life, can you make enough money? Look at my clothes. C-grade magic silk. Your sister, who works in the textile factory, will never even have the chance to touch this fabric in her life. And I wear it every day. This was also a gift from young Master Wang. She was hysterically showing off. She wanted to use these money, status, and material things to crush Lin Fan's laughable, worthless calm. Lin Fan, wake up. Wang Liu pointed at his nose and said clearly, I admit, you are very handsome and a bit talented. I used to be fooled by your face. I thought your talent would help me leave the lower district. But, can being handsome buy food? Can being handsome buy me a crystal bracelet? Can it let me wear magic silk? No. She answered herself sharply, her voice piercing. What gives me all this is young Master Wang, the future noble of the kingdom. And you. Her gaze returned to Lin Fan's face. The contempt reached its peak. You are just an F-grade. A worthless waste that isn't even worthy of tying young Master Wang's shoes. You don't deserve me anymore. From the moment you awakened as F-grade, you've forever been unworthy of me. Wang Liu? She finished speaking. The textile factory entrance was dead silent. All the female workers held their breath, too shocked by her words to make a sound. Lin Yu was trembling with anger, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to argue, but Lin Fan gently pressed her hand. Finally, Lin Fan moved. He slowly raised his head. His gaze, for the first time, looked directly at Wang Liu. No anger, no sadness, only a kind of pity for a fool. He spoke slowly. His voice was quiet but clear enough for everyone present to hear. Are you done? Wang Liu was stunned. What? I asked you, are you finished? Lin Fan's tone was like speaking to a waiter. You are blocking my sister on her way back to the dorm. You. Wang Liu's face instantly turned a sickly green. She had already said so much. He still cares whether that little troublemaker gets back to the dorm or not. He still ignores me? Lin Fan. You reckless fool. Liu, a cold, slightly gloomy, and impatient male voice came from behind her. It was Wang Teng. Wang Teng had somehow already walked behind her. Wang Liu's anger was instantly extinguished. She quickly turned around, her face immediately showing a charming smile. Young Master Wang, you're here. She hurried over, like a gentle pet, and held Wang Teng's arm. She found her strongest supporter. She turned her head, looking at Lin Fan with a victorious, proud expression. She wanted to give Lin Fan one last in front of Wang Teng. Young Master Wang, you're just in time. Wang Liu pointed at Lin Fan and coquettishly said to Wang Teng. Look, isn't that your old classmate, Lin Fan, the F-grade loser? It seems he was expelled from the academy and is about to drag his sister back to the slums. Isn't that hilarious? She looked up eagerly at Wang Teng, waiting for Wang Teng to join her in a triumphant, mocking laugh. She waited for Wang Teng, with his C-grade ship's spirit master aura, to crush Lin Fan, this F-grade loser, completely. Young Master Wang, you're here. Wang Liu's voice was charming enough to squeeze water out. She clung tightly to Wang Teng's arm, like a flexible vine. She could clearly feel the strong muscles of the C-grade ship's spirit master in Wang Teng's arm, and the faint magical energy fluctuations beneath his expensive uniform. This was true strength. This was the man Wang Liu should depend on. She happily held on to Wang Teng, turned around, and looked down at Lin Fan with a victorious, superior attitude. Her face was full of pride and cruelty. Lin Fan, the man she once admired and even fantasized about for the future. Now, in her eyes, he was just an F-grade loser about to be expelled from the academy, a pitiful waste. And she, about to walk with a noble of C-grade by her side, toward the peak of her life. Is there anything more wonderful than that? She wanted to deliver the final to Lin Fan. She wanted him to fully see the truth. Young Master Wang, you arrived just in time. Wang Liu pointed at Lin Fan and coquettishly said to Wang Teng. Her voice made the nearby female workers shiver. Look, isn't this your old classmate, that F-grade loser Lin Fan? She deliberately emphasized the words, F-grade loser, with a heavy tone. He seems to have been expelled from the academy and is about to take his sister back to the slums. Don't you think that's just too funny? She looked up with anticipation, waiting for Wang Teng. She waited for him to join her in that victorious, mocking, upper-class laugh. She waited for Wang Teng to use his C-grade ship spirit's pressure, his Duke inheritance, to crush Lin Fan, the F-grade waste, completely into the ground. She even started imagining Lin Fan kneeling and begging for mercy under Wang Teng's pressure. But Wang Teng did not smile. He didn't even look at her. From the moment Wang Liu held his arm, Wang Teng's body became extremely stiff. Wang Teng arrived. He drove his $1 million Iron Blood Duke magic car to this lower city district, a place he never wanted to set foot in. He wasn't here to pick up Wang Liu. To him, this woman was just a pretty toy he could play with at will. He was here. He was here to find Lin Fan. He needed to confirm. He needed to see for himself. That person, lying weak on the awakening square, the one who embarrassed him, the one his Wang family saw as a disgrace. Was it really true? So he got out of the car. His gaze, crossing over Wang Liu's flattering face, like two deadly, poison blades, locked onto Lin Fan with deep resentment. He wanted to see. He wanted to see if this lowly person, this insignificant ant, after that farce, was. Wang Teng's gaze froze. His bloodshot eyes, filled with resentment, suddenly fixed on Lin Fan's chest. There was no shame of an F-level mark. No disgrace of being expelled. There, he wore a badge, made of mithril and sapphire, that symbolized superior combat ability and royal approval. A sea-level ace badge. Boom. Wang Teng's mind felt as if it had been hit directly by a sea-level ether cannon. It was real. That indefinable thing. That sea-level ace badge. That quasi-baron. All of it. It was real. He remembered. He was on the VIP seat, slumped on the ground, being awkwardly helped away by guards. But he didn't leave. He hid in a corner. He saw it with his own eyes. After the live signal was restored, he saw that intact F-level junk ship. He saw the cold corpse of the D-level boss. He saw 3 C-level pirate ships disappear, and he heard it too. He heard the old, tired Dean, an old dog sent by the king, shout loudly in front of the entire academy. F-level judgment was wrong. Indefinable. Promote to C-level ace. Equal to a quasi-baron. The shame and hatred at that moment almost burned through his mind. He couldn't believe it. He refused to accept it. A worthless F-level. Trash that can't even light the awakening stone. Why him? He must have cheated. He must have used some underhanded method. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. That badge was worn on Lin Fan's chest. The cold sapphire glow seemed to mock Wang Teng. Mock him, the legitimate sea-level. His awakened sea-level armored warship, in the face of Lin Fan's record of driving back 3 sea-level pirate ships, was nothing, not even worth tying his shoes. Wang Teng's body started to tremble slightly. His face turned deathly pale. He remembered what the nobles in the port area whispered about in private. They said Lin Fan was a monster. They said Wang's family had hit a steel plate this time. They said Lin Fan could withstand a full sea-level attack without using any energy. He was a devil. Wang Teng was scared. He was noble by birth, and he feared death more than anyone. He could despise Lin Fan's background, curse Lin Fan's luck. But he didn't dare. He didn't dare to challenge a monster who could make 3 sea-level pirate fleets retreat in disgrace. Right at this moment, on his arm, that foolish, reckless toy. That idiot woman named Wang Liu. What is she doing? Young Master Wang, why aren't you speaking? Wang Liu didn't notice Wang Teng's stiff expression and fear at all. She thought Wang Teng was just holding back his anger, supporting her. Her vanity was swelling to the limit. She even tiptoed, using her fingers painted bright red, to poke Wang Teng's chest. Young Master Wang, she cooed softly. Look at that F-grade waist. He's so arrogant. He dares to ignore you. Hurry. Use your C-grade ship's spirit's pressure. Teach him a lesson. Let him see who is truly superior. Wang Liu's voice was sweet and clingy. But to Wang Teng, it sounded like nails scratching glass, sharp and painful. This fool. This idiot. What is she calling him to do? To teach a monster that can push back a C-grade fleet? Does she want to die? Does she want to drag Wang Teng down with her? A cold sweat broke out on Wang Teng's forehead instantly. His throat felt like it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. He wanted to tell Wang Liu to shut up, but he dared not. He was afraid that if he spoke, his fear would be exposed. His family's reputation had already been tarnished at the awakening ceremony. He couldn't show fear of Lin Fan in front of all these Lowtown commoners. He dared not move. He dared not speak. He stood stiffly, letting Wang Liu hold his arm. His gaze was fixed on Lin Fan, half full of deep resentment, half of uncontrollable terror. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, from Wang Teng getting out of the car, to Wang Liu acting coquettishly, to Wang Teng stiffening. His eyes never left his sister Lin Yu for even a second. It was as if the golden boy and jade girl before him were just background scenery. He calmly repeated to the still dazed Lin Yu, "Xiao Yu, let's go. Pack up our things." He took his sister's hand and, without avoiding anyone, simply walked straight past Wang Teng and Wang Liu. This kind of disregard, this complete and utter disregard for the C-class noble and the C-class ship spirit as if they were nothing. Ignoring them, it completely ignited Wang Liu's last bit of reason. Lin Fan, stop right there. Wang Liu went crazy. She suddenly shook off Wang Teng's arm, spread her hands, and blocked Lin Fan's way. She was completely overwhelmed. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that she had climbed up to Wang Teng, this F-class waste, and that he still dared to ignore her. "You can't leave," she screamed. "Today, you must kneel and apologize to me, to young Master Wang. You're just an F." Young Master Wang, she suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Teng. her voice filled with a desperate, questioning tone. Wang Teng, what are you doing? He's just an F class. What are you afraid of? Come on, fight him. Crush him now. She was forcing a confrontation. She was pushing Wang Teng to choose between her and Lin Fan. She was forcing Wang Teng to attack Lin Fan. At the textile factory entrance, everything was dead silent. All eyes were focused on Wang Teng. His face turned a sickly green. He was being pushed onto the fire by this foolish woman. He could feel Lin Fan's cold, emotionless gaze finally shifting from his sister to him. It landed on his face. Come on, fight him. Crush him now. Wang Liu's hysterical scream tore through the tense silence at the factory entrance like claws. She looked like she had gone mad. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that she had climbed up to Wang Teng, this F-class waste, and that he still dared to ignore her. She also couldn't accept that Wang Teng, her supposed support, a C-class noble ship spirit, was actually trembling? Yes, Wang Teng was trembling. Wang Liu could clearly feel her hand, which was holding his arm, trembling. Under his expensive uniform, his muscles were spasming wildly from extreme fear. His face was pale as paper. Cold sweat covered his forehead in large drops. Young Master Wang, Wang Liu's scream suddenly stopped. She finally noticed something was wrong. For the first time, her mind went blank. Why? Why was Wang Teng afraid? At the entrance of the textile factory, all the watching female workers noticed as well. Young Master Wang Teng, the well-known and highly regarded heir to the Duke in the lower city. He was afraid. He was afraid of that F-level. Lin Fan. Throughout, Lin Fan's gaze never left his sister, Lin Yu. He didn't even glance at her more because of Wang Liu's forced takeover. Not until this moment. Not until Wang Liu's scream made Lin Yu's body tremble. Lin Fan's cold, emotionless eyes finally shifted away from his sister. He slowly raised his gaze and calmly looked at Wang Teng. Just this one look. It felt like the stare of a deep abyss demon. Wang Teng's body trembled suddenly. He felt a bone-chilling coldness surge from his feet to the top of his head. He remembered. He remembered the screams of the D-level boss pierced through his eyes. He remembered the 3 C-level pirate ships fleeing in panic. He remembered that indefinable judgment. This monster is looking at me. Why is it looking at me? Is it because of this foolish woman? This idiot. This fool. She's forcing me to die? You. Wang Teng's teeth clenched with a clicking sound. His face, twisted with fear and humiliation, suddenly turned toward the side, toward Wang Liu's beautiful face, still filled with shock and questioning. It's her. It's this stupid woman. If she hadn't gone crazy here, how could I have faced this monster? How could I have embarrassed the Wang family in front of so many lower city commoners? Wang, young master. You. Wang Liu hadn't yet realized what was happening. She was about to speak, urging Wang Teng. Slap. A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out. It felt like time froze at that moment. Wang Liu's body was violently thrown like a rag doll by this force. She spun half a turn and fell clumsily onto the dirty street with a thud. Her expensive, pure white magic silk dress was instantly stained with mud and dirt. Oh, she was stunned. Covering her rapidly swelling left cheek, she looked up in disbelief. She saw it. Wang Teng was standing there, his hand still in the motion of swinging. His chest was heaving heavily. His eyes were no longer gloomy but filled with a mix of fear and madness, pure rage pushed to the limit. Wang Shao. Wang Liyu's mind went blank. You hit me, you did this for that F grade. Shut up. Wang Teng suddenly exploded. It wasn't directed at Lin Fan. It was a furious outburst at the foolish woman dragging him into despair, the most hysterical scream of his life. F grade, Wang Teng's voice, filled with anger and fear, had completely changed, sharp and piercing. Wang Liu, are you blind? His trembling, seemingly powerless finger was not pointing at Lin Fan, but at the badge on Lin Fan's chest. Look carefully. What the is that? That's the Royal Academy, Navy Department, Royal Council, certified by all 3. A level ace badge. A level ace badge? These 4 words hit Wang Liu like a thunderbolt, smashing into her mind. Her brain couldn't process this information. Ace. No, impossible. He's F grade. I saw it with my own eyes. F grade. Wang Ting seemed to hear the funniest joke and burst into wild laughter, tears almost coming out. Did you run away the moment the broadcast cut out? You idiot. You complete fool. You have no idea. You don't know what happened afterward. Wang Tung suddenly stepped forward, looking down from above, pointing at the collapsed Wang Luyu, shouting, "Do you know what level C-Ace means? It means Baron. It's a noble title officially granted by the kingdom. You, Wang Luyu, you trash from the lower city. How dare you call a kingdom's Baron? Useless? A Baron?" Wang Luyu's body trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes, which had just been full of contempt, instantly lost all focus. She was just insulting a noble? No. Wang Xiaoyu, you lied to me, didn't you? She couldn't accept this reality. She shook her head desperately, trying to grasp the last straw of hope. How could he be a noble? He's an F level. You're still stupid enough to say he's F level. Wang Ting's patience was completely gone. Now, he just wanted to crush this fool woman's belief in the so-called F level with the truth he knew. He wanted her to understand what kind of person she had offended. Did you think the live broadcast was cut off and he was dead? Wang Tung's voice became hoarse with fear. I'm telling you, Lin Fan, right after you ran away, he publicly killed a D-level heavy armor turtle in front of the entire academy. Boom. Wang Luyu's mind exploded. D-level. Boss. He killed it? That's not enough? Wang Tung's roar continued. 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. 3 sea-level main ships. They used magic fog and targeted him with their main cannons. Do you know the result? The result was, the 3 sea-level pirate ships didn't dare to fire. They were forced to retreat in panic by him alone. Now, Wang Tung pointed at Wang Luyu, at the ridiculous crystal bracelet on her wrist. You, Wang Luyu, you took the broken thing I gave you to humiliate. To humiliate a monster who can kill a D-level boss and drive back 3 sea-level ships. Who does he call useless? Who gave you the guts? Wang Tung's roar echoed at the factory gate for a long time. Silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the female workers watching seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell. Did they hear what he said? Kill a D-level boss. Drive back a sea-level fleet? A baron? Lin Fan. That Lin Fan from the lower city. Is he a god? Meanwhile, Wang Luyu sat slumped in the dirty mud. The slap marks on her face burned painfully, but far less than the one in her heart. Her mind had completely stopped thinking. The future baron, a level C ace, defeated a level D boss, pushed back a level C fleet. And she just, what did she say to this monster? She said, let's break up. You're not good enough for me anymore. Wang Liu let out a desperate, broken cry from her throat. Her pride, her level C status as a top pilot, in front of the achievements of the level C ace, is just a joke. Her wealth, a bracelet worth 100,000 credits, in front of the future baron status, is nothing at all. She personally kicked away the only chance she had in her life to rise quickly. No. She suddenly looked up, like a madwoman, crawling toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I was wrong. I didn't know. I was talking nonsense just now. Lin Fan, please forgive me. I still love you. Let's not break up. Please, let's stay together. She reached the feet of Lin Fan, trying to grab his pant leg. But Lin Fan, he never looked at her once from start to finish. He simply calmly took his sister's hand. Lin Yu was completely stunned. Her mind went blank because of her brother's future baron status. Lin Fan pulled Lin Yu away from Wang Liu's muddy, dirty hand. Calmly, he walked past her, like stepping over a pile of filthy trash. No, Wang Liu screamed in despair. Lin Fan's steps never paused. He held his sister's hand and walked straight to Wang Tung. Wang Tung's body suddenly stiffened. The fiery arrogance he had just shown instantly vanished. He cowardly retreated half a step back. Lin Fan finally looked at him directly. His gaze was cold and calm. No mockery, no anger. It was like looking at a tool that had just helped clear the way for him. Lin Fan said nothing. He pulled his sister and passed by Wang Tung. Wang Tung froze in place. He could smell the faint scent on Lin Fan that didn't belong to the lower city. He could feel the icy look in Lin Fan's eyes, bringing him extreme humiliation. He, Wang Tung, heir to the Duke, level C ship's spirit master, Today, in front of all the commoners, he was so frightened by a level F, no, by a monster, that he slapped his own woman in public and was ignored. Lin Fan, Wang Teng's fist clenched tightly. His eyes showed a mix of hatred and fear, turning into deeper jealousy. Lin Fan did not look back. He pulled his still-dazed sister and walked out of the textile factory alley. Royal Ship's Spirit Academy, top student dormitory area, Tower A01. When Lin Fan calmly announced this address, the taxi driver's hands on the wheel suddenly trembled. He looked into the rearview mirror carefully, glancing again at the young passenger who had just been picked up from the lower city. He saw the badge on Lin Fan's chest, still shining coldly in the dim car interior, a level C top badge. The driver's attitude instantly shifted from respectful to awe. "Why yes, your lordship, Baron." He didn't dare to look any longer and stepped on the gas pedal hard. The yellow gasoline car, as if fleeing, disappeared into the distance amid the mixed gazes of envy, jealousy, and fear from the lower city residents. The vehicle traveled from the dark, crowded lower city into the orderly, green-shaded upper city. Finally, it stopped in front of a heavily guarded white tower that seemed to reach the clouds. "Tower A01, top student dormitory. Your lordship, we have arrived." The driver didn't even dare to ask for the fare. Lin Fan simply calmly took out a few kingdom credit coins from his pocket and placed them on the front seat. No need to give change. He took his sister Lin Yu's hand and got out of the car. At the tower entrance, two fully armed guards wearing Royal Guard armbands saw the badge on Lin Fan's chest and immediately stood at attention, performing a standard gun salute. "Welcome, Lord Baron, to your residence." Their eyes showed no slack, but their respect was genuine. In the Blue Kingdom, a top student is the only totem in the military. Lin Fan nodded, pulled his sister, and entered through the heavy bronze door that could only be unlocked with a top badge. Lin Yu looked like a sleepwalker from start to finish. Her small hand was cold, wrapped in Lin Fan's large palm. Her mind was blank. She still remembered the moment Wang Tung loudly called himself a C-grade ace and a quasi-baron. Could she be dreaming? Killing a D-grade boss? Forcing back a C-grade fleet? Quasi-baron? This is the same person who, on payday at the textile factory, would secretly buy her a piece of malt candy. Her brother? Until the elevator doors opened. Until Lin Fan used his badge to unlock the door to room A01, top floor 01. Until that room. A palace she couldn't even imagine in her dreams appeared before her eyes. Lin Yu completely stopped breathing. This wasn't a dormitory, it was a home. No, even a palace wouldn't look like this. Over 300 square meters of space. Under her feet was a soft, white, plush carpet, so clean she wouldn't dare step on her old dusty cloth shoes she wore at the textile factory for 3 years. Facing the door was an entire wall made of transparent glass. From here, she could see the night view of the Royal Ship's Spirit Academy and the countless lights of the upper city, like everything was under her feet. In the center of the living room was a huge leather sofa, bigger than her and her brother's old shack in the slums. In the distance was an open kitchen, shining with a metallic gleam, and there was a red wooden staircase spiraling up to the second floor. "Brother," Lin Yu's voice trembled. She clutched Lin Fan's sleeve, afraid to let go. She didn't even dare to take a second step. She was scared. She was afraid that if she let go, this dream would shatter. She was afraid she would dirty such a clean, beautiful place. Lin Fan looked at his sister's uneasy, even fearful eyes, feeling a slight pain in his heart. This was what he fought desperately to achieve. He released her hand, crouched down, and didn't look at the luxurious decorations. He simply looked up calmly, into her frightened, red eyes. "Xiaoyu," his voice was unusually gentle. "Don't be afraid. This isn't someone else's home. From today on, this will be our home." He reached out gently and carefully smoothed his sister's small hand, which was curled up from nervousness. "You're not dreaming. Big brother, it's a C-class ace. Big brother, it's a future baron. And you are the sister of a future baron. You deserve everything here." Lin Yu's tears finally couldn't be held back. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and cried loudly. Her tears weren't for the humiliation she suffered at Wang Liu's hands, nor for the bullying at the textile factory. She was crying for the hardships, fears, and worries of these past years. And at this moment, all of it finally disappeared. Lin Fan said nothing. He just held her quietly, gently patting her back. Lin Yu, with a red face, slipped out of Lin Fan's embrace. She wiped her tears carefully, then cautiously put on a brand new pair of ladies' slippers at the door. Then, like a curious little deer, she began to look around this new home. She touched the tall flower vase that was taller than her, and then poked at the magic curtains that would open automatically with a press. The pallor on her face, caused by years of poor nutrition, seemed to be replaced by a glow called hope. Lin Fan's face also showed, for the first time since crossing over, a genuine smile from the heart. He rubbed her head and took out a black Kingdom credit card from his pocket, placing it into Lin Yu's hand. There's 100,000 inside. It's there every month. Xiao Yu, listen. Lin Fan's expression became very serious. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to that textile factory anymore. What do you want to do? Go to school? Attend the Royal Girls Academy in the city? Or learn something else? Big brother, I support you. Lin Yu held the thin but heavy card in her small hands. Her mind froze again. 100,000. Every month. To go to school? The Royal Girls Academy? That was a place only daughters of dukes and marquises could attend. Big brother. I. She was so excited she couldn't finish her words. All right, go choose a room. Lin Fan interrupted her with a smile. There are 3 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Pick the one you like best. Then, have a good sleep. Yes, Lin Yu nodded heavily. She held the card like a happy little bird, barefoot, and ran up to the 2nd floor with quick steps. In the living room, everything was quiet again. Lin Fan's smile slowly faded. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, he looked at the busy city lights beneath his feet. His eyes turned cold and deep again. Xiao Yu is safe. Wang Liu has been dealt with. Wang Teng has been stunned. For a short time, no one dared to bother Lin Fan and his sister again. Not for now. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through the city lights and looked far into the endless deep sea. He knew Wang Teng's personality. They are like poisonous snakes in the gutter. When they realize they can't beat you face to face, they will retreat. They hide in the dark, flicking their tongues, waiting for you to relax. Or, waiting for themselves to become stronger. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Pengu, he whispered in his mind. Commander, I am here. Can the ship's spirits of this world be upgraded by collecting sea monster cores and mining secret crystals? Yes, Commander. The ship spirit law of the blue world is like that. They call it harmonious evolution. A level E battleship, if it devours enough cores and secret crystals, can theoretically evolve into level A. This is the root cause of all the fierce internal competition among ship spirits in this world. Lin Fan's heart sank. So it is. Today he is a level C ace. He drove back 3 C-level pirates and killed a D-level boss. He made Wang Teng, that level C noble, look like a waste. But Wang Teng won't stop. He will use his family's resources to hunt sea monsters in sea-level areas. He will upgrade. All his humiliation will turn into the power of devouring. He will quickly upgrade his ironclad warcruiser from C level to C, B-, and even B level. And what about himself? If he is content with the title of level C ace, lying in this 300 square meter luxury dormitory, playing house with his sister. So 1 month later, 2 months later, when Wang Teng's iron armor battle cruiser evolves to level B, what is Lin Fan supposed to be? His current deterrent power is nothing compared to the absolute dominance of higher levels. When the time comes, Wang Teng will use his level B main gun, along with the A01 tower and his only sister, to crush everything into ruins. No, absolutely not. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly. He must become stronger faster than Wang Teng and everyone else in this world. He must, before Wang Teng reacts, before anyone else reacts, leave them far behind. Pengu. Lin Fan's eyes became incredibly determined. Reopen my shopping list. Command received. Commander, your worries are now resolved. It's time to arm ourselves. A light blue interface appeared before Lin Fan. T2 level, carrier-based early warning aircraft, KJ-600, Sky Eye, unlock cost, 1,000 energy points. T2 level, carrier-based fighter, J-15T, Shark, unlock cost, 500 energy points. T1 level, carrier-based attack helicopter, Z-20. Additional purchase, 300 energy points per unit. Total, at least 1,500 energy points. Lin Fan looked at the number with a frown. Pangu reaffirmed the energy exchange rates. A-level core, 1 point. D-level core, 5 points. C-level core, 10 to 50 points. B-level core, 50 to 200 points. 1,800 points. Relying solely on D-level C monsters would mean hunting 360 of them. That's unrealistic. He must go to C-level waters to hunt C and even B-level subtypes. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the Pangu interface, where two, pinned, invitations from the Navy Department of the Kingdom appeared. One was a regular pass for sea-level safe waters. The other was a recruitment notice for the Black Iron Sea Exploration Expedition. Commander. Sea-level waters are safe, but energy gain efficiency is very low. Black Iron Sea is unknown, with B-level sea monsters appearing, but the rewards are extremely high. The fleets of the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance have also been confirmed to appear at the edge of that sea area. Lin Fan looked at the sea-level sea area option. He seemed to already see Wang Tong driving his C-class battleship, safely and steadily gathering core resources inside. Safe zone, Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. That's for the weak. What I want is the fastest. Level up speed. His fingers suddenly pressed down on the recruitment notice for the Black Iron Sea Exploration Expedition. Pangu. Accept the mission. Target, Black Iron Sea. Command received. Mission accepted. Commander, your carrier 003 has full fuel. Please confirm. Do you want to set out immediately? Immediately. Lin Fan had no hesitation. He turned and headed to the second floor. Lin Yu had just chosen her room, holding a doll bigger than herself, happily rolling on the bed. Brother? Aren't you going to rest? Lin Yu looked at Lin Fan, sitting up with some confusion. No. Lin Fan stood at the door, facing the light. His shadow looked so tall in Lin Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu, I need to go to sea. Huh? Lin Yu was stunned, her face suddenly full of worry. Are you going to fight sea monsters again? But you just came back. Yes. Lin Fan smiled, walking over and gently ruffling her hair like when they were kids. I'll be back soon. Oh. Lin Yu nodded, seeming to understand, but not quite. She only knew that her brother was about to do something very impressive again. Then, be careful, brother. Okay. Lin Fan took one last look at the new home. He turned and strode out of the door, without any hesitation. He knew that only by gaining the strongest power as quickly as possible could he truly protect this home. A-01's flagship berth. The massive hull of the 003 Fujin battleship, so large it blocked the sky, slowly moved away from the berth, dragged by 4 high-power water tugboats. The muffled, long horn sounded. This time, Lin Fan did not stand in the command room on the ship's island, overlooking the city lights beneath his feet. He walked through the long internal corridor into the large hangar located at the rear of the aircraft carrier, which could hold dozens of fighter jets. A cold metallic smell filled the air. The hangar was brightly lit, reflecting a clear and sharp light. The Shenyang Z-20 helicopter, which had made a great contribution during the test in the Sea of Death, was now quietly parked in the center of the hangar. Its dark gray paint reflected the cold, fierce beauty of industrial creation under the lights. In front of the helicopter, 2 figures stood straight, like javelins. They wore dark green flight suits and stood tall. As Lin Fan stepped into the hangar, the AI Pangu's voice prompt sounded in his mind. Commander, the Dragonfly 01 crew has been waiting for you here for 4 hours and 37 minutes. Lin Fan's steps paused slightly. At the same moment, the 2 figures suddenly turned around. They showed no sign of fatigue from standing for so long. When they saw Lin Fan, their young, sharp eyes burst with almost fanatical admiration and respect. Lin Fan looked at the 2. They were very young, probably only in their early 20s. Black hair, black eyes, and determined faces. According to the Shenzhou Military Industry System Agreement, all unlocked vehicles will be equipped with a loyal human pilot with 100% loyalty. Lin Fan remembered Panga's words. This was the first time he saw his own soldiers with his own eyes. Clack! A crisp sound of military boots clicking together. The leading pilot suddenly stepped forward and stood at attention 3 meters from Lin Fan. He raised his right hand and performed a military salute that Lin Fan was very familiar with from Earth. Commander. His voice was loud and strong, echoing through the empty hangar. Shenzhou Military Industry Naval Aviation Unit, Z-20, Dragonfly 01 crew, reporting to you. I am the pilot of this aircraft, call sign Dragonfly 01 foot. The soldier behind him also stepped forward quickly, stood side by side, and saluted. I am the weapons officer of this aircraft, call sign Dragonfly 02 foot. We too are here to report for duty. Please inspect us. There was not a hint of hesitation. Their actions, their voices, and the unwavering loyalty in their eyes seemed like instinct engraved in their souls. Lin Fan watched them. His heart, which had been tense and cold from crossing worlds and fighting to survive, was suddenly warmed by an inexplicable feeling. He was no longer alone. He was no longer just an orphan with only a broken-down, scrap ship. From the moment he unlocked the Z-20, he became a commander. He had soldiers now. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He slowly raised his hand and gave a standard military salute. His face remained calm, without many expressions, but this calmness and composure showed a commanding presence in the eyes of the crew members. Stand at ease. Lin Fan's voice was steady. Yes. The two responded simultaneously, lowering their hands, but standing straight. Lin Fan looked at the pilot's face. Flying Dragon 01. Yes. During the sea trial, you encountered the A-grade magical fog of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, and the signal was lost. Please repeat what happened. Lin Fan's tone was calm, as if asking about something trivial. Flying Dragon 01's face flickered with a natural anger, but it was quickly suppressed. He reported in a deep voice, reporting to the commander. When the fog appeared, all my optical and infrared sensors were overwhelmed by high-concentration ether energy, causing instant blindness. At the same time, the weapons officer, Flying Dragon 02, also spoke, his voice cold and professional. Our photodetectors were hit by powerful magical waves while scanning the fog. If you hadn't activated the ASA radar in time to burn through the interference, my ship might have lost control and crashed. And after that, Lin Fan asked. After that, Flying Dragon 01's voice suddenly rose, filled with uncontrollable admiration. After that, we witnessed a miracle right in the cockpit. We saw you, Commander, use a power we cannot understand, great and divine, to purify the entire battlefield. You. He seemed to be searching for the right word. You are a god. Lin Fan's pupils slightly contracted. What he wanted was not admiration. What he demanded was absolute obedience and execution. Fenlong 01. Lin Fan's voice suddenly grew cold. Huh? Fenlong 01 was stunned, and his enthusiasm was instantly cooled by the icy tone. Remember your identity. You are a soldier of the China military industry. And I am a human. I get tired and make mistakes. A soldier's duty is to obey orders and bring victory, not to worship gods. Lin Fan stepped forward. His deep eyes, as if able to see through everything, fixed tightly on Fenlong 01. Yes, at all costs, destroy any enemy I point to. Yes, even if I ask you to attack a level A battleship, you must break through it. Can you do it? Fenlong 01 and Fenlong 02 trembled suddenly. It was as if, at that moment, they truly understood what kind of strong, cold-willed person this young commander was hiding behind his calm appearance. They were not afraid. They only felt their blood boiling. This was the commander they longed for. Yes, 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 the two shouted with all their strength. Very good. Lin Fan nodded slowly. He turned around, no longer looking at them. Pangu. Commander, I am here. 003 aircraft carrier, fuel status. Reporting to the commander, heavy oil supplies are full. The ship's routine provisions have been replenished according to C-Class A standards. Route confirmed. Leaving the offshore defense zone of the Blue Kingdom. Estimated to reach the edge coordinates of the Black Iron Sea in 30 minutes. Fenlong 01 crew. Yes, in 30 minutes, all weapons will be fully armed and take off. Lin Fan's steps did not stop. He headed toward the elevator leading to the command room on the ship's island. 30 minutes later, the 003 Fujin ship broke through the blue waves near the coast and plunged into the deep, dark, ink-colored waters of the Black Iron Sea. The sky seemed to darken instantly. A strong, sharp smell like sulfur and ozone fills the air. This is caused by a high concentration of ether energy leaking, which leads to a spatial distortion. The command room of the ship's bridge. Lin Fan stands in front of the large window, calmly watching this new and dangerous sea area. From his, God's eye, view, on the light blue technological interface, the scanning circle of the ASA, active electronically scanned array, radar has expanded to its limit. Warning: high concentration of ether reaction detected. Sea monster density in this area is 15 times higher than in a D-level arena. E-level sea monster signal blade crab swarm detected. 137 signals. D-level sea monster signal iron shell sea serpent detected. 19 signals. D-level sea monster signal heavy armor sea turtle detected. 3 signals. On the radar map, countless red dots almost cover the entire screen. Commander, from the communication channel, a steady yet excited voice comes from Phylong 01. Phylong 01 crew has reached the designated area. Requesting combat instructions, Lin Fan's gaze falls on the 3 signals of the heavy armor sea turtles gathered together. D-level heavy armor sea turtles. They are high armor units that were barely broken through with AKD-10 anti-tank missile during the Death Sea trial. And now, his eyes scan the dense signals of E-level and D-level sea snakes. These are all energy points. Pangu, Lin Fan coldly orders, share the ASA radar data with Phylong 01. Data link shared. Phylong 01. Here, E-level crab swarm, D-level sea snakes, hunt freely. I have only one goal for you. Efficiency. Understood. Phylong 01's response is full of killing intent. Above the Iron Sea area, the fierce body of the high G-20 suddenly tilts to the side, pressing the nose downward. Phylong 02, fire control locked. AKD-10, ready to mount. Start with those iron shell sea serpents. Received. The Z-20 moves like a ghost, skimming quickly over the sea surface, close to the treetops. Soon, they locked onto the first D-class, iron shell sea serpent. Whoosh. A flash of fire appeared under the wing. An AKD-10 anti-tank missile, trailing a flame, flew at supersonic speed and accurately hit the head of the sea serpent. Boom. The massive body of the D-class sea serpent was instantly blown into a spray of blood, with no chance to react. Defeated D-class sea monster. Energy points 5. Defeated E-class sea monster. Energy points 1. Inside the command room, Lin Fan calmly watched the energy points steadily increase. 5-1-1-5. The hunting by the Flying Dragon 01 team was like art. They used the agility of the Z-20 helicopter and the precise armor-breaking ability of the AKD-10 missile perfectly. For these fragile creatures below D-class, the armor-piercing warhead of the anti-tank missile was a powerful strike. This is the kind of efficient clearing Lin Fan wanted. In just 20 minutes, the energy points had risen from 0 to 115. Commander, the voice of the Flying Dragon 01 team came again, this time with a serious tone. E-class and D-class small fry have been cleared. Now, directly ahead, is the turtle swarm marked on the ASA radar. Lin Fan's gaze also fixed on the radar screen. The 3 red dots representing D-class heavy-armored sea turtles gathered around a small circular reef area. Commander, said Flying Dragon 02, the weapons officer, analyzing. The AKD-10 can break through enemy defenses, but its efficiency is too low. We took advantage of a one-on-one situation last time, but now there are 3. Once we fire, the other 2 will immediately dive or counterattack with their ether water cannons. The ammunition of the AKD-10 is limited. Using it against such heavily armored targets is a waste. Flying Dragon 02's judgment matched Lin Fan's thoughts. This is equipment bottleneck. It's like using anti-tank missiles to attack a battleship. The efficiency is too low. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept across the Pangu tech tree. His finger paused over the upgradable module for the T1 carrier-based armed helicopter Z-20. A gray option lay quietly there. T1 anti-ship module, YJ9, ING9, light anti-ship missile. Features: high explosive armor piercing, designed to counter heavy armor and ship hull units. Unlock cost: 100 energy points. Lin Fan glanced at his remaining 115 energy points. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Phone Long 01, Phone Long 02, yes, no need for AKD 10 anymore. Huh? Both responded in surprise. Commander, you mean, I'm giving you a new toy. Lin Fan's mind suddenly focused on the Unlock button. Dash 100 energy points. T1 Anti-Ship Module, NG9. Unlocked. In the command room of the ship's bridge. Lin Fan confirmed on the light blue tech interface. Dash 100 energy points. Remaining energy, 15. T1 Anti-Ship Module, NG9, YJ9. Successfully unlocked. The module has been automatically loaded onto the ammunition elevator of carrier number 003. It was done. Lin Fan looked at the remaining 15 energy points, feeling no emotion. Money is meant to be spent. He calmly picked up the communicator on the command console and connected to the encrypted channel with the Phone Long 01 crew. Phone Long 01, Phone Long 02. Here. Commander. On the channel, Phone Long 01 and Phone Long 02 responded excitedly and confidently. They had just finished a successful harvesting run and were in high spirits. Return to the mothership. Lin Fan's tone was emotionless. Yes, Phone Long 01's voice paused noticeably. Return to the mothership? He glanced at the instrument panel. Fuel still at 60% and 4 AKD, 10 anti-tank missiles remaining. The commander's orders are always so unexpected. Despite feeling confused, he had no doubt at all. The high G-20 flew in a smooth J-shaped turn, lifting its nose and heading toward the large steel beast on the sea surface. Flying Dragon 02, the pilot whispered into the internal channel. What did the commander tell us to do? We still have enough ammo and fuel. I don't know. The weapons officer, Flying Dragon 02, shook his head while watching the radar closely. Maybe the ASA radar found something big that we can't handle. Who cares? Flying Dragon 01 grinned. The commander said they're giving us a new toy. A new toy? Flying Dragon 02's eyes lit up. The AKD-10 anti-tank missile had already made them very excited. What kind of powerful weapon could this new toy be? 5 minutes later. Buzz. The dull whir of the high G-20's rotors grew louder as it approached. It hovered precisely over the wide rear part of the flight deck of the Type 003 aircraft carrier, then steadily landed. The landing gear touched the deck with a heavy metal clang. Flying Dragon 01 crew has landed. Requesting next instructions, Flying Dragon 01 reported. Inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze passed through thick bulletproof glass, looking down at the deck below. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02. Disengage from flight mode and disembark. Your task is to replace the T-1 anti-ship missile module on this aircraft. Yes, Flying Dragon 01 and Flying Dragon 02 looked at each other, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. Replace the module? They were pilots and weapons officers. Changing weapons was the work of ground crew and ammunition teams. They suppressed their confusion and quickly shut down the engines. When the rotors stopped spinning completely, they opened the cockpit doors, jumped down the ladder, and stepped onto the cold deck. Then, both of them froze. On the deck, there was no one. The 80,000-ton aircraft carrier's deck was flat, wide, and endless. The sea wind howled past, bringing a biting cold. There were no tractors, no refueling trucks, no ammunition vehicles. Not even a single deck crew member in colorful vests. Dragon 01 stands on the open deck for the first time, feeling confused about his task. Ground crew. Where are the ground personnel? Inside the command room, Lin Fan's brow furrows slightly at this moment. He looks at the empty deck, a sense of neglect rising in his heart. Pangu. Commander, I am here. Where are my deck ground crew? Commander. You have unlocked the C-Direct 20 and its standard Dragon unit in the T-1 tech tree. You have also unlocked the Eagle Strike 9 missile in the T-1 module. But you have not unlocked the T-1 hangar/deck support group. Pangu's answer is cold and logical. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrink. He overlooked something. Normally, he thought that unlocking the aircraft meant unlocking the airport. He thought that unlocking weapons meant unlocking the ammunition depot. At worst, these logistics would be handled by some system robot. But clearly, the system does not have such robots. This system is also unreliable. It didn't remind him of such a big oversight. How many energy points are needed to unlock the support kit? Lin Fan asks in a deep voice. T1 hangar/deck support kit includes 3 air traffic controllers, 5 deck dispatchers, 8 ammunition loaders, 8 refueling and maintenance staff, 2 tow trucks, 2 ammunition trucks. Unlock cost, 300 energy points. 300 points. Lin Fan glances at his remaining energy balance of only 15. His brow furrows even deeper. If he can't quickly reload the weapons or refuel, his so-called efficient mowing is just a joke. Commander? The voice of Dragon 01 comes again through communication from the deck. Lin Fan takes a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He walks to the edge of the island, looking down through the glass at the two on the deck. He does not hide his oversight. The ground crew has not been assigned. Lin Fan's cold voice reaches the two. Dragon 01 and Dragon 02 are stunned again. No ground crew? Then, how do I change the new toy? Lin Fan continued. 15 meters behind your left rear. New type of ammunition. Right below, the two men suddenly turned around. They heard a creaking sound as a section of the deck slowly opened, and a platform rose from below. On the platform, for brand new, fierce-looking missiles lay quietly. They were much thicker than the AKD-10 anti-tank missile, longer, all black, with 2 small, bright red, intimidating words printed on the warhead. Ingji. At that moment, the eyes of the weapon officer, flying Dragon 02, lit up brightly. Ingji. Ingji 9, oh my god. Commander. You unlocked the Ingji 9, he cheered excitedly. The AKD-10 is for anti-tank use. But Ingji is for anti-ship, using anti-ship missiles to target those D-level, high-armor units. This is real professional work. Flying Dragon 01 also blushed with excitement. But after the excitement, they looked at the 4 missiles and then at their empty hands, falling silent. A harsh reality was in front of them. No ground crew, no mounting vehicle, no hydraulic arm. How could they possibly load these onto the helicopter's short-wing mounts? Commander, Flying Dragon 01's voice became a bit hoarse. The weight of a single Ingji 9 is 105 kilograms. We are pilots, meaning they couldn't do this task. In the command room, Lin Fan's cold gaze fixed on them. He said nothing. He just watched quietly. The excitement on the deck, caused by unlocking new weapons, instantly cooled down. Flying Dragon 01 and Flying Dragon 02 exchanged a look. They both saw the determination in each other's eyes. Flying Dragon 01 growled. He suddenly took off his heavy flight helmet and slammed it onto the deck. Flying Dragon 02, ready? Commander is watching us. We are soldiers of Shinjo. Soldiers don't have the words can't do. It's just 100 kilograms. The two of us. Today, we'll use our teeth if we have to. We must get this thing installed. Yes, Phylong 02 also took off his helmet. The two rolled up their sleeves, revealing their strong arm muscles. They walked up to the missile, one on each side, and assumed fighting stances. 1, 2, lift. At the same time, they let out a loud shout, veins bulging on their arms. The missile, weighing over 100 kilograms, was forcefully lifted from the mount by them. Wow. Phylong 02's face instantly turned a dark purple. This thing is so heavy. Stop talking. Stay steady. Phylong 01 gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. Step by step, move it over, like 2 clumsy ants. They carried a cookie that was much heavier than themselves. 1 step, 2 steps. From the elevator to just under the helicopter's short wing, that short 10-meter distance felt like a lifetime. In the command room, Lin Fan watched quietly. He saw his pilots doing the heaviest work, tasks usually handled by professional ground crew. He saw their faces flush with effort. He saw their movements, clumsy and inefficient because they lacked proper tools. His fist slowly clenched inside his sleeve. This was his mistake. He would only allow this kind of inefficiency to happen once. Pangu, here. T1 level hangar/deck support kit is now top priority. Next time we return, I need my deck to be fully staffed. Command received, Commander. On the deck. Clang. A loud crash. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 almost simultaneously let go, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. The Yakhant 9 missile was finally wedged into the mount on the short wing, crooked but secured. It's done. It's done. Phylong 01 wiped sweat from his face, unsure if it was sweat or engine oil. Still, 3 more, said Phylong 02 with a tone of despair. Still, the booster tube, added Phylong 01. They looked at each other and saw the pain in each other's eyes. At that moment, AI Panga's cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly echoed through the deck via the loudspeaker array. Warning. ASA radar detected that the D-Class heavy armor turtle target is still wandering around Reef Zone E13. Target has not moved. Repeat. The prey is still there. This voice was like a strong shot of adrenaline, stabbing sharply into their hearts. The prey is still there. Why are they working so hard? Isn't it just to use this new toy to take down that iron tortoise? Get up! Phylong 01 suddenly leapt up from the ground. Keep going. Launch the missiles. Hurry. 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 40 minutes. A full 40 minutes. This is enough time on any modern aircraft carrier to cause a disastrous dispatch accident. Finally, Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 finished their rearming. They loaded 2 Eagle Strike 9 missiles. Fuel was topped up to 100%. Both of them were so exhausted they looked like dead dogs, barely able to climb into the cockpit. Commander, Phylong 01 supported himself on the ladder, panting heavily, and reported, Phylong 01 crew. Rearming. Complete. Request. Permission to take off. In the command room, Lin Fan's gaze fixed on the ASA radar, where the 3 still unmoving red dots remained. His voice was cold and commanding. Permission granted to take off. Target, Reef Zone E13. Phylong 01, Phylong 02. Take those 3 iron tortoises and send them to the sky. Their flight suits were soaked with sweat, and their arms holding the control sticks trembled slightly from exhaustion. But their spirits were extremely excited. Dragon 1, crew ready for takeoff. Request permission to launch. Permission granted. Target, E13 Reef Area. Use your new toy to send those 3 iron turtles flying high. The cold, stern orders from the commander were the best adrenaline boost. Yes, Commander. Dragon 1 suddenly pushed the throttle forward. The fierce shape of the sea direct 20 tore through the sea breeze, rising boldly like an awakened Black Hawk. Inside the command room of the ship, Lin Fan's cold gaze fixed on the ASA radar screen. The 3 red dots, representing heavy armored sea turtles, still lazily hovered in the E13 Reef area. They didn't know that the ones watching them were no longer the AKD-10, which was like a gentle massage. Instead, it was the Grim Reaper, specially made for creatures like these iron turtles. Dragon 1, heading 030, 15 kilometers away. Data link connected. Maintain ultra-low altitude. You have 1 test shot opportunity. Received. Staying ultra-low, Dragon 1 held the control stick tightly. The Z-20 fuselage was almost hugging the rolling black waves, flying at high speed. This was the most dangerous and most covert way to break through. Dragon 2, here, switch fire control. Eagle Strike 9, prepare to unlock. Fire control system switched. The weapons officer of Dragon 2's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at the new attack icon on the fire control interface, representing Eagle Strike 9, and his breathing grew heavier. He clearly remembered. Just an hour ago, when he used AKD-10 anti-tank missiles to attack these turtles, he felt so powerless. The metal jet stream had excellent armor-piercing ability, and theoretically, the carbon-based creatures should have been burned from the inside out. But these iron turtles didn't suffer fatal damage. Maybe they weren't normal carbon-based creatures at all. Commander, we have reached the outer perimeter of E13 Reef Area, Dragon 1 reported in a deep voice. Radar is visual. 3D class heavily armored sea turtles are in shallow water. Eating, Lin Fan's view, shared through the Z-20's optical sensor, appeared on the main screen in the command room. In the image, the 3 giant sea turtles, each over 30 meters long, are tearing apart the remains of an E-class sea monster. Their thick, 1-meter-deep shells, covered with magical patterns, gleam with a hopeless metallic shine in the sunlight. They are unaware of the approaching danger. Dragonfly 02. In the command room, Lin Fan's cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of the underworld. Authorized to open fire, one shot. Let's see if our toy, waited for 40 minutes, is worth this price. The heart of Dragonfly 02 suddenly thumped. His trembling finger, caused by exhaustion, became steady as a rock at this moment. Dragonfly 02, copy. He suddenly pressed the lock-on button. The fire control radar instantly locked onto the outermost heavily armored sea turtle. Target locked. Eagle Strike 9 anti-ship mode. Fire. Whoosh. A sharp, piercing sound unlike the AKD-10. The Z-20's fuselage trembled violently. A jet-black missile, several times thicker than the AKD-10, ignited instantly. It did not trail a long-tail flame but instead, with a fierce attitude, skimmed the sea surface, drawing a deadly straight line. The missile is away. Dragonfly 01 stared fixedly at the screen. 15 kilometers away, at Eagle Strike 9 speed, it was almost instantaneous. The sea turtle, busy eating, seemed to sense something. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, about to lift its head. But it was too late. Eagle Strike 9 was already there. There was no expected explosion. When the missile hit the unbreakable shell of the sea turtle, it didn't even make a tiny, ting sound. Thud. A dull, penetrating sound like a hot knife slicing through butter. Dragonfly 01 and Dragonfly 02 watched in shock, witnessing a scene they would never forget. That missile. It drilled inside. The semi-armor-piercing warhead, like a red-hot branding iron, forcefully penetrated the turtle's shell. It felt as if time had stopped at that moment. All movements of the D-class heavy-armored sea turtle froze. It still held its head up. In its eyes, there was even a hint of confusion, as if something was tickling it. Fighter Dragons 01 and 02 held their breath. Inside the cockpit, everything was silent as death. 1 second, 2 seconds. Boom. The explosion didn't come from outside. It came from inside. The huge body of the D-class heavy-armored sea turtle suddenly shrank inward. Then, an indescribable, destructive force erupted fiercely from beneath its shell. The shockwave from the explosion was tightly contained within the shell, raging wildly. Puff! The first blood sprayed out from where the turtle's neck and limbs connected. Next, bang! The tough D-class turtle shell, covering its entire back, could no longer withstand the terrifying internal pressure. The entire shell, along with the bloody, mangled internal organs underneath, was violently lifted into the air by a fiery red wave of flames. Flying high over 100 meters. A rain of blood rain everywhere. Mixed with fragments of internal organs and pieces of shell, they fell heavily onto the sea surface. That D-class heavy-armored sea turtle, under the impact of Eagle Strike 9's one-shot kill attack, it didn't even have a chance to let out a full cry of pain. It was just blown apart. Gulp. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, Weapon Officer Dragon 02 swallowed hard. He looked at the red-stained sea on the screen, at the slowly sinking shell wreckage that was only the base remaining. His pale face, drained of strength, was now just blank. This thing, is what you call a ship killer. Roar. At this moment, the two remaining heavily armored sea turtles finally reacted. They let out terrified roars. They no longer cared about food. They crazily turned around and desperately dove into the deep water. Their innate, beast-like instincts, belonging to sea monsters, were screaming wildly. Run. Quickly run. That, Iron Bird, in the sky is not a toy for scraping. That is divine punishment. Commander, Flying Dragon 01 was also awakened by the shock. He suddenly pulled the control stick. The other two are running. Running? Inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze remained cold. Am I allowed to do this? Flying Dragon 02. Ready. Only one missile left. Lin Fan's voice was emotionless. Don't waste it, yes? At this moment, Flying Dragon 02's blood was boiling. He quickly adjusted the fire control radar, instantly locking onto the slowest fleeing armored sea turtle. Eagle Strike 9. Second shot. Die for me. Whoosh. The second Eagle Strike, 9 missile, trailing a fiery tail of death, was fired again. It precisely hit the turtle's tail. Splash. That chilling, muffled piercing sound once again echoed. Boom. 1 second later, the second firework, made of the flesh and blood of a D-level boss, exploded loudly on the sea surface. Defeated D-level sea monster. Energy points 5. Defeated D-level sea monster. Energy points 5. The cold voice of AI Pangu sounded in Lin Fan's mind right on time. 15, 20, 25. The energy points finally settled at the number 25. The Black Iron Sea area returned to peace. Only the remaining, completely terrified, heavily armored sea turtle disappeared into the deep sea. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, Flying Dragon 01 and Flying Dragon 02 slumped into their seats. They are exhausted. But more than that, they are excited. Too powerful, Phylong 01 muttered to himself. This is our new toy. Commander, Phylong 02 suddenly opened the communication, his voice trembling with excitement. Phylong 02 reporting. 2 Eagle Strike, 9 missiles. All hit. The target is 2 D-class heavy armored sea turtles. All destroyed. Please give instructions. Should we return to resupply ammunition? He was eager to go back and fight those 40 minutes again with Phylong 01. As long as it brought this kind of divine punishment-like thrill, everything was worth it. However, inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze did not stay on the number 25. His brow furrowed again slightly. 10 units of energy. He spent 40 minutes manually reloading, only gaining 10 units of energy. Unlocking the T1 ground support suite requires 300 points. Unlocking the T2 air warning, 600, requires 1,000 points. If he was still satisfied with hunting these D-class sea monsters like before, then he and his enemy Wang Tong, who was safely farming in C-class waters. What's the difference? Efficiency. Or rather, his low efficiency. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. He finally understood. D-class sea monsters are not his target. They are just test materials for his weapons. Consumables. The Eagle Strike, 9, in his hand is not for farming D-class monsters. It's his ticket to challenge B-class, B-level, monsters across levels. Phylong 01. Here. Return to base. Yes. Phylong 01 was stunned. The commander's tone seemed not happy. Pangu. Commander, I am here. ASA radar, full power scan. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the dense, small light spots on the radar screen, representing D-class and C-class signals. His voice was cold and decisive. Filter out all signals of C-class and below. I don't care how dense they are, from now on. I only want B-level signals. Find me the strongest energy reaction in this C area. That B-level signal. Filter out all signals below C level. I only want B-level. This command was given through the AI Pangu to the brain of the Fujin Ship 003. The Shinjo Active Phased Array Radar, ASA. The 4 large, plain gray panels on the ship's superstructure suddenly surged with energy, increasing in power several times. Countless red dots representing E, D, and even sea-level sea monsters lit up, but as soon as they appeared, the system quickly filtered them out, turning them dull gray. They no longer qualified to be in Lin Fan's view. Time passed second by second. The sea breeze in the Black Iron Sea roared past the superstructure. The radar kept scanning the sea surface. Although the water antenna's range was limited to about 30 kilometers, it was enough. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Inside the command room, everything was silent. Lin Fan stood quietly, his patience as endless as the deep sea. He knew that B-level sea monsters were not like the common D-level trash fish. They were top predators in this sea area, each with its own territory. Finally, ding! A sharp, high-pitched alarm broke the silence in the command room. On the edge of the ASA radar screen, a glaring, blood red, 10 times brighter than a D-level turtle, suddenly flashed. Warning! B-level high-energy signal detected. AI Panga's voice immediately sounded. Target coordinates, G445C area. Target type, unknown. Energy reaction, extremely active. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. It's them. Phone Long 01, Phone Long 02. Lin Fan picked up the communicator. On the deck, the Z-20 helicopter, which had just finished 40 minutes of intense physical work and barely mounted 2 Eagle Strike 9 missiles, was there. Phone Long 01 and 02 were slumped in their seats, gulping down cold water. Upon hearing the commander's call, the two immediately sat up straight. Engage. Target. See Area G-445. Lin Fan's instructions were brief and cold. Level B signal. We're handing it over to you. Level B. Phone Long 01 and 02 exchanged a quick look. They both saw in each other's eyes a fiery excitement they couldn't hide. Yes, Commander. Promise to complete the mission. Phone Long 01 suddenly put on his helmet. The rotor of the Z-20 helicopter roared loudly again. A black falcon soared into the sky. See Area G-445. The sky here was darker than where Lin Fan was. On the water surface, there was a faint, strongly corrosive mist called ether fog. Commander, Phone Long 01's voice came through the communicator, serious. We have reached the target zone. Visibility. Very low. AESA data link, shared. Lin Fan calmly responded from the command room. You are my eyes. Received. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, the fire control interface flashed suddenly. The God's view from the AESA radar of Carrier 003 instantly covered their radar screen, which was obscured by the fog. A bright red that was moving fast 3 kilometers ahead. Phone Long 02. Lock onto it. Locked. This thing is so fast. Operator Phone Long 02 stared at the screen intensely. That level B signal didn't look like a heavy D-level sea turtle. It was darting through the fog in a strange, almost impossible S-shaped path at high speed. AKD-10. Prepare to fire. Phone Long 02 instinctively switched to his most familiar weapon. With a sharp sound, an AKD-10 anti-tank missile ignited and shot out, but it quickly lost infrared guidance and started flying aimlessly. The fog is messing with the AKD-10's infrared guidance. Cold sweat appeared on Phone Long 02's forehead. This was the power of a level B target's suppression. Don't use the AKD-10. At that moment, Lin Fan's cold voice drifted softly. Don't you have new toys? Phone Long 02 suddenly froze. He glanced at the weapon rack, where 2 fierce-looking Eagle Strike 9 missiles were mounted. Phone Long 02's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He understood. He quickly switched to fire control mode. Eagle Strike 9. Active radar guidance. Activate. Lock on. Fire. Whoosh. The Z-20 helicopter shook violently. A missile, trailing a long flame, shot through the fog like a lightning bolt. Roar. Within the fog, the fast-moving dark shadow seemed to sense a deadly threat. It made a sharp Z maneuver, trying to dodge, but it was too late. The Eagle Strike 9 is radar-guided, and it has data link calibration. This missile is a guaranteed hit. Boom. A thunderous explosion, 10 times louder than when the Eagle Strike 9 hit the turtle. The thick, ether fog seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, creating a huge gap. A rain of blood filled the sky. Amidst the blood rain, a huge sea monster corpse, resembling a mix of a bat and a devil fish, was smoking black and helplessly falling toward the sea. Level B sea monster, deep sea demon hunter. 1 strike. Instant kill. Phone Long 01 looked at the screen showing the torn corpse, struggling to say 2 words after a long pause. Phone Long 02 was also stunned. Is this level B? Just this? Is this the power of the Eagle Strike 9? Commander, Phone Long 02's voice trembled. Target. Confirmed destroyed. Eliminated level B sea monster, deep sea demon hunter. Energy points 150. The cold voice of AI Pangu sounded precisely in Lin Fan's mind. 150 points. Lin Fan glanced at his energy balance. 150 is equal to 165. There was not a hint of joy on Lin Fan's face. He coldly picked up the communicator. Phone Long 01. Return to base. Huh? Yes. Return, rearm, and carry out the second hunt. Yes. The excitement on Phone Long 01 and 02's faces instantly froze. They were going back to do hard work again. An hour later, the second level B deep-sea monster hunter, was taken down in another sea area with a single shot. Defeated level B sea monster, deep-sea hunter. Energy points 150. The AI Panga's prompt sounded again. Lin Fan glanced at the total energy. 165-150 is equal to 315. That's enough. Fenglong 01, return to base. Yes, Fenglong 01's reply was tinged with a hint of tears. He truly didn't leave a drop. No, he still had to fly back. Z-20 landed on the wide deck of the 003 aircraft carrier for the third time. Fenglong 01 and 02 almost rolled out of the cockpit. After an hour of flying and 2 hours of physical effort, they were completely exhausted. Fenglong 02, Fenglong 01, lying on the cold deck, weakly said, Don't call me. Fenglong 02 had no strength to even lift his finger. Are we still going to carry the missiles? I would rather die. The two closed their eyes in despair. They were ready to face the 40-minute nightmare. But 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected carry command didn't come. Instead, there was a flurry of hurried, dense footsteps. Thud, 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 thud. Fenglong 01 and 02 suddenly opened their eyes wide. What did they see? At the elevator entrance in the hangar, a large group of ground crew members, dressed in different colored vests, strong and sharp-eyed, rushed toward them like a tide. Yellow vests. Air traffic control. Clear area C. Purple vests. Refueling team. Prepare number 2 pipeline. Red vest. Ammunition team. Eagle Strike 9. Mounting rack 3. Hurry, hurry, hurry. More than 20 ground crew members. They work like a precise machine. Under the clear whistle of a dispatcher wearing a yellow vest, they quickly and efficiently divided tasks, instantly overwhelming the Z-20 helicopter. Fly Dragon 01 and 02 just sat there, motionless on the deck. They watched as the purple vest refueling crew connected the fuel hose within 30 seconds. They saw the red vest ammunition team, for people, lifting a hydraulic mounting cart, and in just 5 minutes, securely attaching a brand new Eagle Strike 9 missile onto the short wing. 5 minutes. They had a 40-minute task to do, but these people finished it in 5 minutes. And they did it while refueling at the same time. Fly Dragon 01 looked at this lively scene, tears almost coming to his eyes. This is what a real aircraft carrier looks like. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a yellow vest, who looked like the deck coordinator, quickly walked up to them. He snapped to attention and saluted. Fly Dragon 01 crew. The China Military Industry T1 Deck Support Team reports for duty. Our refueling and missile mounting will be completed within 10 minutes. He looked at the two who were still on the ground and smiled knowingly. Commander's orders. Both of you, good work. Now, you can go to the hangar lounge and have a cup of coffee. Leave this to us. Commander, the deck support team is in position. Fly Dragon 01 crew, ready to strike again at any moment. The steady voice of the deck coordinator came through the communication device. Inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on the ASA radar scan screen. AI Pangu was searching through vast data streams for high-value targets. Beep, beep, beep. On the radar screen, one bright dot after another, classified as C and D levels, flashed quickly before fading away. They are no longer worthy of Lin Fan's action. Commander, Panga's voice sounded, high-density energy clusters detected in Sector H-091. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened instantly. On the screen, countless red dots moved slowly. Signal strength, Grade D, Panga reported. Grade D, Lin Fan frowned slightly. In the nearby communication channel, Flying Dragon 01 and 02 also saw the target through data links. Their excited expressions faded. Again, Grade D. They had just switched to the Eagle Strike 9 missile. Were they going to fight such mosquitoes again? Cluster targets are probably not simple. Pangu, filter the signals, Lin Fan ordered coldly. He was confident in the performance of the ASA radar. Yes. Initiating multi-layer signal scan. Scanning. Removing Grade D signal interference. Warning. Commander, Panga's alert suddenly sounded sharply. At the center of the Grade D signal cluster, 3. No. 5 high-intensity energy reactions detected. Energy level, Grade B. Target feature analysis, 95% similar to the Grade D heavy armor turtle. Determined to be an evolved form, Grade B ancient iron turtle. It was a breakthrough. Lin Fan's pupils shrank suddenly. This was not a Grade D cluster at all. It was a turtle nest. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02. Lin Fan picked up the communicator. Yes, the two froze, standing straight. Did you see the turtle nest at coordinates H091? Yes. Commander, we will complete the task. No, Lin Fan interrupted their excitement. Your task is not to rush in. His finger drew a straight line on the radar screen, 25 kilometers long. You too, fly to this coordinate. Flying Dragon 01 looked at the coordinate and froze. Commander, this is 25 kilometers from the target. Our Eagle Strike, 9 missiles are powerful, but still. Eagle Strike, 9 light anti-ship missile. Lin Fan's cold voice interrupted him, saying, effective range, 25 kilometers. Fly over there, he ordered. Based on the data link from the radar, launch the missile, he continued. Then, immediately return to base. Fly Dragon 01 and 02 were completely confused. 25 kilometers away. Across the horizon? They couldn't even see the enemy's shadow before opening fire? Is this how beyond visual range combat is supposed to work? Commander, this is an order, he cut him off. Understood, they replied. Fly Dragon 01 suppressed all his confusion. He only knew that the commander's orders were absolute. VRRR, the C-Direct, 20 took off again. This time, it didn't rush aggressively toward the target. Instead, like a commuter heading to work, it flew calmly toward the safe zone, outside the H091 sector. Arrived at the designated airspace, Fly Dragon 01 reported, his voice sounding surreal. On the electronic screen before them, there was nothing but endless sea. Fly Dragon 02, data link connected, he announced. Huh? Oh, received. Fly Dragon 02 hurriedly opened the fire control interface. The ASA radars, God's view, instantly covered his screen. That distant turtle nest, 25 kilometers away, now appeared clearly on his fire control radar, as if it were right in front of him. Target. Locked. Fly Dragon 02 trembled as he selected the 2 outermost D-class turtles. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 Eagle Strike. 9 missiles, trailing flames, shot toward the empty sky. Missiles launched. Return to base, ordered Lin Fan from the command room. Understood. Returning, they replied. Z-20 gracefully arced through the air, beginning its return flight. Fly Dragon 01 and 02 looked at each other in silence. Is it over? Fly Dragon 01 muttered. I don't even know when the shells exploded, said Fly Dragon 02, looking confused. Meanwhile, over 100 D-class armored turtles are lazily lying on huge rocks, enjoying the cold, sunbathing, in the Black Iron Sea area. They are the toughest opponents in this sea. Their thick shells are their greatest defense. Suddenly, boom, boom. 2 loud explosions happen almost at the same time. 2 D-class sea turtles, sunbathing, are suddenly blown up from inside in front of all their friends. Fragments of flesh and shell scatter everywhere. Roar. All the turtles are stunned at the same moment. They lift their heads quickly, their dull, crimson eyes scanning the sky. The sky is empty. There's nothing there. Roar. The turtles roar in anger and confusion. They have no idea who is attacking them. 15 minutes later, on the deck of Carrier 003, Z-20 helicopter lands steadily. Dragon 1 and 2 haven't yet unfastened their seat belts. The loud voice of the deck coordinator rings out. Red vests. Clear the racks. Prepare to load missiles 3 and 4. Purple vests. Connect the refueling pipe. Add 300 kilograms of fuel. Yellow vests. Check the rotors. Hurry, hurry, hurry. More than 20 ground crew members, like a busy hive of bees, quickly surround the Z-20. The refueling pipe is connected. The hydraulic loading vehicle arrives. 2 brand new Eagle Strike. 9 missiles are securely installed. Dragon 1 and 2 sit silently in the cockpit. They don't need to do anything the whole time. They don't even need to leave the plane. Commander, Dragon 1's expression turns very strange. Deck support team reports. Refueling and missile loading are complete. Total time, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Requesting next instructions. In the command room, Lin Fan's lips curl into a cold smile. This is exactly what he wanted. This is real efficiency. Very good. Take off. Repeat the same coordinates and actions as before. Lin Fan gave this tactic a very fitting name. Sit-ups. Yes. Execute. Sit-ups. Phylong-01 used all his strength to hold back his laughter. Buzz. Z-20 takes off again. 15 minutes later, in the H-091C area. Boom. Boom. 2 more D-class sea turtles are blown into the air, confused. Roar. The entire turtle nest is completely destroyed. They finally realize they are under attack, but they still don't know where the enemy is. They can only panic and spray random bursts of ether water cannons into the surrounding water. However, this is useless. 15 minutes later. Boom. Boom. 2 more explosions. On the 003 aircraft carrier deck, Z-20 lands for the 4th time. Phylong-01 and 02 are completely numb. Phylong-01 even has the energy to take out a compressed biscuit and eat to restore strength. Hey, Phylong-02, what? Guess how many minutes it will take for the ground crew to finish this time? I guess 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Phylong-02 yawns. I bet 9 minutes. The two even start betting on the efficiency of the ground crew. They have gone from top pilots to missile transport drivers, and they enjoy it because this is so much fun. This isn't really combat. It's monster farming. It's like making money. The 8th round of sit-ups. The D-Class sea turtles around the turtle nest have been mostly cleared out. The energy points have already exceeded 600. Roar. A roar, very different from the D-Class turtles, full of ancient and savage energy, suddenly erupts from the center of the reef cluster. Commander. During the return trip, the Flying Dragon 01 suddenly froze. On the AESA radar, the 5 B-level signals that had been still suddenly moved. They finally couldn't hold back anymore. Pengu. Switched to Z-20 optical pod. The main screen suddenly changed. In the reef area, 5 ancient giant turtles, each 3 times larger than D-level sea turtles, were slowly crawling out of the deep water. Their shells were no longer dark green but looked like black obsidian, shining with a metallic luster, giving a terrifying appearance. B-level. Commander. All B-level targets are now active. The voice of Flying Dragon 01 trembled slightly. Good. Inside the command room, Lin Fan showed a cold smile, like a predator catching prey. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02, ready. Your sit-ups are over. Huh. From now on, Lin Fan's voice was full of deadly seriousness. Fire freely. All your eagle strike. 9 missiles, shoot them down. Before they react, destroy all of them. At that moment, the blood of Flying Dragon 01 was completely ignited. Yes, Z-20 suddenly turned around. It was no longer a commuter vehicle. It became a grim reaper harvesting lives. Flying Dragon 02. Saturation attack. Understood. 20 minutes later. In the Black Iron Sea, Sector H-091. There was no longer a single moving, ironclad turtle on the sea surface. Only scarred reefs and heavy remains of black iron shells floating on the water. Killed B-level sea monster. Ancient ironclad turtle. Energy points 200. Killed B-level sea monster. Ancient ironclad turtle. Energy points 200. The AI Panga's alert sounds flooded Lin Fan's mind. Calculation complete. This turtle nest cleanup operation earned a total of 1,250 energy points. Current total energy points, 315,1250 equals 1,565 points. 1,565 points. Lin Fan looked at this number and slowly exhaled a deep breath. He finally had enough. He had no hesitation. Pengu. Open T2 level technology tree. T2 level technology tree. Carrier-based air fleet, now unlocked. Lin Fan's eyes skipped over the expensive J-15T fighter jet. His finger landed on the icon he had long desired, representing God's vision. T2 level. Carrier-based early warning aircraft. KJ-600 Sky Eye. Features: Airborne Early Warning, Command Center, Combat Power Booster. Unlock cost: 1,000 energy points. Unlock. Lin Fan coldly issued the command. Energy points minus 1,000. Remaining energy, 565 points. T2 unit. Air warning, 600. Sky Eye. Dot. Unlocked. Ship Island Command Room. 1565 energy points. Lin Fan looked at this number and decisively opened the T2 level technology tree. His finger moved over the 500 energy point J-15T fighter jet, precisely selecting the more expensive, more core icon. T2 level. Carrier-based early warning aircraft. KJ-600 Sky Eye. Unlock cost: 1,000 energy points. Unlock. Energy points minus 1,000. Remaining energy, 565 points. T2 unit. Air warning, 600 Sky Eye. Unlocked. Supporting T2 crew, 5 people, and support kits have been sent to the hangar. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the monitor in the hangar. Aircraft Carrier 003, middle section. The giant elevator in the hangar made a dull rumbling sound. In the rest area, the Dragonfly 01 and Dragonfly 02, enjoying professional ground crew service and drinking hot coffee, were attracted by the noise. Another new toy, Dragonfly 01 whistled. Hope it's a big one. Dragonfly 02 yawned lazily. The platform slowly rose. When I saw the outline of that plane, Fonglong 01 and 02, with relaxed expressions, suddenly froze. Snap! Fonglong 01's coffee cup slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, hot coffee spilling everywhere. But he didn't notice at all. Wow! Fonglong 01's voice trembled. Air Force. Air warning, 600. Fonglong 02 suddenly jumped up from his seat, shouting in surprise. Sky Eye. How could they not recognize it? If Z-20 is just a basic unit of Shinjo military industry, then Sky Eye is the T2 level system core. It is the brain of the aircraft carrier battle group. Commander, Fonglong 01's breathing became very rapid. He actually unlocked this thing. Lin Fan strode into the hangar. The air warning, 600 was quietly parked there. Its tall wings folded upward to fit the aircraft carrier. The huge dish radar cover on its back, full of industrial beauty and a sense of power. In front of the plane, 5 new crew members had already lined up. Their presence was very different from the brave aura of Fonglong 01 and 02. They were calm, steady, as if everything was under control. Commander, air warning, 600, Sky Eye Unit 01 reporting to you. I am the pilot and chief mission officer of this aircraft. Call sign Sky Eye 01. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze swept over the early warning plane and spoke directly. 003 aircraft carrier is equipped with the 346B type digital array radar. Lin Fan said coldly and professionally. It is already top in the world. Why do I still need you? This question made Fonglong 01 beside him pause for a moment. Is this? Testing Sky Eye 01. But Sky Eye 01's face showed a small smile, as if saying, I knew it. He knew their commander was not a fool. Reporting to the commander, Sky Eye 01's voice was confident and loud. Your question hits the mark. The 346B is a proud achievement of Shinjo military industry, and it is indeed the strongest in the world, but it has a deadly weakness. It is at sea level. Tianyin 01 suddenly waved his hand, pointing beyond the bottomless hangar. The radar on the mothership is blocked by the water antenna. Its search limit for sea-level targets is only 40 kilometers. And Tianyin 01 patted the air warning, 600 aircraft firmly. I am here to solve the water antenna problem. I flying at 10,000 meters high. He paused, his voice becoming more professional. My big dish is equipped with a single-sided rotating DAR, digital array radar. It rotates once every 10 seconds, providing the fleet with 360-degree, no blind spot early warning. As long as I take off, the situational awareness range of Fleet 003 will jump from 40 kilometers to 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers. Fonglong 01 took a deep breath. Not only that, Tianyin 01's eyes sparkled with light. We are the brain of the fleet. We have CEC capability, which means collaborative compatibility. Commander, once you unlock the J-15T fighter jet and its mounted Eagle Strike 15 anti-ship missile, the J-15T only needs to fly out and launch the missile. And we will take over the missile's guidance from 200 kilometers away. We will guide it across the water antenna, hit the enemy precisely, even if the mothership can't see it. This is system-based warfare. Lin Fan's heart pounded fiercely. This is what he wanted. This is the true dimensionality reduction attack. Very good. Lin Fan's eyes were cold and sharp. Deck support team. Ready. The deck coordinator rushed over immediately. Tianyin 01 is fully fueled. Towed to the C3 position on the third electromagnetic catapult track of the aircraft carrier. Dragon 01 and 02 stood at the edge of the hangar, looking at the scene with awe. Is it about to fly? Electromagnetic catapult. I've only seen it in manuals. Dragon 01's Adam's apple moved. On the deck. Catapult, ready. Sky Eye 01, ready. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Buzz. A powerful current instantly flowed through the launch track. The front landing gear of the Air Guard 600 was caught by the catapult, accelerating from rest to maximum speed in just a fraction of a second. Its huge body was forcefully shot forward by a great force. Sky Eye, soaring into the sky. In the command room of the ship island, Lin Fan stared intensely at the Pangu interface. Commander, Sky Eye 01 has taken off, climbing to 10,000 meters for cruising. DR radar. Activated. Data link. Activated. Now is the moment. The AESA radar screen in front of Lin Fan suddenly shook. The small circle representing the 40-kilometer water sky antenna seemed to be erased by a divine hand. A vast, mighty, and unmatched torrent of data poured down from thousands of meters above. 40 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 300 kilometers. 500 kilometers. The huge map of the Black Iron Sea was completely illuminated at this moment. The fog of war was entirely cleared. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw it. Within this 500-kilometer divine vision, hundreds of gray dots representing sea and D-level sea monsters were densely spread. He even discovered 3 B-level sea monster nests in 3 different sectors at the same time. His sit-up efficiency could be improved at least tenfold. This is what Sky Eye is. While Lin Fan was feeling the awe of this all-knowing and all-powerful sensation, Commander, the calmest voice from Sky Eye 01 suddenly cut into the communication. G008 sector, bearing 270, 450 kilometers away. High-speed ether signal detected. 5. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened. In his, God's vision, 5 glaring red dots appeared, symbolizing hostility. They formed a standard V attack formation, rushing into the Black Iron Sea at 20 knots. Their course was directly aimed at the Fujin ship 003. Pangu. Signal comparison in progress. Warning. Signal feature. 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. It's the Black Shark fleet from the D-level arena. No energy response. Tripled. For C-class main ships. 1 C-class flagship. Its ether reaction has reached B-level threshold. It's the elite fleet of the 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. Inside the command room, the atmosphere instantly froze. Sky Eye 01, Lin Fan's voice remained cold. Understood. Commander, maintain lock. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02. Copy. The 2 who had just returned to the rest area jumped up suddenly. T1 deck support team. Ready. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the hangar, where the remaining, limited, Eagle Strike 9 missiles were stored. His voice was stern and resolute. All personnel, first-level combat readiness. Z-20, load with Eagle Strike missiles. These relentless hyenas. Seeking revenge. Humph. The 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. Today, they will have no return. Yellow vests. Guide into position. Purple vests. Prepare refueling. Red vests. Ammunition loading team. Mounts 1 and 2. Clear. Hydraulic vehicle. Eagle Strike 9. Fully loaded. The roar of the deck coordinator echoed across the entire flight deck. The 20 or so sturdy ground crew members of the support team, like ants sensing blood, instantly swarmed the Z-20. Flying Dragon 01 stared blankly. He watched as the red vests skillfully operated the hydraulic loader, securely loading an Eagle Strike 9 missile into the mount within 30 seconds. He watched as the purple vests refueled simultaneously. He remembered. Just a few hours ago, he and Phylong 02, like two clumsy workers, took 40 minutes to barely install 2 missiles. Now, a professional team has taken over everything. Commander, the leader in the red vest shouted. All missiles loaded. 4 Eagle Strike 9s. Fully armed. Refueling complete. The leader in the purple vest reported at the same time. The deck coordinator glanced at the timer. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Phylong 01. Phylong 02. Return to your aircraft. Commander, Z-20, rearming and combat ready. Phylong 01 and 02 exchanged a look, both seeing the same fierce excitement in each other's eyes. This is what a real aircraft carrier is. They quickly put on their helmets and rushed back onto the Z-20 helicopters. Buzz, the rotor blades of the Z-20 roared again. 300 kilometers away from the aircraft carrier 003. On the bridge of the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, a Level B ship called Abyss Greed. A one-eyed man was staring intently at the ether compass in front of him with his good eye. He is Black Shark, the pirate captain who was humiliated and fled in fear at the Level D arena because of Lin Fan. Right now, his face no longer shows fear or shame from that day. Instead, it is full of determination, as if Lin Fan's broad head is just a prey easily caught by his crew. Captain, the first mate rushed in, looking a little scared. Captain, are we really going to provoke that monster? Monster? Black Shark slowly turned around, his one eye flashing with hatred. There are no monsters in the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's dictionary. Only cargo. He suddenly slapped the ether compass in front of him. The last time, I was careless. I thought he was just an F-level target ship, but I didn't expect him to hide an S-level targeting magic array. But this time, a fierce smile appeared on Black Shark's face. This time, the elders of the Alliance have granted me this. He pointed to the ether generator in the center of the bridge, which was emitting an ominous purple glow. Layers of thick fog. Captain, the first officer's face grew paler. Isn't this the strategic weapon used against the Iron Blood Empire, B-class fortress? The Elders' Council actually. Exactly, Black Shark laughed wildly. This is what can suppress all enemy detection arrays. Its interference strength is 10 times that of the useless fog last time. That F-class trashes S-class formation? In front of this layers of fog, he's blind. But, Captain, the first officer still trembled. This kind of fog has a fatal flaw. It's a gravity-type fog. It can only spread along the sea surface. If the enemy comes from above, shut up. Black Shark suddenly slapped the first officer across the face. You idiot. Flying magic doll? Black Shark scoffed disdainfully. You think that's an E-class sea monster's arcane core? That trash's S-class formation is installed on his ship. That guy's flying magic doll is just a firepower projector, like a flying cannon. Nothing special. As long as I interfere with his ship, as long as I make him blind, his ship is just a shell, an S-class turtle shell without teeth. Just fat meat. A greedy and vengeful fire burned in Black Shark's eyes. He wanted revenge. He wanted to personally drag that kid who humiliated him out of the bridge. He wanted to seize his S-class relic right in front of him. Give my orders. Black Shark suddenly pushed away the first officer. Open the public channel to the Azure Kingdom. I want to personally give that trash a chance to surrender. 003 Aircraft Carrier, Bridge Command Room. Warning. Unencrypted communication request detected. Source. Seven Seas Merchant Alliance Flagship. Lin Fan's gaze remained cold. Connect. ZZZ. A hoarse voice, full of arrogance and teasing like a cat playing with mice, echoed through the command room. F-class. Trash. We meet again. Do you remember me? I am Black Shark. Lin Fan said nothing. He just quietly watched the 5 red dots on the AESA radar, approaching steadily. Distance, 100 kilometers. What's wrong? Are you too scared to speak? Black Shark's wild laughter came through the communicator. Kid, I admit, I underestimated you last time. But that was just luck on your part. Today, Black Shark's voice suddenly rose sharply. I, Black Shark, bring 5 elite C-class ships, a B-class flagship, and a mysterious layered mist you can't understand. I'm here to deliver your death sentence, Virum, with Black Shark's War. The AESA radar screen on Lin Fan's interface suddenly trembled. Ahead of the 5 red dots, a huge, shadowy gray mass, so large it blocked the sky, began to spread rapidly along the sea surface. Commander, Tianyin-01's voice came from thousands of meters above, detected a powerful A-level ether interference field, spreading quickly across the sea surface. Commander, on the ship's bridge, Panga's AI alarm sounded simultaneously. 346B radar, experiencing strong interference. Water antenna detects enemy. Failure. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. The radar screen in front of Lin Fan, a small circle of 40 kilometers, was instantly covered by a blinding snowflake pattern. Black Shark's wild laughter rang out again. Ha! Did you see that? Trash. You're blind. You're blind again. I'll give you one last chance. Black Shark's voice was filled with a mocking kind of mercy. Now? Immediately. Turn off your ether core. Kneel on the deck. Alliance. For the sake of your S-class relic, I might spare your life. Otherwise, the command room fell silent. Fonglong 01 and 02, in the cockpit of the Z-20, were so nervous they dared not breathe. Their radars were also blinded. They had become blind. Lin Fan was not paying attention to the snowflake at all. His eyes were fixed on another screen of Pengu. That screen was fed by the Air Police 600 from 10,000 meters above. The God's Eye. Within that 500-kilometer divine view, the so-called layered mist was just a thin, silly, gray carpet lying on the sea surface. And those 5 ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance were clearly visible above the carpet. Lin Fan slowly picked up the communicator. His voice was cold and calm. Black Shark. The laughter of Black Shark suddenly stopped. What? Have you figured it out? Ready to kneel? I give you 1 minute. Lin Fan's voice was emotionless. Turn your ships around and leave the Iron Sea area. In 1 minute, you can go feed the fish in the sea. The communication channel fell into a 3-second silence. Black Shark was obviously stunned by these words. He is a blind man. He is the prey. What is he saying? Feed the fish? Ha 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 ha. Black Shark's wild, almost hysterical roar, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life, rang out again. You're about to die, and you still dare to talk back? Do you think you're talking to someone normal? All crew. Black Shark's single eye was instantly filled with bloodshot veins. He was completely enraged. Accelerate. Full speed ahead. Charge into the mist. Give me. Crush that reckless and his broken ship together. Into pieces. In the God's Eye of the AESA radar. Those 5 red dots suddenly sped up. They, without hesitation, plunged into what they believed was the invincible, layered mist. Inside the command room, Lin Fan looked coldly at the 5 speeding red dots. He slowly shut down the public communication. Then he connected to the internal channel of the Z-20. Sky Eye 01. Through the data link, lock onto that B-class flagship. Yes. Commander. Flying Dragon 01. Flying Dragon 02. Here, Lin Fan's gaze fixed on the 5 red dots. Distance, 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 60 kilometers. Distance, 30 kilometers. Flying Dragon 01. Take off. The command room on the ship's bridge. Lin Fan coldly watched the 5 speeding red lights. He slowly shut down the public communication. He connected to the internal channel of the Z-20, Sea Strait 20. Sky Eye 01. Through the data link, lock onto that B-class flagship. Yes. Commander. Sky Eye has locked on. Flying Dragon 01. Flying Dragon 02. Here, Lin Fan's eyes stayed on the 5 red dots. Distance, 30 kilometers. Flying Dragon 01. Take off. Buzz. The rotor blades of the Sea Strait 20 roared loudly. Under the watch of the deck coordinator and ground crew, this White Falcon, armed with 4 YJ-9 missiles, boldly took off. It did not rush into the thick, layered fog. It just climbed to 500 meters, turned sideways, and hovered in front of the side of the 003 aircraft carrier. The distance to the dense fog was a full 30 kilometers. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, Flying Dragon 01 and 02 looked very serious. Flying Dragon 01, radar status? All clear. Flying Dragon 01 stared at the screen. That cursed fog has blocked all our fire control radars. We can't see anything. They were like blind men. Sky Eye 01, calling Flying Dragon 01. At this moment, the calm voice of the KJ-600 AWACS chief officer cut into the channel. Flying Dragon 01, don't panic. You don't need to see. You just need to open fire. T2, Level Cooperative Combat Capability, CEC, activated. Sky Eye fire control data has been transferred. The weapon interface of Flying Dragon 02 suddenly flashed. On the blank radar screen, 5 bright, fire control lock frames appeared out of nowhere. This was from an altitude of 10,000 meters, created by the Sky Eye, showing the most precise death coordinates. Flying Dragon 02 was stunned. His own radar was blind, but he somehow saw it. Flying Dragon 02, Flying Dragon 01 shouted excitedly, "Don't just stand there. Open fire." Understood. Flying Dragon 02 suppressed his shock and pressed his finger firmly on the launch button. Ingji 9. For missiles, all at once. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Z-20 aircraft shook violently. Under its wings, for Ingji, 9 anti-ship missiles ignited instantly. They trailed flames, not flying upward, but plunging sharply down toward the sea. Skimming the waves at high subsonic speed, they disappeared into the endless fog. "Commander," Flying Dragon 01 reported, "missiles launched." Good. Inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze remained cold. Z-20, return to base. Sky Eye 01, take over missile guidance. Yes, yes, the Z-20, this missile truck, gracefully turned around after emptying all its ammunition. It began to return, preparing for the next sit-up mission. It never approached within 30 kilometers of the enemy. Within the endless fog, on the bridge of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance flagship, the Abyssal Greed. Ha! Black Shark, holding a glass of crimson wine, enjoyed the thrill of revenge. "Brothers, did you hear that? That scoundrel was just copying me. He also said feeding fish in 1 minute. Who does he think he is?" All the pirates on the bridge burst into reckless laughter. "Captain, we've been in the fog for 5 minutes. That S-level magic formation is really blind. It didn't even dare to fire a shot. Ha! He's just an iron turtle. When we get close, we'll use the B-level main cannon to crush him at point-blank range." Black Shark proudly swayed his wine glass. He could imagine, at this moment, on the other side of the fog, that F-class was trembling in his ship's bridge out of fear. "Accelerate." Black Shark's single eye flashed with cruelty. "I can't wait to see his face." "Captain!" A sharp, frightened scream suddenly interrupted Black Shark's wild laughter. It was the lookout. He was clutching the ship's railing tightly, as if turned to stone. "What's with the noise?" Black Shark turned around impatiently. He hated being disturbed while enjoying his victory. "You idiot. You, flying object?" The lookout's voice trembled. "Captain, starboard. On the sea surface. Something is there." Black Shark's pupils shrank suddenly. He clanged his wine glass to the floor. He quickly grabbed the nearby telescope and rushed to the window. His single eye pressed tightly against the glass. He saw it. Within his proud, all-encompassing, 10,000 layers mist cover that could block any level A enemy detection. Above the churning waves. For black, fierce, never-before-seen, iron lumps. They were skimming the sea surface, moving at an incredible high subsonic speed, pulling 4 dazzling white water vapor trails. They were staring directly, flying straight toward his flagship, the Abyss Greed. Boom! Black Shark's mind felt as if hit by a level B ether cannon. Was he blind? Could he see me? How could he pierce through the 10,000 layers mist to lock onto me? No, impossible. Black Shark's body began to tremble wildly. He remembered the time in the D-level arena when the ASA radar burned through the field, and that incomprehensible fear. The devil. He is a devil. Evade. Black Shark let out the most desperate, most piercing roar of his life. "All ships, Evade. Intercept. Use your ether shields. Use your arcane cores. Stop them. For me. He suddenly lunged toward the ether shield generator on the bridge. It was too late. Just 1 second before his trembling hand touched the activation array, the 4 YJ-9 missiles, crossing 30 kilometers of beyond visual range, had already arrived. It was too late. Just before the Black Shark's trembling hand reached out to activate the ether shield array, the 4 YJ-9 missiles, traveling over 30 kilometers beyond visual range. They had arrived. The first missile hit precisely at the bow of the Abyss-Greedy ship. Boom! The Level B ether shield of the Black Shark automatically activated at that moment. A deep purple energy shield suddenly lit up, trying to absorb the fury of physics coming at it. The shield twisted and vibrated violently. The semi-armor-piercing warhead of the YJ-9 collided with the magic energy shield in the brightest clash of the year. Flames devoured everything. The Level B shield, after all, is a Level B shield. It successfully exhausted all the missile's energy just before breaking apart. Stopped. It was stopped. The first officer shouted in surprise. Haha. Even S-level attacks are just like. A faint, surviving grin appeared on the Black Shark's face. The second YJ-9 missile followed closely behind. It precisely hit the weak spot in the shield just torn open by the first missile. Puff. This time, there was no Level B shield to block. The tough, semi-armor-piercing warhead of the missile tore through the Abyss-Greedy's thick magic armor like a hot knife through butter. It pierced inside. The Black Shark's sinister smile froze on his face. His lone eye looked down in confusion. He saw it. In the center of his ship's bridge, the pitch-black, ferocious, missile-tail fin was embedded in the floor, trembling with disdain. It ran from the bow all the way through to the bridge. Time stood still. Nothing happened. Is it a dud? Black Shark thought, relieved. But just then, boom, delayed fuse activated. The explosion didn't come from outside. It came from the heart of the flagship. This B-class ship, the Abyss-Greedy, a top warship of the Seven Seas Alliance, suddenly seemed like an overinflated balloon. It suddenly deflated inward. Then, an unstoppable destructive force erupted from inside it. Countless armor fragments, along with pirate limbs and broken arms, were blasted hundreds of meters into the air. B-class flagship, Abyss-Greedy, it disintegrated on the spot. The explosion of the Abyss-Greedy completely shattered Black Shark's misty veil. It also destroyed the courage of the remaining 4 C-class pirate ships. Captain, the ship is gone. The flagship was destroyed in one hit. What? What was that thing? Finally, they saw clearly. Beyond the fog, the huge F-class, scrap metal target ship was quietly floating 30 kilometers away. Above it, a big plate. A mysterious, flying robot they couldn't understand was calmly watching them from 10,000 meters high. It's the eyes in the sky. We've been exposed from the start. Run. Quick, run. The 4 C-class ships went completely crazy. They, like 4 frightened mice, suddenly turned around and fled in 4 different directions. But, inside the command room, Lin Fan's gaze remained cold. He didn't even look at the 2 C-class ships locked onto by Eagle Strike 9. He simply, calmly, picked up the communicator. Flying Dragon 01. On my way. Inside the cockpit of Z-20, C-Straight 20, Flying Dragon 01 and 02 were excitedly watching the B-level fireworks. Commander, there are 2 more. Return to base, reload, execute the second round of sit-ups. Lin Fan's voice was emotionless. Yes, the Z-20, this missile truck, smoothly turned around. At the same moment it turned, the 2 missiles, the 3rd and 4th Eagle Strike 9, which had been launched 30 seconds earlier, arrived. Bang, bang. Neither of the C-class warships could even make proper evasive maneuvers. Their C-class shields were as fragile as wings against the anti-ship missiles. 1 missile pierced through. Another caused a spectacular explosion. 2 more beautiful fireworks lit up the sky. 15 minutes later, the Z-20 took off again. Tianyin 01. Here. Commander, the last 2 mice are locked on. Filong 02. Here. Fire control has received the target. Launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more Eagle strike. 9 missiles. Again, they hit the target at over 30 kilometers away. Boom. Boom. The last 2 fireworks exploded on the sea surface. The dark iron waters returned to calm. The 7 Seas Merchant Alliance, 1 B-class flagship, and 4 C-class main ships, all destroyed. And they never even caught a glimpse of Lin Fan's God's eye view. Commander, from 10,000 meters above, Tianyin 01's voice came through. G008 sector has been cleared. Wait a moment. Tianyin 01 paused. Commander, near the wreckage of the Abyss Greed, a rescue boat signal was detected. 1 boat. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Phylong 01. Here. Z-20. Go investigate. Yes. The black Z-20, like a circling vulture, sped toward the burning wreckage area. Soon, Phylong 01 locked onto the target. It was a small, pitiful rescue boat. On board, 7 or 8 pirates were desperately rowing. The leader was none other than the one-eyed black shark. He actually didn't die? The massive rotor of the Z-20 helicopter roared overhead. Black Shark and his trusted followers looked up in despair. They saw it. That black, flying magic puppet, hovering above them. Beneath its fierce machine head, a multi-barreled, fire god cannon, slowly turned, aiming at them from afar. The shadow of death cast over everyone. No, no, Black Shark's body trembled wildly. He was scared. He was truly afraid. He would rather face a level BC monster than confront this devil from the F-level target ship. Again, inside the Z-20 cockpit, Phylong 01 showed a hint of disgust on his face. But he still pressed the communicator button. His voice carried a hint of hesitation typical of a modern soldier. Commander, it's Black Shark. They have surrendered. There are no weapons on board. Commander, according to the relevant rules of international law, for enemy sailors who have lost their fighting ability and surrendered, should we help them? Phylong 01 waited for the commander's humanitarian order. However, in the command room, Lin Fan smiled. Phylong 01. Here, which article of international law are you talking about? It's the Geneva Convention. Good, Lin Fan interrupted him. Earth's laws don't apply here. Phylong 01's breath suddenly caught. Commander, I ask you, Phylong 01. Lin Fan's voice was calm, reaching his ears. If I were truly blinded by the endless fog, do you think Black Shark would help us? Phylong 01 was silent. Black Shark is not a soldier. Lin Fan's voice echoed inside the Z-20 cockpit. He is a pirate, and I am not a saint either. I have already given him a chance. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the small lifeboat. Take action. Kill them all. The body of the flying dragon 01 suddenly trembled. He is a system soldier with 100% loyalty. He is also a modern person, educated in civilization. But the commander is right. This is a life-and-death fight in a different world. The hesitation of Flying Dragon 01, caused by his civilized mind, was completely crushed by the military iron will at this moment. On his determined face, only cold killing intent remained. Flying Dragon 01, copy that. He no longer hesitated. His fingers suddenly moved away from the missile button. It landed on the trigger of the 23mm machine gun mounted on the short wing. On the lifeboat, Black Shark watched that iron bird, hovering without firing. A glimmer of civilized hope flickered in his heart. He raised his hands high. Don't fire. I am from the 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. I surrender. According to the kingdom's laws. You can't. Suddenly, a sharp scream, like a chainsaw tearing through the air. Under the nose of the Z-20, the fierce 30mm chain gun suddenly spat out flames. No. Black Shark's single eye widened suddenly. His final view was completely swallowed by a metal storm. Bang, 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 bang. On the sea surface, that small lifeboat and everyone on it were instantly turned into a spray of blood under the holy sword of physics, the 30mm caliber. The sea returned to calm. The 003 Fujin ship slowly entered this area filled with wreckage and spoils of war. Pangu, deploy T1 salvage team. Yes, on the deck, The ground crew who had just finished reloading for battle immediately changed into salvage suits. They began to recover the spoils floating on the sea. Commander, Panga's voice quickly came through. Recovering spoils now. Detected C-Class Sea Monster Core. 112 units. B-Class Sea Monster Core. 1 unit. From the Abyss Greed storage. And there's this too. On Panga's interface, a flickering blue glow appeared. An ore. This is etherite, a strategic resource rich in high-level ether energy. According to the system calculations, 1 kilogram of etherite can be exchanged for 500 energy points. Lin Fan's breath suddenly caught. 500 points. He watched as the ground crew dragged a box filled with etherite out of the wreckage of a C-class battleship. They succeeded. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the vast sea. He knew that most resources, like the main core of that B-class flagship and more etherite, had already been destroyed in battle or sunk thousands of meters into the ocean. But even if many precious items sank to the bottom, Lin Fan still gained quite a lot. He looked at his energy balance, 565 points. Finally, he could start his real T2 expansion of the fleet. 003 Fujin ship. The entire command system has been activated. We are taking control of the navigation. Lin Fan did not look back. He simply nodded calmly. This 80,000-ton aircraft carrier, from this moment on, truly has a soul. He is no longer just a lone commander. Flying Dragon 01 crew, Sky Eye 01 crew, are waiting in the hangar lounge. The combat commander continued reporting. Force them to rest. Lin Fan's voice was cold. 12-hour shifts. Deck support team, begin comprehensive maintenance on Z-20 and Air Police 600. Yes. The commander stepped back. The large bridge was once again quiet. Only Lin Fan's breathing and the low hum of the instruments. He slowly walked to the captain's seat and sat down. His normally tense face finally showed a hint of exhaustion that others couldn't notice. Pangu, AI Pangu, reporting to you. Calculate. Command received. Event 2. Black Iron Hunt, settled. Mission goal, destroy the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance Revenge Fleet. Completion level S. 0 damage, complete destruction of B-level standard fleet. Battle results, 1. Independently destroyed the B-level flagship, Abyss Greed, and 4 C-level main ships. 2. Established a long-range strike system of early warning aircraft coordinated attack. Loot tally completed. C-level Sea Monster Core, 112 units. B-level Sea Monster Core, 1 unit. Etherite, rare mineral 1 box. All loot. Do you want to exchange immediately for energy points? Exchange. Exchanging. Sea-level Core, 112 units. Converting to energy points, 1,120 points. B-level Core, 1 unit. Converting to energy points, 200 points. Etherite, rare mineral. Converting to energy points, 500 points. Commander, in the Black Iron Hunt operation, you gained a total of 1,820 energy points. Your current total energy points, 565, remaining, 1820, loot, total, 2,385 points. 2,385 points. Lin Fan looked at this number, and a hint of warmth flickered in his cold eyes. But he was not blinded by this temporary wealth. He knew. This amount of energy is not enough for a super aircraft carrier of 80,000 tons. It's just a tiny drop. He won against Black Shark, not because of combat strength. He won because of information advantage. He won because Black Shark, an outsider from another world, simply couldn't understand what coordinated warfare means. If next time, the opponent isn't a fool like Black Shark, but a proper fleet from the Iron Blood Empire, or the headquarters of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, which controls the A-Class Ghost Submarine and the A-Class Sky Fortress, or the final villain, Abyss Cult, which even Pangu detected signals of corruption? What would he use to win? Just a Z-20 helicopter and an AWACS 600? That's not enough. Far from enough. Lin Fan's gaze returned to the light blue technological interface. His newly acquired 2,385 points of energy looked so pitiful in his eyes. Pangu, T2 level technology tree, carrier-based air wing. Lin Fan's tone was emotionless. Unlock J15T. Yes. T2 level carrier-based fighter J-15T, Shark modified, features, heavy, capable of high subsonic cruise, can carry Eagle Strike series anti-ship missiles. Unlock cost, 500 energy points. Confirm, energy points minus 500. Remaining, 1,885 points. T2 unit, J-15T, unlocked. T2 unlock bonus, for J-15T fighters, including pilot crew. Transferred to the hangar. Hangar. Phonelong 01 and Phonelong 02 had just picked up hot coffee, quietly discussing their recent coordinated operation with the Tianyin 01 crew. The deck coordinator was wiping oil stains off the Z-20 with ground crew. Boom, 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 for muffled, intense space teleportation sounds. From the 4 largest heavy-duty parking spots in the hangar. A flash of light. For aircrafts, all painted in Shinjo gray, with fierce shapes and folded wings. Heavy fighters, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Clang. Phylong 01's coffee cup fell to the ground. But this time, he was not scared, but excited. J-15T, Phylong 01, a top helicopter pilot, shouted loudly when he saw the 4 flying sharks. Flying sharks. Yes, flying sharks. The deck coordinator also turned around quickly, his weathered face full of excitement. My goodness. The commander actually managed to produce heavy fighters? The ground crew went crazy. They dropped their Z-20 helicopters. They rushed toward the 4 flying sharks like devoted followers. They touched the cold, powerful bodies of the J-15T with trembling hands. Twin engines. Twin engines. This landing gear. It's a heavy-duty upgrade. For catapult launches. And that mounting rack. Oh my. The size of that rack. Can it hold the Eagle Strike missile? The Z-20 crew and the KJ-600 crew watched in awe as the 4 pilots, who had just appeared beside the J-15T, stepped forward. They wore high-altitude anti-G suits. Their expressions were stern, their eyes sharp as blades. They are the pilots of the Flying Sharks, the true sword of the aircraft carrier battle group. All personnel, stand at attention. The 4 J-15T pilots lined up in the hangar. They saluted the command room on the island with the most standard military salute. Flying Sharks 01 Squadron reporting. In the command room on the island, Lin Fan simply looked calmly at the surveillance of the hangar. 4 J-15TS, 1 Z-20, 1 KJ-600. This is the prototype of his aviation wing, but it's not enough. The Z-20, as a missile truck and agile finisher, demonstrated high efficiency and value in the sit-up tactics. Using the J-15T to clear out those C and D-level small fish is a complete waste of effort, like using a sledgehammer to a nut. The Z-20 is the best scavenger for this job. Pangu. Purchase 4 Z-20s. Yes, Z-20 is a versatile tactical helicopter priced at 300 energy points each. Quantity, 4. Total cost, 1,200 energy points. Confirmed. Energy points minus 1,200. Remaining, 685 points. 4 Z-20s, including crew, have been sent to the hangar, inside the hangar. Ground crew members are still stunned by the shock of the flying shark. Boom, 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 boom. 4 more transmissions. On the Z-20 helipad, flashes of light. 4 brand new Z-20s appear out of nowhere. Fighter Pilot 01 looks at the 8 new colleagues beside him. He was Fighter Pilot 01, a top pilot, and now suddenly he's the Fighter Pilot 01 squadron leader. The deck coordinator looks at the suddenly packed hangar. He starts to cry. Commander! The coordinator quickly grabs the radio, his voice trembling with emotion. The hangar is full. The hangar of Carrier 003 is about to be stuffed full by you. Fighter Pilot 01 Squadron, 5 Z-20s. Flying Shark 01 Squadron, 4 J-15TS. Sky Eye 01 Crew, 1 KJ-600. This is almost like a full light aircraft carrier air wing. Lin Fan ignores the coordinator's emotional cries. He looks at his remaining 685 energy points. He knows. This ship still lacks one very important thing. Pangu. Unlock the T2 level bridge command system. The T1 deck support team is just ground crew. They only handle refueling, weapon loading, and dispatching. But this 80,000-ton aircraft carrier, its enormous bridge it is located deep inside the ship, the Combat Command Center, CIC. It is also responsible for the Air Traffic Control, ATC, tower. To this day, it remains empty. Still, Lin Fan is a lone commander, relying on Panga's AI management to operate forcibly. This is the biggest weak point. T2 level bridge command system includes Bridge Command Team, 8 people, Combat Command Center, 12 people, Air Traffic Control Team, 6 people. Unlock cost, 300 energy points. Confirmed, energy points minus 300. Remaining, 385 points. T2 level bridge command system activated. All personnel are in position. Lin Fan suddenly stands up from the captain's seat. He heard it. He heard the faint, human voices coming from the once silent, massive bridge command area behind him. Buzz. The radar station's screen automatically lights up. A major wearing a combat command uniform puts on headphones. Combat Command Center, CIC. Signal connected. Bridge navigator, in position. Air traffic controller, in position. Weather officer, in position. Commander. The major suddenly turns around, looks at Lin Fan's solitary figure, and stands at attention. 003 Fujin ship. All command systems activated. We have seized control of the Black Iron Sea airspace. We have completely destroyed the fleet of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Commander, please give the next operational instructions. Lin Fan slowly turns around. He is no longer alone. In front of him are the T2 level command team. Beneath his feet is the T2 level air fleet. His cold gaze sweeps over these soldiers, whom he has personally created, the most elite soldiers. He looks at the remaining 385 energy points. He knows this aircraft carrier has not yet reached its limit. Rest? No. The war has just begun. 003 Fujin ship, Combat Command Center, CIC. This is the heart of the aircraft carrier, located below the island, deep inside the armored hull. Right now, the area is brightly lit. Lin Fan stands in front of the main tactical display. Behind him, the newly formed Combat Command Team and Air Traffic Control Team are all in position. They wear dark blue military uniforms, with headsets, skillfully managing the large amounts of data from the sky eye and the ship's radar. There is no panic, no unnecessary talking. Only calm, professional, and efficient commands are quietly transmitted over the encrypted channels. Navigation system has taken control. Combat data link integrated. Air traffic control, signal cross-linked complete. Under the control of these skilled crew members, this 8,000-ton steel giant truly comes alive. It is no longer just Lin Fan's warship. Commander, a combat officer, wearing a major rank, walks 3 meters behind Lin Fan and suddenly stands at attention. 003 Fujin ship. The ship's command system is now active. Navigation is stable. Sky Eye is patrolling at 10,000 meters altitude. Squadrons Flying Shark and Flying Dragon are on standby in the hangar. Lin Fan does not turn around, only calmly nods. Good. He looks at the divine vision, with a radius of 500 kilometers. The sea surface is calm, with only a few gray light spots representing scattered sea-level sea monsters. The Black Iron Sea area seems to have been thoroughly explored. At this moment, the AI Panga's alarm suddenly sounds in Lin Fan's mind. Commander, high-frequency alien energy signals detected in the wreckage samples of the Abyss Greed B-level flagship. This signal is from the same source as the secret mineral energy recovered, but its properties are completely opposite. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly constrict. The major in the Combat Command Center also receives the warning synchronized from Pangu at the same time. Commander, the major's face instantly becomes serious. Our ship's laboratory reports. Residual high corrosion energy was found in the wreckage of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Lin Fan's gaze falls on the analysis interface on the main screen. Alien energy? Pangu, analyze. Yes. This energy signal does not belong to the ether energy system. It is more like a biological, highly corrosive pheromone. It is trying to infect our salvage robotic arms. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Infect? Cross-referencing the database. It matches a code name from the highest secret navigation log of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Codename, Abyss. Associated organization, Abyss Cult. When the battalion commander saw the words, Abyss Cult, he gasped in shock. He quickly looked up at Lin Fan, his voice dry. Commander. It's them. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the battalion commander. Do you know them? Yes. The battalion commander's face looked more serious than ever. He hurried to the control panel and pulled up the background database of the Shinjo military system about this world. A red file marked as highest threat popped up. Commander, please see. Abyss Cult. It shows they are an extreme sea monster worship group, which isn't surprising. Lin Fan's expression instantly grew cold. He spoke seriously. Not surprising, but not good either. He knew what the Abyss Cult was and understood the weight of those 4 words. The Abyss Cult does not belong to the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the Iron Blood Empire, or the Blue Kingdom, nor do they have alliances with any country. More precisely, they are unquestionably enemies of the entire world. This cult does not seek territory or wealth. They only seek purification. They call it Abyss Descending. Their doctrine views sea monsters emerging from deep-sea fissures as messengers or incarnations of gods. They worship these sea monsters from the deep-sea fissures. They believe that sea monsters are the true gods of this world. All human civilizations are just thieves stealing from the ocean. Their goal is to destroy all human cities and let the world return to the embrace of the abyss. After Lin Fan explained this to the crew in the command center, a chilling feeling spread through everyone's hearts. How do they fight? The battalion commander asked. The cult controls a strange technology called Abyss Corruption, Lin Fan explained. They use corruption warships. They forcibly merge the flesh and blood of living sea monsters with the steel of magic-powered ships, creating a creature that is neither fully biological nor a warship. A monster. On the screen, a blurry black and white photo appeared, taken during a storm. It was a warship, but instead of cold armor on its side, it was writhing. Countless twisted tentacles and eyes covered the hull. Ugh, a young controller's face turned pale instantly. The biggest threat isn't these corruption warships. Lin Fan's expression grew even more serious. It's their accompanying weapons, corruption spores, and mental whispers. The spores can interfere with or even disable the world's magic devices, making their ether cannons and arcane cores fail immediately. And the mental whispers. Lin Fan's voice lowered further. They can directly invade the minds of ship spirits, causing madness or worse. Assimilation into the cult. Inside the command center, everything fell silent. Commander, the major seemed to realize something and his voice trembled. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Those hyenas. They are trading with the cult. The box of mystery, or is the black shark, paid as a deposit to the cult, and the cult provided them with endless mist to fight us. Those. The major slammed his fist on the console. They're inviting trouble. Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold. But fairness must be spoken. The high-ups of the Merchant Alliance wouldn't be foolish enough for this. It's likely the black shark acted on their own. But if the black shark's actions are actually directed by the upper echelons of the Alliance, a cold shiver ran down his spine and shot straight to his brain. The Abyss Cult. An enemy 100 times more dangerous than the Iron Blood Empire or the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. A crazy organization that controls mental pollution and biotechnology. If it has already infiltrated one of the 3 major world powers, it is truly frightening. At this moment, AI Panga's voice sounded again in Lin Fan's mind. This time, with an unprecedented seriousness. Commander, based on the characteristics of the spiritual whisper of the cult, reanalyze your insulated body. You cannot use the ether energy ability. Judgment. You are completely immune to the Abyss Cult's mental corrosion. Lin Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. You are their antidote to their corruption system. But, warning, if the cult learns of your existence, they will stop at nothing to capture and study you. Lin Fan's fist slowly clenched. He is no longer a hunter. He has become a prey. Huh. A cold, faint smile escaped from Lin Fan's throat. Everyone in the combat command center trembled and looked at their commander. Prey. Lin Fan slowly turned around. In his icy eyes, there was no fear, only killing intent. In this world, only I, Lin Fan, am the hunter. Want to catch me? Then let's see whether their corruption battleship is tougher or my Eagle Strike missile. He suddenly pointed at the air traffic controller. Order, Sky Eye 01. Take off immediately. Yes, the piercing alarm sounded again on the deck. The newly repaired air warning, 600, pulled by a tractor, was once again sent to the number 3 catapult. Launch. Boom. Sky Eye once again pierced through the dark clouds over the Iron Sea. In the Combat Command Center, the main screen lit up again with the 500-kilometer God's View. Sky Eye 01 calling Command Center. The calm voice of the pilot echoed throughout CIC. Reached 10,000 meters cruising altitude. Radar activated. Commander, please issue the search order. Lin Fan walked up to the main screen. His cold fingers tapped on the screen, on the coordinates of the sunken, abyss-greed ship. Sky Eye 01. Full power scan. Find the source of that corruption signal for me. Yes. At 10,000 meters high, the huge radar dish of the Sky Eye began to slowly turn. An overwhelming flood of data poured down. The divine view started scanning inch by inch over this sea area with a radius of 500 kilometers. Searching. Filtering out sea monster signals. Searching. Matching the corruption frequency band. Inside the CIC, all the crew members held their breath. They were hunting the devil. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Wait. The captain of Sky Eye 01 suddenly spoke sharply. Commander, detected. A strong signal source. Location, K-077. Distance, 420 kilometers. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly locked onto the edge of the screen. A glaring red dot lit up suddenly. Sky Eye 01. Zoom in on the image. The combat commander, a major, shouted loudly. What is that? A mothership of the cult? No. The voice of Sky Eye 01 was filled with unprecedented confusion. Commander, the signal source is fixed. It's not a ship. It's an island. The optical sensors desperately zoomed in. At 400 kilometers away, a blurry shadow appeared on the screen. It was an island. An island that, in the Black Iron Sea, did not exist on any navigation chart. A Phantom Island. Oh my God, a controller gasped in shock. What is that? On the blurry, dark outline of the island. Bright, dense, blue-green lights flickered. Commander, the voice of Sky Eye 01, trembling with shock, became hoarse. That island, it seems to be covered with mystic crystals. That's not a ship. Repeat. That's not a fleet flagship. That's a land. An island. An island in the Black Iron Sea, completely absent from any navigation charts. A ghost island. The atmosphere inside the Combat Command Center instantly changed. If earlier, when facing the abyssal cult, they were serious and full of killing intent, now, everyone's eyes burned with an uncontrollable desire. More precisely, greed. The most basic possessiveness of sailors. Commander, the major's voice was a bit hoarse. According to the rules agreed upon by the 3 major forces in the Blue World, Lin Fan interrupted him. His cold voice echoed slowly in the quiet command center. In the unexplored waters of the Blue World, there are only 2 truths. He slowly extended one finger. First, the one who arrives first claims it. He then extended a second finger. Second, the bigger one takes everything. Lin Fan clenched his fist slowly. This sea area is the Black Iron Sea. It is a lawless zone beyond the reach of the kingdom's laws and order. We have discovered it. So, from this moment on, Lin Fan's gaze swept over all the crew members looking at him in the command center. It is ours, yes. Order, Fujin Ship 003, heading to K-077. Full speed ahead. Order, Dragonfly Squadron 01, Z-20 helicopter, take off immediately. Execute low-altitude armed reconnaissance. Yes. 2 hours later. The massive steel hull of the Fujin Ship 003 slowly approached the K-077 sea area. The navigator's brow was tightly furrowed. Commander, the navigation system reports. The sea area ahead. Water depth is rapidly shallowing. The aircraft carrier cannot get any closer. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Allow anchoring. Has Dragonfly 01 reached the target area? Reporting to the commander. Within the communication channel, the excited voice of Dragon 01 was heard. Dragon 01 arrived above Crystal Island. Oh my goodness. Commander, you have to see this. On the main screen, the optical sensor of Z-20 transmitted a clear, real-time image. Everyone in the command center was stunned. What kind of island is this? It's not very large, estimated to be less than 2 square kilometers. And it's not growing on the sea surface. It looks more like a giant, forcefully breaking through the ocean from the deep sea. A huge crystal cluster. The entire island is actually a mountain, made up of about 90% black volcanic rock and 10% exposed secret crystals, forming a mineral deposit. The faint blue glow comes from the exposed, human height, secret crystal ore on the surface. Dragon 01. Land and collect samples. Lin Fan's tone remained cold, but inside, he was already overwhelmed with excitement. This is a boundless energy treasure trove. Understood. The rotors of Z-20 slowly stopped. 2 fully equipped ground crew members jumped down from the Dragon 01 under its protection. They stepped onto this ghost island. Commander, Dragon 01's voice came again, this time with a hint of confusion. It's too quiet here. Too quiet? Yes, Commander. Dragon 01 switched to the life detection device. No signs of life. No seabirds. No plants. No moss. Even the sound of waves hitting the rocks seems to have been absorbed. This island, Dragon 01 swallowed hard, is a dead island. It's barren, only stones and crystals. Probably. Even seabirds have no desire to nest here. Lin Fan's gaze flicked between the main screen and the tactical map. He was quickly assessing the value of this island. A conclusion rapidly formed in his mind. First, value. This island is his gas station. With it, he no longer has to worry about energy points. He can continuously draw energy from here. Second, flaws. This island has no real value. Its water is too shallow. The aircraft carrier 003 and the upcoming Type 055 destroyer cannot dock here. Its area is too small, only 2 square kilometers, and it's all mountains, so building an airport or large dock is impossible. It cannot become a naval base. Lin Fan's heart sank. He needs a base, a place where he can stand firm in the iron Black Sea. But this island isn't it. It's just a gold mine. A gold mine that anyone can come and dig a shovel of gold from. Lin Fan's gaze instantly turned cold. He cannot let anyone claim this island. Commander, the combat commander, a major, also seems to have thought of the same thing. His face looked very serious. This island is easy to attack, but hard to defend. We don't have an amphibious unit or defenses. If the Abyssal Cult or the Iron Blood Empire discover this place, then we can only watch as they take this island away. No, Lin Fan's voice was cold and firm. We won't let that happen. He slowly turned around. I won't allow it. He looked again at the faint blue, Pangu, interface. His remaining 385 energy points were glaring. He needed defenses. He needed a guard post. Pangu, T1 level, land-based defense kit. Give me the options. Command received. T1 land-based guard post kit. Includes 1 prefab command center, 2 machine gun bunkers, 1 T0 automatic closed defense turret, 1 short-range radar. Unlock cost, 700 energy points. Lin Fan's brow furrowed tightly. 700 points. He still needs more than 300. He still can't afford it. He couldn't hold on to this island. Lin Fan's fist slowly clenched. He must, in the shortest time, go again to collect over 300 energy points. He suddenly looked up and stared at the combat commander. Order, Flying Dragon Squadron 01, Sky Eye Unit 01. All personnel, Level 1 combat readiness. We. Beep, beep, beep. A sound, 10 times sharper and more piercing than before, screeched loudly. Suddenly, it tore through the entire combat command center. It wasn't Pangu. It was Sky Eye. Sky Eye 01. Emergency alert. From 10,000 meters above, the pilot of Sky Eye 01 roared with all his might through the encrypted channel. Commander, God's vision at the edge. 100 sector. Detected. A large fleet signal. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank to a needle's point. On the main tactical screen, at the edge of that 500-kilometer God's vision, a dense, glaring cluster of red dots was rushing toward him and the Crystal Island at 25 knots. Like sharks sensing blood, they charged wildly toward him and the island. Commander, K-100 sector. Detected a large fleet signal. Number, over 20 ships. On the main tactical screen, a dense cluster of red dots was rushing toward the Crystal Island at 25 knots. The combat officer's face instantly grew serious. All personnel, Level 1 combat readiness. Sky Eye 01, keep tracking. Signal feature analysis. Understood. The Sky Eye pilot's voice remained steady. We are comparing signals. Commander, the targets are not standard fleets of the Iron Blood Empire or the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Energy reactions. Very mixed. The main ships are judged to be 1 C-class and 12 D-class ships. The rest. Signal features are unclear. Lin Fan's cold gaze fixed on the chaotic red dots. His soul from Earth, along with memories of living in this world for over 10 years, instantly recognized the origin of these things. Not an official army. Lin Fan's voice was cold. They are raiders, a group of sea dogs who steal from mining sites. The combat commander, a major, immediately searched the database, and Panga's information popped up instantly. Commander, database confirmed. The major's face showed a hint of disdain. Codename Raiders. A joint fleet assembled from various explorers, exiled nobles, and even expelled pirates from different countries. The main force consists of C-grade and D-grade spirit ships. The unknown signals from the smaller ships are from their scavenged vessels, fired from obsolete artillery destroyers from the Blue Kingdom Navy, retired 30 years ago. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the small bright dots surrounding those C-grade and D-grade spirit ships. He knew what these were. Contract Alliance ships. Lin Fan said this term. The major quickly added, yes, Commander. Spirit ship users can forcibly assign industrial warships under ether contracts, giving them special attack damage against sea monsters. Data update. D-grade spirit ship users can boost allied ship damage by 150%. C-grade spirit ship users can boost damage by 250%. In theory, an S-grade captain could strengthen a human fleet to a terrifying 500% combat power. A ragtag group. In Lin Fan's mind, he had already sentenced this fleet to death. Commander, the air traffic controller suddenly looked up. Detected a communication request on the public channel. From the Raiders' fleet flagship. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Put it through. I want to hear what these chickens and dogs have to say. Yes. Meanwhile, 120 kilometers away from Crystal Island, on the bridge of the Blood Hand, the flagship of the Raiders, a one-eyed dragon captain, with a face full of scars and one blind eye, was excitedly licking his cracked lips. His name was Barlow, a C-grade spirit ship user. Captain, we see it. Right in that reef area. The lookout shouted excitedly. A glowing island. Oh my God. It's full of secret crystals. Ha! Barlow's ugly face was filled with greedy laughter. We hit the jackpot. Brothers, we've struck it rich. Captain, the first officer beside him, holding the ether telescope, was trembling. There is another ship next to the island. A ship. A very big ship. It doesn't have a mast, and its deck is flat. Barlow's laughter suddenly stopped. He quickly snatched the telescope. Through the sea fog, a huge steel outline, so large it blocked the sky, was quietly anchored 5 kilometers away in the deep water. Flat deck. Island. What kind of monster is this? A moving fortress of the Iron Blood Empire? Barlow's heart sank suddenly. No, wait. The first officer suddenly remembered something. He rushed to the navigation table, pulled out a report he bought at a high price from the Royal Academy of Ships. Captain, I just remembered. The first officer's voice trembled. Flat deck. Can't use ether energy. The other day, at the Royal Academy Awakening Ceremony. That largest scrap metal in history. F-class. Yes, that F-class ship? Barlow's breath froze. His single eye suddenly shone with a greed 10 times greater than when he discovered the Crystal Island. F-class? Ha. F-class. Barlow's wild laughter echoed through the entire bridge. Oh my, an F-class piece of junk, unlucky enough to drift here, and now it wants to steal my minerals? Brothers! Barlow suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at all the D-class captains on the bridge. God is watching over us, a crystal island, and an F-class super target ship as a gift. Open a channel to that junk. I want to tell him in person what despair really means. 003 Fujin Ship, CIC. A rough, arrogant voice full of unhidden greed suddenly exploded inside the CIC. Listen up, everyone. I am the commander of the Plunder Fleet. Bloodhand Barlow. No matter who you are, that crystal island under your feet. It now belongs to us, the plunderers. Lin Fan said nothing. He simply looked coldly at the screen, where the C-class signal was steadily getting closer. What's wrong? Are you stunned? From the communication channel, a loud, reckless laugh came through. Haha, Captain Barlow. It looks like a target ship on the other side. I see it. The hull number. It's F003. Oh my god. That's the F-class, biggest junk from the Royal Academy. How did an F-class ship end up in the Black Iron Sea? And it got lucky and found a crystal mine. Barlow's laughter grew even more wild. F-class kid, your luck has run out. Now, I give you two choices. First, you and your F-class junk immediately leave this sea. Keep the island. Second, Barlow's voice suddenly turned cruel. We'll sink you. And then, take over this island. I give you 30 seconds. Choose. Inside the CIC, everything was silent. The battle commander, major, and the other crew members looked at the communication device with a look like they were seeing a dead person. Who were they insulting? The F-class. Who were they threatening? This same ship had just, with 0 casualties, destroyed the B-class fleet of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. The devil. Lin Fan slowly raised his hand. He picked up the communicator. His voice was cold and calm, not a hint of emotion. You are 110 kilometers away from me. Your ether cannon has a maximum range of 15 kilometers. What do you have to destroy me? What? Barlow's laugh suddenly stopped. His greed on his face instantly turned into shock. 110 kilometers? What are you talking about? Barlow suddenly looked at his ether radar. It was blank. He looked again at the lookout. The lookout was desperately using binoculars, staring hard at the outline. Captain, that's right. The other side is very far away. Far enough. Far enough that it's completely out of our range. What? Below's single eye suddenly widened in shock. How? How did he see us? He's just an F level. Where did he get that targeting magic array? He's tricking us. Below's face instantly turned red. He must be fooling me. He's just a useless F level. He doesn't even have a targeting magic array. He's just blind. He was just lucky, staying far away. Lin Fan's cold voice sounded again, as if from the depths of, Below, I know you. I can see you too. I'm giving you one last chance. Turn around and leave, or you'll die. You. Below was completely overwhelmed. An F level. A trash that isn't even worthy of being his ally ship. A bug he could crush easily. And yet, it dared to threaten him? All ships. Below's single eye instantly turned blood red. He suddenly drew the ether-curved blade from his waist, pointing it at the distant massive F-level target ship. Give it to me. Full speed ahead. Today, I will personally tear him apart. Boom. More than 20 warships cut through the sea, creating white splashes. They didn't even realize whether they were rushing toward prey or the command room on the ship's bridge. Lin Fan slowly shut down the communication. He had already given a chance. Combat Commander. Yes? Commander. Enemy has 1 sea-level flagship, 12 D-level ships, and 11 industrial auxiliary ships. A total of 24 ships. Our side, the carrier 003, remains outside the enemy's range at all times. Lin Fan issued a cold order. Air Traffic Control. Order the Flying Shark Squadron for J-15T fighters to take off. Yes. Load the weapons. Each aircraft fully armed with 4 Eagle Strike, 83K missiles. Understood. The air traffic controller suddenly looked up. Commander, Eagle Strike, 83K? Isn't it more powerful to use the Eagle Strike, 15? Lin Fan's gaze was cold as he looked at him. Ingji, 15, one shot with 150 points of energy. Ingji, 83K, One shot with 50 points. These trash, they're not worth it. Wasting 150 points of my ammunition? The control officer's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Yes, I understand. Tianyin-01. Here? Commander. The best attack route has been planned for the Flying Shark Squadron. Good. Lin Fan's eyes fixed on the red that was bravely charging forward. Flying Shark Squadron. Take off. Clear this sea area. Yes. On the deck, piercing alarm sirens blared loudly. Prepare for catapult launch. Boom. 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 4 dazzling electromagnetic flashes streaked across the sky. 4 heavy fighters, filled with the fury of the Chinese military industry, broke through the clouds at supersonic speed. Under the guidance of the Tianyin, they didn't even bother to climb higher. They flew low over the sea and disappeared into the horizon. On the bridge of the Bloodhand ship, Captain, below was excitedly calculating the distance. 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, getting closer, closer. Haha, that F-class waste, he can't even run. He's doomed. Captain, the lookout's terrified scream, filled with fear, rang out again. In the sky. No, not in the sky. It's the sea level. There's something. What? Below suddenly grabbed the binoculars. He saw it. On the distant sea level. 4. No. 8. 12. 16. 16 black, fierce-looking iron lumps. They were skimming the sea surface at an incomprehensibly high speed, pulling 16 streaks of blinding white water vapor. They were flying straight toward his fleet. Boom. Below's mind went completely blank. It's a flying magic puppet. It's that level F monsters. Missile? No, impossible. Below's body started trembling wildly. Is he not blind? He's hundreds of kilometers away. How did he lock onto me? Evade. Below let out the most desperate, most piercing roar of his life. All fleet. Evade. Activate shields. Intercept. Too late. Boom. 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 On the sea surface, it was as if a field of sea mines had been planted instantly. 1 ship, 2 ships, 5 ships, 10 ships. Those D-class, ship spirits, and cannon destroyers, under the targeting of the Eagle strike. 83K. Not even a decent wave could be stirred up. They were instantly blown into flying debris. 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. 16 missiles destroyed 16 ships. The Predator fleet, with over 20 ships, was almost wiped out. Only Below's C-class flagship, which had been so scared it stopped in place, remained. And 7 or 8 D-class allied ships, trembling but lucky enough not to be targeted. All gone. Below collapsed to the ground. He was finished. Ship. Captain, the vice-captain, so scared he was crying, said, "Those 4 metal birds. They flew away. Flew away?" Below's single eye suddenly lit up with a flicker of hope. They ran out of ammunition. Yes. They ran out of ammunition. Haha. I'm still alive. I'm still. Captain, the lookout's voice, cold and like that of a Grim Reaper, sounded again. They flew back. Below's smile froze on his face. He slowly raised his head. He saw it. The 4 steel metal birds, in the sky, tracing 4 elegant arcs of death. They are back. And they are diving. No. Below is desperate. He no longer cares how the enemy managed to create new missiles so quickly. All he knows is that he is going to die. Flying Shark 01, calling command center. From high above, the emotionless voice of the J-15T pilot comes through. Small fry, cleared out. Missiles, all used up. Requesting next instructions. Inside the command room, Lin Fan looks at the battered flagship still struggling to survive. Flying Shark 01, your wings still carry 2 90mm rocket launchers. Yes, Commander. The pilot understands immediately. Missiles are too expensive. Lin Fan's voice is cold. But we must uphold our old, good tradition. Use rockets. Overwhelm them. Yes. At that moment, the pilot's blood boils with determination. High above, 4J-15TS suddenly dive. Their noses aimed at the desperate C-class flagship and the few pitiful D-class ships. No. Below watches those 4 fighters dive like devils. He sees it. Under those fierce wings, 8 launchers, like honeycombs. No. Whooshing, 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 whooshing. The J-15TS show no mercy. 8 launchers unleash nearly 370mm rockets at once. They transform into a more powerful, more violent steel flood than the Eagle Strike. In Below's one remaining eye of despair, they keep growing larger. Boom! This is no longer just an explosion. It is a deluge. The old, traditional Chinese way, using advanced, controlled rockets, must not be lost. Below's C-class flagship, along with himself and his final fear, is completely erased from this sea. The surface becomes calm again. Only the pungent smell of gunpowder remains. Flying Shark 01 returned to base, yes, in the Combat Command Center. The Major and other crew members are numb. They just watch. Watch as Lin Fan uses a kind of attack they cannot understand, a powerful strike from a higher dimension. He destroys a fleet of the notorious plunderers in the Black Iron Sea, along with 24 warships. In less than 15 minutes, they are completely erased from this world. Commander, the Major's voice is hoarse. The plunderer fleet is all destroyed. The sea is calm again. The strong smell of gunpowder, mixed with diesel and burnt flesh, fills the air over K-077. The unruly plunderer fleet, which once dominated the Black Iron Sea, was completely wiped out by Lin Fan's divine vision and the Flying Shark fighter jets in less than 10 minutes. In the Combat Command Center, CIC, the atmosphere is tense but efficient. Commander, the combat officer, a major, looks at the sea area, now empty and devoid of even foam after the missile strikes, and swallows hard. He and the entire command team have just woken up. They are top professionals from China's military industry. They thought they were here to assist the commander in operating this high-tech aircraft carrier. But as soon as they boarded, they witnessed a one-sided, high-level attack. Their commander, Lin Fan, a man who looks younger than them. He is not really fighting, he is clearing. With terrifying efficiency that even these professional soldiers cannot fully understand. The plunderer fleet is all destroyed. Lin Fan's gaze remains calm. He coldly observes the sea, filled with countless wreckage. Order, deck support team, change into salvage operation suits. Flying Dragon 01 Squadron, Z-20 helicopter equipped with salvage hooks. 1 team, go to Crystal Island to collect mystic crystal samples. 2nd team, 3rd team, go to K-100 sector and recover the spoils. Yes, on the deck. The ground crew who had just finished reloading after the 9-minute battle immediately took off their red and yellow vests. They changed into a silver-gray, fully sealed work suit. 5 Z-20 helicopters, like busy bees, roared as they flew toward 2 different coordinates. Half an hour later, Dragon Flight 01 landed steadily on the bare black volcanic rock. 2 ground crew members in work suits jumped out of the cabin. They headed straight to a large, exposed, mystic crystal raw ore about human height. Commander, the ground crew's voice was clearly transmitted back to the CIC through their helmets. Mystic crystal sample collected, energy reading very high, but no signs of corruption detected. Lin Fan's brow slightly relaxed. This meant that Crystal Island was clean. At that moment, another rescue team's communication came through. Commander, Rescue Team 2 reports, we found a fully intact safe inside the wreckage of Below's C-class flagship. We have already opened it, Commander. You'd better see this with your own eyes. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the camera from the Z-20's winch. In the picture, a heavy, reinforced metal safe, forcibly opened, was hanging in midair. Inside the safe, no gold, no paper money. Only one thing, a giant core, about the size of a basketball, glowing deep blue, as if it were still breathing. A huge core. Oh my God, a young controller in the CIC exclaimed in shock. That is, the ether core. The battalion commander, a major, also froze in surprise. Commander, it's the ether core. This isn't a monster core dropped by sea monsters. This is the power source of a C-class spirit ship. The crystallized essence of their ether energy. Below that, he surprisingly protected the core so well. Lin Fan's gaze was intense. He could feel the huge, suffocating energy coming from the core. Pangu, Commander. AI Panga's voice carried a hint of excitement. Sea level ether core. 85% purity. This is practically a super energy package sent right to us. Immediately, Lin Fan's voice was emotionless. Recover. Exchange. Yes. The ether core was firmly grasped by Z-20's mechanical arm. The moment it was sent into the salvage pod. Sea level ether core recovered. Exchanging. Exchange complete. Energy points 500. D-level monster cores, 7 pieces, exchanged. Energy points 105. Remaining shipwreck debris, 15 ships, exchanged. Energy points 30. Commander, this raider cleanup operation has gained a total of 635 energy points. Lin Fan looked at his energy balance. 385 points. Remaining, 635 points. Loot. Total energy points, 1020. 1,020 points. Enough. Lin Fan's gaze was firm and decisive. He opened the blue tech interface again. He skipped all the offensive weapons. He directly clicked on the land-based defense list. Pangu. Unlock the land-based outpost kit. Yes, land-based outpost kit. Includes 1 prefab command post, 2 machine gun bunkers, 1 automatic closed defense turret, 1 short-range radar. Unlock cost, 700 energy points. Confirm. Energy points minus 700. Remaining energy, 320. Land-based outpost kit unlocked. A 5-person Shinjo engineering team is on standby in the hangar. The deck coordinator is currently directing the ground crew, sending those mystic crystal samples into the quarantine laboratory. Boom! A soft transmission sound. 5 soldiers, dressed in engineering troop uniforms and carrying toolboxes, appear in the middle of the hangar. They are different from the sharp, serious ground crew and the cool pilots. They are calm, skilled, as if they can create anything with their hands. Commander, the leader of the engineering team, a dark-skinned man, salutes Lin Fan through the communicator. Engineering team reporting. The guard station kit has been loaded. We are ready to depart at any time. Good. Inside the CIC, Lin Fan nods. Dragonfly 02, transport the engineering team and the guard station kit immediately to Crystal Island. Yes. The Z-20 helicopter roars as it takes off again. It's like a hard-working air truck, carrying the 5 engineers and a bunch of prefabricated building materials like containers, flying toward the barren Black Island. Commander, the battle commander, a major, watches the Z-20 disappear into the horizon. Finally, a slight smile appears on his face. The engineering team reports that building, debugging, and sensor networking at the guard station will take some time. It's expected to be fully completed before sunrise tomorrow. Good. Lin Fan nods. Order. Sky Eye 01. Stay alert at 10,000 meters altitude. Flying Shark Squadron and Dragonfly Squadron. First-level combat readiness. Rotate rest periods. The entire fleet. Enter level 3 combat readiness. Yes. Night falls again over the Iron Sea. This time, there are no reckless predators. The sea is silent. The Fujin ship 003 is like a steel giant hiding in the darkness, quietly guarding the island of Crystal, which is under construction. Battle Command Center. Lin Fan has not slept all night. He stands quietly, waiting. He is waiting for his guard station to be built, waiting for his eyes to cover this island. 3 in the morning. The engineer team leader's voice came through. Commander, the prefabricated command post is sealed. 5 in the morning. The sensor array is activated. Data has been integrated into CIC. 7 in the morning. The sky just began to brighten. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds over the Iron Sea, shining on the new watchtower turret. Auto defense turret. Calibration. Complete. The engineer team leader's voice, tired but excited, came on time. Commander, the Crystal Island watchtower is fully. Suddenly. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp alarm, 10 times more piercing than yesterday, blared loudly. It suddenly tore through the entire combat command center. It wasn't the watchtower. It was the Sky Eye 01. Emergency alert. From 10,000 meters above, the pilot of Sky Eye 01 roared loudly. Commander, God's vision. At the edge. Position 310. Detected. Detected. For the first time, the Sky Eye pilot's voice showed fear. Commander, what is that? That's not a red dot. Lin Fan suddenly looked up and stared at the main tactical screen. At the edge of the 500-kilometer, God's vision, there was a twisted, indescribable, purple-black shadow, a huge shadow that seemed to have life, writhing and moving. It was rushing toward him and the island at a terrifying speed that defied the laws of physics, heading straight for him and the Crystal Island, crushing forward. They are coming. AI Panga's voice was icy to the extreme. Deep Abyss Cult. Inside the Combat Command Center, alarms still echoed. Lin Fan stood in front of the main screen, watching the rapidly expanding purple-black shadow. It wasn't a storm, nor ordinary clouds. It was something alive. Sky Eye 01. Keep your distance, ascend higher. Lin Fan's command was calm and swift. I need to see clearly what exactly is coming. At 10,000 meters above the ground, the Air Police 600 did not approach the reconnaissance target as usual. Instead, it used its long-range imaging ability with synthetic aperture radar to lock onto the core of the shadow. The image was analyzed layer by layer and finally displayed on the large screen. Inside the CIC, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Even these seasoned soldiers of the Shinjo military, used to seeing steel giants, felt a physical discomfort when they saw what was on the screen. It was a fleet. If it could still be called a fleet, 12 warships were cutting through the waves. But none of these ships had a normal metallic shine. Their hulls were covered with a thick, slowly writhing purple-red flesh membrane. Large, tumor-like blisters filled the space where turrets should have been. At the top of these blisters, jagged cracks opened, revealing no gun barrels, only greenish-yellow mist spewing out. On the sides of the ships, countless thick, vein-like tissues stretched deep into the sea, as if drawing nutrients from the ocean. These were not warships. They were 12 decayed steel corpses floating on the water. Deep Abyss Cult. Lin Fan looked at the twisted monsters, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. This was the world's enemy. This was the product of forcibly merging magical energy with biological life. At that moment, the AI Panga's voice sounded. Commander, intercepted high-frequency signals from the enemy flagship. The signal source is unencrypted. The other side is broadcasting. Play it. There was no shouting or threats as expected. Amid the crackling electric sounds, a deep, eerie voice echoed, as if countless people were whispering in the ears at once. God says, the abyss is coming. Flesh is the only home. The voice carried a sickening, sticky feeling, making the young officers in the CIC instinctively frown. 50 kilometers from Crystal Island, the flagship of the Abyss Fleet, the Corruptor. This steel giant, once possibly a B-class battleship of a certain country, has now completely turned into a flesh and blood temple. Inside the bridge, there are no dashboards or steering wheels. Only countless nerve-like tendrils hanging from the ceiling and a thick layer of fungi on the floor, like a carpet. A man wearing a deep purple robe and a bone mask stands on a fleshy mound in the center of the bridge. He is Saja, the steward of the Abyss Cult. His eyes behind the mask do not show greed like a typical pirate, but instead shine with a wild, twisted light. He shouldn't be here. He is here to collect. That foolish black shark from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance promised to deliver a batch of high purity, secret, ore in exchange for the cult's mist technology. The trading spot is nearby, but now the black shark is gone. Saja can feel that the corrupt aura of the greedy ship has completely disappeared hours ago. In its place, there is a pure energy wave on the island ahead, making his soul tremble. That is secret crystal. An entire island's worth of secret crystal. Next to the island, there is also a strange ship. Saja's gaze passes through the semi-transparent biological keratin membrane of the bridge and looks at the distant 003 Fujin ship. It is too big. The straight deck, the towering ship island, the cold geometric lines. In Saja's eyes, it is a perfect vessel, waiting to be blessed by the god. But he is also confused. He cannot sense the breath of that ship. Every warship with a spirit has an ether core and a magic energy circuit, like a living creature with a heart and blood vessels. But that ship, in his perception, feels like a lifeless stone. No ether fluctuations, no magic energy circulation. It is as silent as a tomb. An inanimate object, Saja's voice is hoarse and deep. Steel without a soul is a blasphemy against the divine. It must be given life. He slowly raises his hand, which is covered not with skin, but with a layer of fine purple scales. He doesn't need to roar like Black Shark or shout like Below. In the abyssal cult's tactics, there has never been such a thing as negotiation. Meeting means assimilation. Release the spores. Saja issued a divine command. Following his order, the huge tumors on the 12 decayed warships shrank sharply. Accompanied by a harsh exhaust sound, countless dark green biological sacs, about the size of basins, shot out from the cracks of those tumors. They didn't whistle like bullets, but burst silently in the air like dandelions. In an instant, large patches of yellow-green mist spread over the sea surface. This wasn't ordinary smoke. It was billions of tiny, nearly invisible decay spores. They drifted with the sea breeze, forming a huge plague net, covering the 003 Fujin battleship. The command tower of the 003 Fujin ship. The alarm sounded again. Commander, unknown aerosol detected approaching. The meteorologist looked at the wind data on the screen, speaking quickly. Wind from the southeast at 12 knots. The target is right here. On the screen, the yellow-green mist moved very fast, clearly accelerated by some kind of magical power. It's decay spores. The combat officer, a major, looked at the comparison data in the database, his face serious. According to intelligence, these spores have a very strong ether-blocking ability. They can infiltrate every of the warship like dust. Once they contact the ether core or magical energy transmission pipes, they will immediately take root and sprout, absorbing ether energy to multiply wildly. They will clog the magic energy circuits, pollute the core, and eventually paralyze the entire ship's power system. The major paused and looked at Lin Fan. This is the cult's most vicious way of disarming. In this world, no warship powered by ether energy can survive in such a dense cloud of spores. Lin Fan listened to the report, but his expression remained unchanged. Ether blocking? Magic energy circuits? He turned around and looked at the increasingly close yellow-green mist outside the window. Major, yes. Our ship, does it have an ether core? The major hesitated for a moment. Report to the commander. No? Then does our ship have magic energy transmission pipes? Report. Also no. What is our power source? 8 superheated boilers and 4 steam turbines. The major said confidently. What kind of radar do we have? Active phased array, electromagnetic waves. Lin Fan turned around, a faint hint of sarcasm on his face. If there's no ether, then what are they blocking? Since there's no magic energy, what are they consuming? The atmosphere in the command center suddenly shifted from tense to strange. Yes, this is a purely industrial warship that runs on heavy oil and uses boiling water to power its turbines. Every part of it, except for a few unused secret crystals, contains not a trace of magic. It's like a hacker who spends a lot of effort creating a super virus designed for Windows systems. But the other side uses an abacus. Send the orders. Lin Fan sat back in the captain's chair, speaking calmly, as if discussing the weather. Close all external vents on the ship. Activate the 3 defense system. Everyone, do not go to the deck unless necessary. Also, he glanced at the fog outside that was about to swallow the ship. Notify the damage control team to prepare high-pressure water guns and disinfectants. Afterward, clean the ship thoroughly. Yes. A few minutes after the orders were given, that vast yellow-green spore cloud finally collided with the 003 Fujin ship. There was no huge explosion, no shield-shattering flashes. The spores looked like a sticky, dirty rain, splattering all over the ship's surface. The optical sensors' images instantly blurred, as if splashed with a bucket of green paint. On the deck, outside the ship's island, and on the radar cover, everywhere was covered with this disgusting green slime. But that was all. Deep inside the ship, at the heart of the 80,000-ton battleship, 8 massive superheated boilers still burned fiercely, converting heavy oil into raging heat energy, heating the boiler water into high-temperature, high-pressure steam. Steam powered the huge turbine blades to spin rapidly, producing a deep, powerful roar. No magic energy circuits were blocked. No ether cores were contaminated. Even the 4 large phased array radars ignored the thin layer of biological dirt on their surfaces because they used highly penetrating electromagnetic waves. Except for being a bit dirty, this aircraft carrier remained completely undamaged. The Corruptor Bridge. Saja stood on a fleshy mound, staring intently at the green fog far away that was completely engulfing the ship 003. Behind his mask, a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. He knew well the power of those spores. They were a gift from the god. Just a tiny touch was enough to cause those fragile magic energy circuits to collapse instantly. The ship's spirits, usually so proud, would panic and realize that their proud warship had become a helpless iron coffin. Now, that huge steel ship was fully covered. Saja waited. He waited for the lights on the ship to go out. He waited for the engines to stop roaring. He waited for it to lie helpless on the sea surface like a dying whale. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. In the distant fog, the massive outline of the ship was faintly visible. It did not fire. It did not evade. It simply stayed there, completely still. "It's over," Saja let out a satisfied sigh. To him, this deathly silence was proof that the spores had taken effect. The ship's magic core must have been completely covered with spores. The crew inside was probably screaming in the dark, watching their equipment go out one by one, feeling their strength slowly fade. What a wonderful despair. Foolish mortals. Relying on magic energy, they will eventually be consumed by it. Saja turned around and looked at the fanatic cult followers nearby. His voice was full of the arrogance of a victor. "The spores of the god have purified its power. Now, it is just a piece of floating fat in the sea. Send the order." Sakja waved his scaled arm and pointed at the distant ship, the Fujin 003, which he believed was already completely disabled. "Advance the fleet. Prepare for boarding. We're going to climb aboard. Offer everyone on that ship as sacrifices to the abyss. Transform that ship into our new temple." Following his orders, 12 corrupted warships, like vultures smelling rotting flesh, sped up. They cut through the waves and greedily rushed toward the lamb to be slaughtered. Sakja stood at the bow, the sea breeze blowing his long robe. He was already thinking about how to draw a huge summoning circle for the Abyss Lord on the wide, flat deck. What he didn't know was, behind the green fog he saw as a victory curtain, inside the seemingly silent ship island, a pair of cold eyes, through a dirty glass, watched his performance quietly, as if observing a corpse. Beneath the deck, the Eagle Strike anti-ship missiles, fully loaded on the launchers, emitted a cold, physical law-like chill. Sakja was secretly proud. He thought he had locked the throat of a giant dragon. But he didn't realize he had only blown a speck of dust into the dragon's eye. And this dust would only make the dragon more furious when it opened its eyes. In the combat command center, a faint smell of disinfectant filled the air. This was the residue after the 3 defense system was activated and filtered out the smell of corrupted spores. On the main screen, the purple-black dot representing the Abyssal Cult's Vanguard fleet was approaching within 20 kilometers of the number 003 aircraft carrier. This was a very dangerous distance. In modern naval warfare, it was practically face-to-face. The battle commander, a major, looked at the screen with a frown. "Commander, they are still getting closer. Although our propulsion system is intact, the spores have blocked most of our optical sensors, and the close-range radar fire control on the hull is also somewhat damaged. Our automatic target acquisition efficiency has dropped by 30%. If the enemy rushes within 5 kilometers to engage in close combat or releases some kind of close-range biochemical weapon, it would be a problem for us." Lin Fan stands in front of the command platform, looking coldly through the porthole that has been cleared by the automatic windshield wipers, but still stained with green slime at the edges. "A problem?" Lin Fan's voice is calm, without any emotion. In this world, problems that can be solved with firepower are not called problems. He turns around and surveys everyone in the CIC. "I am a reasonable person, but I don't want to listen to the teachings of crazy people who want to turn me into fertilizer, nor do I care what their god is called. I just want them to be quiet." Lin Fan picks up the communicator and connects to the hangar standby room. "Flying Dragon Squadron 01. Here." The pilot's synchronized shouts come through the headset. "Get your gear ready. Clean up your doorstep. Yes. Inside the hangar, red alert lights spin wildly. Even in this fully enclosed environment, the roar of the waves outside can be faintly heard. Flying Dragon 01 tightens his flight helmet's mask, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Brothers, did you hear that? The commander says it's too noisy outside. He strides toward the Z-20 helicopter that has already been loaded. This time, instead of the AKD-10 used for ground targets, the helicopter is armed with 4 heavy YJ-9 lightweight anti-ship missiles. For a ship with only a few thousand tons of displacement, that's a death sentence. The deck elevator rumbles loudly, lifting 5 fully armed attack helicopters onto the flight deck. At this moment, the deck is covered with disgusting yellow-green spore dust, like moldy bread. Flying Dragon 01 looks at this scene, spits in disgust. So dirty. Take off. The 5 Z-20s simultaneously pull the collective, rotor blades whipping up fierce winds that scatter the spores around. They don't climb high but stay close to the sea surface, like 5 sharp knives, slicing straight toward the approaching Abyss fleet. 15 kilometers away. At this distance, the YJ-9 missiles don't even need mid-course guidance. The fire control radar powered on. Despite the interference from spore clouds, the millimeter-wave radar under the nose of the Z-20 aircraft stubbornly pierced through the fog, locking onto the large heat sources writhing on the sea surface. Those ships are too hot. Normal warships are made of cold steel, but corrupted warships are living flesh. Their infrared signals stand out like torches in the dark on thermal imaging. Fonglong 02, assign targets. 1 aircraft, 2 ships. Don't compete. Fonglong 01's voice sounded especially cold on the communication channel. Understood. Fire control has locked on. Then send them to meet the Abyss. Fire. Whoosh. 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 20 YJ-9 anti-ship missiles launched from the racks almost simultaneously. They trailed orange-red tails, drawing 20 straight lines of death across the dull sea surface. On the sea surface, the vanguard fleet of the Abyss cult still maintained their attack formation. The fanatical believers on the bow waved bone wands, chanting words that seemed to guide the surrounding spore clouds to grow thicker. To them, that huge steel warship was already a corpse. It remained motionless, covered in spores, with no strength to fight back. This one-sided slaughter was their favorite part. But, in the next second, a piercing scream tore through the air. Before the fanatics could lift their heads, they saw a string of black reapers, moving at hypersonic speeds, smashing through their delusions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions merged into a continuous roar. Although the YJ-9 is a lightweight anti-ship missile, that doesn't mean it's gentle. Its semi-armor-piercing warhead sliced through the disgusting flesh-like armor of the corrupted warship as if a hot knife through butter. No magic shields, no rune intercepts. Pure kinetic energy, combined with high explosives, directly penetrated these biological warships. Then, destruction erupted from within. The frontmost corrupted ship's bow suddenly swelled and exploded like a burst rotten tomato. Purple-black blood mixed with steel fragments, splattering hundreds of meters away. A massive shockwave instantly shattered its fragile backbone. This is not just physical destruction. For these living warships, the damage feels more like deadly internal rupture. The hulls are crying out. That sound is not the creaking of metal twisting, but a creepy, beast-like scream as if a giant creature is dying. Pop! Another warship's ammunition storage explodes, sending a huge flesh-like turret flying into the air. When it lands, it crushes the command tower of a nearby support ship. In just half a minute, 8 of the originally 12 aggressive flagship ships have become burning wrecks on the sea surface. The remaining 4 are also drifting, their broken tentacles weakly hitting the water, with darkened body fluids staining the sea. They are too weak. Flying Dragon 01 looks at the terrible scene below and is too lazy to shoot again. These biological, mutated ships are no match for modern armor-piercing high-explosive shells. Mission complete. Return home. 5Z. 20 helicopters draw a bold arc in the sky and fly back to the mothership confidently. The corruptor, flagship, Saja stands on a sticky high platform, his eyes behind the mask fixed on the blazing fire ahead. He grips the railing tightly, his sharp fingernails digging into the armrest, which feels like muscle tissue. How is this possible? His voice is full of disbelief. That ship was clearly covered in spores. Its magic energy circuit should be blocked. Its ether core should be extinguished. It should be a dead fish. What are those flying metal birds? Why are they unaffected by the spores? And what about those explosive alchemy crossbow arrows? A series of questions shake Saja's worldview. But he is an elder of the abyssal cult, a seasoned believer who has seen many storms. After a brief shock, instead of fear, a twisted anger rises in his heart. Cunning heretics. Saja releases his grip, and the wound on his hand quickly heals. It seems you have hidden many mechanisms inside that iron shell. But he still doesn't realize the true problem. He still stubbornly believes that this was just the other side's emergency defense mechanism, like a dying beast's last attempt to fight back. This physical resistance, though sharp, was ultimately weak. Since there was still physical struggle, I will destroy you completely from the mind. Saja suddenly waved his long robe. The fleet stopped moving. The main fleet, which was ready to charge with the vanguard fleet, slowly halted on the sea 40 kilometers from the number 003 aircraft carrier. Saja no longer wanted to risk precious warships on those strange flying devices. He planned to end the battle in the most skilled and unbeatable way the Church knew, by activating the Soul Network. Saja walked to a blood pool in the center of the bridge. This blood pool swirled with thick black liquid, with countless twisted faces floating on the surface, silently screaming. This was an abyssal node formed from the souls of thousands of sacrificed people. As long as the enemy was in an area with a high concentration of spores, this node could ignore distance and directly connect to their consciousness. Right now, the number 003 aircraft carrier was wrapped tightly in a yellow-green spore cloud. This was the best conductor. This was the best bridge. Saja slowly removed the bone mask from his face, revealing a terrifying face covered with purple veins, almost unrecognizable as human. Since your ship can still move, I will control your people. As long as I control the captain, this ship is still mine. He spread his arms and slowly sank into the boiling blood pool. Meanwhile, the priests assisting with the spell began to chant in a fluctuating, eerie tone. This sound did not belong to any human language. It was like nails scratching a blackboard, or a wet, soft-bodied creature crawling over the eardrum. As the chanting continued, the yellow-green spores covering the number 003 aircraft carrier suddenly changed. They were no longer dull dust. They began to glow, emitting a strange, purple-red faint light. Countless invisible mental tendrils, like an enormous invisible web, extended from these spores and penetrated into the steel hull. They passed through the deck, passing through the armor, breaking through the physical barriers that are meaningless to magic energy, heading straight for the command room of the ship's island. The whispers of the abyss begin. This is not a magical attack. It is mental corruption. It is a malicious curse that can turn a determined holy knight into a madman within minutes. Saja's consciousness laughs wildly in the blood pool. He seems to have seen the poor captain, crying and begging on his knees when hearing the whispers of the gods. Come on, embrace the depths of the abyss. Offer your soul, your worship, everything you have to me. Inside the command center, the normally calm, precise atmosphere suddenly becomes thick and heavy. Red-purple light shines through the portholes, through the armor cracks, even seeming to pass directly through the retina, reflecting on everyone's face. A low-frequency hum begins to vibrate in the air. This is not sound. It is signals directly affecting the brain cortex. So cold, a young officer responsible for communications suddenly hugs his shoulders, his teeth chattering violently. His eyes become vacant, as if he has seen something extremely terrifying. Don't come near. I don't want to go back. Next to him, the radar operator suddenly takes off his headset, covering his ears with both hands. Blood seeps from his fingers, but he seems unaware, curled up in his chair, trembling all over. It's not just them. The entire CIC, even the crew on the aircraft carrier, are struck by a heavy mental at the same time. Fear, despair, madness. Countless negative emotions flood like a bursting dam, pouring into everyone's minds through the pervasive spores network. Amid the noisy hum, a seductive, wet voice echoes repeatedly. Give up. Flesh and blood are the only home. Return to the abyss. Lin Fan stands in front of the command platform, his body slightly swaying. He hears it too. That voice is like a cold, venomous snake crawling up his spine, trying to slither into his brain and take over his consciousness. The view began to blur, and the steel walls around him seemed to melt into writhing flesh. He felt dizzy. He felt nauseous. A physical sense of rejection made his stomach churn. This is the Whisper of the Abyss, a top-level mental attack that can instantly destroy a fleet's willpower. If ordinary people in this world, even B-level ship spirits, experienced this, they would probably kneel on the ground, crying out to their gods. But Lin Fan was not like that. He didn't even frown. The strange energy trying to invade his mind hit him the moment it touched his soul, like ice meeting a hot iron. Sizzle. Lin Fan seemed to hear a sharp, painful scream. It was the sound of the whisper being burned. His ether insulation physique, in this world full of magic energy, not only meant he couldn't cultivate, but also meant absolute exclusivity. His soul was a stubborn, cold block that refused any foreign energy to touch it. You want to brainwash me? You're not worthy. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, clear and bright, with no trace of confusion. He looked at his struggling soldiers around him, those he considered brothers. A fiery anger suddenly surged from his heart. They are his soldiers. Who dares to hurt them? Everyone, get up! Lin Fan's voice was not loud. But in this command center filled with whispers, it sounded like a thunderclap, breaking through the murky air instantly. Boom! An invisible, overwhelming willpower erupted from Lin Fan's center, exploding outward. This was not magic or a skill. It was pure willpower, a soul from modern civilization, believing in human effort to overcome fate, completely denying these primitive, ignorant, and dirty forces. In the eyes of the crew trapped in hallucinations, the dark, cold world filled with tentacles and eyeballs suddenly brightened as if a sun had risen. That was Lin Fan. He stood there, radiating a golden glow. The light was warm, righteous, and inviolable. The purple-black tendrils wrapped around the crew members, and the moment they touched the golden light, they screamed and vanished like smoke and ashes, as if encountering a deadly enemy. Commander, Major in charge of combat suddenly took a deep breath, as if a drowning person finally surfaced. His confusion quickly faded, replaced by deep shock and a kind of reverent awe. He saw it. Their commander was like a fixed point in the chaos, holding up this collapsing mental world. Behind him, all the darkness was driven away. Is this a miracle? A young controller wiped blood from his nose and stared blankly at Lin Fan's back. At that moment, Lin Fan's status in their hearts surpassed that of an ordinary person, becoming a symbol of faith. As long as he was there, the abyss was no longer frightening. Meanwhile, the corruptor ship, on the bridge's blood pool. Saja, who had been immersed in the joy of casting spells, suddenly opened his eyes wide and spat out a large mouthful of purple-black blood. His already terrifying face twisted even more. The blood pool boiled violently. Countless vengeful spirits let out shrill screams, then disintegrated instantly. Backlash. Saja felt as if his brain was being fiercely stirred by a red-hot iron rod. The intense pain made him unable to stand, and he fell awkwardly onto the slimy floor. How is this possible? He covered his cracked head, his single eye full of fear and confusion. Just a moment ago, he felt that he was connected not to a human soul, but to a star. Vast, hot, and filled with destructive rejection. His mental tendrils had just extended, but they were instantly burned to ashes. The will that rebounded through the mental link was overwhelmingly powerful, almost unreasonable. It was an absolute command of "you are not allowed to exist." Who? What is he? Saja trembled as he got up, looking at the distant, still floating steel giant ship, whose aura was completely different. He was scared. For the first time, as an abyssal servant, he felt fear towards a prey. That man, he is immune to the abyss. He can even purify the abyss. 003 Fujin ship, CIC. Lin Fan didn't realize he had just performed a miracle. He only felt a buzzing in his head, then everything returned to normal. Seeing the crew around him gradually regain their clarity, Lin Fan coldly tapped the control panel. Are you awake? Yes, we're awake. Let's get to work. Yes. This time, Their responses were louder and more orderly than ever before. The morale behind their voices was so high it seemed like it could burst through the ceiling. Commander, the entire ship's systems have completed self-checks. Mental interference has been cleared. Radar recalibrated. Fire control system online. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze passing through the porthole, locking onto the distant, stagnant, corrupted fleet. Playing dirty? Then don't blame me for fighting unfairly. Flying Dragon 01. Here. Commander. In the communication channel, Flying Dragon 01's voice sounded excited, as if they had just been injected with adrenaline. That guy who was pretending to be a god just now made me really annoyed. Lin Fan's tone was calm, but everyone could hear the suppressed anger beneath. Go. Seal his mouth for me. Yes. In the hangar. 5Z, 20 helicopters roared to life again. This time, without ground crew urging them, all pilots rushed into their cockpits like crazy. They had also felt that disgusting invasion earlier. It was a violation of a soldier's dignity. Revenge was necessary. Take off. The 5 black helicopters shot off the deck, loaded with full payloads of Eagle Strike. 9 missiles, fierce and determined, as they headed 40 kilometers toward the main fleet of the Abyss. Maintain formation. Low-altitude attack. Flying Dragon 01 held the control stick tightly, the helicopter almost skimming the waves. This time, the enemy was prepared. But he didn't care. 12 kilometers away. Radar lock. On the screen, the largest corrupted flagship, the Corruptor, was tightly locked in a red frame. Eat this. Flying Dragon 01 suddenly pressed the firing button. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 Eagle Strike. 9 missiles detached from their launchers, roaring toward the target. The other planes also opened fire. For a moment, a deadly barrage of over a dozen anti-ship missiles covers the front of the Abyss fleet. However, just as the missiles are about to hit, something strange happens. For the Abyss, on the deck of the Corruptor, countless fanatical followers cut their wrists, letting their blood spill onto the huge flesh tumor turrets. The tumors writhe wildly, and the previously closed cracks suddenly open wide. This time, what is sprayed out is no longer spores, but living creatures. Puff, puff, puff. Countless small, winged, fanged purple creatures burst out of the tumors, like a swarm of wasps. They have no eyes, only long mouths full of sharp teeth. They are very fast, able to intercept subsonic missiles in midair. These are the Abyssal Cult's biological anti-air weapons, carrying gargoyles. Boom, boom, boom. The Eagle Strike. 9 crashes into this dense cloud of creatures from a few hundred meters away. A fierce explosion instantly clears out many gargoyles, blood and flesh flying everywhere. But the missiles are also triggered early. Only 2 or 3 missiles the defenses, hitting the enemy ship's outer armor. They cause damage but are not fatal. What kind of thing is that? Dragonfly 01 curses loudly as he watches the interception screen. Watch out. They're coming at us. The alarmed voices of the wingmen come through. The remaining gargoyles do not disperse, but lock onto the Z-20 helicopter in the air, rushing at it like mad dogs. They are too many, covering the sky and the ground. Machine guns. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The helicopter's side-mounted machine guns unleash a furious spray, turning the attacking gargoyles into meat paste. But these monsters know no fear. They crash into the bulletproof glass, hit the rotors, and even try to crawl into the air intake. Bang! Dragonfly 01 feels the aircraft shake violently. Warning! Engine 1 temperature too high. Air intake blocked. Warning! Tail rotor damaged. Vibration abnormal. A stone gargoyle crashed into the right engine's air intake, shattering the turbine blades. Its acidic blood instantly corroded the blades as well. Thick black smoke billowed from the engine exhaust. I'm hit. Power is dropping. Fighter Jet 01 desperately tried to control its unstable body. These things are living missiles. Retreat. All units, retreat. He made a quick decision. This wasn't ordinary anti-air fire. It was a biological weapon they had never seen before. Fighting head-on would be too risky. Deploy infrared decoys. Cover our retreat. Go. 5Z. 20 helicopters struggled to turn around in the air, dropping flares and using their machine guns to fend off the pursuing monsters, retreating in a clumsy flight toward the mothership. Inside the combat command center, Lin Fan watched the screen showing the helicopter returning with black smoke, his face dark and serious. Biological interceptors. Suicide attacks. This abyss cult was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The Eagle Strike 9 was powerful, but its ability to break through defenses was limited. It was easy to be intercepted by the dense biological barrier. Commander, Fighter Jet 01 requests an emergency landing. Single gun malfunction. Permission granted. Clear the deck. Lin Fan calmly issued the orders. He looked at the distant, unharmed fleet of corrupted ships, which was beginning to accelerate toward them again. A cold, chilling feeling crept into his eyes. The first round was a tie, but this was only the beginning. Since anti-ship missiles could be intercepted, he would try a different approach, something they couldn't stop. Pangu, check the T2 weapon vault. If they like to play with dense formations, then I'll give them something bigger. The flame shield rose. The pilot saluted the deck commander, then quickly pulled down his goggles. Go ahead. Boom. The electromagnetic catapult released a huge burst of energy instantly. A steel fighter, weighing dozens of tons, was forced to accelerate to takeoff speed on just over 100 meters of runway. The strong backward force pressed the pilot firmly into his seat. The fighter shot off the deck, dipped slightly, then suddenly lifted its nose, piercing through the gray sky over the dark iron sea. Inside the combat command center, Lin Fan watched the two fast-moving bright dots on the big screen, his eyes cold. Since the helicopter's attack ability isn't enough, we'll use heavy anti-ship missiles to teach them a lesson. Hawk Strike 83K. Although it's subsonic, its warhead and power are far better than lighter missiles like the Hawk Strike 9. Flying Shark 01. Calling, radar has detected the target. 60 kilometers away. Fire control radar locked on. The powerful onboard active phased array radar of the J-15T instantly cut through the remaining fog over the sea, locking onto the 4 leading ships of the Abyss fleet. No visual confirmation needed. At this distance, modern warfare is just a precise and boring math problem. Fire. A flash of light appeared under the fighter's wings. 4 Hawk Strike 83K anti-ship missiles detached from their racks, igniting their booster rockets to accelerate rapidly. Then the main engine started, causing the missiles to descend sharply into a low-altitude attack mode. They skimmed the waves, like 4 deadly sea snakes moving swiftly across the surface. 60 kilometers, gone in an instant. The Abyss fleet clearly sensed this unusual threat. The tumors on their decayed warships began to wriggle wildly, and countless creatures called scavenger stone ghosts spat out anti-air missiles. But in front of the Hawk Strike 83K, these creatures were too slow. The missiles suddenly performed a strange S-shaped maneuver at the end, easily dodging a group of suicidal stone ghosts trying to intercept. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions. 2 corrupted destroyers from the left flank were hit directly. Hundreds of kilograms of high-explosive bombs detonated inside the ship, creating a huge fireball that shot into the sky, instantly turning 2 piles of writhing flesh into countless fragments. Hit! A deep cheer sounded inside the CIC. But Lin Fan's brow remained tight, not relaxing. Something was wrong. It was too easy. If the Abyss cult only had this much ability, why would they be considered enemies of the world? Next, the Flying Shark Squadron launched a second attack. For more Eagle Strike 83K missiles. This time, they aimed directly at the main ships in the enemy formation center. However, just as the missiles reached the final sprint, a strange scene occurred. On the sea surface, the scattered, chaotic fleet of corrupted ships suddenly seemed to become parts of one creature's body. All the warships reacted at the same millisecond. For ships on the periphery suddenly turned sideways, using their heavy side armor to block the front of the main ships. At the same time, the fleshy wounds on their hulls opened wide. This time, they didn't shoot out ghosts or spores. Instead, beams of purple-black light shot out. These were high-concentration Abyss energy rays. Dozens of beams intertwined in the air, forming a dense, impenetrable fire net that precisely blocked all paths of the Eagle Strike 83K missiles. The accuracy of this interception was astonishing. Even the Earth's most advanced Aegis system, when facing low-altitude sea-skimming targets, still required radar lock, fire control calculations, and target allocation. But this fleet had none of that. They seemed to have no reaction delay at all. Boom, 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 boom. All 4 missiles were intercepted. None broke through the purple light net. They were blown up about 500 meters from the target, causing only a few splashes, without any real damage. The cheers inside the CIC suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. This was unscientific. The combat commander, a major, looked grim. His fingers rapidly tapped the keyboard, replaying the recent battle footage. "Commander, this doesn't seem right." The major pointed at the screen, which was slowed down 10 times. "Look here." At the moment the missile changed course, this ship opened fire. And here, this ship was originally trying to dodge to the left, but it didn't make any smooth movements. Instead, it suddenly turned the rudder sharply to the right, blocking the trajectory of another missile. Their coordination is too perfect. It's so perfect that it doesn't seem like a fleet at all. It looks more like one person with many arms. Lin Fan watched the scenes, feeling colder and colder. He noticed a small detail. There were no signals or lights exchanged between these ships, and even Pangu didn't intercept any radio communications. In such a fierce battlefield, they remained silent as if dead. But their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they shared the same mind. Sky I-01, Lin Fan pressed the communicator. "Scan those spore clouds. I want to know what they are doing besides interfering with radar." "Understood." Using high-precision synthetic aperture radar scan. A few seconds later, a chilling analysis image appeared on the big screen. In the microwave imaging view, the yellow-green spore cloud over the sea was not just scattered particles. They had structure. Countless tiny spores arranged themselves in patterns, forming invisible threads. These threads connected each corrupted warship and even linked every floating ghostly figure. It was like a huge, three-dimensional neural network. "Commander, these are biological signals." The major's voice trembled slightly. "These spores are transmitting nerve signals. This fleet. They are connected." Finally, Lin Fan understood. Why Sokka, that madman, released the spore cloud first. It wasn't just to block the view or to corrode the ships. It was laying out a network. In this area filled with high concentrations of spores, all the abyssal creatures shared the same consciousness. They didn't need to communicate or give commands. When the flagship saw the missile, the ships saw it at the same time. When the flagship wanted to intercept, the wingman's hand was already raised. This is the Deep Abyss cult's secret weapon. Unified will. As long as they are within this spore cloud, they are an unbeatable whole. Any attack from a single direction will be countered by the entire fleet's concentrated fire. To break through this defense, only saturation attacks that overload their computing power will work. Otherwise, it's just a reckless waste of resources. Flying Shark 01, stop attacking, climb higher, break contact. Lin Fan gave the command decisively. The J-15T is powerful, but it has limited ammunition. Against such a strong defense, continuing to launch missiles is just a waste of precious points. Understood. Breaking away now, the two fighters reluctantly circled in the air, leaving white smoke trails as they climbed to a safe altitude. On the sea surface, the decayed fleet, after successfully intercepting the missiles, did not rush to counterattack. They looked like a pack of wolves digesting their prey, slowly moving closer again. Their synchronized pressure felt even stronger than before. They knew their advantage. They were gradually shrinking the survival space of Unit 003. The atmosphere inside the CIC was extremely tense. "If we don't break this turtle shell, we can't get in at all," the major said through clenched teeth. "Unless we can cut their connection." "But how do we cut it?" "That's biological signals, not radio waves. Those signals are transmitted through billions of spores. Unless we burn the entire sea, there's no way to clear them." Lin Fan leaned on the command console, lightly tapping the armrest. "Connected consciousness. Shared senses. It sounds powerful, but it also means all their sensory organs and neural nodes are linked. If this is a network, then it must have servers, clients, and transmission protocols. If there are protocols, they can be interfered with. If there are connections, they can be hacked." Lin Fan suddenly looked up, staring at the AWACS, 600 radar planes circling at 10,000 meters. No one in this world understands information warfare better than him. The Abyss cult thinks they are invincible because they built a biological local network? It's just laughable. In the face of modern electronic warfare, this primitive biological network is like a system running without a firewall. Pengu, Lin Fan called out mentally. I'm here, Commander. Do you think it's possible to use electronic warfare against these guys? Pengu was silent for a moment, then replied, It's worth a try. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was heavy, as if water could drip from it. On the sea, the Abyss cult fleet was regrouping. The tumors on their decayed warships were wriggling quickly, seeming to recover from the recent attack. The invisible biological neural network still spread like an iron curtain over the fleet, connecting them into an invincible whole. Lin Fan stood in front of the sea chart, not looking at the enemies but focusing on the constantly flickering waveform data on the screen. That was a signal intercepted by Pengu. In this world, all magic energy, ether, and even the cult's strange mental links are just different forms of physical phenomena in Lin Fan's eyes. Major, do you know what the first move in modern warfare is? Lin Fan suddenly spoke. The combat commander, a major, was stunned for a moment, then stood at attention and answered. It's air superiority, Commander. No, that's a concept from World War II. Lin Fan shook his head, sliding his finger across a complex waveform on the virtual screen. Before gaining air superiority, there's a more fundamental battlefield. That is, electromagnetic dominance. The major looked confused. As a soldier with top-tier tactical training given by the system, he understood electronic warfare. But he didn't understand. What use could electronic warfare have against a bunch of maniacs who played with flesh, blood, and magic energy? They had no radar, no radio. It was like hacking primitive humans with no interfaces. Ordinary electronic warfare is indeed useless. Lin Fan seemed to see through the major's doubts. Conventional electronic attacks, like those used by EA-18G Growlers, target enemy radar and communications. We use high-power noise to jam their radar screens into snow, or inject false signals into side lobes, causing their fire control radars to lock onto fake targets. At worst, we cut off their radio communications, turning them deaf and blind. However, to achieve precise deception and interference usually takes a long time. Lin Fan pulled up a picture of the E-8 joint surveillance aircraft on Earth, then quickly erased it. We need to fly in that airspace for months, like the E-8 or RC-135 reconnaissance planes, collecting the enemy's electromagnetic signals day and night, building a large threat database. We must understand their radar frequency hopping patterns and encryption methods to target them effectively. But now we don't have that time. Lin Fan turned around, looking at the dark purple sea in the distance, a cold smile appearing on his face. But we have Pengu, and the Abyss cult has a deadly weakness. Their power still relies on the application of ether energy. Whether it's the power of those corrupted warships or the so-called unified will, the medium transmitting their signals is still ether. When ether is activated or called upon, it produces a very special electromagnetic radiation. That's enough. Any electromagnetic wave can be detected. Any frequency can be interfered with. Any signal can be tampered with. Pengu, Lin Fan ordered mentally. I'm here, Commander. How is the analysis of the Abyss cult's biological neural signal spectrum going? Analysis complete. As you suspected, the so-called unified will is actually a broadcast of biological electrical signals based on high-frequency ether waves. These signals are extremely complex, changing frequency 3,000 times per second, accompanied by chaotic fluctuations unique to living organisms. For regular computers, decoding this would take 200 years. But for me, Pengu's voice was filled with absolute confidence. It only takes 0.3 seconds. On the screen in front of Lin Fan, a massive flow of data suddenly streamed down like a waterfall. The originally chaotic purple waveform was quickly broken down and reassembled, finally transforming into a series of clear, distinct frequency codes. This is the Abyss cult's communication password book. This is the key to their spiritual connection. Now, it was laid bare before Lin Fan. The Major looked at the enemy signals being translated in real time on the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw the flagship sending defensive commands to the left flank ships and the support ship preparing a new round of spore jets. It was like all the secret talks between two armies being broadcast loudly through a loudspeaker. Commander, Should we cut off their communication? He asked excitedly. As long as we perform full-spectrum jamming, their collective will collapse instantly. They will revert to a disorganized mob fighting on their own, came the reply. No, Lin Fan waved his hand. Cutting off communication is too simple. It's brute force and easy to alert the enemy. If that guy Saja notices the link is cut, he might switch to a defensive stance or launch crazier suicide attacks to save himself. What I want is not for them not to hear us, Lin Fan said, but for them to hear the wrong thing. His eyes sparkled like a hunter's. I want to create illusions for them. I want to insert thousands of fake targets into their soul network. I want their tumor turrets to fire wildly at empty air. I want their shields to deploy in the opposite direction of incoming missiles. I want them to see the truth with their eyes, but their brains still command their bodies to die. This is the highest level of electronic warfare, deception. Lin Fan looked at the Major. The key now is that we don't have dedicated electronic warfare planes. The J-15DT is not unlocked yet, and we only have weapons for direct destruction. But we have it, he said, pointing to the sky thousands of meters above. There, the AWACS 600 was circling above the clouds. The Major froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with amazement. Commander, are you planning to use the Eye of Heaven? Exactly, Lin Fan nodded. Many think that early warning planes are just flying radar stations used for observation. But they forget what the AWACS 600 is equipped with. It's a digital array radar, DAR. Unlike traditional mechanical scanning radars, and even different from early active phased array radars, each transceiver unit in the digital array radar is an independent, highly intelligent radio frequency terminal. It can not only receive signals, but also transmit signals. Its waveform is completely defined by software. As long as there is enough computing power and the right algorithms, it can switch from detection beams to jamming beams in just 1 microsecond. It can scan half the Earth while simultaneously emitting hundreds of high-energy electromagnetic beams, precisely penetrating enemy sensors or injecting false signals into enemy receivers. It is essentially a powerful, flying electronic warfare platform. Of course, it may not be as powerful as the J-15DT or EA-18G, but in this fictional world without electronic warfare concepts, this is a form of advanced attack. Lin Fan picked up the communicator and connected to the AWACS 600 channel. Sky I-01. Here, Commander. The calm voice of the pilot came through. Mission update. Lin Fan stared at the screen showing the reassembling Abyss fleet. Stop the regular search mode. Load the Abyss Spectrum database uploaded by Pangu. Activate the radar's electronic attack module. Target the group of enemies below with multi-target, precise, deceptive jamming. The pilot's breath paused briefly. Using early warning radar to disable the soul network of a biological group? This tactic had never appeared in any tactical manual. It was like using a telescope to burn ants. But he quickly responded. Understood. Committing to the mission, high above, at 10,000 meters. Inside the large, disc-shaped radar dome of AWACS 600, thousands of T/R modules began to operate wildly. Huge amounts of electrical energy surged from the engine generators into the radar system. The detection beams, originally spreading evenly in all directions, started to change in ways invisible to the eye. They were no longer just inquiry signals. They had been carefully modulated, encoded with malicious virus code. Each radio wave targeted a corrupted warship. Each frequency corresponded to a node in the cult's neural network. This was not physical layer bombing. It was an invasion of the information layer. Full power to the radar. Target locked. Firing interference beam. An invisible electromagnetic sword instantly pierced through the atmosphere, cut through the thick spore cloud, and fiercely stabbed into the seemingly indestructible unified will of the Abyss fleet. There was no explosion. No flames. In this sea area, an unseen but more deadly battle than cannon fire quietly began. And the Saja on the surface was unaware of this. He was still proud of his perfect defense just now, still commanding the fleet, preparing to deliver the final to that arrogant mortal. He had no idea. The sky above him no longer belonged to him. In his perception, within the mental network that originally only he and his fleet existed, suddenly appeared thousands of red glowing dots. Left, right, above, even beneath the deep sea. From all directions, overwhelming and everywhere. Each dot carried enough deadly danger, each signal like a missile about to explode. How is this possible? Saja covered his head, which felt like it was about to burst, his single eye full of fear. Where did so many enemies come from? In his perception, dozens of fast warships suddenly burst out from the eastern sea surface, firing at his left flank. In the western sky, hundreds of huge fireballs roared downward. Even underwater, countless giant tentacles were about to wrap around his ship's hull. This was not just radar blips. It was a direct projection of reality into his mind. Because the unified will is based on shared biological neural signals, it cannot filter out clutter like mechanical radar algorithms. When these false signals, carefully crafted, mix in, they become the real sensory experience for the followers of the Abyss cult. They saw missiles that didn't exist. They heard gunfire that wasn't real. Even their skin felt the heat that wasn't there. Defend. Left flank. Defend. Saja roared hysterically at the empty sea on his left. Open fire. Destroy those tentacles. He gave frantic orders to the calm sea. The entire Abyss fleet instantly descended into chaos. The ships frantically spat out statues of monsters into the air. The main ship's tumor-like turrets randomly fired into the sky. Two warships even collided fiercely while trying to avoid the same non-existent torpedo, producing a bone-chilling crunch of shattered bones. The once seamless unified will now became a terrible curse. Confusion, panic, hallucinations. Through that highly efficient network, they quickly infected every unit. 003 Fujian Ship, Combat Command Center. Lin Fan stood at the command console, gripping the handrails tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Although he appeared calm and cold on the surface, inside, his nerves were stretched to the breaking point. This is a gamble. Using modern electronic warfare theories to fight against magical creatures from another world is something you won't find in any tactical manual. Penga's calculations are only theoretical. Even a 1% error, or if the so-called God on the other side has unknown countermeasures, could lead to total defeat today. The CIC is silent, everyone holding their breath, watching the tactical display on the big screen. Commander, the voice of Major, the combat officer, breaks the silence with a hint of disbelief and trembling. Look, on the screen, the originally well-formed and advancing Abyss fleet suddenly acts like it's gone crazy. They start spinning in place. They begin firing into the air. Two ships even crash into each other, causing a fierce explosion. Their tight anti-air defenses are completely shattered. We did it. Lin Fan exhales a long, relieved breath, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Fortunately, the laws of physics are still the foundation of this world. As long as it's a wave, it can be interfered with. As long as it's a signal, it can be deceived. Watching those chaotic, headless flying ships on the screen, Lin Fan's eyes flicker with a trace of pity, but it quickly disappears, replaced by colder, killing intent. They are no longer invincible fortresses. They are just a pile of rotten meat on a plate. Major, here. Notify the Flying Shark Squadron. Lin Fan adjusts his collar, his voice returning to its usual calm and commanding tone. Take advantage of their weakness and strike. Fire all weapons. Send them to their doom. Yes. In the hangar. 4J, 15T, Flying Shark, fighters, already refueled and armed, have been waiting on the catapult for some time. The pilots listen to the commands through their headsets, feeling their blood boil. All the frustration and helplessness from before are now fueling their desire for revenge. Flying Shark 01 copy. Fire all weapons. Boom. 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 For heavy fighters launch off the deck one after another, propelled by electromagnetic catapults. This time, they did not hesitate or make any tentative moves. As soon as they left the ship, for fighter jets quickly formed a team, engaged afterburners, and headed straight for the chaotic battlefield 40 kilometers away. Sky Eye 01, keep jamming. Add some more interference. Understood. Maximum jamming power. Injecting more false targets now. Under the strong suppression of the air warning, 600, Saja's mental world had completely collapsed. He saw countless suns exploding overhead. He saw the sea turn into boiling lava. He couldn't even tell where the sky was, where the sea was, where the enemies were, or where his own people were. Get out. Get out of my mind. Saja knelt on the ground, frantically scratching his scalp. Blood flowed down his cheeks, but he felt no pain, only endless fear. At the peak of this chaos, the true Reaper arrived. 4J, 15T fighters, 30 kilometers from the enemy's ship, activated their fire control radars. This time, there was no interference, no interception. The sensing systems of the decayed warships were filled with false targets, completely unaware of the real threat hidden among countless illusions. Lock on. Fire. Whoosh. 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 16YJ. 83K anti-ship missiles, trailing deadly flames, detached from their racks. They flew over the sea with such grace and deadly precision, until the missiles reached 5 kilometers above the Deep Abyss fleet. Their active radar homing heads powered up. Beep, 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 beep. At this distance, even the dullest instinct could sense the danger. But it was already too late. The stone statues responsible for air defense were biting at illusions in the air. The ray cannons meant for interception were blasting at the sea spray. No ship made an effective evasive move. They looked like a group of blindfolded prisoners tied to posts, quietly waiting for the executioner's gunfire. Boom. The first missile hit a decayed cruiser's ammunition depot. A fierce explosion instantly tore the ship in half, and the towering flames lit up the gloomy sky. Next came the second missile, then the third. This was a slaughter, a feast filled with the beauty of violence. The Eagle Strike, 83K's semi-armor-piercing warhead easily tore through the unprotected biological armor, wreaking havoc inside the ship. The screams from the corrupted battleship were drowned out by continuous explosions. Broken limbs and body parts flew hundreds of meters into the air, while purple-black rain of blood poured down. The flagship, Corruptor, where Saja was the largest and became the main target. For missiles locked onto it at the same time. No, Saja struggled to open his eyes amid the chaos, just in time to see a missile with a long tail flame getting closer in his enlarged pupils. It was real. It was not a hallucination. It was the unchangeable law of physics. Abyss. Save me. Boom. The 4 missiles hit the bow, bridge, engine room, and hangar of the flagship. A chain reaction of explosions instantly swallowed everything. Saja's cry for help suddenly stopped. The entire flagship, like a burst balloon, exploded into a huge fireball on the sea surface. The shockwave swept across the water, flipping over several nearby small boats. Just minutes ago, the arrogant and loud Abyss Vanguard fleet had declared they would turn the 003 into a temple. Now, they had become burning debris floating on the sea. In the sky, for J-15T fighters finished their bombing runs, then gracefully pulled up, performed a perfect barrel roll, and roared back toward their base. Inside the command center, looking at the extinguished red dots on the screen, watching the sea turned red with fire, everyone remained silent. But within this silence, an unprecedented strength surged. They had won. With human wisdom and technological power, they had defeated the terrifying world enemy. Commander, the major turned around, eyes slightly red, voice firm and clear. The enemy fleet is completely destroyed. Lin Fan stood there, looking out at the smoke and fire outside the window, slowly relaxing his clenched fists. His palms were sweaty, but he had won. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Fan turned around, with his back to the blazing fire, leaving a proud and solitary figure. Take everything useful. This is just the beginning. The once noisy battlefield was now quiet, with only occasional sounds of burning and waves crashing against wreckage. The once mighty Deep Abyss Vanguard fleet, which had boasted about turning the 003 aircraft carrier into a temple, was now just a patch of blackened debris floating on the sea. A foul smell of burnt flesh filled the air, a typical scent after biological tissues are scorched by high heat. Commander, the battlefield scan is complete. Inside the combat command center, the major's voice broke the silence. Confirmed that the enemy flagship, the Corruptor, is completely destroyed and no ships survived. This was a total annihilation. Lin Fan stood by the window, watching the busy Z-20 helicopter squadron in the distance. For him, victory was natural. What he cared about more now was the loot. How's the salvage going? Reporting to the commander, it's in progress, the major replied. The Dragonfly Squadron 01 is focusing on searching the wreckage of the flagship. But the Major paused, with a hint of confusion in his tone. We found something strange inside the core chamber of the flagship wreckage. Something strange? Yes. It wasn't destroyed by the explosion, nor was it corrupted by the disgusting flesh tissues. Its energy readings are very stable, even clean. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. On a ship filled with pollution and mutations like the Abyss cult, there was actually something clean? Bring it back. Handle it carefully. Understood. Half an hour later, on the deck, a Z-20 helicopter slowly landed. Several ground crew members in full sealed protective suits carefully lifted a metallic object about half a person tall from the pod. Lin Fan was already on the deck. He looked at the object, his expression slightly serious. It was a tetrahedral metal cone. Its surface was a simple, ancient bronze color, covered with intricate geometric patterns that dazzled the eye. These patterns were not magic runes, but looked more like precise etched circuits. It lay quietly on the deck, standing out among the surrounding wreckage of creatures still emitting black smoke. Pangu, scanning in progress. Material analysis, high-density unknown alloy, structural analysis, hollow inside, with a high-energy reaction at the core. Database comparison. Warning, no matching records found. Based on its energy fluctuation, it is suspected to be an ancient beacon. Beacon? Lin Fan squinted. Yes, it is a guiding device, or a key. It shows signs of forced access on its surface. The Abyss cult seems to have tried to it, but failed. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the distant Crystal Island. Suddenly, he understood. Why did Seijiya appear here? Why was he so obsessed with this barren island? Even willing to trade precious fog technology and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance? He wasn't here to conquer. He was here for the battery. The high-purity secret crystals on Crystal Island are the energy source the Abyss cult uses to force open this ancient beacon. They want to open it. Inside, there is a secret that even the Abyss cult covets. Send it to the quarantine storage and keep it under strict guard, Lin Fan ordered. No one is allowed to touch it by physical or ether means without my permission. Yes. After handling the beacon, Lin Fan's expression grew colder. What about that guy? Over there, Commander. The deck coordinator pointed to a corner at the edge of the deck. There, several heavily armed Marines were holding down a stretcher. Lying on it was the Abyss steward, Seijiya. He was not dead, but he was close to death. The explosion of the flagship shattered his internal organs. 3 of his limbs were broken, and his once terrifying face was now bloodied and mangled, purple blood soaking the stretcher. But he was still alive. Relying on that disgusting biological vitality, he was still clinging to life. Lin Fan walked over. The Marines immediately made way, but their guns still pointed steadily at Seijiya's head. Cough, cough, cough. Saja was coughing violently, each cough bringing up large pieces of internal organs. He struggled to open his remaining eye and looked at Lin Fan standing in front of him. Against the light, Lin Fan's figure appeared tall and cold. There was no mercy, no triumphant show of victory. He looked like an experimenter watching a small white mouse. You? It's you. Saja's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like 2 rusty metal plates rubbing together. That creature from the immortal abyss. Lin Fan looked at him expressionlessly. Name? Heh. Heh heh. Saja let out a nervous, low laugh. Mortal, do you think? Knowing the name means you can control everything? Lin Fan said nothing. That beacon. What is it? When Saja heard the word beacon, his pupils suddenly shrank. But he quickly regained his wild, crazy look. It's the door to truth, you foolish bugs. You don't deserve to touch it. Give it to me. I want to offer it to the gods. Saja started to struggle, his broken limbs scraping loudly on the deck. Lin Fan frowned. The interrogation reached a deadlock. This guy had been completely brainwashed by the Abyss. His logic and understanding no longer belonged to humans. For such a fanatic, normal threats and bribes were useless. Pangu, can you read his memories? Commander, the brain structure of the Abyss cult member has mutated. Forcibly reading it could cause brain tissue liquefaction, making it impossible to get useful information. Lin Fan nodded. Since it was useless, there was no need to keep him. Throw him overboard. Lin Fan turned around, speaking calmly. Don't dirty my deck. Wait. Just as the Marine was about to act, Saja suddenly burst out with a last burst of strength. He stared fiercely at Lin Fan's back, full of hatred and curses. "Mortal!" he roared, his voice sharp enough to pierce the sea breeze. "Do you think you've won? This is just the beginning. We are just explorers." Saja's body suddenly began to shake violently, and the purple veins under his skin wriggled wildly like worms. A very dangerous aura burst out from his battered body. The soldiers around instinctively took a step back. "Don't celebrate too soon," Saja grinned, revealing a fierce, twisted smile. His eyes started to burn, and purple flames shot out from his eye sockets. "The abyss is coming." Boom. There was no explosion, only a dull sound of a sudden burst. The purple flames instantly engulfed Saja's body. This was not ordinary fire. It was abyss magic. He was self-igniting. This fire was extremely powerful, and in just a few seconds, it turned his flesh, bones, and even his soul into ashes. Not a single piece was left behind. A sea breeze blew past. A strand of black smoke drifted away with the wind, eventually disappearing into the vast ocean. On the deck, only a piece of charred stretcher cloth remained, still emitting faint blue smoke. The soldiers looked at each other, clearly stunned by this strange scene. Lin Fan stopped walking, looked back at the direction where the ashes had disappeared. The abyss is coming. This is not just a harsh warning. It is a signal, a declaration of war that cannot be undone. This time, only a level B minor leader arrived, leading a vanguard team made up of a ragtag, decayed battleship. But what about next time? When the so-called main force of the abyss truly arrives, they might face real level A or even S-class monsters. That will be an overwhelming tide of corruption. "Clear the deck." Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, his voice still calm. "Disarm the entire ship to level 1 readiness, and switch to level 2 alert. Flying Dragon Squadron, continue patrol duty. Engineering team, speed up the construction of the outpost." He raised his head and looked toward the distant Crystal Island, shimmering with a faint blue glow under the sunset. No matter what they might face in the future, at least for now, he had won. He had taken control of this island. He had obtained that mysterious beacon. He has found his footing. "An abyss, huh?" Lin Fan whispered to himself, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Then bring it on. Let's see whether your abyss is deeper or my missiles are more powerful." Crystal Island. The night had already faded, and the first light of dawn shone on the jagged black volcanic rocks. Unlike the silence of yesterday, Crystal Island was now filled with the noise of industrial activity. 5 newly assembled T1 level automatic mining drones, built by the engineering troops, were busy working on the huge secret crystal veins tirelessly. The drill spun with a deep hum. Bright blue, high-purity crystals were cut out in large chunks and sent via conveyor belts to temporary refining chambers. Inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujin ship, Lin Fan sat in the captain's chair, looking at the light blue holographic screen in front of him. The numbers on the screen were jumping rapidly, making his heartbeat quicken. Loot tallying. Remains of the Abyss Vanguard fleet recovered. 12 C-class cores, 45 D-class cores salvaged. First day extraction of mine number 1 on Crystal Island. 2.5 tons of high-purity secret crystals. Energy points converting. Lin Fan stared at the final fixed number and took a deep breath. Current total energy points, 16,800. 16,800 points. This was not just a number. It was a huge sum of money. If Lin Fan had been carefully managing his resources before, now he finally understood what it meant to have money flowing freely. Although the Abyss cult was troublesome, the deliveries they sent, combined with the output from this crystal island, allowed him to quickly accumulate initial capital. Pengu, Lin Fan lightly tapped the armrest, a look of ambition in his eyes. "I've never fought such a wealthy battle before in my life. But now that I have money, I must spend it wisely." He looked out the window at the empty deck. Although there was a T2 command group and a T1 ground crew, this 80,000-ton giant ship still felt somewhat empty. Many compartments were closed, and many battle stations were unmanned. Maintenance, medical care, engine repair, logistics support. These hidden weaknesses, often unnoticed in normal times, can become deadly threats during intense warfare. First, fill the personnel. Lin Fan opened the Personnel allocation, menu. Unlock the full ship standard crew configuration. Yes. The full ship standard crew includes engine maintenance team, 60 people, damage control and repair team, 40 people, medical and health team, 10 people, logistics support team, 20 people, and T2 Marine Corps squad, 30 people. Total energy cost, 1,500 points. Confirm. Energy points minus 1,500. Transferring personnel. Deep inside the ship, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. The once quiet corridor now showed figures in different uniforms. The most eye-catching was the Marine Corps unit that had just appeared on the deck. 30 fully armed soldiers, dressed in deep-sea camouflage combat uniforms, holding Type 95 rifles, with tactical vests loaded with grenades and magazines. Their eyes were sharp and fierce, honed through countless simulated combat exercises. With them, Lin Fan not only had the strongest security, but also a sharp blade for landing operations, infiltration, and targeted eliminations. Very good, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Now, the ship was alive. Next was the spear. His gaze shifted to the top of the tech tree, where the T3 icon was glowing enticingly. That was the 5th-generation fighter jet. Stealth, supersonic cruise, situational awareness, truly. The aerial overlord. In this alien world, where perception relied on the eye and magical energy, stealth fighters were ghosts, death itself. Pengu, T3 tech tree. Unlock, J-35 carrier-based stealth fighter. Yes. T3 level J-35. Features, 5th-generation stealth fighter, supersonic cruise, internal weapons bay, situational awareness node. Unlock cost, 2,000 energy points. Confirm. Energy points minus 2,000. Remaining, 13,300 points. T3 unit. J-35 unlocked. Unlocking benefits. For J-35 fighters, including ace pilots, have been delivered to the hangar. The process is not finished yet. Lin Fan's gaze shifted downward, returning to a special branch of the T2 technology tree. This was an area he deeply understood from the last battle, electronic warfare. The AW-600 could perform electronic jamming, but it was mainly a warning aircraft, with a specific skill set. Faced with the strange, unified will of the Abyss cult, he needed a more specialized, electromagnetic surgical tool. Unlock J-15DT, electronic warfare aircraft. Yes, T2 level J-15DT, Roaring Shark, features wingtip electronic warfare pods, high-power jamming, anti-radiation attacks, and support. Unlock cost, 3,000 energy points. Confirmed. Energy points minus 3,000. Remaining, 10,300 points. Unlocking benefits. 3 J-15DT fighters, including electronic warfare officers, have been delivered to the hangar. This cost 5,000 points in total. But Lin Fan didn't even blink. He used the remaining funds to expand his fleet. Add 6 J-15T Flying Shark fighters to the fleet, bringing the total to 10. Add 2 AW-600 Sky Eyes aircraft. Command confirmed. Purchase 6 J-15T fighters, costing 1,500 points. Purchase 2 AW-600 aircraft, costing 2,000 points. Total expenditure, 3,500 points. Remaining energy points, 6,800. The more than 6,000 points left are kept as reserve for ammunition supplies and emergency repairs. After all, using the Eagle Strike series missiles can be very costly. Inside the hangar, the originally spacious area had now become crowded and lively. The deck coordinator stood by the elevator, watching the steel warboats appear out of nowhere, trembling with excitement. This is what a carrier should look like. In the deepest part of the hangar, for sleek, silver-gray stealth fighters with a futuristic shape were quietly parked in dedicated spots. These are J-35s. They don't have the flashy weapon racks of the J-15T. All weapons are hidden inside smooth internal bays. It is like a hidden dagger in its sheath, with a quiet sharpness but deadly power. Next to it are 3 J-15D fighters, each carrying large electronic pods on their wingtips. They are the fleet's magic users, specially designed to fry the minds of enemies, called the Roaring Shark, along with 10 heavy J-15T fighters, 2 AW and C-600 aircraft, and 5Z-20 helicopters. This forms a complete combat system, capable of performing all-weather, full-spectrum missions, a standard carrier air wing. Commander, Phylong-01 stands beside AJ-35 aircraft's landing gear, reaching out to touch its smooth body, but hesitating. Is this a fifth-generation fighter? If this thing takes off, those natives on the other side probably won't even know who killed them. A J-35 pilot takes off his helmet, showing a confident smile. Brothers, from now on, just fire. Locking targets is our job. The entire hangar is filled with an extremely high morale. This is absolute confidence in their strength. In the bridge command room, Lin Fan watches the spectacular scene on the hangar surveillance screen, feeling some relief from the tension. With this force, even if the main fleet of the Iron Blood Empire attacks tomorrow, he believes he can hold his ground. Lin Fan leans back in his chair, massaging his temples. Since crossing over, he has hardly had a moment to rest. Sea Trials of Death, Pirate Revenge, Abyss Vanguard. Every battle is a dance on the edge of a knife. Fortunately, now he finally has some footing. Just as Lin Fan is about to close his eyes for a short rest, the emotionless voice of AI Pangu echoes again in his mind. This time, it's not an alarm, but a message that makes him instantly alert. Commander, regarding the previously seized ancient signal beacon. After high-powered decryption, the core data layer has been unlocked. Decryption complete. Lin Fan suddenly opens his eyes wide, sitting upright. Already, that thing the Abyss cult desperately wanted to open, even risking a raid on the secret crystal mine to get it. That is the Gate of Truth that even Sage Saja couldn't forget before he died. It was surprisingly quickly cracked open by Panga's brute force. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Let me see it. There's a secret hidden inside. Inside the command center, the light was dim. Only the holographic tactical display emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating Lin Fan's stern face. Pangu, is this all there is in the ancient beacon? Yes, Commander. After decoding, this is a star map or a set of coordinates that only advanced civilizations can understand. In the holographic projection, the previously dark mist map of the Black Iron Sea was partially lit. About 1,500 nautical miles northwest of Crystal Island, a ring-shaped group of islands appeared. They looked like a string of pearls scattered in the deep sea, surrounding a large inland sea at the center. Target area, Xiantai Archipelago. Geographical features, consists of 12 main islands and hundreds of smaller reefs. Has natural deep-water harbors, and a ring of mountains provides perfect wind protection. Lin Fan looked at the perfect terrain map, a glint of excitement in his eyes. This terrain was like a version of Pearl Harbor from another world. It was enclosed, safe, and deep enough for ships. As long as a few key exits were guarded, it could be a never-sinking sea fortress. Compared to this barren, waterless crystal island beneath, it was only fit to be a fueling station. Resources? Lin Fan asked the most important question. According to the beacon, the islands have rich crystal mineral veins, with reserves over 10 times that of Crystal Island. Additionally, the beacon marked a special resource, described as buried beneath the ancient seabed, ignitable, black, sticky, and with a pungent, fishy smell. Hearing this description, Lin Fan's fingers suddenly tapped the table. Black, sticky, flammable. Isn't that oil? Of course, oil isn't rare. Although the Blue World already has basic petrochemical industries, Lin Fan could buy heavy oil through trade at the Academy port. But can buy and own are two different things. Buying means being controlled by others. It also means that if war breaks out, the opponent can cut off supplies, and the conventional-powered aircraft carrier 003 will become a pile of floating scrap metal. Even if it is replaced with the nuclear-powered 004, the same logic applies to the jet fuel used by fighter planes. But if we control our own oil fields, it means complete independence. It means our fleet can sail freely without fear, and future war machines will have endless power. I've decided on this place, said Lin Fan confidently, with a tone that left no room for argument. Commander, there's another message. The beacon is deep within the data, mentioning an ancient artifact. It is said to be sleeping somewhere in the Black Iron Islands, left behind by a lost civilization. An artifact? Lin Fan was cautious about this. Compared to the vague idea of an artifact, he trusted oil and ports more. But this also raises a question. If the beacon is what the abyssal cult is after, they must also know about the Black Iron Islands. Not only them. With the opening of the Black Iron Sea, the ironclad ships of the Iron Blood Empire, the flying ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, and even reckless explorers will rush there like sharks smelling blood. That place is destined to become a slaughterhouse. It looks like we will have a tough fight, Lin Fan said as he stood up and tidied his uniform. Let's go to the hangar. Before we leave, I want to see our new big asset. 003 Fujin ship, hangar. It is no longer empty here. 10J, 15T, flying sharks, are neatly lined up, ready to strike like fierce tigers. But deep inside the hangar, in a specially designated premium maintenance zone, for very different aircraft are parked. They do not have the flamboyant wings or slender bodies of the J-15s. They are coated entirely in a silver-gray radar-absorbing paint, with a shape that shows extreme geometric beauty. Diamond-shaped noses, jagged canopy covers, outward-tilting twin vertical stabilizers. These are designed for stealth. They are the jewels of the industrial crown. T-3 class carrier-based fighters, the J-35. For pilots dressed in specially designed anti-load suits were already lined up and waiting. They appeared calm, but their eyes showed confidence and pride. Commander, the lead squadron leader saluted. J-35 Squadron, codename Shadowblade. Reporting to you. Lin Fan returned the salute, then walked over to the fighter jet. He reached out and gently touched the cold, smooth surface of the aircraft. This feeling made him feel very safe. Tell me about it, Lin Fan said, looking at the plane. I want to know why it's worth 2,000 points. Yes, the squadron leader stepped forward proudly. Commander, this is the 5th-generation stealth fighter built specifically for our aircraft carriers by Shenzhou Military Industry. First, its heart. The squadron leader pointed at the 2 deep exhaust nozzles at the tail of the plane. It is equipped with 2 turbofan, 19 medium engines. Although each engine's power isn't as strong as the heavy-duty engines on the J-15T, in the medium category, it is the best. In total and power-to-weight ratio, it surpasses the benchmark engine, the F414, GE400, and even reaches or exceeds the level of the F414EP. With these 2 engines, the J-35 can reach speeds of Mach 1.8, and its combat radius is over 1,000 kilometers. Lin Fan nodded. Truly a powerful national asset. Next, its role. The squadron leader continued. Don't worry. When designing the J-35, it was based partly on some original designs from the FC-31 and partly on the ideas from the American JSF program. But it's refined. No compromises for multi-role capabilities. From the start, it's a pure, dedicated carrier-based fighter focused on air superiority. It's smaller than the J-15, which means it's more agile on the deck. With the same deck space, we can park more planes, and the aircraft's operational rate will be higher. To compare with the folks across the Pacific, if the J-15 is a big cat, then the J-35 is. China's stealth super yellow jacket. Lin Fan walked around the plane, inspecting it. Indeed, its aerodynamic design was very clean, with no unnecessary protrusions. And its stealth capabilities? Top in the world. The squadron leader answered firmly. In terms of radar cross-section, RCS, it is on the same level as its opponents. In this world, which relies on magical sensing and optical targeting, it is essentially invisible. It can carry 6 Thunder, 15 air-to-air missiles and approach the enemy unnoticed. At this point, the squadron leader paused slightly, as if choosing his words carefully. However, Commander, objectively speaking, in pursuit of ultimate stealth and aerodynamics, it has made some compromises. Its internal weapon bay is limited in depth. We can't carry heavy anti-ship missiles like the J-15, nor can we stuff 2,000-pound ground-penetrating bombs inside, like some multi-role 5th-generation fighters. Its ground and sea attack capabilities mainly depend on precise, small-diameter bombs or external mounts that sacrifice stealth. Lin Fan waved his hand. That's okay. Let the J-15T and G-20 handle those dirty jobs. What I want you to do is kick down the door, blind the enemy's eyes, tear apart their air defense network, and firmly seize air superiority. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the wing roots. They were smooth and clean. No cannon, Lin Fan asked knowingly. Report. No, the squadron leader replied. Not only is there no cannon, but no side-mounted weapons bays for dogfighting missiles either. This was a deliberate choice by China's military industry, and it's also an unspoken understanding between the air forces of China and the United States. The squadron leader showed a slight sneer. It's 5202 now. Who still foolishly fights dogfights with fifth-generation fighters? Those still dreaming of close-range dogfights either have brains stuck in World War II or their stealth performance is so poor they can't achieve beyond visual range kills, so they have to rush in like wild dogs for melee combat. For fifth-generation fighters, guns and dogfighting missiles are dead weight. Our battlefield is beyond visual range. Before the enemy sees us, the Thunder 15 will have already sent them home. Lin Fan smiled. He was very pleased with this answer. This is the difference in generations. While the Abyssal cult still relies on human wave tactics with stone statues, and the Iron Blood Empire still trusts in large-caliber artillery, his air force has evolved to a level where they can see you, but you don't even know where they are. Very good. Lin Fan patted the landing gear of the J-35. From now on, this sky is under your control. Besides these 4 stealthy assassins, there are 3 more new, expensive aircraft in the hangar. The J-15DT, called Roaring Shark, they look very similar to the J-15T, but instead of missiles on the wingtips, they carry 2 large, sci-fi-looking electronic warfare pods. Their bodies are covered with various blade-shaped antennas. Electronic warfare team reporting. A well-mannered officer wearing glasses salutes. Please introduce yourself. Yes. The officer pushes up his glasses, speaking calmly, but with a strong tone. Based on the heavy frame of the J-15, we have large internal fuel tanks and high power generation. This means we can stay in the air for a long time and emit powerful jamming signals. We can create hundreds of fake target signals, making enemy radars see snowflake-like dots. We can cut off their communications, making them deaf. We can also monitor radio signals. Any radar that turns on will become our target. Compared to the Air Police 600 secondary role, we are professionals. If the J-35 is an assassin, then we are mages. Lin Fan looked at this emerging air unit, feeling more confident than ever. Stealth entry, electronic suppression, heavy anti-ship attacks. When these tactics are combined, even an A-grade fleet would be forced to retreat in pieces. All units, respond. Lin Fan's voice echoed in the hangar. All pilots, ground crew, and engineers instantly stood at attention. I know everyone has been tired these days, fighting pirates, fighting the cult, building outposts. But we have no time to rest. Lin Fan walked to the tactical whiteboard in the center of the hangar, picked up a marker, and drew a circle. This is the Xiantai Archipelago. It's 1,500 nautical miles from here. There are oil reserves that can make this ship go further, countless secret crystals, and ancient relics that could change the world order. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sweeping over each young and determined face. I have a feeling, he said. We won't be the only ones wanting to take over that place. Those monsters in the deep sea, of course, see it as their home. The recently defeated Abyssal Guild will definitely rush in like mad dogs. And the Iron Blood Empire fleet, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's airships. Even some forces we haven't seen yet. It will be a chaotic battle, a fight where the winner takes all, and the losers sink to the bottom. Inside the hangar, everything was silent. Only the deep wind sound from the ventilation ducts could be heard. But there was no fear. From the soldiers' eyes, Lin Fan saw only burning fighting spirit. We will face challenges. His voice grew louder. Maybe we'll encounter level AC monsters. Maybe we'll face overwhelming enemies. But Lin Fan suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the row of steel flying eagles behind him. Look at the guys behind you. Look at this 80,000-ton giant ship. We have the sharpest swords and the strongest shields. We never fear challenges. Tell me, what should we do? Crush them. Hundreds of soldiers shouted together, their voices making the hangar ceiling hum. Very good. Lin Fan threw away his marker. All ships, top-level combat readiness. Raise the anchor. Target, Xiantai Archipelago. Let's go. With a command, the massive anchor of the 003 Fujin ship slowly lifted. The propellers churned the sea, leaving a long white trail in the dark iron waters. In the dark iron waters, the central area. The fog was like a thick veil, violently torn apart by fierce sea winds. The legendary Xiantai archipelago finally revealed its fierce and majestic true form to the world. 12 huge main islands formed a circle like a natural colosseum, guarding the deep, bottomless inner sea. On these islands, exposed crystal veins looked like scars on the earth, glowing with a crazy blue light. But this sea was not lonely. Alert! The sight of the gods detected multiple high-energy reactions. Inside the command center of the 003 Fujin ship, Captain Tianyan's voice was no longer relaxed but carried a rare sense of seriousness. Target at 090, 80 kilometers away, fast surface target group. Target at 270, 60 kilometers away, deep sea sonar contact. Many submarines surfacing. Target at 180, 100 kilometers away, large mixed fleet approaching. Lin Fan stood in front of the sea chart, watching the 3 red alert zones light up on the screen at the same time. All the threats had arrived. This originally unremarkable land was now like a piece of bloody meat thrown into a shark pool. To the east, the waves were violently cut apart. A fleet with bright, streamlined ships was rushing toward them at an incredible speed of 35 knots. This was the main fleet of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Leading the fleet was a sleek B-class flagship, the Windchaser. It was not bulky like traditional battleships, but covered with light magic armor, with 6 twin-mounted magic main guns glowing with a dangerous blue light. Around it, 4 C-class ships formed a protective ring. What was even more terrifying was the swarm of allied ships that looked like a hive of bees. There were over 100 modified fast torpedo and gunboats. Although they were industrial creations, under the blessing of the fleet's spirits, pact, these small devices, which could only tickle sea monsters before, now had every medium-caliber automatic gun capable of tearing the flesh of D-class sea monsters. That is the swift stream tactics of the Merchant Alliance, the combat commander, Major Sun, quickly analyzed. They abandoned armor, focusing on extreme speed and firepower density. Thanks to the Bounty Hunter network, they were among the first to obtain the coordinates of the Black Iron Islands. To the west, the sea suddenly boiled. Huge bubbles surged as if some deep-sea beast was awakening. Splash! Black, oddly shaped steel monsters burst out of the water. They had no tall ship islands, only low command towers and bare decks. The Iron Blood Empire. This militaristic empire, which valued strength and discipline, followed a completely different technological path. Class B magic-powered submarines. Wolf packs. Lin Fan looked at the sonar image displayed on the screen. This was not just a submarine throwing torpedoes. On the decks of those surfacing submarines, hydraulic covers slowly opened, revealing powerful heavy magic cannons. This is a submarine heavy artillery ship. There were even a few submarines with bulging backs, clearly equipped with some kind of large underwater weapon. The Iron Blood Empire's intelligence network stretched across the world, and their appearance here did not surprise Lin Fan at all. But what truly surprised him was the south. There, black smoke covered the sky. A huge, chaotic fleet was centered in that area, forming a large fan-shaped encirclement. Is that the flag of the Blue Kingdom? The air traffic controller asked uncertainly. In the very center of the fleet was a brand-new battleship, emanating a strong B-level pressure, the Duke. Its hull was covered with scratches and repairs of various depths. Those scars were not shameful, but badges of honor. On the bridge of that battleship stood a figure Lin Fan knew very well. Wang Tong, the Duke's son who was stepped on by Lin Fan during the awakening ceremony. Now, he was no longer the spoiled and restless youth he once was. His eyes were fierce, and his face carried a ruthless look, as if he had crawled out of a pile of corpses. To wash away his shame and escape the shadow of a failing F-grade assessment, Wang Tong used every resource his family had, even leading a team into dangerous waters to hunt sea monsters madly. He forcibly pushed his battleship to B-level through vast resources and countless life-and-death battles. Behind him was the Revenge Army, assembled with all the Wang family strength. It included dozens of low-level ship spirits loyal to the Wang family and an astonishing industrial fleet for old-fashioned battleships equipped with 406mm giant guns. 6 modernized missile cruisers with large, brass knight, anti-air missile launchers on their decks. Although those missiles looked heavy and required large radar beams for guidance, under the power of the Alliance, they remained formidable firepower platforms. These three groups form a pin shape, trapping Lin Fan's 003 aircraft carrier fleet and Crystal Island tightly in the middle. The atmosphere instantly becomes extremely tense. It feels as if the air is filled with the smell of gunpowder. Just a spark could ignite a fierce, four-sided battle. Beep. Suddenly, the public communication channel lights up. Three different signals force their way in. Lin Fan. Wang Tung's voice is the first to sound, hoarse, deep, and filled with a deep-seated grudge. Surprised to see me again? This time, there's no academy rules protecting you, and no lucky pirates to shield you. Wang Tung stands on the bridge of the Duke ship, eyes fixed on the distant flat-bottomed boat that still shows no ether wave fluctuations. I'm now at level B. Behind me is the 100-year legacy of the Wang family. Can your level F junk ship still create miracles? Next, a haughty female voice with a noble tone cuts in. She is the commander of the Seven Seas merchant fleet, known as Red Lady, a level B captain. Everyone, peace brings wealth. The coordinates of these islands were bought at a high price by our alliance. According to business rules, first come, first served. But Red Lady's tone turns cold as her gaze sweeps over Lin Fan's aircraft carrier. Since everyone is here, I won't be unreasonable. The secret crystal mine on this island belongs to our alliance, 70%. The rest, you can take freely, 70%? That's an excessive appetite for an alliance. A cold, iron-like male voice responds. He is the commander of the Iron Blood Empire's submarine fleet, a colonel dressed in black military uniform. The Iron Blood Empire doesn't need minerals. What we want is the strategic position of these islands, and that rumored beacon. This area will be designated as a military restricted zone for the Empire. Unauthorized personnel, get out immediately. 3 groups, 3 demands. None of them pay any attention to Lin Fan. In their eyes, although Lin Fan defeated the Black Shark and used some strange tactics, he is ultimately just one person. One ship. Faced with this overwhelming fleet encirclement and the pressure from 3 level B experts, his best outcome is to run away with his tail between his legs. Lin Fan. Wang Tung spoke again, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since we're classmates, I'll give you a clear choice. Kneel down, hand over your ship, and become my subordinate vessel. Or die here and turn into the mud at the bottom of the sea. The communication channel fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Lin Fan's response. Was he begging? Was he angry? Or was he shouting in helpless rage? At the Fujin ship combat command center, Lin Fan sat in the captain's chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. He looked at the 3 proud faces on the screen, as if they were 3 clowns. Are you done talking? His voice was calm, almost too calm. Maybe you've got something wrong. He put down his teacup and slowly stood up. This is where I discovered first. This is where I planted my flag first. And his gaze swept over the screen, filled with contempt that saw through everything. Who gave you the courage to speak so boldly within my range? Cheap scrap metal? Wang Tung was instantly furious at these words, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Fan, what are you pretending for? Look around you. I have big guns. I have missiles. I am a level B. Do you still think you're that genius everyone praised? Lady Hong also sneered. Looks like this little brother is drunk on his own bravado. If he doesn't want to talk, then don't blame your sister for being ruthless. The colonel of the Iron Blood Empire was even more direct. Final warning. If you don't retreat in 3 minutes, you will be sunk. Lin Fan smiled. That smile had no warmth at all. Talk. When did I say I wanted to talk to you? He gently adjusted his sleeve. Since we can't talk, it's a problem. Lin Fan raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then don't bother. He cut off the communication. The whole world instantly fell silent. But this was only the calm before the storm. The battle commander, Major, stood behind Lin Fan and whispered, "This is a 1-on-3 war. A crazy gamble where a single ship faces 3 combined fleets. War?" Lin Fan turned around, looking at the dense red dots on the radar screen. A fire of ambition burned in his eyes. It doesn't matter. In this world, truth is only within the range of the cannon. If they want to fight, then let's fight until they surrender. Lin Fan suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the sea filled with warships. All ships at level 1 combat readiness. Notify the J-35 squadron, no more hiding. Let these fools see what a 5th-generation fighter is. See what beyond visual range strike means. Suddenly, the sea breeze grew fierce. The fragile balance of confrontation across all sides completely collapsed at this moment. A grand war, destined to be recorded in the history of the blue world, has begun. The sea breeze suddenly stopped, as if time itself froze. But what followed was endless danger and tense atmosphere. At the moment Lin Fan decisively cut off communication, the delicate and fragile balance among the four forces was ruthlessly torn apart, and an intense, breathtaking battle officially started. The first to act was Madame Hong, the B-class captain from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. She stood steadily on the command tower of the Wind Chaser warship, holding a delicate, ornate folding fan filled with hidden tricks. Suddenly, she decisively snapped the fan shut and, with astonishing speed, pointed it directly at the unmoving Type 003 aircraft carrier in the distance. Her movements quick as lightning, fierce as thunder. Unlike the Iron Blood Empire, which valued invulnerable armor and the blind worship of large-caliber firepower by the Royal Fleet, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance followed a strategy of speed. They believed that only with unpredictable, fluid maneuverability like flowing mercury could they stand undefeated in the brutal and fierce naval battles. At this moment, with Madame Hong issuing a clear yet deadly command, all units, attention, activate swift stream tactics, launch a full-scale surprise attack. The entire sea suddenly surged with towering waves, crashing wildly like a fierce beast opening its jaws to swallow any enemy daring to block its path. Using the B-class fast battleship as the spearhead, over 100 modified armed speedboats and torpedo boats, like angry hornets, left long white trails as they charged madly toward Lin Fan's fleet. Though small, each of these speedboats was equipped with powerful magic engines. Under the blessing of the ship's Spirit Masters Alliance, their speed soared to an astonishing 45 knots. This speed was almost impossible to catch with the aiming systems of World War II artillery. Lady Hong's lips curled into a cruel smile. As long as these hyenas entered 20 kilometers, meaning within torpedo range, the barrage of torpedoes from these hundreds of speedboats could sink that heavy flat-top ship to the bottom of the sea. And their artillery? Lady Hong sneered as she looked at the barren deck of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. It didn't even have a decent main gun. What could it do to stop us? Meanwhile, on the Type 003 Fujin ship, in the Combat Command Center, Lin Fan stood in front of the tactical console, watching the group of red dots rapidly approaching on the screen. His expression was calm, even taking a sip of tea. It was like watching a bunch of ants struggling to climb toward a fire. Commander, the enemy is moving very fast. They are expected to enter torpedo range in 20 minutes. The combat officer, a major, reported without any sign of tension. 20 minutes? Lin Fan put down his tea and shook his head. Too slow. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick armor, looking up into the sky thousands of meters above. Is the Shadow Blade Squadron in position? Report, Commander. The 4J-35 fighters of the Shadow Blade Squadron have reached their attack formation. Altitude, 12,000 meters. Speed, Mach 0.9. Missile bays are ready. Then let's begin. Lin Fan's voice was soft, but carried a chilling sense of menace. Tell Lady Hong, times have changed. 10,000 meters above. 4 silver-gray fighters silently sliced through the thin air. Their shapes are full of sci-fi geometric beauty, with diamond-shaped noses and jagged hatches. Every line is designed to minimize radar reflection. The J-35 is Shenzhou Military's 5th-generation stealth carrier-based aircraft. On the magic radar screen of the Red Lady's B-class battleship, this airspace is clear, a blank void. Even though they have flown directly above the Allied fleet, the enemy remains unaware. The Shadow Blade 01 calls out. The electro-optical targeting system, YOTS, has locked onto a target. The pilot's voice sounds over the encrypted channel. On his helmet display, over the blue sea below, green boxes tightly surround the fast-moving speedboats. Even from 10,000 meters above, the electro-optical system clearly shows the pirates' fierce expressions. This is one-way transparency. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Target confirmed. Wingmen, assign attack sectors. No need to dive, no need for dogfights, and no need to activate afterburners. The pilot gently presses a switch on the control stick. The missile bay opens. There is no loud explosion or missile ignition sound. For black bombs with slender glide wings silently detach from the belly of the aircraft. These are LS-6 small-diameter precision-guided glide bombs. They don't have flashy tails like missiles, nor do they scream like shells. They are like four silent assassins, gliding quietly toward their deadly end under gravity and aerodynamic control surfaces. On the sea surface, the Red Lady is still enjoying the thrill of hunting prey. Faster, even faster, she shouts into the communicator. That F-class loser has been scared silly. Where are his planes? His missiles? It seems they were so frightened by our presence that they peed their pants. Ha. The communication channel is filled with the reckless laughter of pirates. Suddenly, without warning, the frontmost C-class ship is struck as if hit by an invisible giant hand. No warning signals. No radar alerts. No one sees where the attack came from. Boom. A huge fireball suddenly exploded from the bridge of the ship. This 50-kilogram precision-guided bomb hit at a nearly vertical angle, piercing through the thin magic armor and exploding deep inside the keel. The powerful explosion instantly split the 3,000-ton warship in half. The pirates, who had been laughing wildly, were instantly turned into flying charred fragments. Their laughter stopped abruptly. What's happening? Lady Red suddenly grabbed the railing, her smile freezing on her face. Mine? Impossible. The waters here are thousands of meters deep. Where could mines come from? Before she could react further, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out among the advancing fleet. The fast-moving armed speedboats suddenly disintegrated one after another on the sea surface. Some were blown into pieces. Others were overturned by shock waves, rolling and crashing into nearby allies. Flames shot into the sky, and screams quickly drowned out the roar of the waves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The lookout's sharp screams echoed loudly. Where? Lady Red pushed aside the panicked second-in-command and rushed to the radar screen. It was empty. On the green radar display, besides their own fleet's blips, everything was silent. No enemy ships, no planes, not even missile traces. How is this possible? Lady Red felt a cold chill run from her feet straight to her head. Are ghosts attacking us? Activate shields. All ships, activate shields. Although she didn't know where the enemy was, Lady Red issued the most instinctive defensive command. Faint blue magic shields spread across the surface of the warship. But it was useless. The sky remained empty. Yet death continued to fall. Another silent barrage, this time targeting the torpedo boats trying to turn and evade. The LS-6 glide bombs used inertial navigation with satellite correction, here replaced by Pangu, with enough accuracy to hit moving targets, let alone ships drawing courses on the sea. Puff, puff, puff. The muffled sounds of bombs penetrating shields kept ringing. This attack method, relying on kinetic energy and delayed fuses, is almost useless against magic shields. The shields can block energy blasts, but cannot stop heavy iron projectiles falling from the sky. Lady Red watched helplessly as her elite fleet lost a third of its ships in less than 3 minutes. And she didn't even see the enemy's shadow. Come out. Show yourself. Lady Red drew her magic pistol and frantically fired at the empty sky. Fear, a kind of fear of the unknown and the incomprehensible, began to spread among all the pirates. They are not afraid of death. They are afraid of dying without understanding why. This feeling of helplessness, unable to fight back, is more torturous than any torture. At 10,000 meters above the ground, Shadowblade 01 looked at the chaotic fleet below and slightly smiled. This is a 5th-generation fighter. This is a difference in technology. I can see you, but you don't know where I am. I can attack you however I want. Commander, the first round of bombing is complete. The enemy's front line has been broken up, 2 C-class ships confirmed sunk, and 23 small speedboats destroyed. Lin Fan's voice remained calm on the communication channel. Good. Keep going. Change the type of bombs. Send a gift to Lady Red. Yes. For J, 35 fighters activated their wing-mounted electrical systems. This time, they are not carrying bombs. They are armed with 4 small ground-to-air missiles, specially modified for anti-radiation warfare. Although launching missiles reduces stealth, who has powerful anti-stealth long-range detection methods. Even some 5th-generation fighters with poor stealth can fly openly. Target, enemy B-class flagship, Wind Chaser. Lock onto the radar signal. Lady Red was still frantically shouting into the air. Her flagship's magic radar was operating at full power, trying to find that invisible killer. And this, ironically, became her death sentence. Fire. For missiles detached from the fighters, igniting their rocket engines. They followed the intense radar beam, like sharks smelling blood, rushing toward the B-class warship. Warning. High-speed, high-energy reaction detected. Overhead. Above. The first officer on the Lady Crimson's flagship finally spotted the missile's trail of smoke at the last moment. But it was already too late. What? Lady Crimson suddenly looked up. In her retina, 4 white streaks of smoke were rapidly enlarging. They were the fingers of death. Boom. 4 missiles precisely hit the radar dome and command tower of the Zephyr. The intense explosion instantly drowned out Lady Crimson's scream. The massive body of the Level B flagship shook violently. The upper structures were blown apart. Thick smoke billowed, and the radar antenna and masts were all broken. Although it did not sink, the flagship was blinded. Its command system was paralyzed. This is the price of provoking me. Far away, on the aircraft carrier number 003, Lin Fan looked at the screen showing the disorganized and leaderless merchant fleet and calmly put down his teacup. The first round is over. Next, on the sea surface, the few battered ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance were fleeing in a panic, smoke billowing behind them. But this did not scare the Ironblood Empire. In fact, for Colonel Hans, commander of the Ironblood submarine fleet, this was a perfect opportunity. He stood inside the command tower of the flagship U-99, looking through the periscope at the huge, flat-topped ship in the distance, with a cold, mocking smile. The fools of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance only knew how to show off their speed on the water like peacocks. They didn't realize that the real hunters always hide in the shadows. All ships, dive immediately, Hans ordered. With a hissing sound of air valves, more than a dozen black steel giants quickly submerged. Only a trail of bubbling water remained on the surface, and soon everything was calm again. This was the pride of the Ironblood Empire. The B-level magic-powered submarine wolf pack. They were different from regular submarines. Their hulls were covered with complex, silent rune symbols. Under the drive of magic energy, these runes could perfectly absorb water noise and even bend the active sonar waves of enemies. In the history of naval warfare in this world, once the Ironblood wolf pack dove, it meant invincibility. No one could find them, until torpedoes shattered the enemy's keel. In the public communication channel, Hans's avatar suddenly lit up. He was not hysterical like Lady Red, but carried a confident, arrogant attitude. Lord Lin Fan, your aircraft is indeed impressive. Hans's voice was deep, with static noise from the radio. The sky belongs to you, but underwater, it is mine. Just wait in fear for the sound of the keel breaking. The communication was cut off. 003 Fujian Ship, Combat Command Center. Lin Fan looked at the blackened screen, expressionless. He turned his head and looked at the sonar operator. How is it? The sonar operator honestly reported. Reporting to the commander, the helicopter's towed sonar array is silent. The enemy's stealth technology is quite advanced. It's hard to hear the propeller noise relying only on listening. But we are only searching in shallow waters, and the sonar isn't placed in the thermocline layer, so it might not be accurate. Lin Fan didn't think placing the towed sonar in the thermocline would change much. Since it's advanced technology from another world, it must have some special tricks. However, as long as it's made of metal and still moving in the water, it can't escape the laws of physics. Many believe that helicopters or anti-submarine aircraft rely on dropping or towing sonars for anti-submarine warfare, but in fact, anti-submarine aircraft have another secret weapon. Lin Fan picked up the microphone and connected to the hangar. Dragonfly Squadron 02, Anti-Submarine Team. The anti-submarine team responded, copy. Lin Fan ordered, bring your gear and go hunt the fish. Teach that colonel a lesson. Let him understand what magnetic anomalies and active sonar really mean. The team answered in unison, yes. Inside the hangar, 5 specially modified Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters had been moved to the takeoff position. They weren't carrying anti-ship missiles. Their bellies looked bulky, equipped with large surface search radars and sonar buoys launchers. Under the short wings, they carried orange-yellow Type 11 lightweight anti-submarine torpedoes. The takeoff command was given. Take off. The 5 helicopters lifted into the air, not flying very high, but hovering just tens of meters above the sea surface, heading toward the direction where the Iron Blood submarine disappeared. Underwater, at 300 meters depth. Inside submarine U-99, silence reigned. The red emergency lights cast the cabin in a ghostly glow. All the crew members hold their breath, as even the sound of a wrench dropping could bring scolding. Although there are silent runes, they still maintain a high level of tactical skill. Hans lowered his voice and asked, "Sonar room, any updates?" The sonar operator confidently replied, "Report, Colonel. Only the sound of waves on the surface. The enemy hasn't moved, not even attempted to blind us with deep-water bombs." The sonar operator added, "They don't know where we are." Hans nodded with satisfaction. This is a powerful attack from a higher dimension, but it's his attack on Linfan. Those flying metal birds in the sky are impressive, but they can't dive into the water to catch him, right? Hans ordered, "Keep approaching. When we're 5 kilometers from the target, fire all heavy magic torpedoes. I want to see that aircraft carrier split in two." Just then, the sonar operator suddenly frowned. "Colonel, I hear sounds above us." Hans asked, "What kind of sounds?" The sonar operator answered, "Like propellers? But the frequency is very fast, and it's in the air." Hans sneered, "Ignore it. They can't find us. They're just angry up there." Hans ordered again, "Maintain course and prepare for battle." But before he finished speaking, thud, a dull splash sounded clearly in the sonar operator's ears. Then came a second, third splash. Hans looked a bit nervous. "What's going on? Are they dropping deep-water bombs?" The sonar operator shook his head in confusion. No explosions. Those things just sink into the water and stop moving. On the surface, 5 Z-20F helicopters are busy deploying sonar buoys. Round, tube-shaped buoys are thrown into the water, quickly unfolding after entry, releasing hydrophones and extending radio antennas. Passive buoys, active buoys, temperature and depth buoys. An invisible, massive acoustic monitoring network instantly covers a 10-kilometer radius of the sea. Swish! Inside the CIC, the waveform on the sonar operator's screen suddenly flickered. The sonar operator excitedly reported, "Commander, Buoy 3 has detected an echo. Bearing 270, 12 kilometers away, at a depth of 80 meters. Linfan walked over and took a look. Silent rune symbols can eliminate noise and absorb sound waves, but they cannot change the size or density of a submarine. When active sonar emits high-frequency pulses, that large metal lump becomes very noticeable, like a mirror in the dark. And there's something even more dangerous. A long probe at the back of the Z-20F has extended out. Magnetic Anomaly Detector, MAD. Any steel object weighing thousands of tons moving within Earth's magnetic field will cause magnetic disturbances. This is a basic physical law that even experts cannot change. Beep, beep, beep. The magnetic detector alarmed wildly. The pilot of the Z-20 helicopter excitedly shouted, "Target confirmed. Large metal object. Right below us. Lock on. Attack." The helicopter hovered, and a Y-11 anti-submarine torpedo detached from its rack. The tail parachute opened, and it splashed into the water. The moment it hit the water, the parachute detached, and the torpedo's engine started. It didn't run straight like old-fashioned torpedoes. Instead, guided by active sonar, it began to spiral and search underwater. Underwater. U-99. The sonar operator's face suddenly turned pale. He ripped off his headset and shouted in fear, "Colonel, high-frequency sonar signal. Something is coming. At very high speed. 50 knots. No, 60 knots. Hans was shocked. What? How could they find us? He quickly ordered, "Full left rudder. Release decoys." But it was too late. The active guidance head of the Y-11 had already locked onto the large hull of U-99. A terrifying, increasingly close humming sound. Boom. A violent explosion occurred about 80 meters underwater. Hundreds of kilograms of high-energy explosives detonated under the pressure of the water, unleashing terrible destructive power. The pressure hull of U-99 was instantly torn apart. Sea water flooded into the compartment with the force of dozens of atmospheres, crushing everything inside. People, instruments, runes, into pulp. Hans didn't even have time to scream before he was swallowed by the rushing seawater. On the surface, a huge column of water shot into the sky. Then, large clumps of oil, debris, and broken bodies floated to the surface, tumbling and surfacing. Lin Fan looked at the sonar signals on the screen, which were starting to panic and scatter. He coldly ordered, "There are still some left. Finish them all." The Z-20 fleet began their attack. This was a one-sided slaughter. The Iron Blood Empire's submarine wolf pack, in front of modern anti-submarine systems, looked like thieves wearing bells, clumsy and laughable. Boom, boom, boom. Dull explosions kept coming from the seafloor. Each muffled bang meant a B-class submarine was destroyed, and dozens of elite Iron Blood soldiers lost their lives. In less than 10 minutes, the sea surface was covered with all kinds of debris. All 12 submarines were gone, none survived. The communication channels were silent. Both Wang Tong, far away, and Madame Hong, fleeing for her life, felt a deep chill. They had thought Lin Fan was only strong in air and surface combat, but now they saw he was also unbeatable underwater. How many tricks does this monster have? At the Fujin ship, the command center, Lin Fan looked at the sonar screen, which had returned to calm, and waved his hand. Anti-submarine team, return to ship. The anti-submarine team responded, "Yes." 5Z-20F helicopters circled above like eagles patrolling their territory, then flew back to the mothership in neat formation. Lin Fan turned around and looked south. There, Wang Teng's fleet was still there. That was the last tough nut too, and also the most disgusting one. The Iron Blood Empire and the Merchant Alliance only fought for profit. But Wang Teng was driven by personal revenge. Since they had come, they wouldn't leave. Lin Fan stared at the glowing dot representing the Duke ship, his eyes filled with killing intent. He ordered in a deep voice, "All ships, attention, target directly south. Prepare a big gift for that young Duke." Wang Teng growled. "Report, young master. The distance is 150 kilometers. The Vice Admiral's voice trembled slightly. 150 kilometers. It felt like an impossible gap. Wang Teng looked at his proud fleet. 4 giant battleships equipped with 406mm guns, their barrels raised high, full of deadly intent. 6 modified, longbow, missile cruisers, with huge twin-launcher arms on deck, carrying thick, brass night, long-range anti-aircraft missiles that looked like telephone poles. This was the strength of the B-class fleet. This was the firepower Wang's family had spent everything to build. But they couldn't reach. The maximum range of the 406mm guns was only 40 kilometers. And although the Brass Knight missiles claimed a terrifying range of 180 kilometers, that was only for targets in high altitudes. To attack ships at sea, continuous radar tracking was needed. Due to Earth's curvature, radar visibility over the sea was only about 40 kilometers. Beyond that, it was a blind spot. Wang Teng slammed his fist on the navigation table. The Wang family's ship, the carrier Lin Fan commanded, was like a sneaky ghost, always stuck at this awkward distance. Just right at 150 kilometers. Like your secret crush sitting just out of reach, so close you can see her, but can't even touch her sleeve. Full speed ahead, Wang Teng roared hysterically. Close the distance. Get within 40 kilometers. As long as I can see him. My 400 guns can him to pieces. And his planes. Wang Teng suddenly looked up at the sky. As long as his planes dare to come close. My Brass Knight will teach him a lesson. Within 180-kilometer anti-aircraft range, I want to see how he gets through. At the Fujin ship, command center, Lin Fan watched the screen showing Wang's fleet, which was billowing black smoke and desperately accelerating, but still moving as slowly as a turtle. A cold smile appeared on his face. 40 kilometers? He shook his head. That's just World War II level. He turned around and looked at the air traffic controller behind him. Flying Shark Squadron, are you ready? Reporting, Commander. The 10 fighter jets of the Flying Shark Squadron have completed deck preparations, mounted with Plan B, and are on standby. Very good. Lin Fan's gaze fixed on the missile parameters labeled Brass Knight. They are heavy, require full radar guidance from launch to hit, and perform poorly at low altitude. This is the understanding of advanced weapons in this different world. They think that making missiles big and having a long range makes them invincible. But they don't realize that in modern warfare, the unseen low-altitude area is where death lurks. Take off, Lin Fan issued the command. Don't fly too high. Tell them what it means to fly low over the sea. Yes. On the deck, the catapult slider retracts again, and the hook catches the front landing gear. This time, there are 10J, 15T, Flying Shark, heavy carrier-based fighters, like 10 awakened ancient beasts, roll onto the runway one after another. Under their wings, they carry the name that makes all surface ships tremble, Eagle Strike, 83K. Boom, boom, boom. Electromagnetic catapults activate continuously, providing huge to send the fighters into the blue sky. But at the moment they leave the ship, they do not climb to gain altitude as usual. Instead, they lower their noses, almost skimming the sea, disappearing at the horizon in a terrifyingly low flight. On the bridge of the Duke ship, young master, radar has a response. The radar operator suddenly shouts, pointing at the large green glowing screen. Signals. 10. Very fast. Wang Tung rushes over, a fierce joy on his face. They're here. He finally can't hold back. Ha! Planes. He thinks he can beat me just with planes. Wang Tung points at the 6 missile cruisers and shouts loudly. Brass Knight. Preheat. Lock on. As long as they dare to climb. As long as they dare to show themselves. Shoot them down, he is confident. With a range of 180 kilometers, he can turn those fragile metal birds into fireballs before they drop their bombs. But 1 minute passes. 2 minutes pass. The lights on the radar screen flicker at the edge, faint and elusive. What's going on? Why can't we lock on? Wang Tung was anxious. Young master. It's too low. Radar operators sweat profusely. They are flying under the waves. The sea surface is too choppy, and the radar can't form a stable beam. What? Wang Tung froze. Flying close to the waves? Aren't these crazy people afraid of falling into the sea? At that moment, 60 kilometers away from Wang's fleet, 10J, 15T fighter jets left 10 white streaks on the sea surface. On the pilot's helmet displays, the fire control radar had already locked onto the distant fleet through the Sky Eye data link. No need to climb higher. No need for visual contact. Target assignment complete. Lead aircraft locks onto the flagship. Wingmen cover the ships. Ingji, 83K, launch. No unnecessary words. The pilots press the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flashes of fire appeared under the wings. 40 Ingji, 83K anti-ship missiles detached from their racks, ignited their boosters, and instantly accelerated to Mach 0.9. They didn't fly upward, but stayed at a radio-controlled height of just 5 meters above the sea surface. 40 missiles, like 40 deadly, fast-moving snakes skimming the water silently, crossing the final deadly stretch. On the Duke ship, Wang Tung was still furious at the radar screen. Suddenly, a terrifying, tearing scream from the horizon reached his ears. What is that? The lookout lowered his binoculars, face pale as paper, pointing ahead. Wang Tung looked in the direction he indicated. At the intersection of sea and sky, a row of tiny black dots appeared. They were too low, low enough to seem to fly just above the waves. So low that Wang Tung's proud, Brass Knight, missile defense system couldn't aim downward to shoot. Missiles? So low, Wang Tung's pupils shrank sharply, a cold chill freezing his heart instantly. Interception. Intercept now. Anti-aircraft guns. Machine guns. Fire all. The entire fleet instantly descended into chaos. The heavy surface-to-air missile launchers spun uselessly, unable to find their target. The old-fashioned 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns and 12.7mm machine guns started pouring bullets wildly at the sea surface. But against a target flying at 0.9 Mach close to the water, this manual anti-aircraft fire was like using a water gun to fight flies. It was too fast. It was too low. 40 missiles, like the scythe of death, easily cut through the sparse barrage. The first missile hit a longbow class cruiser that was trying to turn. Boom. The semi-armor-piercing warhead easily tore through the thin armor made to maximize payload, then exploded deep inside the ship. That cruiser, loaded with brass knight missiles, instantly turned into a huge fireworks display. It detonated. A giant fireball shot into the sky, splitting the ship into two halves. Then came the second, third ships. Those once proud industrial warships, under the precise targeting of the Eagle strike. 83K looked like fragile toy boats, exploding and sinking one after another. No. Wang Tung watched this scene, eyes red with despair, shouting loudly. My fleet. My money. Activate shields. I have a ship spirit shield. The Duke was a B-class ship spirit warship, equipped with a powerful ether shield. Wang Tung desperately activated his ether energy, and a thick golden shield appeared around the ship. Just then, 4 Eagle Strike, 83K missiles, assigned specifically to him, arrived. Boom, 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 boom. For loud explosions sounded almost simultaneously. The huge impact caused the ship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, to shift dozens of meters sideways, and sailors on the deck were thrown into the sea like dumplings. The golden shield flickered violently, emitting a series of sharp cracking sounds. But that was all. Thanks to the pact bonus from the B-class ship spirit, combined with the ship's own B-level defenses, it stubbornly withstood the attack of these 4 missiles. The smoke and dust cleared. Although the upper structures of the Duke were cut in half, the hull was pitted and smoking. It did not sink. It still floated on the sea surface. Ha ha. Ha ha. Wang Tung climbed out of the ruins, his face covered in blood, but he let out a wild, crazy laugh. I'm not dead. I didn't die, Lin Fan. Did you see that? I'm a level B. I'm invincible. Your missile is useless. You can't kill me. He looked at the burning wreckage of his allies, a fierce glint in his eyes. As long as I don't die, as long as I can still move, I will rush forward and crash your aircraft carrier. However, just as he was about to give the order to continue the attack, a strange, deep rumbling sound suddenly came from the depths of the ocean. It wasn't an explosion. It was the sound of a huge creature turning over in the deep sea. The surface of the water started to move unnaturally, and the small waves of 2 or 3 meters suddenly grew into giant waves of over 10 meters. The seawater turned pitch black at a visible speed. A disgusting, ancient smell of decay quickly covered the entire battlefield. What's happening? Wang Tung's laughter caught in his throat. He felt the deck beneath him tremble violently, as if something was pushing against the bottom of the ship. At the command center of the Fujin ship, the alarm blared again. Commander, sonar detected an extremely high-energy response, right beneath Wang Tung's fleet. Energy level. Peak level B. Approaching level A, Lin Fan suddenly stood up, staring intently at the screen. Finally, did we wake it up? Boom. A deafening explosion erupted at the center of Wang Tung's fleet. The sea burst open like a volcanic eruption. A huge, suffocating shadow burst out of the water. It wasn't a ship. It was 9 fierce, scaled, mountain-sized snake heads. A level B peak sea monster. The deep-sea 9-headed serpent. It has awakened. They are covered with thick, greenish-black scales encrusted with barnacles and seaweed. These are not just shells, but look like natural armor shaped by the passage of time. 18 bright red, giant eyes scan the battlefield, revealing a savage and hungry look from the top of the ancient food chain. This is a deep-sea 9-headed sea serpent. A level B peak sea monster. It is not an intruder. It is the ruler here. The noisy ants above its head disturb its sleep. Roar. All 9 snake heads roar loudly at the same time, sending ripples across the water surface. The closest is Wang Tung's fleet. A longbow class cruiser, responsible for protection, was just avoiding Lin Fan's missile and is now directly above the 9-headed serpent. It didn't even have time to send a distress signal. One snakehead suddenly lunges down, opening its sharp-toothed mouth wide, like biting into a cookie, and with a loud crunch, it bites the 5,000-ton steel warship in half. The sound of twisting metal, the explosion of the boiler, and the desperate screams of the sailors all blend into chaos. On the bridge of the Duke ship, Wang Tung looks at the wreckage burning inside the serpent's mouth, his face pale as paper. That was his home base. Fire. All guns. Destroy its head. Wang Tung roars hysterically. This is no longer about pride, but about survival. At this distance, facing such a huge monster, if they don't fight back, the next moment their flagship will be crushed. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, Lady Hong and the iron-blooded barbarian over there. Wang Tung picks up the communicator. In this shared channel, his voice is no longer arrogant, but filled with urgency and determination. This thing is a peak B level. Its skin is thicker than a battleship's armor. If I die, you won't get that beacon, nor will you take this island. Take it down first. We share the spoils. There is a 1-second silence in the communication channel. Then Lady Hong's slightly breathless voice responds. Deal. Although they were just knocked dizzy by Lin Fan's stealth fighter earlier, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance is still an established power. After confirming that the invisible airborne death god temporarily stopped attacking, Lady Red immediately showed her sharp business mind. If this monster isn't dealt with, everyone will be in trouble. And that is a core of a B-level peak sea monster. It's priceless. The Iron Blood Empire agrees to a ceasefire. That cold male voice also sounded. Although the submarine fleet was completely destroyed, the surface ships of the Iron Blood Empire still maintained strong fighting power. Almost instantly, the three forces, originally wary of each other and even trying to find chances to attack, under the pressure to survive and the lure of huge profits, reached a dirty but silent temporary alliance. They turned their guns. All ships, focus fire. On the biggest snakehead, Lady Red ordered sharply. On the other side, the remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's fleet showed incredible firepower. 3 heavily armed submarines surfaced, opening waterproof covers on their decks. They were equipped with a strange red glowing magic energy railgun. Bang boom. 3 dark red beams instantly crossed the sea, accurately hitting one of the serpent heads. Scales shattered, flesh torn apart. That head of the serpent roared in pain. Its huge body convulsed violently, causing waves that nearly capsized several of the Merchant Alliance's boats. Well done. Wang Tung watched this scene, his fear fading, replaced by a savage excitement. It's a living creature. It can be hurt. It can die. Duke, fire the main guns. Boom, boom, boom. The 406mm giant cannons roared like thunder. At this distance, aiming was unnecessary. Tons of armor-piercing high-explosive shells slammed into the serpent's body. Though lacking Lin Fan's precise and elegant strikes, this old-fashioned giant ship artillery's brute force still had terrifying destructive power. Although the 3 factions have their own hidden motives, they are now showing incredible fighting strength. They are the elites of this world. They benefit from strict hierarchy and powerful ship spirits, and they have many years of combat experience in this world. The 9-headed serpent is strong, but it is still just a beast. Under the relentless attack from all 3 sides, its seemingly invincible scales begin to break. Its 9 heads are battered and bloodied, with black blood staining the entire sea. On the other side of the battlefield, 150 kilometers away, the 003 Fujin ship did not attack or join the siege as others expected. Instead, steer left, heading 000. Lin Fan sat calmly at the captain's seat, holding a teacup, speaking as if he was guiding a simple trip. Full speed away. Increased the distance to 200 kilometers. In the command center, a major looked confused. Commander, that's a B-level peak core. If we let the Flying Shark Squadron attack now, we could get the final hit. Get the final hit. Lin Fan glanced at the monster being attacked on the screen and shook his head. Too messy and unnecessary. He lightly tapped the table, his eyes deep. Let them fight. Let them use up their ammunition, magic energy, and energy. This is a free show and a rare live fire test. Lin Fan pointed at the screen showing the 3 factions' fleet firing wildly. Do you see clearly? Major. This is what they call B-level combat power in this world. Wang Tung's shield can withstand about 4 hits from the Eagle Strike, 83k. His main gun fires slowly, once every 3 minutes, with poor accuracy. The ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance are very mobile but lack heavy armor. One near-miss shot can disable them. The Iron Blood Empire's magic cannons are powerful, but take a long time to charge, and the ship must stay still when firing. Lin Fan analyzed each enemy calmly, as if dissecting a corpse. Are all the data recorded? The Eye of Heaven 01 was fully recorded, and a complete threat model was built. Good. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, watching the distant battlefield grow smaller on the screen. He didn't care about that B-level core. Holding 16,000 points of huge wealth, he wasn't interested in petty gains. What mattered to him was safety, since those three fools were willing to act as meat shields up front, willing to help clear the troublesome sea monster. Why should he go over? What if the monster counterattacked when it was dying? What if those three suddenly turned their guns on him? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, especially when your range is 5 times theirs. Rushing in for close combat is just foolish. Keep monitoring. Let the flying shark squadron stay above the clouds. Don't come down. Wait until they finish fighting, and when they start fighting among themselves over the spoils, then we'll step in to clean up the mess. At the center of the battlefield, the fight had reached a fever pitch. The 9-headed serpent let out a final, piercing cry. It was in a terrible state. Wang Teng's heavy cannon shattered 3 of its heads. The Iron Blood Empire's magic energy beam pierced its heart. The Merchant Alliance's torpedoes blew apart one side of its body. Although it had strong regenerative abilities, under this intense focus fire, it couldn't keep up with the destruction. Boom. With the final salvo from the Duke, a 406mm shell precisely struck the largest head of the 9-headed serpent's mouth. A muffled explosion followed. The massive snake head burst open like a watermelon. The huge body of the 9-headed serpent twitched violently a few times before collapsing with a loud crash, smashing into the sea and creating towering waves dozens of meters high. It was dead. Cease fire. Almost simultaneously, the commanders of all 3 sides issued orders. The deafening sound of cannon fire instantly ceased. On the sea, only the sound of waves and the low hum of the warship engines remained. Everyone's eyes greedily fixed on the slowly sinking corpse. There, a dazzling purple crystal, about the size of a millstone, was slowly surfacing. B-level peak sea monster core. This is a huge amount of wealth that could make anyone's heart race. If absorbed, Wang Teng's battleship might even reach the level of an A-class ship. The smell of gunpowder in the air grew stronger again. The allies, who had just fought side by side, suddenly turned hostile. The gun barrels were being fine-tuned, and torpedoes were being prepared. Mine. Wang Teng's voice was hoarse and commanding, and heavy breathing could be heard through the public channel. I'm the main attacker. This belongs to me. That's a joke. Lady Hong's voice became sharp. Without our distraction, your broken ship would have been destroyed long ago. Everyone gets a share. This needs to be split open. A complete core is more valuable. The Iron Blood Empire commander coldly interrupted. Splitting it open would ruin it. I also contributed. Why should I give it to you? The 3 fleets slowly approached the core, less than 2 kilometers apart. This was an extremely dangerous distance. If anyone accidentally fired first, it would quickly turn into chaos. In this tense moment, everyone instinctively looked at the radar. That most terrifying enemy, the level F monster. Where was he? It was empty. There was no sign of the 003 aircraft carrier on the radar's edge. Did he leave? Wang Teng was a bit in disbelief. That greedy guy actually gave up such a big piece of meat? Maybe he's scared. Lady Hong snorted. Even though she didn't believe that reason herself, it helped boost her confidence. He only has 1 ship. The missiles just now were powerful, but they must be used up. Facing our 3 forces together, he definitely wouldn't dare come over. Exactly. The Iron Blood commander nodded. That kind of long-range attack must have been very costly. He's probably hiding somewhere, trembling and regretting provoking us. After confirming that Lin Fan was not present, the greed of the 3 forces finally exploded. Without the threat of the Damocles sword hanging over their heads, they could finally let loose and fight for the last prize. Wang Teng, fall back. Lady Hong's speedboats sped up, like a pack of wolves surrounding their prey. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Do you dare? Wang Teng shouted angrily, aiming the main gun of the Duke, ship directly at Lady Hong's flagship. Everyone, get out of here. This is mine. Just as the 3 sides were about to clash fiercely over this core, with life and death at stake, no one noticed. The color of the sky changed. It was originally a dull gray, but suddenly, it was stained with a strange, unsettling purple-black hue. The sea breeze stopped. An indescribable feeling of oppression filled the air, like an invisible hand choking everyone's throats. 003 Fujian Ship, Combat Command Center. A shrill alarm broke into Lin Fan's tea time. Commander! Captain Tenyan 01's voice was filled with unprecedented fear, even more intense than when they discovered the nine-headed serpent. God's vision. At the edge. Detected. Space teleportation response. The sea breeze stopped. The once noisy battlefield fell into a suffocating silence. The waves no longer hit the ship's sides, and even the gurgling sounds from the sinking nine-headed serpent in the distance sounded painfully loud. The sky was changing color. The dull, lead-gray clouds seemed to be violently torn apart by Hayek's giant hand, then covered with a thick, disgusting purple-black dye. This color was not just a change in light and shadow. It had texture, like a heavy layer of oil slicks slowly flowing down from the sky, about to envelop the entire world. On the bridge of the Duke ship, Wang Teng's gun was just aimed at Lady Hong's flagship. The greed and brutality on his face froze at this moment. A deep, soul-shaking fear surged wildly along his spine. What is that? Wang Teng's voice trembled. He saw that, less than 5 kilometers above their heads, the space suddenly shattered like a mirror. No sound, no explosion, only flashes of purple-black lightning wildly jumping in the void, tearing open a huge capable of swallowing the world. Then, a massive shadow blocked out the sun. One by one, black steel behemoths slowly emerged from the void. These are not ordinary warships. Although they still have the basic structure of human warships, with bows, bridges, and smokestacks, their surfaces have been completely transformed. The cold steel armor is covered with a thick, wet, purple-red flesh-like membrane. The membrane pulses rhythmically, as if the entire ship is breathing. Thick blood vessels run along the turrets, winding down like tree roots into the depths of the deck. The most frightening part is the gun mouths. They have completely changed the idea of metal tubes. They now look like huge, terrifying biological mouths. Each is filled with countless ring-shaped teeth, as if trying to swallow the whole world. Yellow-green mucus slowly flows from between the teeth, dripping into the sea and immediately making a harsh hissing sound, as if even the seawater cannot resist their strong corrosiveness. This terrifying scene sends chills down the spine. Even more frightening is that there are 30 such monsters. In the center of this large fleet stands a massive mother ship, as if a giant creature. Named the A-class corruption mother ship, the Blasphemer. It looks like a floating cathedral made of flesh. From afar, the towering ship island appears to be built from countless twisted, deformed human bones, reaching over 100 meters high. On both sides of the ship, thousands of huge eyes are spread out. They are spinning wildly, glaring fiercely at the 3 fleets below, ready for battle. What I see before me is not a war machine, but the arrival of Cthulhu on Earth. Deep. Abyss. Cult. Lady Red tightly grips her folding fan, trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, she releases it, letting it fall to the ground. She knows very well what these ships mean. In the most secret archives of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, such a large and powerful Abyss fleet has only appeared once before. And the result of that event was, a medium-sized island nation protected by 3 A-class fleets was completely destroyed, reduced to ashes. They are here for revenge. The Ironblood Empire commander's face turned pale. His hand, holding the periscope, trembled violently. It's not just revenge. Suddenly, Wang Ting understood something. He looked at the glowing 9-headed serpent core on the sea surface and then at the distant Xian Iron Islands. They are also after this. Run. Run quickly. Wang Ting suddenly rushed toward the helm, his voice sharp and tense. All fleet. Max speed. Retreat. But it was too late. In the sky, the massive Blasphemer mothership emitted a deep, thunderous roar, as if coming from the depths of. It was like a whale's dying cry, amplified 10,000 times. Buzz. A visible purple-black ripple burst out from the mothership, sweeping across the sea within 50 kilometers. High-level corruption field. The moment this ripple passed, the colors of the world seemed to be stripped away. The water turned black, the sky became purple, and even the air was filled with the smell of rust and rotten flesh. Warning. Ethereal concentration abnormal. Rapidly decreasing. Shield generator overload. Power circuits are being eroded. Inside the bridge of the Duke, red warning lights flashed wildly, but their glow seemed weak and powerless. Wang Tung saw in horror that the golden ethereal shield protecting the battleship, upon contact with the purple ripple, turned into fragile paper, quickly torn and riddled with holes. Sizzle. The shield generator emitted black smoke, and the complex rune array began to break down and melt. It wasn't just Wang Tung. The high-speed boats of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the heavy cannon submarines of the Iron Blood Empire, all magic energy shields on the warships failed at this moment. It was as if someone had forcibly pulled out the plug. Without shields, these warships were like lambs awaiting slaughter before the Abyss Fleet. But that was not the worst part. The scariest thing was the sound that followed. It was no longer the low-level mental whispers of Sokka. It was a violent, chaotic roar filled with murderous desire, directly invading everyone's minds. Kill, blood, betrayal, hunger. This sound did not need ears. It directly affected the brain's amygdala, the center controlling fear and rage in humans. On the deck of the Duke ship, a sailor operating the anti-aircraft machine gun suddenly screamed loudly. He quickly threw off his helmet, clutching his face with both hands, nails digging deep into his skin, blood flowing freely. Don't come near. Don't come near. In his view, the people around him were no longer familiar humans. Their faces twisted into monsters, with sharp teeth, and in their hands were not wrenches or fire extinguishers, but bloody butcher knives. Die? Die. The sailor suddenly turned the machine gun and fired at the nearby damage control team. Bang, 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 bang. Large bullets instantly tore through the unprepared comrades. Blood splattered on his face, but he showed no sign of clarity, instead smiling crazily. Kill them all. Monsters. Chaos spread like a plague throughout the fleet. On the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, Lady Red looked at her chief officer with fear. This middle-aged man, usually obedient and loyal to her, was now staring at her with a greedy and strange look. Lady Red, the chief officer's mouth dripped with saliva, his voice muffled, as if holding a hot coal in his mouth. Your flesh smells so good. What are you trying to do? Stay away. Lady Red drew her magic energy pistol, but her hands trembled, because she realized it was not just the chief officer. The helmsman, radar operator, communications officer. Everyone in the bridge was looking at her with that same hungry gaze. It was the look of someone eyeing food. Eat. Eat her, and gain strength, deep abyss. Bless us. The chief officer suddenly lunged forward, opening his mouth wide, biting fiercely at Lady Red's neck. Bang! Gunfire rang out, but more crew members rushed forward. And on the submarine of the Iron Blood Empire, the situation was even more brutal. The narrow, sealed compartments had become the bloodiest fighting arenas. Once disciplined Iron Blood soldiers had now turned into savage beasts. They fought with wrenches, bit with their teeth, and some even opened the rear covers of torpedo tubes, trying to stuff their comrades inside to launch them. A military officer swung a fire axe and cut off the sonar soldier's arm. You are the traitor. There's a tentacle on your face. The sonar soldier screamed and drew his dagger, stabbing the officer in the stomach. This is the high-level corruption zone. It doesn't need to seep in slowly like Saja, nor does it need to find weak spots. It is violent and forceful. It directly changes human senses, turning comrades into monsters and killing into survival. In this purple domain, reason is useless and madness is the only truth. Wang Tung hid under the captain's desk, trembling. He listened to the gunfire, screams, and the unpleasant chewing sounds outside. He was proud of his B-class fleet, the revenge army he spent so much money to build. Now, they were killing each other. They didn't die from enemy fire. They died at the hands of their own people. Help! Someone save me. Wang Tung covered his ears, but he could still hear that voice echoing in his mind. Kill him. The one hiding under the desk. He's a demon. It was his bodyguard's voice. Footsteps approached. Heavy, slow, with the sound of military boots crushing in the blood. A blood-covered hand suddenly lifted the tablecloth. Wang Tung looked up and saw a familiar face. It was his old butler, who had watched him grow up. But now, The old butler's eyes were empty and gray, without kindness, holding a steak knife. "Young master." The old butler grinned, showing a smile more frightening than crying. "It's time to eat." On the sea surface, flames soared into the sky. 3 once powerful fleets had now become on Earth. The warships burned, spun, and even collided with each other. No one cared about the Abyss fleet anymore, nor about the priceless Hydra core. Everyone was caught in the most primitive, most savage killing. And above that purple sky, the mother ship, Desecrator, floated quietly. Like a distant god, coldly watching the tiny ants below, it grants its blessings and leads them toward destruction. In that vast purple-black ocean of rippling waves, despair spreads like a deadly plague, ruthlessly infecting everything. This is called the high-level corruption zone, an insidious and extremely evil gift from the abyssal cult. This terrifying power does not need physical contact or breaking through tough armor to take effect. Instead, it can directly the human mind's perception layer and cast its evil magic, easily twisting what should be friendly alliances into terrifying, monstrous beings. It also corrupts people's deepest desire to survive, turning it into a savage urge to kill. At this moment, a huge fleet made up of 3 different groups is in chaos on the stormy sea. The highest-ranking officer of the Iron Blood Empire's submarine fleet, the colonel, is panicked and helpless. This military leader, known for his coldness and ruthless nature, now hides in a dark, narrow corner of the command tower, trembling in fear. Right in front of him, he sees his second-in-command, who has fought alongside him for 10 years, suddenly transform into a horrifying monster in the blink of an eye. The creature is covered in slimy, disgusting pus, with countless writhing, strange tendrils all over its body. It holds a dangerous-looking gun and slowly, steadily approaches the colonel. At the same time, it lets out piercing screams, sounds only evil beings from the depths of darkness can understand. Faced with this terrifying scene, the colonel can no longer hold back his deep fear. He tremblingly held his pistol tightly, almost unable to keep his grip, and firmly pressed it against his waist. Without hesitation, he aimed the dark barrel at the head of the demon that was steadily advancing toward him. He decisively pulled the trigger. A loud, deafening gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot straight toward the target. Blood splattered everywhere, like blooming blood flowers in the air. The first mate's eyes widened in shock, his face full of surprise. He clutched his chest with both hands and slowly leaned back, finally falling heavily to the ground. The colonel stood nearby, his gaze cold and sharp, like a judge watching everything unfold. In his eyes, the first mate seemed to have turned into an evil demon, suffering strict punishment from the forces of justice. However, this brief victory did not bring the colonel any peace. Instead, a deep fear began to grow in his heart. He was terrified to realize that not only the first mate, but also the other sailors were undergoing terrible transformations. Sonar soldiers with terrifying faces, torpedoes with swollen, twisted muscles like fierce beasts, and even the young intern, who had just started, had completely lost his human form and become a clawing monster rushing straight at him. Facing such a desperate situation, the colonel felt hopeless. He knew he could not fight off these mad villains alone. In a heart-wrenching scream, the colonel resolutely put the gun barrel into his mouth and pulled the trigger. There was a dull gunshot, and the colonel's head exploded instantly, with brains and blood spraying everywhere, staining the entire deck. Meanwhile, inside the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the scene grew even more tragic and bleak. Lady Hong curled up under the old, battered desk in the captain's cabin, trembling. She tightly gripped her delicate pistol, her fingers turning white from the force. Outside the door, chilling scratching sounds and low, oppressive roars echoed intermittently. These sounds intertwined, creating a bizarre and deadly symphony. Man-person, your flesh smells so good. Let us have a taste. Just one bite. These sounds clearly came from her loyal and brave crew members, but now they are filled with greed and madness. Under the influence of corruption, these once proud, elite warriors have completely become mindless zombies. Their hidden desires have been awakened and expanded, turning into raw, primal hunger. Go away, you beasts, Lady Hong screamed and fired several shots at the door. But she knew it was useless. When her bullets ran out, it would be her turn to be devoured. The entire sea area turned into a huge madhouse. Ships collided with each other, and cannon fire was fired wildly. Wang Tung's Duke even launched torpedoes at his own ships, because in his mind, they were sea monsters trying to swallow him. Despair. Pure despair. In this purple, no one could stay rational. Except 15 kilometers away, there was a safe zone. The Fujin ship 003 stood like a tall steel island, quietly floating in the purple-black waves. That high-level corruption zone, which could drive B-class spirits crazy, seemed to hit an invisible barrier the moment it touched the ship's hull. That was Lin Fan's, aura. It was also the insulation body that completely rejected ether energy. This giant ship, built purely by industrial civilization, was a huge, magic-free zone. It had no soul, no magic energy circuits, and no cracks for corruption to cling to. It was a cold, hard steel that refused any mystical pollution. Inside the command center, the lights were bright. There were no screams, no madness, not even a hint of tension. Commander, external sensor readings are abnormal. The meteorologist looked at the purple data stream on the screen and frowned. Although there is no physical damage, this purple fog seriously interferes with optical observation. It's okay. Lin Fan sat in the captain's chair, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves in his cup. That's just a hallucination for the dead. We don't answer to them. Behind him, the officers on the bridge were working smoothly and efficiently. A young navigator even yawned and took a sip of coffee nearby. This coffee's a bit cold, he muttered softly. That's because the air conditioning is too strong, replied the weapons officer casually. But seriously, what are those people outside doing? The radar signals are so chaotic, like they're dancing to disco music. Who knows? The navigator shrugged. Maybe they're performing some strange ritual. If Madame Hong or Wang Tung heard this conversation, they might be so angry they'd spit blood on the spot. They were experiencing the most terrifying of their lives outside. Meanwhile, inside the 003 aircraft carrier, these people were actually discussing whether their coffee was cold or not. That's the difference. That's the gap in civilization. While primitive people tremble at the fury of thunder, modern humans are using electricity to run air conditioners. While the ship's spirit guides fear the corruption of the abyss, the Chinese military is treating this spiritual pollution as a normal biological weapon, following standard procedures. Pangu, Lin Fan put down his teacup, his gaze sharpening. Scan the battlefield. I want to know how long that Level A mothership will keep watching this show. Scanning in progress. Target. Level A corrupted mothership blasphemer. Status. Hovering. Emitting high-intensity mental waves. Analysis. The enemy seems to be enjoying this self-destructive feast and does not see us as a primary threat. Arrogant. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he had already seen through everything happening before him. He silently thought, this guy is so arrogant, really thinking we'll lose our minds like those fools? Dream on. Lin Fan slowly stood up from his seat, walking steadily and confidently toward the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Standing still, he quietly gazed at the mysterious sea covered in purple fog outside the window, like a fierce lion ready to pounce, silently watching every move of its prey. At this moment, the rolling purple mist outside looked like a fierce, clawed monster trying to peek through the transparent barrier into the ship's bridge. However, the thick, special bulletproof glass was like an unbreakable wall of sorrow, ruthlessly blocking out the chaos and madness outside. Since that's the case, let it watch this show. Lin Fan's deep, magnetic voice echoed calmly in the silent bridge, giving a sense of reassurance and commanding presence. Then, a sly glint appeared in his eyes as he softly muttered, but just watching isn't enough. I need to add some more interesting ingredients. Bang! Inside the bridge of the Level B flagship, Wind Chaser, of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the final gunshot fell silent. Lady Red leaned against the blood-stained command console, holding a delicate magic energy pistol that was still emitting faint smoke. At her feet was the loyal first officer, who had just tried to bite her neck, but was now twitching on the ground. The first officer's body was still convulsing, but the face showed not pain, but a strange, satisfied, sinister smile. Crazy. Everyone is crazy, Lady Red gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Her once elegant and composed demeanor was gone. Her delicate makeup was smeared with blood and sweat. Her red dress was torn open, revealing pale skin underneath. Outside the bridge, screams and chewing sounds continued endlessly. The entire warship had become a huge slaughterhouse. Sailors fought each other on the deck, using teeth, nails, and everything they could to tear apart their former comrades. This is the domain of high-level corruption. It strips away reason, leaving only beastly instincts. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. Lady Red staggered to her feet and looked outside through the shattered porthole. Under the purple-black sky, the once mighty United Fleet was now shattered. The warships of the Iron Blood Empire are pouring ammunition into the empty sea. Wang Tang's Duke is spinning in place, firing indiscriminately in all directions as it turns. Above, the massive A-class, Blasphemer, mothership continues to watch coldly. It is enjoying this. It is waiting for everyone to die out, then turning these warships into new corrupted puppets. Just as Lady Hong feels despair about to swallow her sanity. Buzz. A strange, sharp whistling sound suddenly streaks overhead. It is a silver-gray fighter plane. Its wingtips carry two large pods, and the whistling sound just now came from there. In the moment this plane flies over the wind chaser, a miracle happens. The constant, maddening roar, echoing in Lady Hong's mind suddenly stops, as if someone pressed a mute button. The violent urge to tear everything apart, the hunger to see comrades as food, all of it vanishes in an instant. Her mind clears again, though only for a brief moment. For someone drowning, it is like taking their last breath of fresh air. That is, Lady Hong's eyes widen suddenly as she stares fixedly at the departing plane. It is not an ordinary aircraft. It is Lin Fan's plane. She follows the flight path of the plane. About 30 kilometers away over the sea, there is a patch of water that stands out from the surroundings. The water there is black, the sky purple, and the air filled with foul spores. But there, around a large flat-top ship numbered 18, the water is blue. The sky is gray. The air is clean. That ship is like a fixed point of stability, firmly anchored in the sea. The purple ripples that drive everyone mad, upon touching that ship, are suddenly pushed away by an invisible force. There is no madness. There is no chaos. On the deck, even ground crew in yellow vests are calmly preparing the plane's weapons. A pure land. The true, only pure land. So, that's how it is. Lady Hong suddenly understood why Lin Fan kept his distance from the beginning. Why he remained so calm when facing the abyss. Because he wasn't afraid at all. Because he had a way to control this scary thing. Survive. Only there can we survive. The instinct to live overwhelmed everything instantly. Lady Hong suddenly rushed toward the steering wheel. The helmsman in the bridge had already been knocked out by her, so she had to steer the ship herself. Full speed. Full speed. She crazily turned the wheel, pushing the throttle to the bottom. The badly damaged wind chaser let out a groan of exhaustion. Then, like a drowning person grabbing a life raft, regardless of everything, charged toward the 003 Fujin ship. Meanwhile, in the remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's fleet, on a heavily damaged cruiser that hadn't completely lost control, the acting commander also noticed something was wrong. When a fighter jet with an electronic pod flew past, he paused, about to put a grenade in his mouth. When reason returned, he saw Lady Hong's actions. That clever woman was running toward the F-class ship. Follow her. Quickly. Follow that woman, the acting commander shouted loudly, kicking aside the communications officer who was nibbling on a corpse. Only by getting close to Lin Fan can we survive. The will to live is contagious. When the first ship started to escape, the remaining survivors seemed to find a lighthouse. On Wang Tang's Duke ship, the old butler's knife had already pierced Wang Tang's skin. But at that moment, the electronic interference beam from the J-15DT, Roaring Shark, swept through. The old butler's cloudy eyes suddenly cleared for a moment. Young master, he looked at his blood-covered hand, then at Wang Tang trembling under the table, and let out a terrified scream. Stop yelling. Run. Wang Tang pushed the old butler away, rolling and crawling toward the command platform. Go to Lin Fan. Hurry to Lin Fan. Although he hated Lin Fan to the bone, he didn't want to be eaten by his own butler. 3 battered fleets, like sheep chased by wolves, abandoned their armor and fled in disarray toward the scrap metal they once looked down on. However, the abyssal cult would not let their prey escape easily. Trying to run, in the sky, the flagship, Defiler, emitted a deep rumble. It saw through the insect's plan. Its power to block the whispers of the gods made it feel disgusted. It would not allow such heresy to exist. Stop them. With the flagship's will, dozens of corrupted warships nearby suddenly moved. They no longer approached slowly but attacked from the sides like mad beasts. Huge flesh-like turrets spewed out wildly. Countless carrion stone gargoyles soared into the air, forming a dense wall of creatures blocking the fleeing fleet. Moreover, those small ships that had completely lost control and been fully corrupted also turned their guns against their former allies. Boom, boom. The Lady Red's flagship was just a few miles out when it was hit by an acid spray on its side. Its thick armor was instantly corroded, creating a large hole, and seawater flooded in. Lady Red stared at the rapidly decreasing speed on her instruments and screamed in despair. They couldn't break through. The abyssal encirclement was too tight, and the feeling of clarity was fading. As the electronic warfare drones flew away, the maddening whispers began echoing in her mind again. Hungry, eat. Lady Red felt her teeth itching again, and the urge to bite into flesh surged once more. It's over. This time, it's truly over. If she couldn't fully enter Lin Fan's protection zone, if she didn't get his active cover, they would all die here and become the nourishment of the abyss. Dignity? Face. Between becoming monsters and surviving, these things were worthless. Lady Red trembled as she opened the public communication channel she once swore never to use again. Not only her, even the Iron Blood Empire's acting commander and the proud Wang Tung made the same choice at the same time. Psi-003 Fujian Ship, Combat Command Center. The long silent communication device suddenly lit up with 3 urgent red lights. Broadcast across all frequencies. No encryption, no concealment. This was the last cry of the dying. Lin Fan. Lord Lin Fan. I am Lady Red of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. The voice, once proud and demanding a 70% share of profits on Crystal Island, now trembled with tears. Save us. Please, save us. We are surrounded. We're going crazy. As long as you save me. The Merchant Alliance is willing to withdraw from the Iron Steel Islands. All the spoils are yours. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Next came the voice of the Iron Blood Empire. This is the Iron Blood Empire 3rd Fleet. Requesting tactical support. Requesting protection. We are willing to form an alliance. We are ready to follow orders. Please let us enter your air defense zone. Finally, a hoarse voice filled with humiliation, yet forced to bow. Lin Fan. It was Wang Tung. Make them. Get rid of those monsters. I am also willing to listen to you. Inside the CIC, all crew members stopped their work and turned to look at the figure standing at the command platform. Just an hour ago, these 3 were shouting to sink the 003, to share the spoils, to make Lin Fan kneel. And now, they looked like 3 stray dogs, begging for mercy through the communication device. The stark contrast made every soldier present feel a deep sense of satisfaction. This is strength. This is the truth. Lin Fan stood there, still holding his teacup. He looked at the screen showing 3 bright dots, about to be overwhelmed by the Abyss fleet and wiped out. His face showed no mercy, nor pride, only the cold indifference of a merchant assessing goods. Commander, shall I connect? The major in charge of combat asked softly. Connect. Lin Fan set down his teacup. If they want to talk, then let's talk. His voice was steady and clear, cutting through the noisy electromagnetic interference and the barrage of gunfire, reaching the ears of everyone struggling in despair. I hear you. Just 3 simple words. But they caused the crying voices on the other end of the communication device to suddenly stop. Want to survive? Lin Fan looked at the screen. Want me to block the abyss for you? Want to enter my air defense zone? Yes, yes, yes. Madame Hong hurriedly answered, her voice full of hope. As long as you agree, we'll accept any conditions. Good. A cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. That smile had no warmth at all. All right, he said. But there are conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, The three people on the other end of the communication device felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They suddenly realized, compared to the abyss monsters outside wanting to eat them, this man sitting safely in the zone, coldly negotiating terms with them, might be even more terrifying. Conditions. These two words drifted lightly into the communication channel, but felt like two heavy mountains pressing down on the three commanders who were close to breaking. Madame Hong gasped for breath. Behind her, she could hear the sound of the second-in-command tearing into a corpse, a noise that was slowly destroying her last bit of sanity. "What conditions?" she screamed, her voice already trembling with tears. "Just tell me. As long as I can survive. Money? Resources? Technology? I can give you anything. I don't want money." Lin Fan's voice remained calm, even a little annoyingly slow. He sat in a bright, spacious command center, holding a cup of tea, while the screen in front of him displayed three hellish-looking bridge scenes. First, Lin Fan raised one finger. "Transfer all your fleet's highest command authority to me." The silence on the other end of the communication device was immediate. Transfer command authority? For a ship's spirit master, this was not just giving up military power, but also risking their very life. In this world, losing control of the fleet was like putting their necks under someone else's blade. "Do you want to conquer us?" The commander of the Iron Blood Empire spoke in a hoarse voice, struggling to resist the urge to put his gun in his mouth. "Conquer?" Lin Fan sneered coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Look at your current state. A bunch of useless fools who can't even control their own crew, a pile of broken metal fighting among themselves. Conquering you? That would only tarnish my reputation." Lin Fan's words hit them like a whip, leaving them speechless. "I want command because I don't want to waste energy defending against sneak attacks during a war. On this battlefield, only my voice matters." Second, Lin Fan raised a second finger, his gaze passing beyond the screen, as if looking at the glowing island outside the window. "The Xiantai Islands, including the Crystal Island, and all the resources buried beneath the sea area. Ownership belongs to me personally. You must unconditionally give up all territorial claims and resources and acknowledge my leadership position." "No way." Wang Tung, hiding under the table, couldn't help but shout when he heard this. "That's a strategic location the Wang family must seize. You're robbing us. You're betraying the country." "Betraying the country?" Lin Fan looked at the trembling figure in the corner of the screen, his eyes like he was looking at an ant. "Wang Tung, you're mistaken about one thing. I am not negotiating with you now. I am informing you." Boom. A loud explosion came from the communicator. The encirclement of the abyssal cult was shrinking. The huge level, a mothership, the desecrator, seemed tired of the cat-and-mouse game. It slowly descended, casting a giant shadow over Lady Hong's flagship. Countless carrion stone gargoyles, like dark clouds, pressed down, smashing into the unshielded windows. They appeared in the bulletproof glass in front of Lady Hong. A hideous monster face, covered in green slime, pressed against the glass, roaring greedily at her. "Ah!" Lady Hong broke down. I agree. She frantically shouted into the communicator, completely ignoring her so-called noble dignity. "Give me command. Give me the island. I don't want any of it. Save me. Quickly save me." Once the first person broke down, the second followed. "The Iron Blood Empire. Accept the terms." The acting commander looked at the airtight door, which had been breached by corrupted crew members, and closed his eyes in despair. Only Wang Tung remained. "Lin Fan, you greedy little thief. May you have a bad ending." Wang Tung kept cursing, but his voice grew quieter because his old butler had already hidden under the table, his dull gray eyes fixed on Wang Tung's neck. "It seems young Master Wang has some backbone," Lin Fan said calmly. "Then go ahead. I hope your bones can break the teeth of the abyss monsters." After speaking, Lin Fan made a move to cut off Wang Tung's communication. Don't disconnect." Wang Tung was completely overwhelmed. I give everything to you," he shouted through tears and snot, his face covered in tears and mucus. "Very well." Lin Fan put down his teacup, his gaze suddenly sharp as a blade. "If everyone agrees, then sign the contract. Pangu, send the temporary alliance fleet agreement." "Yes." The agreement has been sent. Almost instantly, a light blue system window appeared on the retinas of the three commanders. It was the Ether Contract, interface disguised as the Shunzhou military system. There were no complicated clauses, only the two conditions Lin Fan had just proposed and a bright red, agree, button. Without hesitation, all three hurriedly pressed the button. If they didn't, the next moment they would become monster food. Contract signed. Detected Allied units. Remnants of the Seven Seas Merchant League fleet. Remnants of the Iron Blood Empire Third Fleet. Wang family's private fleet. Integrating into the Alliance fleet system. Data link is being established. Inside the command center, Lin Fan watched the three red dots on the screen, which originally represented enemies, turn green, symbolizing allies. This is your only chance to survive. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the communication channel. I know you are all confused about why I am not afraid of corruption. I don't have time to explain the details. You only need to know that I am not interested in your broken ships. However, only through the Contract Alliance ship mechanism can you connect to my command network. Lin Fan stood up, hands on the command platform, eyes burning with intensity. Only by linking to my network can you share my will, Pangu, Lin Fan whispered silently. Activate the mental purification broadcast. Overlay my insulating body through the data link, covering the past. Command confirmed. Full spectrum mental broadcast. Initiated. Buzz. An invisible, high-frequency wave, carrying a cold sense of order, radiated from the center of the 003 Fujin ship, crossing dozens of kilometers of sea instantly through the newly established Alliance channel, precisely hitting the bridges of the three flagship ships and the command systems of each remaining warship. In that moment, Lady Red felt as if her brain was doused with a bucket of ice water from head to toe. The maddening whispers that had been lingering in her ears, making her want to bite and devour, vanished instantly when touched by this wave, like snow melting under sunlight. The originally purple-black fog-filled mental world was suddenly torn apart by a bright light. It was a sun, a golden, dazzling sun, radiating absolute rationality and coldness. It hung high in the mental sky, ruthlessly dispersing all gloom and madness. This was not warmth. This was order. This was a steel-like will, an absolute suppression of chaos. Is this? Lady Red slowly raised her head in a daze. Her vision became clear again. The crew members, who had appeared as monsters in her eyes, still covered in blood and fighting each other, but the disgusting hunger was gone. The red glow in their eyes was fading, replaced by confusion and fear. I'm not hungry anymore. What am I doing? Oh my God! Not only Lady Red. The commander of the Iron Blood Empire lowered his gun, looked at the corpses on the ground, trembling all over. Wang Ting pushed open the butler and gasped heavily, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. They were saved. Under the cold sunlight, the so-called abyss whispers and the corrupted domain seemed like a clumsy joke, completely shattered. But this was not the end. The effect of the purification was too overwhelming and intense. It not only drove away corruption, but also left a deep mark on each survivor's soul. When they looked again at the distant carrier 003 and saw the young man sitting at the command seat through the screen, their eyes changed. They no longer saw a rival or a lucky person of F grade. It was a kind of, from the depths of their souls, an irresistible admiration. It was an instinctive loyalty of the redeemed to the Savior. It was the natural fear of chaotic creatures towards absolute order. In their mental senses, Lin Fan's figure was magnified infinitely. He sat there like a deity on a throne, coldly overlooking all beings. Lady Hong's legs went weak, and she knelt on the blood-stained floor. She looked at Lin Fan on the screen, tears streaming down her face. It was not fear, but a passionate gratitude. Praise you, she muttered to herself. This was the side effect of Lin Fan's will aura. When he forcibly took over someone's consciousness with his powerful mental strength, this absolute suppression would inevitably plant the seed of submission in the other person's heart. Are you all awake? Lin Fan's voice sounded again. This time, to the three commanders, his voice was like a divine decree, sacred and unchallengeable. We are awake. Commander. The commander of the Iron Blood Empire was the first to react. He suddenly stood straight and saluted the screen with a perfect military gesture, as if facing the emperor of the empire. Good. Lin Fan didn't care about their change in attitude. To him, this was just a tool that had been repaired and was ready to be used. He looked at the radar screen showing the approaching main abyss fleet. Since you're awake, don't just stand there dazed. I don't keep idle people. Follow my orders. Lin Fan's finger moved across the tactical map. All remaining heavy gun submarines of the Iron Blood fleet surface immediately. Head to Area K3, right beneath that level a mothership. Fire all your decoy torpedoes to create a big distraction. Yes, we will complete the mission. The Iron Blood commander responded without hesitation, even though the order sounded like a suicide mission. His only thought was to obey. Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Here? Please give your orders. Lady Hong wiped her tears and stood up from the ground, her voice respectful like a maid's. Your ships need to move quickly. Take your speedboats to the left flank. You don't need to attack. Just circle around those corrupted ships and draw their attention. As long as you run fast enough, their guns won't hit you. Understood. Merchant Alliance fleet, full speed ahead. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Wang Tung. Wang Tung was still sitting on the ground, looking at Lin Fan on the screen with a very complicated expression. There was jealousy, fear, but mostly a feeling of helplessness after being completely subdued. Wang Tung. Here. Wang Tung's voice was low. He lowered his once proud head. Your ship's armor is thick, and your shields still work. Bring your Duke ship over. Place it between my aircraft carrier and the Abyss fleet. I want you to be a shield. Let a son of a Duke, a level B battleship, serve as a shield for a level F ship. This was an unbearable shame for Wang Tung in the past. But now, he only trembled slightly, then clenched his teeth and squeezed out a word through his teeth. Yes, under Lin Fan's will, 3 damaged fleets started moving again. They were no longer scattered and fighting each other like madmen. They had become parts of a precise war machine. Though damaged, they were still deadly. Lin Fan looked at the glowing dots on the screen, moving according to his will, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the right way to turn the tide. He turned around and looked at the commanding officer, a major, standing behind him. The bait has been cast out. The meat shield is in position. Now, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's time for our flying shark to perform a brain surgery on that big guy. Order. J-15DT Roaring Shark, full electronic jamming power. J-35 Shadowblade Squadron, armed with heavy, ground-penetrating bombs. Target, Class A mother ship, the Blasphemer. Take off. Connection stable. Data link fully synchronized. Inside the Combat Command Center, with a report from the operator, the situation map on the main tactical screen changed dramatically. Originally, the chaotic signals representing disorder and independent fighting were forcibly integrated into a unified command network. Although these signals were still broken and some glowed faint red, under Lin Fan's will, they finally had order. Lin Fan stood at the command podium, watching the 3 tiny but now green-friendly dots on the screen. He showed no mercy as a savior. His gaze was as cold as a chess player watching pieces. In his eyes, they were no longer living people, nor valuable even if damaged B-class warships. They were chips. They were consumables. They were bait, created to give his ace a chance for a decisive strike. All personnel listen up. Lin Fan's voice exploded into the minds of the 3 acting commanders through the data link. His cold, metallic tone, transmitted via the mental network, made everyone instinctively straighten their backs. I am Lin Fan. From now on, I am in charge of this battlefield. If you don't want to die, listen carefully to every word I say. I will only say this once. On a heavily damaged heavy submarine cruiser, the flagship of the remaining fleet of the Iron Blood Empire. The acting commander, a resolute-looking lieutenant colonel covered in blood, clutched his communicator tightly. A deep sense of clarity surged from his soul, making him even imagine that the man hundreds of kilometers away was the Emperor himself. That kind of absolute authority, that undeniable dominance, instinctively made him want to obey. Iron Blood Fleet, await orders, the lieutenant colonel shouted loudly, his voice filled with a frantic energy of survival. Very good. Lin Fan's commands came quickly, leaving no time for thought. Watch your tactical terminals. I've marked Area K3. That's directly beneath the Abyss mother ship, the Defiler, and it's a blind spot for her firepower, but it's also the only way she sends down her landing pods. I want all your remaining warships, whether they can fire or not, to rush to Area K3. The lieutenant colonel hesitated. Rushing directly under the flagship? Isn't that a sure way to get killed? That's like filling your teeth with gaps. Commander, our shields are down, and the heavy guns are. I don't need you to fire. Lin Fan interrupted coldly. All your decoys, all your flares, all your signal lights, anything that can glow, heat up, or make noise, shoot it all out. I want you to act like a bunch of excited bulls, creating chaos and noise. Draw the attention of that mothership and all the ships trying to protect her away from us. Can you do that? The lieutenant colonel's atoms apple bobbed violently. He understood. This was about making themselves targets. Using the last of the Iron Blood Empire's resources to distract the Abyss mothership for a moment. If it had been before, he would have been furious, tearing apart anyone who dared to treat the Empire's elite as cannon fodder. But now, looking at the soldiers around him, just regaining their senses from madness, with eyes still filled with confusion and fear, looking at the distant Abyss mothership preparing a devastating attack, the lieutenant colonel let out a bitter laugh. Is there a choice? No. And for some reason, under Lin Fan's spiritual aura, he felt this was an honor to sacrifice for a great victory. Iron Blood Empire. Understood. The lieutenant colonel saluted sharply, eyes red, voice hoarse but firm. We're going now? We'll make a big fuss. Very good. Lin Fan's voice was calm and steady, as if the lives of dozens of people meant nothing to him. He looked to the other side. Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Here? Here. Your servant is here. Madame Hong's voice was hurried and flattering. She now looked like a frightened quail, willing to do anything just to stay alive. Your ships are fast, Lin Fan said. I don't need you to fight to the death. Take your remaining speedboats and head to the left wing. Do you see those corrupted guard ships? Yes. Yes, we see them. They are trying to build an air defense circle to protect the mothership. Lin Fan's finger drew a strange arc on the screen. I want you to reach their inner circle at 35 knots, then circle around them. Circle? Madame Hong was stunned. Yes, like flies. Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of mockery. Use your torpedoes and rapid-fire guns freely. Keep moving and shooting. I'm not expecting you to sink anything. I just want you to disrupt their formation, make their air defense fire less focused, and force those flying stone statues to chase after you. As long as you run fast enough, death won't catch you. But if anyone dares to stop, Lin Fan paused, his voice turning cold. Don't make me take action myself, Madame Hong shivered. This was practically turning them into moving targets to attract fire. The acid cannons on those corrupted guard ships were slow, but a single hit could destroy a ship and kill everyone on board. Dancing in this dense fire was like walking on a knife's edge. But looking at Lin Fan's cold, indifferent eyes on the screen, she felt no urge to resist. That was the command of a king. It was a divine decree that controlled not only their lives and deaths, but also their very souls. Yes, your servant understands. Madame Hong gritted her teeth, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Minions, burn the boilers red. Fill all the torpedoes. Start running. Anyone who is slow, even in death, I won't spare him. Finally, Lin Fan's gaze fixed on the brightest point. It was Wang Tung's Duke ship. This B-class battleship was battered and scarred, with its superstructure almost flattened, but its keel was still intact, its core still there, and its heavy armor remained the hardest in this sea area. Wang Tung. Lin Fan called out this name. There was no reply, only heavy breathing, transmitted through the communication device. I know you're listening. Lin Fan didn't care about the other person's attitude. You hate me. You want to kill me. That's normal. But now, you want to survive. Only I can keep you alive. From the other end of the communicator came Wang Tung's grinding voice, like two stones rubbing together. Speak. Wang Tung squeezed out this word through his teeth. He now looked like a tiger that had its tooth pulled, still growling but forced to bow his head. The fear of being chased by his own butler earlier, and the pain of his mind being torn apart, had completely shattered his pride. He had to admit, when facing such an extraordinary monster, Lin Fan, this F-level person he had always looked down on, was his only hope. Your task is simple, but also very important, Lin Fan said. Turn your Duke ship around. Stand between my aircraft carrier and the Abyss fleet. What? Wang Tung suddenly looked up, his voice rising with anger. You want me to be your meat shield? That's a B-class battleship. That's the pride of the Wang family. You want me to use it to block shells? What else should I do? Lin Fan asked calmly, almost maddeningly so. Do you expect your inaccurate guns to do damage, or rely on your outdated anti-air missiles to intercept? Wang Tung, face reality. Your ship's only value now is that it's tough and big enough. The Abyss mothership is gathering energy. Its next attack will definitely target me, because I am its threat. And you're just trash in its eyes. I need someone to take the first hit for me. To ensure my deck stays operational, Lin Fan stared at the screen, his eyes sharp as knives. This mission, only you can do it, and only you are suitable. This is my final. Respect for your B-class battleship. Respect. These two words felt like a slap in the face, harshly hitting Wang Tung, yet also like a drug that gave him a strange sense of satisfaction from his broken pride. Yes, besides Lin Fan, only Wang Tung's ship could withstand the attack. Only he had the right to stand in this position. Even if it was just as a shield, it was the most important shield. Lin Fan. Tears of humiliation welled up in Wang Tung's eyes, but his body honestly lunged toward the helm. I'm not doing this for you. I'm fighting to survive. Full left rudder, Wang Tung shouted at the surviving helmsman. Turn the ship sideways. Connect all backup power to the shield generator. Push it to the limit. Boom, boom. The massive Duke ship slowly turned, dragging long black smoke behind it, like a moving mountain, resolutely blocking the front of the 003 Fujin ship. It used its scarred side to build a steel wall. Inside the command center, Lin Fan watched the three pieces on the screen, all moving wildly according to his will. The iron-blooded submarine charged toward death. The Merchant Alliance's speedboat headed into the storm. The Wang family's battleship became a shield. Previously fragmented and even hostile forces, at this moment, were forcibly united by Lin Fan's absolute violence and order. They knew they were cannon fodder. They knew Lin Fan was using them. But they still felt grateful. They still felt passionate. Because Lin Fan gave them a goal. A goal in despair, the only light they could see. Good. Lin Fan gently set down his teacup. His plan was complete. All the noise had been silenced. All distractions diverted. Now, the stage was clear. In K3 area, the sea surface had turned into a boiling blood pool. The remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's submarines are engaged in a reckless, suicidal celebration. They ignore danger and surface, firing all their launchers, lighting flares, decoys, and even their last few high-explosive torpedoes, aiming all their firepower at the massive Abyss mothership overhead. The fleet of fast boats from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance looks like a swarm of tireless mosquitoes, weaving through the fire of the decoy ships. Every second, some boats are hit by acid cannon fire and turn into burning fireballs on the water. Yet, the remaining boats continue to move in a frantic figure-8 pattern, holding back the flank of the Abyss fleet. Meanwhile, the once mighty Duke battleship, which should be proud and commanding, is now a ruined wreck. It lies battered on the stormy sea, struggling to withstand the relentless attack from the Desecrator. Its B-level shield had already shattered earlier, leaving only flickering fragments. Its thick armor on both sides was also torn apart by purple laser beams, creating several large, terrifying holes. Smoke billows from these wounds, rising like a black tornado into the sky. How much longer? I can't hold on anymore. Wang Tung roars into the communication device from the command cabin. His voice is hoarse from stress and exhaustion, as if it might shatter into pieces at any moment. My port side is flooding heavily. The boiler pressure is about to hit red alert. Lin Fan, you lying scoundrel. Worthy is your so-called ultimate move. At the Fujin ship, in the combat command center. Lin Fan looks at the screen, where a small that is still desperately stuck on its course, despite screaming non-stop. A faint look of approval flashes in his cold eyes. Though he's a spoiled brat, this shield is tough enough. Enough! Lin Fan puts down his teacup. The stage is set, the audience is ready, and the spotlight is on. Now, it's time for the main character to appear. Combat Commander, here, tell all allies, they've completed their mission. Now, anyone who doesn't want to die, get down. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze piercing through the layers of obstacles, locking onto the highest point of the chaotic space. Electronic Warfare Unit, Roaring Shark. It's time to show these natives what modern warfare's silence really means. All frequencies suppress. High above. 3J, 15DT, Roaring Shark, fighters, equipped with large electronic pods, had already taken the best interference positions. They did not dive like typical fighters, but stayed at a safe distance, like three circling vultures, coldly watching their prey below. This is Roaring Shark 01. Target signal features confirmed. The electronic warfare officer in the back pushed up his goggles, quickly sliding his finger across the touchscreen. Deep Abyss Integrated Wolf Frequency Band, locked. Biological Neural Signal Node, locked. Jamming Mode. Broad Noise Suppression Precise Deception Injection. Power Maximum. Buzz. Invisible electromagnetic waves suddenly erupted. This was not ordinary jamming. It was a directed attack targeting the Deep Abyss network. On the surface, the Deep Abyss fleet, which was organizing defenses and deploying ghouls to intercept speedboats, suddenly froze as if their strings had been cut. Inside the biological bridge of the flagship, Dissenter, the once clear, smooth, all-knowing, integrated will, suddenly turned into a chaotic snowstorm of static. It felt like someone was listening to a symphony and suddenly turned the volume to maximum, then played nails scraping a blackboard. The flagship let out a painful screech. All the corrupted warships lost coordination. The left turret tried to turn right, the right engine tried to reverse, and the ghoul swarm in the sky lost guidance, crashing around like headless flies. This is soft kill. Destroy the enemy's nerves before physical destruction. Effect confirmed. Enemy command link disrupted. Air defense network has gaps. In the CIC, the major reported excitedly. Now is the time. Lin Fan's command was concise and deadly. Shadow Blade Squadron, attack. Above the clouds. For stealth fighter jets, like ghosts, glided across the sky. In the detection methods used by the Abyssal cult, relying on biowaves and magical energy sensing, this sky appeared empty. Even though the J-15DT's strong electromagnetic interference had caused chaos on the battlefield, these four jets moved like assassins from another dimension, leaving no ripples. Shadow Blade 01 calling. Entering attack formation. The squadron leader's voice was frighteningly calm. YOTS, electro-optical system, has locked onto the target. Confirming key point on the mothership. On his helmet display, the massive Dominator was broken into bright red boxes. Not the bridge, not the ammunition storage, nor the power room. The J-35 had locked onto the dozens of large, eye-like, sensors around the mothership's hull, emitting strong ether waves. These were the abyssal mothership's perception organs. They were not just eyes, but also guided the corrupted energy and controlled the gargoyle swarm's fire control radars. In this magical world, they were called wave sources. Hangar doors open. The internal missile bay doors beneath the J-35 suddenly swung open. Inside were not ordinary bombs. There were four uniquely shaped missiles, with sharp, cone-shaped warheads. LD-8A, a miniaturized anti-radiation missile custom-made by China's military industry for fifth-generation fighters. In this world, there were no radar stations or early warning planes. But there was ether. The abyssal cults, big eyes, needed to constantly radiate strong mental and ether waves to maintain battlefield awareness and control the massive collective consciousness. To the passive guidance head of the LD-8A, each of those huge eyes was like a lighthouse with high beams shining in the dark, blindingly bright. Once you powered up, you were doomed. That was the logic of anti-radiation missiles. Hunting begins. Fire, puff, 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 puff. For missiles were launched from the aircraft, engines igniting immediately. They did not follow a normal ballistic path, but instead traced back along invisible ether beams, moving against the flow. Speed, 2.5 Mach. This was an unstoppable speed for the still-confused Abyss mothership. On the sea surface, Lady Hong and Wang Tung looked up in shock. They saw nothing. The J-35 still hid behind the clouds. All they saw were four white smoke trails appearing out of nowhere in the sky, then sharply diving toward the mighty Abyss mothership with determination. That is, Wang Tung's eyes widened. He thought Lin Fan would use heavy bombs to attack the deck or torpedoes to hit the waterline. But he was wrong. Boom, 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 boom. For balls of fire exploded precisely at 4 points around the Daredevil. There was no huge explosion or tearing sound of the ship, but the effect was more terrifying than sinking a battleship. The 4 large, main eyeballs, responsible for defending the entire ship and guiding the ghostly attacks, instantly vanished in the explosion. Purple-black pus gushed out like a waterfall. Roar, the mothership let out an unprecedented scream. If we ignore the earlier, brain-ringing, this was its first real heavy hit. Its vision went dark. The ghostly groups, which could barely organize some counterattack before, now lost control completely, starting to tear at each other in the air or fall into the sea like rain. The acid liquid cannons, which were charging, missed their targets because they lost control, even hitting their own ships. They were blinded. This Level A Abyss mothership, the ruler of the sea, became a blind, deaf monster in this moment. Beautiful. Inside the CIC, all the officers clenched their fists in excitement. This is the art of modern warfare. Not like barbarians fighting hand-to-hand, nor like wealthy landowners competing with firepower. It's about systems, using electronic warfare planes to suppress your nerves, stealth fighters to break through your defenses, anti-radiation missiles to blind you. Every link connected, step by step. Before the enemy sees you, you've already taken away their ability to fight back. This is called systemic paralysis. Lin Fan looked at the large, chaotic red light spot on the screen and gave a cold assessment. It's not dead yet, the Major reminded him. An A-class biological warship has very strong life force. Even if it's blind, its thick biological armor can still withstand many heavy shells. Plus, it's trying to regenerate its eyes. I know. Lin Fan stood up and adjusted his collar. The anti-radiation missile mission was never to sink it. It was to clear the way. Now it has no eyes, no air defense network, and no unified consciousness. Right now, it's just a piece of meat on the chopping block. He turned around and looked toward the hangar. There, 10J-15T, Shark, fighters, which had just completed their first strike, had finished mounting their weapons. This time, they weren't carrying light missiles for target marking. They were carrying real heavy weapons. Notify the Flying Shark Squadron. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the empty bridge, carrying a tone of finality and seriousness. Since the door has been kicked open, let's go in and tear the house down. All units, attack. Target, the core of the Abyss mothership. Give it the final. Above the sky, 10J-15T, Shark, fighters circled like tireless hawks around the now-blind Abyss mothership, called the Blasphemer. Under their wings, half of the Sung foam. 83K anti-ship missiles had already been used. Shark 01, calling, target locked, third volley, launching. Following the calm command of the pilot, 8 subsonic anti-ship missiles, trailing white smoke, streaked from different angles toward the floating flesh fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions erupted on the massive body of the mothership. Flames shot into the sky, and purple-black fragments of flesh and bone rained down like a storm onto the sea. The scene looked extremely bloody and shocking. Each missile cut a large crater several meters wide into the thick biological armor, revealing writhing internal organs and stark white bones inside. However, just a few seconds later, those horrifying wounds began to heal visibly to the eye. Countless flesh buds grow wildly, reconnecting blood vessels that were about to be cut. The thick layer of fat looks like flowing asphalt, quickly filling the crater. For a biological warship over 500 meters long with grade A vitality, the Eagle Strike, 83K's 165-kilogram semi-armor-piercing warhead is painful but not deadly. It's like a thick-skinned whale, bloodied from piranha bites, but still full of life. Roar, the Blasphemer ship roars loudly. Although it has lost its sight, it still instinctively sprays countless acid projectiles from both sides, trying to cover the surrounding space and make a last desperate fight. In the communication channel, Wang Teng's annoying voice comes through. Is this your trump card? Lin Fan. Wang Teng is still acting as a shield, and although his Duke ship has been hit so badly it's only a shell, he still manages to find a little silly pride in this moment. It's useless. That's grade A. a grade biological warship. Your little missiles aren't even enough to scratch it. Its recovery speed is faster than you can it up. You can't kill it. Even if it's blind, as long as it crashes into us, we're doomed. Not only Wang Tung. Even Madame Hong and the Ironblood commander, who have been working with Lin Fan, are starting to feel nervous. Your Excellency Lin Fan. Madame Hong's voice shows a hint of obvious anxiety. That monster's vitality is too strong. We're running out of ammunition. If we can't kill it in one strike, once it recovers. The Ironblood commander also speaks in a deep voice. According to the Empire's records, to deal with this level of corrupted mothership, at least 3 battleships' main guns need to fire continuously for half an hour, or use tactical magic nuclear cores. Regular firepower has limited damage effect. They admit Lin Fan's tactics are perfect. Electronic suppression, anti-radiation blinding, a textbook example of soft kill. But, in the face of absolute flesh resilience, skills seem to lose their effect. It's like a master swordsman blinding a giant with a single strike, but holding only a small foot-care knife. No matter how he cuts, he can't cut off the giant's neck. 003 Fujian Ship, Combat Command Center. Lin Fan looked at the large bright spot on the screen, which was still firm despite turning purple. He showed no surprise. Is it itchy? He put down his teacup. Yes, it is. Subsonic, semi-armor piercing, okay for attacking destroyers. But for this huge meat mountain weighing tens of thousands of tons, it's not enough to deep. He knew the limitations of the YJ-83K missile. But he never expected these cheap, flying grenades to solve the fight. The recent bombing was just to its outer defenses, confirm its regeneration ability, and save money. But now, it seems saving money won't work. Since it's thick-skinned, Lin Fan stood up, adjusted his uniform collar, and his eyes became very sharp. Then I'll change to a different weapon. A heavy blade that can cut through bones and flesh together. His mind connected to the system and opened the weapon list he rarely used. There, a missile quietly shone with a costly golden light. T3 level YJ-15 supersonic anti-ship missile. Features: ramjet engine, terminal speed of Mach 4, heavy high-explosive armor-piercing warhead. Price: 200 energy points. One missile costs 200 points. That's 4 times the price of the YJ-83K. This isn't just a missile, it's like a gold bar. But Lin Fan hesitated not at all. Pangu, buy 16 YJ-15 missiles. Spend 3,200 points. Immediately load them onto the 4J-15T fighters returning now. Tell the pilots. Don't hold back. This stuff is expensive. Just a loud bang costs hundreds of dollars. I want them to hit with all their might. Every shot counts. Command confirmed. Transaction complete. Inside the hangar, ground crew was working at an incredible speed to mount the weapons. This time, the missiles delivered by the lift were completely different from before. They were longer, thicker, with obvious air intake designs on the body. Their sleek, powerful shape radiated a deadly aura, even when just lying quietly on the racks. The 4 pilots of the Flying Shark Squadron looked at this new weapon with excited eyes. Is this the legendary supersonic? Ingji 15. The ground crew chief patted the cold missile body with a tone of awe. This is the fiercest in the fleet. Once ignited, it reaches 4 times the speed of sound. At this speed, even if it's a solid metal block, it can pierce through an aircraft carrier. Plus, it's packed with half a ton of high explosive. Guys, fly carefully. This thing is too heavy. Its takeoff weight is nearly at the limit. Don't worry. The pilot of the lead plane put on his helmet and gave a thumbs up. We will deliver it to where it needs to go. 10 minutes later, 4J-15T fighters were launched again by catapult. This time, they looked much heavier and clumsier. Each plane carried only 2 missiles under its wings. A total of 8 missiles. It looked much less dense than before. Here they come again. Wang Ting looked at the 4 returning blips on the radar and snorted disdainfully. Only 4? What are they carrying? Still those useless toothpicks? Lin Fan, have you run out of tricks? Admit it. Your physics can only fool small ships. When facing real power, you still. Before he finished, Lin Fan's cold voice interrupted him over the communication channel. Shut up. Watch carefully. This lesson is called kinetic energy, high in the sky. The 4J-15T fighters did not approach the target like before. They activated their fire control radars at a distance of 150 kilometers from the target. At this range, they were completely safe. Target locked. Core area of the A-class mothership. Ingji 15, launch. No hesitation. The pilot pressed the red launch button. Boom. The missile detached from its rack, and the booster rocket ignited instantly. The immense accelerated the missile to supersonic speeds within seconds. Then, the booster fell away, and the ramjet engine started. At this moment, true terror arrived. If the Ingji 83K was like a gliding swallow, then the Ingji 15 was a roaring meteor. Its tail shot out a bright Mach ring, and the numbers on the speedometer jumped wildly. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach 4. 4 times the speed of sound. At this speed, the air became as hard as steel, but the missile, with its incredible power and aerodynamic shape, forcefully cut through the resistance, carrying destructive energy, rushing toward the monster still roaring on the sea surface. 150 kilometers. For the Eagle Strike, 83K, it takes about 10 minutes to reach. But for the Eagle Strike, 15, it only takes 2 minutes. Over the sea, Lady Red was desperately watching the slowly recovering Abyss mothership. Suddenly, she heard a sound. It wasn't a whistle or a roar. It was thunder. A rolling, muffled thunder came from the horizon, as if the entire sky was shaking. What is that? She looked up. Before she could see clearly, 8 red streaks of light had already pierced the sky. They were too fast. Fast enough that only a blur was visible to the eye. Fast enough that their sound was left behind. The blasphemer mothership seemed to sense something. Its huge body trembled suddenly. All its tumors shrank wildly, trying to spray acid again to intercept. But its movements, at 4 Mach, were slow like slow-motion slides. It hadn't even sprayed its acid yet, and the missile was already there. No prelude to an explosion. The first Eagle Strike, 15, traveling at 1,300 meters per second, crashed into the thickest side armor of the mothership. The cruelest formula in physics, E equals mv superscript 2, was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. That layer of biological armor and fat, several meters thick and impenetrable even by heavy artillery, was now as fragile as a white sheet of paper. No resistance, no rebound. The missile, like a glowing steel needle, pierced through the tofu-like hull instantly. It entered from the port side, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, tearing through bones, muscles, and compartments, finally emerging from the starboard side. This was only the kinetic energy. Then, the delayed fuse detonated. Boom! That wasn't just a burst of fire. It was a sun rising inside the mothership. The huge ship suddenly jolted upward, as if an invisible giant hand had lifted it. Next came the second, third, fourth. 8 Eagle Strike, 15 missiles. 8 supersonic penetrations. 8 devastating internal explosions. The massive body of the blasphemer suddenly looked like a deflated balloon. Then, it burst. It truly exploded. Countless flashes of fire erupted from its many holes. The huge backbone snapped with a sharp, cracking sound. The front and rear of the ship broke apart in opposite directions, leaving the core area completely hollowed out into a large empty space. Fragments of flesh and burning steel rained down like a storm. On the water, huge waves rose over 100 meters high. Roar! The mothership let out its final, most sorrowful cry. Then, the sound suddenly stopped. It was dead, completely dead. Not even a chance to revive, because every cell was turned to ash by the intense heat and shockwave. Silence. Absolute silence. Neither Wang Tong, Lady Hong, nor the commander of the Iron Blood Empire moved. They all stood frozen, mouths open, staring at this scene that seemed like divine punishment. Their minds had stopped working. What kind of weapon was that? What speed? What power? Just one volley. 8 missiles. And they destroyed an A-grade abyssal mothership that had made them despair and left them helpless. In seconds, there wasn't much left of the wreckage. Is this still the kind of war they knew? This can't be. Wang Tong collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. He had just been mocking Lin Fan's missiles as tickling. Now, he only felt like a fool. That kind of power. If Lin Fan had used such missiles on him earlier. Wang Tong shivered. He didn't even have any dust left. Is this the power of that man? Lady Hong looked at the distant aircraft carrier 003, which was still quietly floating. Her admiration had turned into deep respect, even fear. He is too strong. So strong that even the thought of feeling jealous is impossible. With the fall of the flagship, those corrupted ships, which had lost their unified will and energy source, instantly collapsed. They looked like puppets without souls, stopping on the sea surface, their flesh tumors beginning to wither and fall off. And the deep-sea nine-headed serpent, already half destroyed, was shattered completely by the shockwave just now, floating upside down with its belly exposed. The large purple B-level core among the wreckage shined brightly. But this time, no one dared to fight for it. No one dared to move. All warships, whether the iron-blooded submarines, the Merchant Alliance speedboats, or Wang Tung's battleship, all remained silent, their gun barrels lowered. They were waiting for the true ruler, the man who just demonstrated divine punishment power, to declare who owns this sea area. 003 Fujian Ship, Command Center. Lin Fan looked at the battlefield on the screen, which had been cleared, but he didn't show much excitement. He only felt a little regret. 3,200 points. Just for that sound. Such a wasteful thing, Lin Fan muttered softly, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although it was expensive, it was worth spending this money. It is like an unbreakable steel mountain. Even after experiencing a fierce battle, its surface shows no scratches. On the wide, flat deck, ground crew are still working efficiently, towing the recently arrived fighter jets, with fuel hoses delivering fuel. This calmness, this almost indifferent sense of order, puts great psychological pressure on the survivors nearby. It's over. Lady Hong of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance slumps inside the flagship, which now only has half of its bridge remaining, gazing at the huge ship in the distance with a very complex look. Fear, awe, and a deep sense of helplessness fill her. Her pride in her speed feels slow compared to the invisible Ariel, death god. Her pride in her wealth seems so modest compared to the enemy's lavish use of missiles. In the communication channel, the unsettling, mental link is slowly fading. The feeling of being controlled by an absolute will is gone, replaced by her long-lost ability to think for herself. But no one dares to act rashly. Lord Lin Fan, the commander of the Iron Blood Empire, was the first to break the silence. His voice carried a hint of caution and a humble tone of relief after surviving. The battle is over, and the Abyss cult has been pushed back. As for the spoils of war, he pointed to the floating debris on the sea surface. Although the Level A mothership was destroyed and its core might be damaged, the corpse of the B-level peak nine-headed serpent still remains. More importantly, although the Abyss fleet was wiped out, the wreckage they left behind still contains high concentrations of secret crystals and some unknown biological samples. For the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, these are priceless treasures. But they dare not touch them, because Lin Fan has not spoken. At the 003 Fujian ship, the Combat Command Center, Lin Fan stands in front of the sea map, holding a cup of freshly poured hot tea. He looks at the green dots on the screen representing allies, a playful smile curling at his lips. These people, just now they were crying and begging, and now that the danger is gone, they're getting lively again. The major standing nearby speaks coldly. Commander, those are our spoils. We sank the mothership, and we took down the nine-headed serpent. According to the rules, the winner takes all. Yes, it's time to claim everything. Lin Fan took a sip of tea and looked at the edge of the screen. A few surviving speedboats from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance were quietly approaching the severed tail of the Hydra. Meanwhile, two surface ships from the Blood Empire had lowered their fishing nets, trying to hook a piece of armor from the Abyssal Guardian. This was a test, a cautious move to gain an advantage. But then, Lin Fan put down his teacup and spoke casually. Too much purity in water means no fish. Let them have it. The major hesitated, seeming a bit confused. Lin Fan pointed at the defeated soldiers on the screen. They are useless now, but they were bait and cannon fodder earlier. The Blood Empire's submarine fleet is wiped out, and Lady Red's fleet has lost more than half. If we don't give them some benefits, these crazy dogs will jump the wall when they get desperate. I don't have time to fight with them now. I need time to digest the Iron Black Islands and build our base. That little bit of leftovers is just charity for beggars. Lin Fan's generosity was not out of kindness, but absolute confidence. He didn't care about scraps. The most valuable B-level core of Hydra had already been taken back by the Dragon Squadron's helicopter using a sling and was now stored in the temperature-controlled vault of Ship 003. As for the remains of the Abyssal Mother ship, the most valuable beacon was also in his hands. What was left? Rotting flesh and scrap metal. What did it matter to him? Send my orders. Lin Fan opened the public channel, his voice cold. The corpse of Hydra and the outer abyssal wreckage. You can take them. Consider it a reward for your cooperation earlier. But then, his tone turned sharp and cold. The Iron Black Islands and the 20 nautical miles around them are a restricted zone. Anyone who crosses the line, that mother ship from earlier will be your end. On the other end of the communication device, a relieved breath was heard. Thank you, Lord Lin Fan. Lady Red was overjoyed. She had thought they would return empty-handed or even have to pay compensation. But Lin Fan was surprisingly reasonable. That was the body of a B-level sea monster. Even without a core, that body of scales and bones is extremely valuable, enough to make up for her fleet's losses. Blood and Iron Empire. Remember this kindness. The commander also let out a sigh of relief. Being able to bring back something to report is better than total defeat. Then, a strange scene appeared on the sea. The originally tense groups of forces suddenly looked like scavengers picking up trash, busy at the edge of the battlefield. They carefully avoided the flight path of the 003 aircraft carrier, greedily collecting every visible piece of debris, afraid that if they hesitated, Lin Fan might change his mind. But, in this busy and somewhat happy atmosphere, one person remained still. Wang Tung. His Duke battleship now looked like a floating corpse, lying across the sea. This B-class battleship was in a terrible state. As Lin Fan's designated meat shield, it endured the first and most intense barrage from the Abyss mothership. Its superstructure was almost flattened, 2 main gun turrets destroyed, and the hull was riddled with black, scorched holes. The port side was heavily flooded, and the waterline tilted 15 degrees. If it weren't for the strong life force of the B-class Spirit warship, it would have sunk long ago. Inside the bridge, chaos reigned. Wang Tung sat on the floor covered with broken glass and bloodstains, holding a broken command sword. His face showed no joy of survival, only a deep, poisonous hatred. He looked at the screen, at Madame Hong and the Iron Blood Empire, scavenging like dogs for bones. At the undamaged, towering 003 aircraft carrier. Jealousy. A crazy, twisted jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Why? Why should Wang Tung, the noble Duke heir, be a meat shield for a lowly citizen from the lower city? Why was he beaten like a dead dog, while that F-class ship could stand there and give charity? Charity. Reward. Wang Tung chewed on these words, his eyes glowing redder. Lin Fan, do you really think you're a god? He struggled to stand, leaning on the still shocking control panel, staring fixedly at the distant aircraft carrier. He was watching. He was looking for an opportunity. Although Lin Fan's barrage of supersonic missiles earlier had truly scared him, filling him with the fear of death. But now, after the fear faded, the gambler's mindset took over. How long has he been fighting? Wang Tung suddenly asked the surviving second officer beside him. The second officer hesitated, trembling as he replied, From the start of fighting the pirates, to just now fighting the Abyss. About 4 hours. 4 hours. Wang Tung squinted, his mind racing quickly. He is a traditional ship spirit user. In his understanding, whether it's magic cannons or arcane missiles, both require the consumption of magical energy reserves. A battleship's reserves are limited. The more intense the attack, the faster the energy is used up. Lin Fan's recent attack, the overwhelming rain of missiles, the terrifying power that could destroy a mothership in one hit. Such attacks surely consumed a huge amount of energy. How much energy does he have left? Wang Tung muttered to himself, his voice growing quieter but more excited. Those planes have been flying for so long. Don't they need rest? Don't they need to recharge their magic energy? He looked up at the sky. The few J-15T flying sharks that had been so confident earlier were now slowly circling above the aircraft carrier, moving a bit sluggishly. Some were lining up to land. Are they out of fuel? Or out of missiles? Wang Ting didn't understand what aviation fuel was, nor did he know about aerial refueling. All he knew was that, logically, after a big burst of energy, there should be a period of weakness. He is at his last strength. Wang Tung's breathing grew rapid. He must be bluffing. The reason he's sharing the spoils isn't generosity, but because he's out of strength. He's afraid we'll team up to fight back. Yes, that's definitely it. Once this idea took hold, it grew wildly in Wang Tung's mind like weeds. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Even a level S battleship can't fire endlessly. That, divine punishment, just now must have drained all of Lin Fan's tricks. Now, that ship, the Carrier 003, was just an empty shell. A shell filled with treasures, but with no defenses left. As long as I can take him down, Wang Tang's hands trembled as he touched the control stick of the fire control radar. As long as I can take him out, the Xiantai Islands will be mine. That secret weapon capable of killing a level A ship will also be mine. Even that strange ship. Greed completely overpowered reason. Malice grew unchecked. Wang Tung turned his head and looked at the first officer, his eyes filled with reckless madness. Report the weapon status, young master. The first officer was frightened by his gaze. Main guns 1 and 2 are damaged, turret 3 is jammed. Only turret 4 is operational. The Brass Knight anti-air missiles have 6 remaining. The torpedo tubes, only 3 on the starboard side can fire. That's enough. Wang Tung licked his cracked lips. 15 kilometers away. No, now everyone is moving toward the center, less than 4 kilometers apart. At this distance, within his main gun's range. And Lin Fan's planes are landing. His missiles are probably all used up. This is a rare opportunity. The only chance to turn the tide. Young master, what are you going to do? The first officer looked at Wang Tung in horror. We signed an alliance. And that Lin Fan. Shut up. Wang Tung slapped the first officer across the face. Alliance? That kind of thing is meant to be broken. As long as he's dead, who cares about the alliance? Lady Hong? Or those iron-blooded barbarians? They'll only thank me for removing a major threat. Wang Tung suddenly rushed to the helm, personally locking onto the seemingly unprepared aircraft Carrier 003, which was recovering aircraft. Lin Fan, you are too arrogant. You think a few bones can scare me? Your biggest mistake was not killing me completely just now. Wang Tang's fingers slowly moved toward the main gun's firing button. His heart was pounding wildly, each beat shouting the same word. Surprise attack. Take him down while he's weak. As long as the shot hits. As long as it hits that deck full of planes. It will trigger a chain reaction of explosions. That ship will turn into a giant torch. Die. Wang Tung's lips curled into a fierce, terrifying smile. He made no sound on the communication channel. He even kept the radar lock at the lowest power. All he wanted was to fire the deadliest shot in this silent piece. At this moment, the sea breeze remained calm. Madame Hong was still directing her crew to recover the wreckage, while the Ironblood Empire's people were busy repairing their submarines. No one noticed that the half-destroyed battleship Duke was quietly turning its only remaining main turret. The dark barrel looked like a venomous eye, locked firmly on the fragile island of the Fujin 003 carrier. The sea breeze was cool, carrying the faint smell of smoke. Around the Xian Iron archipelago, the waters were eerily quiet. On the surface, the surviving speedboats of the Seven Seas Trade Alliance moved like greedy scavengers, frantically collecting the wreckage of the abyssal mothership. The Ironblood Empire's engineering ships were trying to tow the submarines that had not yet sunk completely. At the center of the battlefield, the Fujin 003 carrier was sailing steadily against the wind at 10 knots. The deck was busy but orderly. The arresting cables were raised, and one after another, J-15T flying shark fighters were landing. The sharp screech of tires against the deck, mixed with the roar of engines, became the only sound across the sea. It seemed like a perfect, unguarded moment, like a giant who had just finished a battle, removing his armor to rest. The Duke battleship floated like a corpse, less than 30 kilometers behind the carrier. Inside the bridge, silence filled the air. Only the hum of electricity and heavy breathing could be heard. Wang Tang's hand gripped the firing handle of the main gun tightly. Sweat ran down his forehead into his eyes, stinging sharply. But he didn't dare to blink. He feared that if he did, the once-in-a-lifetime chance would slip away. Master. The first officer's voice trembled, filled with instinctive fear of what was about to happen. Are we really going to fire? Lin Fan. He just saved us. And this breaks the alliance. Silence. Wang Tung's voice was low and terrifying, like the growl of a wounded beast. Saved us. He turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the first officer, a twisted smile forming on his lips. He was mocking us. He accused us of being cannon fodder, of being human shields, and of scavenging his leftover trash like dogs. Is that called rescue? No, that's called charity. Wang Tung suddenly turned around and looked through the broken porthole at the giant ship far away, which was recovering fighters. It stood high and proud. It showed arrogance and pride. This deeply hurt his sensitive and twisted sense of self-respect as a noble. Look at him. Wang Tung pointed at the aircraft carrier. Planes were landing, and the deck was full of ammunition and fuel. He must think we are scared and trembling. He must think we are grateful. Right now, his defenses are zero. Wang Tung's fingers clenched tightly, turning white from the blood rushing to his knuckles. Just one shot. Just one high-explosive shell hitting that deck. Those planes and bombs would trigger a chain reaction. That ship would turn into a huge crematorium. Greed and hatred overwhelmed reason at this moment. Wang Ting didn't think about the consequences. In his mind, as long as Lin Fan died, all the consequences could be written by the victors. Is the fire control radar locked on? Yes, sir, it's already locked. The fire control officer's voice trembled. The optical targeting is also calibrated. The target is the ammunition elevator below the island. Good. Wang Ting took a deep breath. It was a feeling like selling his soul to the devil. He suddenly pressed the red public communication button. But this wasn't for negotiation. It was for venting. To let Lin Fan hear Wang Tung's voice before he died. Zzz. A harsh electric current sound instantly spread across the sea. Whether it was Lady Hong drinking tea or the iron-blooded officer commanding repairs, they all heard that hysterical roar at the same time. Lin Fan. Go to. Boom. With that roar, a huge burst of fire exploded on the sea surface. The remaining main gun turret of the Duke's ship roared like thunder. Because they were too close, there was no need to consider trajectory adjustments. That 1-ton magic armor-piercing high-explosive shell, the moment it left the barrel, broke the sound barrier, carrying all Wang Tung's resentment, and shot straight toward the 003 aircraft carrier 30 kilometers away. It was too fast. It was too sudden. This was not really a war. It was a sneaky, shameless, and completely ruthless murder. What? On the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, Lady Hong's teacup fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering. She hurriedly rushed to the porthole and saw the smoke coming from the Duke cannon. Wang Tung. Is he crazy? Lady Hong screamed in disbelief. 1 second they were allies fighting side by side, and the next, he was stabbing them in the back? And it was right after everyone had signed a contract and narrowly escaped death? This was a blatant violation of trust and a breach of all moral boundaries. Quick! Notify Lord Lin Fan, Lady Hong instinctively shouted. But just as she was about to reach for the communicator, she stopped. Her eyes flickered. She saw the shell's trajectory. It was too close. It was too accurate. That position was exactly the core area of Lin Fan's aircraft carrier. If it hit, if it missed. In her mind, countless thoughts flashed instantly. Lin Fan was too powerful. So powerful that it was despairing, suffocating. As long as he was alive, the entire Dark Iron Sea and the Blue World's pattern would be rewritten by him. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance would have no say here, only surviving by relying on his favor. But what if he died? What if Wang Tung really succeeded? That mysterious warship, those terrifying weapons, and that priceless Crystal Island. Would they become unclaimed? Wang Tung was a madman, but he was still a noble of the Blue Kingdom, one of their own. Compared to the inscrutable Lin Fan, Wang Tung was obviously easier to deal with and more likely to cooperate. Lady Hong's hand hovered in midair. In that moment of hesitation, greed triumphed over morality. She slowly withdrew her hand. Madam? The first officer looked at her with confusion. Be quiet. Lady Hong coldly stared out the window, her eyes showing a ruthless and calculating business mind. Watch. This is their internal conflict in the Blue Kingdom. We won't interfere. She was gambling. betting that Wang Tung would win. As soon as Lin Fan died, she would immediately turn her guns on Wang Tung, claiming it was to avenge the alliance leader, and then legitimately take over all of Lin Fan's inheritance. This is called taking advantage of others' misfortune. The same scene also happened on the bridge of the Iron Blood Empire's ship. The surviving commander's first reaction to the sound of the cannon was anger. His sense of honor as a soldier made him despise such betrayal. Shameless, he drew his pistol, ready to order an attack on Wang Tung. But he quickly calmed down. He looked at the distant, unresponsive carrier, the 003. The deck was full of planes, with no sign of defense. It's too late. The commander lowered his gun and sighed. At this distance, the 406 shells can hit in just a few seconds. Lin Fan is doomed. He was not like Lady Hong, who was a gambler, but first and foremost, he was an Empire soldier responsible for the Empire's interests. A dead genius was more beneficial to the Empire than a living hero. If Lin Fan died, the Iron Blood Empire might be able to salvage the technology of that terrifying weapon from the sunken ship. That could be the opportunity for the Empire to rise. So, he chose to stay silent. He chose to watch. In the entire sea area, apart from Wang Tung's wild laughter and the whistling of shells tearing through the air, there was no other sound. No reinforcements. No warning. Not even a single question. This is human nature. In the face of great profit and fear, so-called alliances are more fragile than toilet paper. The bridge of the Duke ship. Wang Tung watched the shell tear through the sky, getting closer and closer to the 003 carrier. His pupils dilated, breathing quickened, and his face showed a sickly flush. Go to. Lin Fan. Everything you have is mine. Your glory, your wealth, your woman, all of it belongs to me. He seemed to already see the image of the huge ship exploding and catching fire, and Lin Fan screaming in the flames. At this moment, he no longer hid his true intentions. Stealing treasures? That was just a side goal. What he truly wanted was for Lin Fan to die, since the humiliating ritual of awakening. And from the moment Lin Fan ignored him, the seed of hatred had taken root and grown in his heart. He couldn't allow anyone stronger than him to exist in this world, especially this commoner who should have been beneath him. As long as Lin Fan was alive, it was the biggest irony to him. Only the dead wouldn't block his light. Yes, Wang Tung let out his final, loud cry. The missile had already flown the last kilometer. Under everyone's watch, in the midst of countless eyes, some filled with fear, some with greed, and others with indifference, that 406mm high explosive shell, symbolizing betrayal and death, fiercely struck the fragile, unarmored flight deck of the Fujin ship 003. On the sea surface, that 406mm shell, having been fired out, seemed like the hammer of death tearing through the frozen air. 30 kilometers. For a supersonic shell, that was just a heartbeat away. On the deck of the Fujin ship 003, a ground crew member in a yellow vest, guiding a tug, seemed to sense something. He instinctively looked up toward the southwest sky. There, a tiny black that was rapidly enlarging. Before the scream reached his ears, the shadow of death had already cast over his head. No interception. The close-in weapon system was on standby, and the missile launcher was not aimed in that direction. The giant ship was like an unguarded giant, exposing its most vulnerable chest. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted on the left side of the aircraft carrier. It did not hit directly. This vengeful shell, full of hatred, grazed the edge of the flight deck and fiercely plunged into the sea, less than 50 meters from the hull. A huge burst of energy was released instantly, sending thousands of tons of seawater high into the air, forming a white wall of water that slammed forcefully against the steel hull. Splash! The seawater, mixed with shrapnel, swept across the deck like a heavy rain. A J-15T fighter jet, just hooked onto the arrestor wire and slowing down, was hit by the powerful gust of air and was knocked sharply, nearly scraping its wing on the deck. Ground crew members were thrown off balance, and red warning lights flashed wildly across the entire ship. Although it was not hit directly, in naval terms, this is called a crossfire. It means the shell's impact point has covered the target ship. It indicates the targeting calculations have been corrected. It means the next shot will definitely hit. Hit. Ha ha. It hit. On the bridge of the Duke, Wang Tung looked at the rising water column in the distance and let out a wild roar. His hand, gripping the firing control, trembled violently, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. Although the first shot was slightly off, it proved his judgment was correct. Lin Fan did not defend. That ship is now just a target. Hurry! Reload! Reload! Wang Tung kicked the fire control officer hard in the backside, his eyes red as if they were about to bleed. Next shot. I want to off its command tower. The entire bridge trembled under his roar. The surviving sailors, either infected by the madness or driven by fear, desperately moved heavy ammunition. At the edge of the battlefield, Lady Hong of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance and the commander of the Iron Blood Empire both took a deep breath. They saw the water column. They understood the impact point. That madman. He really dares to attack. Lady Hong's fingers clenched tightly around the window frame, her nails almost breaking. Her eyes flickered. That arrogant aircraft carrier, the 003, looked somewhat helpless in front of the huge water column. The deck was thrown into chaos. Aircraft stopped landing, and even tug vehicles collided amid the disorder. Did he not fight back? The Iron Blood Empire's commander squinted his eyes. According to Lin Fan's usual personality, he should have already fought back the moment he was attacked. But now, the sea is very quiet. The aircraft carrier is just changing course to avoid danger. Could it be? Wang Tung was right. A thought, like poison ivy, grows wildly in their minds. Has Lin Fan really run out of ammunition? Did that devastating attack just now exhaust all his tricks? If that's true, Lady Hong's hand reaches again for the communicator. The iron-blooded commander's gaze also shifts toward the water valve of the torpedo launcher. People tend to push when the situation is desperate. If Lin Fan is truly at his weakest, they wouldn't mind taking a share after Wang Tung succeeds. Even though they just signed an alliance. Even though they just saved his life. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only interests last forever. 003 Fujian Ship, Combat Command Center. A violent shake causes water in the teacup to spill, wetting the sea chart. Alarm sirens blare loudly and sharply. Report. Nearside gunfire lost. Deck trembling. Damage to number 3 mooring line. Assessing ship structure now. Enemy fire control radar continuously locking on. Second round of shelling. Expected to arrive in 15 seconds. The damage control officer's voice is urgent and tense. All eyes in the CIC are focused on the figure sitting at the captain's seat. Lin Fan remains still. He simply pulls out a tissue, slowly wiping the water off the table. His face shows no fear, no anger. Only a calm indifference, as expected. Commander, close-in weapons request to unlock. We need to counterattack, the operations officer, a major, urgently says. Not yet. Lin Fan crumples the wet tissue and throws it into the trash. He lifts his head, looking at the flashing red dot on the main screen. Duke, that dot is so glaring, so arrogant. It thinks it has seized an opportunity. It believes it has seen through the truth and falsehood. Some people, you save them, they won't be grateful. They'll just think you're blocking their way. Lin Fan's voice is soft, but clear amid the noisy alarm sounds. I have given him a chance. The first time at the academy, I didn't kill him. The second time during the sea trial, I let him go. Just now, I even made him my ally. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the towering water jet outside. But he still fired his guns. This is what you call a dog that can't change its habits. He turned around, glancing at the tense officers. Do you think I didn't want all the planes to carry the Eagle Strike 15 missiles? The major hesitated. You mean, Eagle Strike 15 is too expensive. It's impossible to use against the Abyss mothership. And against this kind of trash? Lin Fan sneered. I kept a backup plan. He raised his hand, pointing at the sky above. Pointing at the sky hidden behind clouds, seemingly empty. Air traffic control. Here, tell me, which squadron is currently executing the Case 1 recovery procedure? The air traffic controller looked at the radar screen, eyes suddenly bright. Reporting to the commander. It's the Flying Shark Squadron 02. 6J-15T fighters in total. They haven't all landed. Due to deck scheduling reasons, they are carrying unlaunched Eagle Strike 83K missiles, circling at 3,000 meters above the carrier, waiting for landing instructions. Case 1 Recovery Procedure. This is the standard recovery process for an aircraft carrier in good weather and with air superiority. Planes don't need to fly far. They circle above the carrier, waiting in line for the deck to clear. In other words, right now, above Wang Tung's battleship, in that overlooked corner driven by greed, 6 Damocles swords, already armed with live ammunition and safety catches off, hang ready. Lin Fan looked at Wang Tung, who was frantically loading shells on the screen. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. It was the cold pity a hunter feels when watching a beast about to step into a trap. I knew it, Lin Fan said calmly. For people like this, you should always keep a bullet. Now, this bullet is ready to be fired. He picked up the communicator, and his voice cut through the clouds. Flying Shark Squadron 02, this is Lin Fan. Stop the landing procedure. Your holiday is cancelled. See that fool below who's shooting at us? Give him a good one. At 3,000 meters altitude, 6J-15T fighters were lazily circling around. The pilots looked down at the deck and the water splashing up, feeling a fire burning inside. They had been ambushed by an ally who had just knelt on the ground asking for help and then betrayed them. For proud pilots from Shenzhou, this was a huge shame. This guy really dares to shoot. The lead pilot clenched his teeth, staring at the battleship below, billowing black smoke. At that moment, Lin Fan's cold voice came through the headset. Give him a good one. That sentence was like a spark, instantly igniting the entire squadron's anger. Flying Shark 02, received. The lead pilot suddenly pushed the control stick. Brothers, let's do this. Show that fool what real justice looks like. The 6 heavy fighters, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly made sharp maneuvers. They lowered their wings and peeked out from the clouds with fierce-looking noses. Altitude, 3,000 meters. Distance, less than 5 kilometers. For modern fighters, this didn't even require radar lock-on. This was direct attack. Boom. Engines roared to full power. The 6 fighters, tearing through the air with a howling sound, like 6 steel eagles falling from the sky, dove toward the Duke below. On the Duke, Wang Tung was still urging the crew to load the weapons. Hurry up. Faster. Next shot. With the next one, I can. Suddenly, a strange sound drowned out the waves and the engine roar. It was a sharp, ghostly scream piercing through the air. And it was getting closer. Louder and louder. From overhead, Wang Tung froze in place. He slowly raised his head. Through the broken ceiling of the ship's bridge, he saw the most terrifying and hopeless scene of his life. The clouds were shattered. 6 huge steel fighter jets, full of missiles, were rushing toward him at a nearly vertical angle. The Eagle Strike, 83K missiles mounted under their wings reflected cold light in the sun. The dark air intakes looked like the open mouths of death gods. They were too close. Close enough for him to see the pilot inside the cockpit wearing a cold oxygen mask. No, Wang Tung's command baton fell to the ground with a clatter. All his arrogance, greed, and schemes just moments ago, in this moment, before these 6 descending death gods, all became a joke. He thought Lin Fan had run out of missiles. He thought Lin Fan had no fuel left. But in fact, Lin Fan was just watching him perform, watching him step by step send himself into the grave. Lin Fan. Wang Tung let out a desperate cry, but all that responded was the sound of the pilot pulling the trigger. Click. All 6 fighter jets' wing-mounted racks unlocked simultaneously. 12 Eagle Strike, 83K anti-ship missiles. From this nearly vertical angle, from this impossible-to-intercept distance, detaching from the aircraft, igniting, accelerating. They carried 12 trails of death flames, like 12 judgment spears, fiercely stabbing toward the still firing Duke battleship. Goodbye, Lin Fan softly said in the command room. It couldn't even evade. Wang Tung stood in the broken bridge of the ship, head held high, looking through the large hole at the 12 increasingly larger black dots. In that moment, time seemed to stretch endlessly. The screams, alarms, and crackling flames around him all faded from his ears. He felt no fear. This was strange. Wang Tung thought he would be scared and wet his pants, just like when he faced the butler earlier. Or he might have gone into a panic and cursed wildly, like when he faced Lin Fan. But he didn't. When death truly became unavoidable, a deep calm rose in his heart. It was like a traveler carrying a heavy load for a long time, finally seeing the end. He saw the leading missile, the Eagle Strike, 83K. He even saw the cold serial number and the China military industry logo on the body. How beautiful! This pure, untainted industrial creation, born only for destruction. Much cleaner than those magic cannons he bought with a lot of money, covered in strange symbols. Well, this is good too. A faint, relieved smile appeared at the corner of Wang Tung's mouth. He was too tired. Since the day of his awakening ceremony, he had been living in a nightmare. He desperately wanted to prove himself, to show that the F level was just a joke, that he was the real chosen one. He trained day and night, fought like a mad dog against sea monsters, and poured every penny his family gave him into this warship. He thought that if he became AB level and had this fleet, he could crush that nightmare and piece his shattered pride back together. But no matter how hard he tried, that nightmare always stood there. Cold, tall, unbeatable. As long as Lin Fan was alive, Wang Tung felt he would always be a clown. Now it's over. No more comparisons. No more chasing. No more being eaten by jealousy and insecurity in the middle of the night. Boom. The first missile, traveling at 0.9 Mach, slammed into the Duke ship's bridge. There was little time left for him to think about life. A 165-kilogram high-explosive warhead penetrated the thin armor plate and instantly exploded inside the command room. Wang Tung's body, along with his long-suffering brain, was vaporized in a millisecond by intense heat and shock waves. He didn't even feel pain, only relief. Then came the second, third, and fourth explosions. It was a full-scale massacre. 12 missiles, like 12 heavy hammers, completely destroyed the already battered battleship, turning it into a pile of scrap metal. The ammunition depot detonated in a chain reaction. A huge fireball shot into the sky. This ship, once a symbol of the noble glory of the Blue Kingdom, was shattered into 3 pieces amid loud explosions. It didn't sink slowly like a hero. It disintegrated instantly. Countless burning fragments were thrown into the air, then fell like rain into the sea, creating white water splashes. Thick black oil spread across the surface, ignited by flames. The entire sea area became a giant funeral pyre. Wang Tung, along with his foolish ambitions and twisted hatred, was swallowed by the sea, becoming a restless spirit in this dark iron sea. Silence. Apart from the crackling of flames, there was no other sound on the water. On the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, Lady Hong clung tightly to the railing, her nails digging deep into the wood, unaware of her surroundings. Her face was pale as paper, staring at the burning wreckage in the distance, her eyes filled with shock and a trace of bone-chilling cold. He was dead. Wang Tung was dead. The heir to one of the 4 dukes of the Blue Kingdom, the arrogant but well-connected young master, just gone. Not even a final word. Not even a complete body left. How dare he? Lady Hong whispered to herself. In the values of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, profit comes first, and harmony brings wealth. No matter how fierce the fight, as long as the opponent reveals noble status or has powerful backing, they usually leave a line, capture alive for ransom, or force the family to give up interests. That's the way of decent people. Doing things to the extreme and killing everyone is a foolish act only reckless pirates would do, because it means endless revenge. It also means breaking all ties with a powerful noble family. But what about Lin Fan? He had no hesitation at all. From giving the order to fire, to blowing Wang Tung into ashes, he didn't even blink. His coldness and complete disregard for power and background made Lady Hong feel deep fear. In this man's eyes, there are no nobles or aristocrats, only the dead and the living. Fortunately, Lady Hong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and felt relief after surviving. Fortunately, I didn't act just now. If she had also fired out of greed along with Wang Tung, then probably more than just the Duke's ship would be burning in that fire. Meanwhile, on the remaining battleship of the Iron Blood Empire, the surviving commander looked at the distant flames and slowly lowered his binoculars. His face was serious, but his eyes showed no fear like Lady Hong's. Instead, they reflected a kind of military respect. Good. He quietly said one word. To him, this is what war is about. Traitors deserve to die. Since Wang Tung dared to shoot from behind, he must be prepared for retaliation. As for his identity, background, in the culture of the Iron Blood Empire, only weak people rely on their status for protection. Strong people trust only their sword. Lin Fan's decisive killing and revenge-driven methods earned the respect of this Iron Blood soldier. He is a worthy opponent to fear. The commander silently marked Lin Fan in his mind. At the 003 Fujin ship, the command center, Lin Fan still sat there, his posture unchanged. On the screen, the red representing the Duke's ship had completely disappeared. Commander, target confirmed sunk. The major's voice broke the silence. No survivors. Lin Fan nodded calmly, as if he were just listening to a weather forecast. Understood. Clear the navigation channel. Don't let debris block the way. The atmosphere inside CIC was a little tense. Everyone was angry about Wang Tung's betrayal, but seeing a B-level ship Spirit Master vanish so suddenly made many people feel sad. Commander, the major hesitated but couldn't hold back his question. I don't understand. Why did Wang Tung open fire at that moment? We had already formed an alliance, and if he had just behaved, he could have returned alive and even shared in the benefits. He's a B-level expert, so he shouldn't be foolish. Attacking a carrier with a complete air fleet in that situation was basically suicide. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the major. His eyes were deep, as if he saw through the fog of human nature. He's not foolish, Lin Fan said calmly. On the contrary, he's very smart and works hard. Honestly, to upgrade a C-level battleship to B-level in such a short time, besides family resources, he must have fought many dangerous battles himself. What he took was actually the hero's script. Lin Fan pointed to his head. But he's sick in the heart, he added. At that moment, his worldview collapsed. For someone so proud, that collapse was more painful than death. Lin Fan stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the red-stained sea. Since that day, I became his reality wound. No matter how hard he tries or how high he levels up, as soon as he sees me, as soon as he realizes I am stronger, his false self-image will instantly shatter. I am like his mirror, a mirror that reflects his incompetence and reveals that deep down, he is still a weak person. He desperately wants to break this mirror, because only by breaking me can he repair his broken self-esteem and convince himself that he is still the unbeatable. Genius. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sharp. So, he has to attack. Even knowing it might lead to his death, he can't control himself. It's a compulsive repetition, a suicidal attack to protect his sense of self. He doesn't want to kill me just to take my treasure. He wants to kill me to save himself. The major listened, seeming to understand but also confused, yet deeply moved. He didn't expect that behind the simple word, betrayal, there was such a complex game of human nature. Then, is he now free? The major asked instinctively. Maybe. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze. Death is like a light going out. No matter what he thinks, the ending is already decided. He has turned to ashes, and we still have to move forward. Lin Fan sat back at the command seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Anyway, we've taken out the heir of the Wang family, although he deserved it, and he was the first to make a move, but a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The old man of the Wang family, and those nobles of the Blue Kingdom, they definitely won't accept this loss quietly. In addition, faint mechanical humming could be heard coming from the distant deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. These two very different sounds blended together, creating a strange and sad scene. At this moment, Lady Hong, standing at the bow of the flagship, Gale Chaser, of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, held tightly to the railing. Her fingers were pale from gripping so hard. She kept staring at the sea ahead, which was still covered in thick oil stains and broken wood. There used to be a powerful B-class battleship there, along with the arrogant and proud Duke's heir. But in just a few minutes, everything had disappeared. It was burned out, leaving only white ash. Why it burned out, don't ask. Close call. Lady Hong exhaled a long, shaky breath. Cold sweat soaked her expensive silk dress. She was a clever trader and a gambler. When Wang Tung fired his cannon just now, she was tempted. If she had also fired back, even just to share a piece of the action. Now, her fate was probably to be caught in the same mess as Wang Tung's wrecked body, feeding the fish. Madam, what should we do? The first officer, who had just recovered from a state of decay, with a pale face, asked carefully, "What else can we do?" Lady Hong forced a bitter smile and looked toward the distant mighty 003 aircraft carrier. "Let's go. Take the broken things Lord Lin Feng gave us and leave immediately." She saw clearly. This part of the sea now belonged to Lin. That man didn't aim his guns at them right away. That was the greatest mercy, or perhaps disdain. He didn't care about their group of defeated soldiers. Activate the communication. Thank Lord Lin Feng. Lady Hong tidied her messy hair and tried to look more presentable. Tell him that the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance remembers today's mercy of sparing life. In future business dealings, we will show our greatest sincerity. This was a polite phrase, also a sign of weakness and submission. At the same time, the remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's fleet also began to turn away. The commander stood on the bridge, taking one last look at the aircraft carrier 003. His expression showed no fear like Lady Hong's, but rather a deep respect for a strong warrior. "He's a tough one," the commander quietly commented. "Decisive in battle, leaving no future trouble. If you can't be friends with someone like that, then don't make them your enemy easily." He didn't waste words. Instead, he signaled a brief light message. "Respect. Until we meet again." Soon after, two battered fleets, like two packs of hyenas scavenging near a lion's territory, hurriedly headed in opposite directions, tails between their legs. They took the scales of the nine-headed serpent and fragments of the abyssal warship, but they left behind the most important things: dignity and the dominance of these islands. The Fujin Ship 003 Combat Command Center. Lin Fan stood in front of the large window, still holding his teacup. He watched the two green dots on the screen slowly fade away, his face expressionless. "Commander, they've left," the major reported. Lin Fan replied calmly. "Good. No need to clean up the mess." He wasn't worried about these two forces retaliating. Lady Hong was smart. Smart people fear death. After seeing the power of the Eagle Strike, 15, even 10 times their courage wouldn't make them challenge again. As for the Iron Blood Empire, they valued strength. Their submarine fleet was destroyed this time, and their first step back would be to review their tactics, not blindly seek revenge. Until they understood what that invisible death god really was, they wouldn't dare to enter these waters again. Now, Lin Fan turned around, his gaze burning with intensity. "It's peaceful here." He moved to the sea map table, his finger heavily tapping the area marked Xiantai Archipelago. "Send the orders. Fenglong Squadron 01, prepare for takeoff. Include the Marine Corps. I'm going to patrol my territory." 10 minutes later, a Z-20 helicopter roared into the sky from the deck. This time, it did not carry missiles but instead transported Lin Fan and a fully armed team of T2 level Marines. The helicopter lowered its nose and flew toward the main island a few nautical miles away. From above, the terrain of the Xiantai Islands looked even more impressive. The 12 main islands formed a natural wall, creating a calm inner sea. The water was deep enough to dock large ships like the 003, and there were natural deep water channels leading directly to the open sea. On these islands, black volcanic rocks jutted out in strange shapes, and between the rocks, glowing blue mineral veins looked like flowing blood vessels, emitting a captivating light. This was wealth. This was power. "Commander, that is the main peak." The pilot pointed to the tallest dormant volcano in the center. The mountain towered into the clouds. Its crater had cooled and formed a large natural platform. "Land there," Lin Fan ordered. The Z-20 hovered steadily in the air currents, and then slowly landed on the rocky platform covered with volcanic ash. The cabin door opened. Strong winds howled. Lin Fan was the first to jump out of the plane. His military boots hit the hard black rocks with a crisp sound. He took a deep breath. The air smelled of salty seawater and sulfur. This was the smell of freedom, and the smell of power. The Marine team behind him quickly spread out and formed a circular guard line. Although there were no creatures on the island that could threaten them, it was a natural part of their tactical training. Lin Fan walked to the edge of the cliff. From here, he could see the entire Xiantai Islands. He saw the calm inner sea in the distance, the 003 Fujin ship slowly entering the harbor, and the patrol jets flying overhead. He also saw what was hidden beneath these waters, black gold. What a wonderful place, Lin Fan sighed. This would be his starting point. He planned to build a port, an airport, oil wells, and a refinery here. He wanted to turn this into an unbreakable steel fortress. Commander, a Marine second lieutenant approached, holding a folded flagpole and a neatly folded flag. This was created according to Lin Fan's wishes, just now produced by the system. The second lieutenant looked at him with a hint of question. According to the rules of this world, as a citizen of the Blue Kingdom and a newly appointed baron, though that title was given by the Academy, he should raise the Golden Lion flag of the kingdom when occupying new territory. This flag represented that the land belonged to the kingdom. Lin Fan looked at the flag. He reached out and took the flagpole, but he did not take the Golden Lion flag. Burn it. Lin Fan pointed to the flag, which symbolized the kingdom's glory, and spoke calmly as if he was talking about burning a piece of paper. The second lieutenant hesitated for a moment, but he showed no hesitation and asked no questions. He was only loyal to his commander. Yes, he lit a lighter. The Golden Lion flag turned to ashes in the wind. Lin Fan took out another flag from his pocket. It was a red flag. In the center, there was a golden five-pointed star, and below it, a silver-gray badge with gears and an anchor, symbolizing industrial strength. This was the emblem of Shenzhou military industry, and it was also Lin Fan's symbol. Click! Lin Fan hung the flag on the pole. He didn't let the soldiers do it for him. He personally inserted the flagpole in the volcanic rock at the highest point and pressed it firmly. Whoosh! A strong wind swept past. The bright red flag fluttered in the wind on the highest peak of this strange world, making a loud rustling sound. It looked like a burning flame, announcing the new owner of this ancient sea area. Lin Fan stood under the flag, looking up at the red color. This was not just a ceremony. It was a declaration. From this moment on, the Xiantai Islands no longer belonged to the Blue Kingdom or any other force. They only belonged to the Shenzhou fleet. Only to Lin Fan. He was not here to be a watchdog for corrupt nobles. He was here to be a king. Salute! The second lieutenant shouted loudly behind him. Swish! All the soldiers, including the helicopter crew, saluted the flag and the figure standing on the cliff with the highest respect. Over the distant sea, the Fujin ship sounded its horn. Woo! The deep, powerful horn echoed among the islands, lasting for a long time. It was the roar of a giant beast, and also the call of a new era. Beneath the main peak of the Xian Iron Islands, waves crashed against black rocks. As all forces retreated, this area, which was just a battlefield before, now lay quiet, only the sound of the wind. But this was not a desolate silence. It was a calm before new life. The Fujin ship was anchored in a natural deepwater bay, its huge anchor chain stretched straight. On the deck, several Z-20 helicopters carried heavy containers, shuttling between the aircraft carrier and the island. Lin Fan stood on a protruding rock, looking at the territory now marked with a red flag. In his mind, the AI Panga's voice sounded like music, giving a post-battle report that made his heart race. Battle report complete. Kill count. 1 A-grade Abyss Mothership, 28 corrupted ships, 1 B-grade Deep-Sea Hydra, 1 B-grade Battleship Duke. Loot recovered. Complete B-grade Sea Monster Core, high-purity ether crystal from A-grade Mothership wreckage, wreckage from Wang Tung's fleet. Energy conversion in progress. Lin Fan watched the rapidly changing numbers on the interface, feeling his breath grow hotter. Conversion complete. Net profit from this battle, 32,000 energy points. Current total balance, 38,800 points. 38,800 points. Lin Fan clenched his fists. He had almost emptied his savings to fight this battle, even carefully using the Eagle Strike. 83k to call out enemies. But now, the investment in Eagle Strike, 15 had paid off tenfold. This was war wealth. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, plunder is always the fastest way to grow capital. Commander, besides energy points, there is an even more important message. Panga's voice continued, projecting a complex geological scan map onto Lin Fan's retina. With the divine vision combined with geological scans, the underground resource distribution of the Xian Iron Islands has been confirmed. Secret crystal mine, very large reserves, expected to be mined for 50 years. And, on the map, a huge black shadow covers the entire seabed of the inland sea, even extending beyond the island chain onto the continental shelf. Liquid mineral deposits have been confirmed. Composition analysis, hydrocarbons. Confirmed as high-quality crude oil. Reserve level, giant oil field. Lin Fan took a deep breath, as if the smell of the intoxicating industrial blood had filled the air. Oil. In this magic-powered world, this black liquid is seen as useless, devil's blood, only used for basic lighting or lubrication. But in Lin Fan's hands, it is vital. With it, the 003 aircraft carrier is no longer a trapped beast. With it, future mechanized forces, tanks, armored vehicles, and even larger fleets will have endless power. This is our foundation, Lin Fan said, pointing to the calm inland sea. I will build drilling platforms here. I will set up refineries here. I want this black blood to flow into every engine of the Shenzhou fleet. But before that, there's one more thing to handle. Lin Fan turned around and looked at a deep cave behind him. It was located based on the guidance of the ancient beacon at a specific coordinate. That legendary ancient artifact is hidden inside. Let's go and take a look, he said. Lin Fan, with a team of fully armed soldiers, turned on tactical flashlights and entered the natural volcanic cave. The cave is deep, but it's not naturally formed. On the walls on both sides, there are clear signs of artificial carving. These marks are old and weathered, not belonging to the current Blue Kingdom or the Crazy Abyss cult. They belong to a more ancient, more geometric civilization style. As they go deeper, the uncomfortable pressure in the air grows stronger. It's not the stench of the abyss or the radiation from the crystal. It's a kind of high-frequency vibration. Finally, at the end of the cave, a huge underground chamber appears before their eyes. In the center of the chamber is a round altar. On the altar, there was something floating. It was not the staff or gem that Lin Fan imagined. It was a huge, tuning fork made of an unknown silver metal. It was about 3 meters tall, with a smooth, mirror-like surface and no patterns or symbols. It floated quietly about 1 meter above the ground, slowly rotating, emitting a humming sound that was inaudible to the ear but could cause bones to resonate. Is this a divine artifact? The second lieutenant behind him looked a bit stunned. This thing looked too simple, as plain as an unfinished industrial mold. Pangu, scanning in progress. Material analysis, unknown. Extremely hard, unable to take a sample. Energy response, none. The object is in standby mode. It seems like an empty container. Empty. Lin Fan frowned. The crazy Saja, who was willing to start a war to get this. It turned out to be just an empty shell? How do we activate it? According to the residual signal, energy needs to be injected. Any form of high-level energy. Lin Fan thought for a moment. In this world, high-level energy is basically ether energy or corruptive energy from the abyss. Saja's original plan was probably to use the secret crystal or on Crystal Island to forcibly charge this object. But Lin Fan didn't have ether energy. He was an insulator. Can I not use this thing? Lin Fan reached out hesitantly, approaching the huge silver tuning fork. In theory, your physique rejects all ether energy. If you touch it, it might prevent activation, or... Before Panga finished speaking, Lin Fan's finger had already touched the cold metal surface. Buzz! A clear, bell-like roar suddenly exploded in the cave. It was not impossible to activate. On the contrary, the originally lifeless silver tuning fork, the moment it touched Lin Fan's finger, seemed to be injected with some kind of wild stimulant, and began to tremble violently. There was no bright light. No magical energy surged. What changed was the environment. In the corner of the cave, there were still some purple moss remnants from the Abyss cult's infiltration, a sign of corrupted power. But after a loud buzzing sound, sizzle, 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 the purple moss seemed to meet a blazing fire, turning black, withering, and then turning to ash, disappearing into the air. Not only the moss, even the faint smell of sulfur and decay in the air was instantly purified. The air inside the cave became fresh and sharp, almost like a sterile operating room. This purification was spreading quickly. It penetrated the rock layers, spread to the surface of the island, and even reached the surrounding sea. Warning: high-intensity field fluctuation detected. Panga's voice carried a hint of surprise. This is an amplifier. An amplifier? Lin Fan looked at the still-shaking tuning fork. Yes, after analysis, its purpose isn't to generate energy, but to magnify the core traits of the contact. If a ship spirit user obtains it and injects ether energy, it will multiply the ship spirit's power, making the ship's firepower much stronger. If the Abyss cult gets it and injects corrupted energy, it will turn into a super pollution source, instantly turning the surrounding sea into a deadly zone. Lin Fan understood. This is basically a super loudspeaker. Whatever you shout at it, it amplifies. Then what about me? Lin Fan looked at his hand. He had no ether, no magic energy. All he had was that cursed, untrainable, insulation physique. You injected nothingness. Pengu gave the conclusion. Or rather, absolute order and exclusivity. This amplifier is currently magnifying your insulation field. In the past, your physique could only protect yourself or purify others upon contact. But now, through this device, you have become a humanoid, high-power, abyss purifier. Lin Fan froze. He felt that strange resonance coming from his fingertips. He could sense that his will seemed to be infinitely extended. As long as he wishes, within a radius of several dozen kilometers around this place, all types of energy, whether magical or corrupt, are suppressed by his will. This is no longer passive defense. It is an active, magic suppression field. Good stuff. Lin Fan's lips curl into a slight smile. Although it cannot be used directly to fire and kill, in the face of the Abyss cult's disgusting mental pollution and environmental corruption, this device is the strongest strategic weapon. With it, the Xiantai Islands become a true clean land. Any attempt to infiltrate or corrupt here will fail under the suppression of this enhancer. Take it out. Lin Fan withdraws his hand, and the vibration of the tuning fork gradually calms, returning to silence. Build a tower at the highest point of the island. Place it on the top of the tower. I want this archipelago to become a forbidden zone for all abyss creatures. Yes. The soldiers immediately step forward, carefully beginning to move this heavy metal lump. After handling the artifact, Lin Fan walks out of the cave. The sunlight outside is a bit dazzling. Looking at the busy construction site before him, a sense of pride rises in Lin Fan's heart. He has money. He has land. He has core technology. He even has a protective artifact. Now, it's time to properly upgrade this home. Pengu, open the base construction blueprint. Yes, Commander. A huge 3D blueprint covering the entire Xiantai Islands slowly unfolds before Lin Fan. It is a magnificent fortress at sea, full of industrial brutalist aesthetics. Here, on the back of the main island, this open area, Lin Fan points to a section on the map. Build AT-2, level military airport. The runway must be long enough to accommodate heavy transport planes and bombers. Although I currently only have carrier-based aircraft, in the future, the land-based air force will be the main force controlling this sky. Here, a deep-water port. Lin Fan's finger moves to the inland sea. Build 4 heavy deep-water berths. Besides the 003, I want to leave space for future new ships, shipyards, repair yards, ammunition depots, fuel depots. Build according to the highest standards. I want this place not only to dock ships, but also to build ships. And here too, Lin Fan pointed to the small islands surrounding the main island. This is a natural breakwater and an excellent defensive line. Deploy coastal anti-ship missile positions and long-range air defense radar stations on these islands. Get the YJ-12 and the Hongqi 9 ready for installation. I want to turn this place into a hedgehog. Anyone who dares to reach out will get pricked. Command confirmed. T2, level comprehensive naval base construction sequence. Initiated. Estimated initial combat capability, 72 hours. Estimated energy points needed, 15,000. 15,000 points. The large sum of money just received was gone in an instant. But Lin Fan didn't mind at all. This is infrastructure. It's a long-term plan. Only after building a strong nest can we raise fiercer eagles. Start construction. Lin Fan watched the helicopters unloading and the busy engineers. No matter if it's the Abyss or the Empire. When they come back next time, I will show them a real steel Great Wall. The sea breeze fluttered the bright red flag. Lin Fan stood high, looking toward the distant north. That's the direction of the Blue Kingdom. With such a big commotion here and Wang Tung dying so tragically, That decayed kingdom probably already exploded in chaos. Come on, Lin Fan muttered to himself. I'm waiting for you. He is Wang Baitian, the head of the Wang family and father of Wang Tung. Tell me, did Tung take the half of our family's savings to build a fleet with the Duke battleship and go to that rural place to seize an island? And then die? Wang Baitian grabbed the collar of the kneeling officer and spat in his face. It's not just the young master. The officer trembled all over, face pressed to the ground, too afraid to lift his head. All the family guards, all the ships, and those 4 battleships, 6 cruisers, all gone. Not a single one survived. Wang Baitian felt dizzy. He staggered back 2 steps and sat heavily in a large leather chair. It wasn't just about a few ships. It was the foundation of the Wang family's position in the Navy, the effort of over 10 years to support Wang Tung to a high rank. Just yesterday, he had dreamed of his son returning victorious, carrying the so-called ancient beacon and the core of a level BC monster, becoming the youngest powerful officer in the kingdom. Now, all that was just a dream. Who did this? Wang Baitian's voice turned very cold, like a beast ready to attack. Is it the Abyss cult? Or that wicked woman from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance? If it's them, I will declare war. I will make them pay with blood. The officer tremblingly took out a memory crystal from his pocket. Master, this is the last footage from the frontline reconnaissance ship, taken at the end. Wang Baitian snatched the crystal and poured ether energy into it. Light and shadow projected a blurry but fierce scene in the study. It was the final moment of the Duke battleship. Wang Baitian saw his proud ship, like a dog with a broken back, lying paralyzed on the sea. Then, the sky split open. 12 white meteors streaked down at a speed and angle he had never seen before. There was no resistance, no struggle. The Level B battleship disintegrated instantly, turning into a huge fireball. At the edge of the scene, on the distant horizon, he could vaguely see a huge, flat-decked battleship, coldly watching everything. On that ship, there was no glow of magic, only cold steel. Lin Fan. Wang Baitian squeezed out this name from his teeth. After the awakening ceremony, he investigated this grade F individual. At that time, he thought he was just a lucky clown and didn't take him seriously. But now, this clown had killed his son and destroyed his fleet. Good. Very good. Wang Baitian suddenly slammed the corner of the table. A lowly civilian, daring to kill a noble. This is a death sentence. Treason. Bring the people. Prepare the carriage. I want to go to the palace. I will summon the main force of the Navy. I want to tear that to pieces. Patriarch. Please wait a moment. The old butler, who had been standing in the shadows, suddenly spoke. He held several pieces of intelligence, his face pale as paper. You can't go. Why? Wang Baitian roared. Is my son just going to die in vain? Look at this. The old butler handed over a recently decrypted battle report. Wang Baitian glanced at it. His eyes, which had been bloodshot with anger, instantly froze. On the report, there were several shocking large characters. Abyss Cult Grade A Battleship Desecrator confirmed sunk. B-Grade Peak Sea Monster Hydra confirmed killed. Killer, Lin Fan. Time, less than 30 minutes. A Grade A. Wang Baitian's hands began to tremble. The thin paper seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He knew very well what a Grade A battleship meant. It was a monster capable of challenging an entire main fleet of the kingdom, a moving disaster. And yet, Lin Fan defeated it in seconds? And this, Patriarch, the old butler's voice was bitter. He pointed to an attachment on the report. This is a joint statement from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance and the Iron Blood Empire. They confirm. It was young Master Wang Tung who, after signing the alliance, launched a surprise attack on Lin Fan first. Lin Fan's counterattack complies with the self-defense principles of the Black Sea Code. The study fell into a deathly silence. Wang Baitian looked at the report, his muscles twitching wildly. He struck first, but he hadn't even fought yet. He didn't even scratch the opponent's skin before being instantly defeated. This was not just a defeat. It was a disgrace. If he now went to the king, he wouldn't get justice. Instead, he would make the royal family a joke across the whole kingdom. More importantly, Master, the old butler whispered, that Lin Fan has the power to defeat an A level. If we retaliate now, Will the remaining resources of the royal family be enough for him to fight several rounds? King Batian fell silent. He looked at the cold, massive ship in the projection, watching the rain of missiles. A deep feeling of helplessness rose from his feet, instantly extinguishing his anger. He wanted revenge, but he was more afraid of death. That F level. No, that monster. He was no longer an ant the royal family could easily control. He was a fierce dragon with sharp teeth. Could it be that we just give up? King Batian slumped back into his chair, suddenly seeming 10 years older. No, the old butler's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Just because we can't act openly doesn't mean we can't do things secretly. And besides, such a powerful force, the royal family and navy probably can't sleep well either. We just need to stir the waters. At the same time, in the Blue Kingdom, the royal palace, the highest military conference room, the atmosphere here was even more serious than in the royal family. Around a long table, many ministers in fine clothes and generals with golden stars on their shoulders sat. At the end of the table, the elderly king frowned as he looked at the urgent military report in his hand. Everyone. The king put down the report, his voice tired. Let's hear it. What exactly is this Lin Fan? There was a commotion in the conference room. The Navy minister, an old admiral with white hair, was the first to stand up. His expression was excited, even a bit unruly. Your Majesty, this is nothing short of a miracle. The old admiral pointed at a few blurry photos on the tactical board. Images captured remotely by magic crystal of the J-35 and the Eagle Strike 15. Such speed, such power. This is not any magic technology we know. That Iron Bird. It flies faster than 4 times the speed of sound. The weapons it fires can cut through level 8 biological armor like tofu. This is a new, pure, and destructive power system. The old general's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this power can be used by the kingdom, then the so-called Empire of Steel, the Abyssal Cult, all become insignificant. That's heresy. On the other side, a court mage dressed in robes stood up, coldly interrupting the general. No ether, yet possessing such power. This goes against the laws of the world. And he killed Wang Tung. He killed a noble, a duke's heir. If such actions go unpunished, where are the laws of the kingdom? Where is the dignity of the nobles? The mage glanced at the quiet representative of the Wang family sitting in the corner and continued. I suggest we declare Lin Fan a traitor immediately. Gather the royal fleet and take advantage of his instability to eliminate him. Eliminate him? The Navy admiral looked at the mage as if he were a fool. With what? Your staff to beat his armor. Even the level a mothership of the Abyssal Cult was blown up like fireworks by him. Is the royal fleet going to die for nothing? You. The mage was furious. Enough. The king knocked on the table, stopping the argument. I don't want to hear this. The king's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on the chief of intelligence. Tell me, does Lin Fan have any hostility towards the kingdom? The intelligence chief stood up and opened the scroll in his hand. Your Majesty, based on current analysis. Although Lin Fan was born a commoner, he was raised in the academy. His sister is still under our control. No, under our protection. In this battle, he killed Wang Tung, but he did not attack the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance or the Empire of Steel. Instead, he used some means to intimidate them and establish his dominance over the Xian Iron Archipelago. This shows he is a rational, ambitious person with a bottom line. He is not a madman, nor an antisocial element. He's just too strong, too strong. These 3 words made everyone present fall silent. When a person's power becomes so great that they can ignore the rules, they themselves become the rule. Your Majesty, the silent chancellor finally spoke. He was a thin, old man, with eyes that sparkled with wisdom, or perhaps cunning. King Ting's death was his own fault. According to the survivor's testimony, he was the first to betray the alliance. On this matter, Lin Fan is right. If we go after him just for this, not only would we have no solid reason, but we would also push such a strong person completely into our enemies. The Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance are very eager to get him. The Chancellor paused and showed a meaningful smile. Since we can't defeat him, and we don't want him to escape, then we can only win him over, win him over. The king raised an eyebrow. Yes, win him over. The Chancellor moved to the map and pointed at the distant Shintai Islands. That is a no-man's land. Since Lin Fan has taken control there, he needs a title, a legitimate, recognized title. If we not only ignore his actions, but also promote him and recognize his lordship, then the territory he controls will officially belong to the kingdom. Even if he's strong, he will still be a vassal of the kingdom in name. This will not only calm him, but also make him a thorn in the side of the Iron Blood Empire and the Abyss cult in the Black Iron Sea, helping us block their pressure. This tactic is called using a knife to kill or taking advantage of the situation. But the royal family, someone expressed concern. The royal family, the king snorted. They can't even defeat an F level, and they still dare to cause trouble? Tell them to shut up. The king stood up and made a decision. Issue the decree, Lin Fan, for repelling the Abyss cult and promoting our prestige. Ennoble him as the Lord of the Xian Tai Islands. Title. The king hesitated for a moment. Too low, it seemed insincere. Too high, he might not be able to control him. Suddenly, the Navy Admiral interrupted. Your Majesty, he is a strong person with a record of defeating an A-level enemy alone. According to the military merit system, then make him a Viscount. The king made a firm decision. A hereditary Viscount. Tell him that as long as he guards that part of the sea, the kingdom will be his support. Additionally, the king's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Send a special envoy, preferably someone who can make him feel friendly. I want to know where his ship and those flying iron birds come from. The wind in the capital changed overnight. People who had been waiting to see Lin Fan be wanted and executed were surprised to find that the storm did not arrive. Instead, a shining golden royal decree from the court appeared. From this moment on, Lin Fan was no longer just a joke at the academy or a lucky newcomer. He was now a true noble stepping into the heart of the kingdom's power. The game surrounding this new Viscount had just begun. Xiantai Archipelago, Command Center. Although night had fallen outside, the place was still brightly lit. As the blueprint for the base expanded, countless data streams flickered wildly on the screens. Resource allocation, project progress, patrol routes. Every decision needed Lin Fan's approval. Commander, the communications officer's voice suddenly interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. There was a new, rare sense of tension and even fear in his voice. Detected a top-secret encrypted communication request, signal source identification code. From the royal capital, it's a golden level. The atmosphere inside the CIC instantly froze. Golden level. In the Blue Kingdom, this represented the highest authority, the royal family. The major automatically straightened his uniform. Although the other side couldn't see him, he still felt his throat go dry. What was coming was finally here. After killing the Duke's heir and destroying the royal fleet, was the kingdom's judgment finally arriving? Connect. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He gently lowered his electronic pen, leaned back in his chair, and coldly watched the main screen. A faint crackle of electricity sounded as the holographic projection device slowly activated. The originally blue glow of the screen was gradually replaced by a majestic, mysterious gold. Next, a series of colorful lights crisscrossed and intertwined in the air, like a dreamy dance of light and shadow. Finally, in the center of this wonderful world of light and shadow, a lively figure gradually appeared. This figure was not as mighty and heroic as people might imagine, like a furious general, nor was it a stern judge dressed in black robes holding a staff. Instead, it looked more like an elegant gentleman wearing a beautiful purple court suit. A straight posture, neat hair, and a delicate gold-rimmed monocle hanging on his chest, all showing his refined taste and noble demeanor. Although this middle-aged man looked gentle and polite on the outside, the tense atmosphere around him did not ease at all. The reason was the shining golden badge on his chest, a symbol of the king's voice. Without a doubt, this charming man was the Navy Marshal from the kingdom, also serving as the court envoy and royal etiquette minister, Lord Lister. Lord Lin Fan. Lord Lister slightly bowed, moving with perfect grace. His eyes, through the holographic projection, seemed to see through the space barrier, examining this young commander who was a bit too youthful. I am here on behalf of His Majesty to send you greetings. The news of the Abyss cult's level A battleship being sunk has already reached the capital. His Majesty is very pleased about this. Lin Fan did not speak. He just looked at him quietly. This silence made Lister's smile stiffen for a moment. Of course, The envoy's tone shifted, carrying a hint of subtle regret. We also heard about the unfortunate incident involving young Master Wang Tong. The Wang family is very upset. They cried during the court meeting, claiming it was a treacherous murder. The officer's hand rested on his gun. So, this is the start of accountability? But, Lister pushed up his monocle, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. After investigations by the military and testimonies from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance and the Iron Blood Empire, His Majesty believes that the battlefield situation changes rapidly. Young Master Wang Teng's misjudgment under pressure caused this tragedy. It's regrettable, but the responsibility does not lie with you. Who? A suppressed sigh echoed inside the CIC. A faint smile played on Lin Fan's lips. It was a misjudgment. A carefully planned betrayal was casually dismissed as a misjudgment. That's politics. When your strength is enough, even the king will find excuses for you. So, Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice calm. You went through so much trouble to contact me just to tell me I'm not guilty? No, of course not. Count Lister straightened his back, his expression becoming serious. The kingdom never forgets its heroes. You single-handedly repelled the Abyss cult's main force and reclaimed the Black Iron Islands from the sea monster. Such achievements, if simply dismissed as a sea-level ace, would disappoint the people. He took out a golden scroll from his sleeve and slowly unrolled it. Lin Fan, listen carefully. Inside the CIC, everyone except Lin Fan instinctively stood up. Though they only served Lin Fan, at this moment, it was a sign of respect and ceremony. Considering your outstanding achievements in the Black Iron Sea and your great contribution to maintaining human civilization's safety, by order of His Majesty the King, with the approval of the Council, effective immediately, Lin Fan is hereby granted Blue Kingdom Hereditary Viscount, title, Xiantai, and awarded the title of Xiantai Archipelago Development Lord, with full authority over the defense and development of this sea area. Hereditary Viscount, Development Lord. These words hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. In the Blue Kingdom, noble titles are very hard to get. The previous sea-level ace was considered equivalent to a baron, but that was just an honorary title, with no land, no real power, and not hereditary. But a viscount is different. It's a true noble, a ticket into the core of the kingdom's power. And that development lord title, it meant Lin Fan was no longer just a wandering captain, but a regional lord. Is this your sincerity? Lin Fan looked at the scroll, but his face showed no sign of the excitement the envoy expected. A title, in exchange for guarding the kingdom's gates? Count Lister was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. Lord Lin Fan, you are a straightforward person. Of course, your Majesty knows that having a title alone cannot fill your stomach, especially when you maintain such a large fleet. Your treatment will be fully upgraded based on the sea-level ace status. Count Lister raised a finger and began listing points one by one. First, territorial sovereignty. The Xiantai Islands and the 50 nautical miles around them are designated as your private territory. You have independent legislative, tax, and resource rights. The kingdom will not send officials or interfere in internal affairs. This effectively recognizes Lin Fan's independent kingdom status. Second, resource allocation. Your previous sea-level treatment, which included basic repairs and fuel supplies, remains. But with a change, the envoy smiled. There's no longer a limit. As long as the kingdom's ports can provide fuel, fresh water, and steel, you can take as much as you want. All paid for by the royal treasury. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Now this looks more like it. The aircraft carrier 003 is a money-consuming beast. Although it has oil, other supplies still need external support. Third, and most practical, Count Lister raised a third finger. Military subsidy. The sea-level ace receives a monthly subsidy of 100,000 credits, right? That amount probably isn't enough for a single takeoff and landing of your fighter jets. Starting next month, the Navy will pay you a monthly border defense allowance of. The envoy paused and announced a figure. 10 million royal credits. Additionally, all the secret crystals and, that black liquid mine from the Xiantai Islands, if sold to the kingdom, will be bought at 20% above market price, 10 million. And trade privileges. This is no longer just an attempt to win over, it's throwing money. The kingdom is using its treasury to support Lin Fan's fleet. Lord Lin Fan, are you satisfied with this sincerity? Count Lester smiled as he looked at Lin Fan. He was very confident. No one could refuse such terms. This is not just about money and power. It's the kingdom's recognition of legitimacy. With this status, Lin Fan is no longer a pirate or warlord, but a legitimate noble lord. Lin Fan was silent for a moment. He didn't really care about the noble title of Viscount. In this world where strength is everything, as long as his aircraft carrier was still there and his J-35 was flying in the sky, he was the true king. But he needed time. He needed a stable base to process this victory, to build up his facilities, and to advance his technology. Dealing directly with a large kingdom was not wise at this stage. Since the other side was willing to send money, supplies, and reputation, and also help him block political pressure from the royal family, why not accept it? All right, Lin Fan nodded, his tone still calm, as if he was just agreeing to a small business deal. I accept this order. Tell His Majesty for me, as long as I am alive, the Iron Steel Islands will be a barrier that the bloodthirsty Empire and the Abyss cult cannot cross. But if someone tries to do something behind my back, Lin Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing through the holographic projection directly into the envoy's eyes. You saw what happened to Wang Tung. A cold sweat broke out instantly on Count Lister's back. He felt he was facing not a new noble, but a fierce beast wearing human skin. Of course, the envoy wiped his forehead. The kingdom has always been sincere to friends. Also, there is a private matter. Lister hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Duke Wongbody. Although he dares not say much now, he has lost his only heir. You should be careful in the royal capital in the future. But rest assured, His Majesty has already issued a strict warning to the royal family. During your time as the Pioneer Lord, any hostile actions against you will be considered a challenge to the royal family. This was like giving Lin Fan a reassurance. Understood. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling the envoy to leave. Communication ended. Swish, the holographic projection disappeared. Inside the command center, everything returned to calm. But everyone's eyes had changed. If before they were just Lin Fan's soldiers, now they were the Lord's retainers. This change in status brought a profound sense of belonging. Congratulations, Commander. No. Congratulations, Lord. Major, the combat commander, led the way. All the officers saluted in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. In just a few days, from being considered a useless person rated F, to becoming a war hero who sank an A-class battleship, and now a hereditary noble lord who is expanding his territory. This is their leader. This is a miracle. That's enough. Lin Fan waved his hand, not getting caught up in the pride. It's just a false reputation. Compared to the title of that noble lord, I value the military funds of 10 million more and the trade privileges. He stood up and walked to the navigation table. Looking at the map of the Xiantai Islands, marked as our territory, with this money, our base construction can speed up. Tell the engineering team, don't hold back on materials. I want to build a real city on the main island, and also a dock big enough to hold the next giant ship. The major's eyes suddenly lit up. The next ship? Commander, are you saying? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. But his gaze at the technology tree already explained everything. Deep in the T3 technology tree, below the J-35, a larger, more intimidating ship's silhouette was faintly emerging. That is the threshold of T4. That is the might of a 10,000-ton destroyer. That is the glory of Shinjo Shield. Lin Fan looked at the sunrise outside the window, golden sunlight shining on his young but firm face. Our journey has just begun. Send orders to the entire fleet. Disband the first-level combat readiness. Rotate rest shifts. Tonight, add some extra rations. Let's celebrate. Having our own home. Whistle. The Fujin ship sounded its horn again. This time, the sound was no longer filled with hostility, but with hopeful enthusiasm. In this distant black iron sea, a new star is rising. It will write its legend with steel and gunpowder. At dusk in the black iron sea, a vibrant, colorful scene unfolded before the eyes, mesmerizing all who saw it. As the sun sets, its remaining light spills over the vast ocean, turning the sea into a bright red cloth. A gentle breeze blows, causing the waves to softly hit the shore and create shimmering golden ripples. Among the sparkling water, the bright red flag flying high on the mountain peak catches the eye. This flag looks like a blazing fire, waving in the wind and making a loud sound. At this moment, Lin Fan stands alone on the cliff, quietly looking out over the beautiful islands below, now fully owned by him. Just a few days ago, this place was a desolate and ruined land, filled with the roars of sea monsters and the smell of decay from the deep ocean. But after hard work and effort, this lifeless place has come back to life and is beginning to show signs of human civilization. In the deep harbor, the 003 Fujin ship is quietly docked, its large hull casting long shadows in the sunset. Nearby, in the newly built T2 dry dock, workers are busy finishing the last adjustments on equipment. Although no ships are being built yet, the lively atmosphere shows hope for the future. Along the shore, huge oil tanks stand tall, with pipelines like black snakes transporting crude oil from the seabed to a simple refinery. The capacity is not very high yet, but it is enough to support the daily needs of the aircraft carrier fleet, with some extra. In the distance, a wide, straight runway winds like a giant dragon between the mountains and the sea. This is a new military airport under busy construction. At this moment, several Z-20 helicopters circle in the sky like strong eagles, taking off and landing in an orderly way. They are busy unloading building materials and supplies brought from the distant Blue Kingdom to designated locations. At that moment, faint footsteps approached from afar, and a respectful voice spoke softly in the ear, "Lord." Hearing this call, Lin Fan slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on a tall man dressed in military uniform, standing straight like a pine tree. This man was the battalion commander, a major. He was holding a very thick file in his hand, looking very serious and respectful. Facing his subordinate, Lin Fan spoke calmly. "Remember, don't call me Lord in the future. Just call me Commander. The title Viscount is only for showing our status to outsiders. Here, we must always remember our duty and responsibility as soldiers. Understood?" "Commander," the major quickly responded, showing his respect and admiration for his superior. This is the first phase of the base's construction inspection report, and also the list of supplies shipped from the kingdom. Lin Fan took the report and flipped through it casually. It looks like Lister, that old fox, kept his word. The supplies aren't the best, but they are enough to fill us up. The list was full of special steel, rare metals, high-precision machines, and even a few expensive magic energy reactors. Lin Fan didn't use magic energy himself, but these could generate electricity or be used as bait. "Take it." Lin Fan closed the report. "Don't be too polite with them. We're just guarding the gate for them, so collecting protection fees is normal. And those new workers and sailors, have you checked their backgrounds?" "Checked," the major replied. "Most are civilians recruited from the lower city, and some are scholars who failed to get into the academy. After Panga's screening, no spies from the Abyssal Cult or other groups were found." "Good," Lin Fan nodded. "Arrange them properly. Food, clothing, and supplies should follow the standards of Shunzhou military industry. Don't treat them like nobles, using people as if they were animals. Here, as long as they work hard, they will have food and dignity." "Yes." The major saluted and turned to leave. Lin Fan turned around again, looking at the vast ocean. The sea breeze tousled his hair, but could not diminish the ambition in his eyes. His first step was steady. He had a base, stable resources, a legal identity, and a fleet strong enough to make any force think twice. But that was not enough. Far from enough. His gaze pierced through the dusk, looking further ahead. Deep in the Iron Sea, within the fog that even maps do not show, there still lurked great dangers. The main force of the Abyssal Cult had retreated, but the Level A mothership, Defiler, was only a small part of their power. Saja's last words, "The abyss is coming," still pierced Lin Fan's heart like a thorn. And there was the Iron Blood Empire. Although they suffered a big loss this time, these crazy warriors who value strength would not give up easily. Their underwater forces remained powerful, with unseen Level, a submarine still hanging over him like the sword of Damocles. Even the current ally, the Blue Kingdom, might not be trustworthy. Lister's attempts to win him over were essentially manipulative. If Lin Fan showed signs of losing control, or if he lost his usefulness, the supplies sent to him could turn into weapons aimed at him at any moment. "This is a chaotic world," Lin Fan sighed. "In this chaotic world, The only way to survive and thrive was to become stronger. Strong enough to make everyone look up to him. Strong enough to make all schemes and tricks seem like jokes in the face of absolute power. Pengu, Lin Fan silently called. Commander, I am here. That cold mechanical voice sounded so familiar now. Open the tech tree. Command acknowledged. A pale blue screen unfolded before Lin Fan. T1. Close-range guns, helicopters, basic ammunition. All unlocked. T2. J-15T, AW, 600, J-15DT. All unlocked. T3. J-35 Stealth Fighter. Unlocked. Along this path, he had risen from a useless F grade to the ruler of the Black Iron. But it was still not enough. Lin Fan's finger moved toward the gray icon that had been locked for a long time. It was T4 level. That was the true peak of China's military industry. Detected that the commander has completed the first phase of strategic goals. Occupy and secure the Xiantai Islands. Detected that the commander now holds the title of Viscount and territory. Current energy reserves, 23,800 points. Prerequisites met. T4 Fleet Technology Tree. Unlock. Buzz. As Pengu's voice fell, the gray icon instantly lit up with golden light. Countless complex data streams rapidly refreshed before Lin Fan's eyes. This was a brand new blueprint. This was a new source of power. Lin Fan saw a familiar, exciting outline. It was a sleek warship, full of modern industrial design. It didn't have a wide flight deck, but had a radar tower over 100 meters tall. Its bow lacked large guns, but beneath the deck, there were over 100 vertical launch units. It was the guardian of the fleet. It was the sword-wielding protector of the aircraft carrier. It was a moving great wall on the sea. A Type 055 missile destroyer, tonnage class. Shenzhou Shield. Lin Fan looked at the icon, his eyes shining with passion. If an aircraft carrier is a spear for attack, then the 055 is the strongest shield and the deadliest secret weapon. With it, Lin Fan's fleet truly had complete air defense, anti-submarine, and anti-ship systems. With it, those underwater ironclad submarines and abyssal monsters planning suicidal attacks would become things of the past. Moreover, T4 level isn't just about the 055. Next to it, another icon was flashing. It was a massive underwater beast. A nuclear-powered attack submarine. The ultimate weapon against the Iron Blood Empire. Haha. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter echoed across the empty mountaintop, full of wildness and joy. Iron Blood Empire? Abyssal cult. Do you think this is the end? Lin Fan turned around, facing the rising sun about to sink into the sea, with his back to the horizon. He looked at the rising base in front of him. His figure was stretched long, like a tall monument standing firm. This is just the first step. End of Volume 1. The capital of the Blue Kingdom, St. Andrews. It had been 3 days of continuous rain, as if trying to soak the entire bustling city. The Duke's mansion in the heart of the upper city was now closed, with black curtains covering every ornate window. Inside the deep part of the mansion, the study was dark, lit only by the flickering fire in the fireplace, casting shadows on the man sitting in a high-backed chair, his face grim. Wang Beitian held 2 iron balls, turning them quickly, making a sharp clicking sound. He's dead. His voice was soft, like he was talking to himself. The old butler standing in the shadows bowed slightly, not daring to speak. My son, with half a century of family's fleet and the Duke's ship of B-class, went to that godforsaken place and turned to dust. Wang Beitian suddenly stopped, squeezing the 2 steel balls in his hand until they deformed. And that murderer not only escaped wanted posters, but became a viscount of the empire, a pioneer lord. Even the emperor sent a secret letter, hinting, use this as a boundary, forgive and forget. Wang Beitian looked up, his bloodshot eyes filled with no tears, only a terrifying hatred. Forgive and forget. Revenge for killing my son, destroying my family. Can it be settled with just a word? The old butler finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Master, we really can't act now. That Lin Fan has the power to destroy an A-class mothership in an instant. The royal family and military see him as their trump card against the Abyss cult and other nations. If we attack openly now, we'll be opposing the kingdom. I know, Wang Beitian said, standing up and walking to the window, looking out into the dark, rainy night. I'm not that stupid to go and die. But as long as you're human, you have weaknesses. Lin Fan is strong, but he has a fatal flaw. Wang Beitian turned around, his finger heavily pressing on a map spread on the table. He only has one ship. Even if that ship, 003, is very strong, and even if his plane is faster, he still only has one main battleship. He took over the Iron Cloud Islands, which are isolated overseas territories. The island has minerals, but they are dead minerals, nothing to eat or drink. To keep that huge ship running and to feed the thousands of people under his command, he must rely on external supplies. The old butler's eyes lit up. Are you saying he's running out of food? Exactly, Wang Beixiang sneered. After all, he's just a commoner turned wealthy man. His foundation is weak. He has no business network or transportation channels in the kingdom. His current supplies depend entirely on merchant ships hired at the royal port. And what if these merchant ships can't reach the Iron Cloud Islands? What if he makes a mistake, runs out of food, or his ammunition supplies are cut off? A carrier without fuel is just a floating iron coffin. Wang Beixiang took out a black business card from the drawer with a pale skull printed on it. Contact the Black Skull Pirate Group. Tell One-Eye Jack that the Wang family will pay 3 times the price. I want him to block all routes to the Iron Cloud Islands. Any ships carrying supplies for Lin Fan, regardless of their flag, should be seized and rebels killed on sight. The old butler hesitated. But master, what if Lin Fan comes out with a carrier to the ships? Those broken ships of the Black Skull Pirates aren't enough to fill his teeth. He won't. Wang Beixiang shook his head confidently. Do you think operating such a huge battleship doesn't cost anything? Launching that level of war machine consumes astronomical resources. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Sending a carrier to chase a few pirate flies that are running around just for a few supply ships is a waste. Not only would that be a loss, but it would also exhaust him. I want to turn this into a quagmire. Either he watches his supply lines get cut and dies trapped on the island, or he has to use that precious carrier as a patrol boat, constantly at sea, draining his resources. Wang Beixiang threw the business card into the fireplace. The flames instantly devoured the skull, reflecting his fierce smile. Lin Fan, welcome to the real world. This war here is not just about fighting and killing. Deep water port, Xiantai Islands. The sea wind howls as the base construction is in full swing. Although there is oil, it takes time to refine crude oil into aviation kerosene and heavy oil at the refinery. The system does not handle everything. So besides the equipment provided by the system, the base still heavily depends on supplies and materials purchased from the Blue Kingdom homeland, including some delicate parts. Suddenly, alarms break the quiet of the morning in the command center. Commander, this is the communications team. Our supply ship fleet, the Blue Whale, lost contact in K9C area, 200 nautical miles from the islands. The last signal indicated an attack. Lin Fan stands in front of the tactical console, looking at the base map, and frowns slightly upon hearing this. Sea monster, no, it was interference by humans. The communications officer quickly types on the keyboard. They sent a video call. No encryption, on a public channel. Connect it. The main screen flickers, and a video appears. It shows a shaky shot, with a burning cargo ship in the background. On the deck, a row of hired crew in Shinjo uniforms kneels, while pirates armed with magic rifles are beating them. The camera shifts to a man with a scarred face and one eye blind. He is Jack, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates. Hey, isn't that our hero, Lord Lin Fan? Jack chews on a piece of chewing tobacco, showing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and makes an exaggerated salute to the camera, but his eyes are full of provocation and mockery. Let me introduce myself. I am the collector of this area. I like the cargo on this ship. As for the people, I'll take care of them for you first. You. Lin Fan looks at the screen, expression unchanged, but his eyes are cold as ice. Do you want to die? Huh? Die? Jack laughs loudly, as if he heard a joke, even patting his 40mm magic cannon proudly. Lord Lin, I know you're powerful. Your big ship can kill abyssal mother ships in seconds, scaring everyone. But, my Lord Viscount, he said, how much fuel does your ship burn when it moves? How much does a missile like that cost? I only have a few broken ships. I'm just hiding here in the vast sea, playing hide and seek with you. Are you coming with an aircraft carrier to catch me? Come on then. Jack pressed his face close to the camera, his teasing words clearly showing his challenge. I bet you won't dare. Your ship is built for national battles, not for fighting small flies like us. If you dare to come out, I'll run. When you go back, I'll come again. I just want to see whether you catch us first or run out of fuel first. Want people and goods. Bring ransom. Not much, just 10 million kingdom credits. Think about it for 24 hours. Beep. The communication was cut off. The screen turned back to a calm blue. Inside the CIC, everything was silent. All the officers and strategists looked at Lin Fan with grim faces. This was a clear insult, and a very disgusting tactic. The combat commander, a major, slammed his fist on the table. Commander, let me lead the Shark Squadron. I can them to pieces in 10 minutes. No, Lin Fan shook his head calmly. First, the distance is too far. 200 nautical miles, plus the time to search for targets. The fighter's hang time is a problem. The targets are scattered small ships, and in rough sea conditions, radar search efficiency isn't high. Second, he's right. Lin Fan pointed to the smug face that had disappeared from the screen. This is about calculating costs. The flight hours of the J-35, the price of the Eagle strike missiles, even the wear and tear on the aircraft carrier. All for fighting these small pirate ships weighing only a few dozen tons. That's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, losing money. And clearly, this is someone's manipulation. Lin Fan's eyes grew deeper. If we mobilize the aircraft carrier heavily, it plays right into their hands. We'll fall into endless security battles, worn down and exhausted by these flies. They're betting I only have one ace, betting I don't have the regular forces suitable for doing this dirty work. The major clenched his teeth. So, is the plan just to pay them? Or watch the supply line get cut? Money? Lin Fan sneered and turned to look out the large floor-to-ceiling window at the busy port. I've never paid ransom to anyone in my life. Do they think the aircraft carrier is too big and not worth moving? Do they think I don't have a ship that can go long distances, clean up waste cheaply, and even destroy their hideouts? Well, they really underestimate the depth of China's military industry. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system. A light blue high-tech interface appeared before his eyes. He skipped the pages for T1, T2, and T3, focusing on the glowing T4 level tech tree. In recent days, although building the base and expanding the team cost a lot, thanks to the continuous output from Crystal Island, his energy points remained at a healthy level. It's time. The 003 aircraft carrier is a strategic deterrent, a stabilizing force. But he indeed needed a lone wolf, a ship capable of independent ocean missions, with strong endurance, fierce firepower, and no need for carrier support. A lone wolf. Lin Fan's finger hovered over a symbol that many people dream of. It was a sleek, sharp, sci-fi-looking silhouette of a warship. It doesn't need carrier-based aircraft. It is the strongest air defense network itself. It doesn't need ships. It is a fleet on its own. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. Major, here. Didn't the pirates say my operation costs are high? Didn't they say I can't catch them? Lin Fan adjusted his sleeve, his eyes cold. If they want to see the big guy, if they think I make a lot of noise, then I'll give them a full show. Send the orders. Prepare to receive the new ship. No needed, no supplies needed. Clear out the Deepwater Dock #1. I want that one-eyed dragon to know. Some people, they can't afford to mess with him.